Uchiha Madara encountered Hanyo and Itachi together. The Azura instantaneously transformed into a jealous sovereign as meteors rained down upon the ninja alliance. Who is this little brat? Madara fixed his gaze upon Itachi. His eyes, capable of murder, Hanyo was bewildered, feeling as if she had been caught in a clandestine romance by her father. Itachi spoke up. I am Hanyo's boyfriend. Madara's fury ignited. Have you contemplated how you shall meet your demise? Hanyo broke free from Itachi's grasp. Lord Madara, please do not kill him. Madara's rage subsided slightly. Are you commanding me? His tone was frigid, yet his demeanor softened. Hanyo was on the verge of tears, and Madara felt a pang of compassion. But he knew he must maintain an air of aloofness in front of the crowd. Fugaku commanded, launch a full-scale assault on Uchiha Madara. The Ninja Alliance surged forward, and Madara activated his half-body Susanoo. Let me show you the third power of the Uchiha. Before the Alliance could approach, they suffered severe casualties. The clouds above split apart, revealing a meteor nearly a kilometer wide, plummeting downward. Is this the power of humanity? Is the power of the gods? The ninjas fell to their knees in despair. The fourth Raikage shouted, everyone retreat. I shall bear the brunt. Inoki soared into the skies. We must shatter it, or all will be lost. Gaara used his sand to channel chakra skyward. While he leapt into the air, lightning release. Thunder heat blade. Hanyo paused. I must go help. Itachi, filled with concern, replied, it's too dangerous. Hanyo urgently cried out, there's a second meteor above. The two stood amidst the retreating crowd. Glaringly conspicuous. Madara's jealousy had yet to dissipate when the second meteor descended. Would Hanyo be able to prevent it? This situation heightened the tension between the fierce Azura and the sweet scent of romance. As the impending meteor shower heralded true despair, Hanyo unleashed her complete Susanoo. With a single strike, she shattered the meteor, eliciting exhilaration from Madara. Suddenly, Hanyo vanished, only to reappear in the sky. I am here to assist. Her complete black Susanoo manifested, and Fugaku gasped. How did you get here? First, shatter the meteor. There's no time for explanations. Hanyo unsheathed her Susanoo's twin blades. Lord Tsuchikage, quickly step aside. Inoki swiftly descended, and the black Susanoo swung its blade, cracking the meteor as if it were glass, fragments scattering everywhere. Beware of the falling debris, Hanyo shouted, prompting those below to look up. Their admiration for this unfamiliar girl, soaring Madara, sat upon a stone pillar, propping his chin with one hand. Interesting, you actually managed to cleave it. A hint of pride gleamed in his eyes. What will you do about the second one? The Rinnegan rotates, a larger meteor descends, obscuring the sun. Hana clenches her teeth and wields her blade. This one is several times larger than the last. Whoosh, 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 the meteor is cleaved in two. Light pierces through the sky. The crowd erupts in cheers. We have won. White Zetsu emerges. Madara. Tobi is approaching the outer path golem. Madara scoffs. Fools, once again attempting to hinder me. He glances at Hana and vanishes in an instant. Hana, bewildered. Why did he flee? That's not like him. Itachi rushes over. Are you alright? I'm fine. That was the complete body Susanoo, only achievable with the eternal Mangeki. Itachi bows his head in shame. It's my fault for not protecting you. Hana notices the injured elder. They'll help you heal. Golden light envelopes the wound, instantly restoring him. The snowy landscape lies in tatters. The fate of the Ninja Alliance hangs in the balance. How powerful is the complete body Susanoo? Why did Madara suddenly retreat? This maneuver amplifies the girl's resilience and contrasts sharply. As soon as Hana strikes, even the Shura of the ninja world must regard her with newfound respect. The five Kage gather to praise Hana. Fugaku sheds tears, and Itachi silently resolves to grow stronger. The five Kage arrive. Tobirama teases. The couple seem quite harmonious. Inoki looks up. You're Uchiha Hana, aren't you? Thank you for saving me earlier, he bows to the girl. Come visit Iwagakure, I shall host you. The more he looks at her, the more he's inclined to take her as a disciple. Tobirama turns to Hana. Would you like to come to Kirigakure? Hana senses something amiss. Perhaps next time. Rasha, weary, let us all return home. The fourth Raikage holds back for a moment. You are quite remarkable. Fugaku ignites a signal flare, ascending as a golden chrysanthemum. Injured ninjas approach one after another. The Kage are unharmed. Has Madara been defeated? A week passes. Madara remains silent. Hana gazes at her reflection, feeling a twinge of pride. Itachi knocks on the door. Are you having breakfast? Come try what I made. Hana takes his hand. What about little Sasuke? He's still asleep. Mikoto and Fugaku have gone to handle matters. Itachi looks at Hana, his gaze downcast. I am too weak to protect her. I must strive to grow stronger. Hana senses something is off. What's wrong, Itachi? Fugaku's Mangeki side effects begin to manifest. What shall become of Itachi's path to strength? This maneuver, the acknowledgement of the five shadows, and the resolve of the young man reach their zenith. In the ensuing daily life lies a tempest of greater magnitude. Kanon catches Jiraiya in the act of peeking. Itachi gazes at her retreating silhouette, his fists clenched in determination to grow stronger. Itachi leads Kanon downstairs. Try my breakfast. Kanon accepts the chopsticks, internally grading a 9, just a tad inferior to my own, her words laced with pride. Yet her chopsticks remain in motion. Itachi watches her with affectionate eyes. It brings me joy to prepare these for her. Itachi contemplates rising to train. But his collar is tugged. Kanon pouts. Can't you spare a little more time with me? He sits back down, gently gazing at her. Kanon blushes. Stop staring at me, you fool. Who else would I look at? In the room, it is just the two of them. Sasuke, still lost in slumber. After their meal, Kanon takes Itachi's hand. Let's stroll through Konoha. Itachi nods. Though he had intended to train, on the streets of Konoha, Kanon sheds her rogue ninja identity. No longer needing to don the fox mask, her spirits are lifted. Itachi's forehead beads with sweat. Why has your mood suddenly brightened? Is that a problem? Kanon retorts fiercely in the distance near the bathhouse. A white figure flits by. Kanon furrows her brow. Is that Jiraiya Sensei? That scoundrel Jiraiya, up to his old tricks again. Releasing Itachi's hand, she dashes forward. Itachi's hand hovers in the air. He sighs softly. Unable to discern her speed, the disparity in strength is too great. He grits his teeth, fists clenched tightly. Beside the bushes, a middle-aged man uses binoculars to spy. Chortling with glee, is it appealing, Jiraiya Sensei? Kanon stands with hands on her hips, fuming with anger. Jiraiya feels awkward. Ah, Kanon, it's you. What are you doing here? Her tone icy. How will Jiraiya explain himself? Can Itachi's plan to grow stronger succeed? This turn of events ignites the girl's fiery spirit and the boy's unyielding determination. In the everyday life of Konoha, so many stories lie hidden. Kanon cuffs Jiraiya with handcuffs. Sasuke activates his Sharingan, yelling to eliminate Kakashi. Jiraiya chuckles awkwardly. I was searching for writing material. Kanon brandishes silver handcuffs. Let's head to the security department for an explanation. Dragging him away. Peeping is intolerable, even if it's the master on the bustling street. The girl appears fierce, while the old man flails his arms. Passers-by recognize him. It's the legendary Sannin Jiraiya. Is he peeping at the bats again? Such a punishment. Thank you, little girl. Jiraiya lowered his head. A female disciple deserves only to be cherished. Within the guard department, Kakashi felt a throbbing headache. Lord Jiraiya, this has happened several times this month. The two exchanged whispers, chuckling softly. Suddenly, Hana appeared. What are you discussing? Kakashi stepped back. Nothing much. The door swung open. Sasuke entered. Sister Hana, you remain as beautiful as ever. Hana blushed. Sasuke, you have such sweet words, far better than Itachi. Her affection soared. Sasuke turned to Kakashi. Evil Kakashi, I challenge you. His Sharingan gleamed. Chidori, he surged forward. Electricity crackling. I will defeat you. Can Kakashi withstand the challenge? Can a single Tomo triumph over Kakashi? This display encapsulated the whimsical daily life of Konoha and the fervor of youth. In the guards department, the excitement was just beginning. Sasuke bore a grudge against Kakashi for the 1,000 years of pain. Itachi disapproved of his younger brother, while Naruto shot a resentful glare at Itachi. Kakashi seized Sasuke. Stop causing trouble here. Hana tapped his head. Calm down, Kakashi explained. I used 1,000 years of pain on him. Hana was left speechless. You're hopeless, no wonder you're single. In the Uchiha Mountains, Itachi practiced diligently, throwing kunai with pinpoint accuracy at the target. This level is far from sufficient. He found himself at an impasse. Must I remain stagnant? Hana found him. Breathless, fool. Where have you run off to? I've been searching for you. She stood on tiptoe, cupping his face. I understand your feelings when your girlfriend is too strong and you feel helpless. A month later, Hana moved in with Itachi. Fugaku and Mikoto treated her exceptionally well, like she were our own child, while Sasuke and Itachi seemed like bonus gifts. One morning, Itachi knocked on the door. It's time for breakfast. Hana opened the door. Blushing, Itachi-kun, good morning. Itachi touched her forehead. Are you feeling unwell? Hana stepped back. Am not sick. Let's go eat breakfast. Sasuke descended the stairs. Feeling envious. Such intimacy. So early in the morning. Itachi's gaze turned icy. Sasuke. Sasuke shivered. I didn't see anything. Itachi inquired. Has Naruto awakened yet? Over the past month, Naruto had consistently regarded him with cold eyes. Will he ever avenge the humiliation of 1,000 years of pain? Why does Naruto target Itachi? This unfolding drama, infusing the sweetness of romance with the tang of youthful exuberance, the daily life of the Uchiha clan unfolds, filled with more drama than any television series. In an instant, Hanyo transforms into a tsundere while Itachi, oblivious to his mistakes, finds the intricacies of a girl's heart perplexing. Naruto often regards Itachi with a cold gaze, and when Itachi inquires about the situation, he receives no response. Itachi, feeling overwhelmed, wonders, what is going on here? Sasuke goes to summon Naruto, and as they descend the stairs, Naruto's expression remains frosty. Hanyo breaks the silence, stating, "Please don't be so rude," which finally softens Naruto's demeanor. Itachi serves a bowl of rib soup, declaring, "Taste my culinary skill." Sasuke asks, "When will mom and dad return?" Next week comes a reply with Fugaku as Hokage. The village still grapples with lingering tensions. How can we accept you when our family was slain by the ancestors of the Uchiha? Even the feudal lords contemplate a change in Hokage. Hanyo, with a mouthful of rice, inquires, "Is Uncle Fugaku still busy?" Itachi, exasperated, responds, "Swallow your food first." Hanyo gulps down water and asks, "What did you just say?" "Fugaku will be back next week. Do you have something to discuss with him?" After the meal, Hanyo takes Itachi's hand, asserting, "You don't need to accompany me, I'm not a child." Yet her grip tightens. Itachi releases her hand, and disappointment washes over her. "Are you just going to let go?" She glares at him before turning away. Itachi concedes, "I was wrong, it's all my fault." Though he is unsure of where he faltered. Girls are truly difficult to understand. They get upset over a mere joke. Hanyo glances at him slyly. "Your attitude has improved. I forgive you." Can Fugaku maintain his position as Hokage? When will Itachi decipher Hanyo's feelings? This delicate interplay of sweetness and minor disagreements reflects the authenticity of their daily interactions. Hanyo unexpectedly encounters a gravely injured Madara. The fate of Konan remains shrouded in mystery, with Obito emerging as a pivotal figure. Hanyo playfully taps Itachi on the head, brimming with pride, while Itachi stifles a laugh. "This wife of mine is rather adorably naive." He muses as they arrive at the Hokage building, which is larger than he had anticipated. It takes a whole morning to walk from east to west. It resembles a small city. Hanyo tells Itachi, "I have business to attend to. You needn't follow. You don't have to wait for me. Go buy groceries," she adds. Itachi, displaying a tender affection, responds, "Understood." Fugaku immerses himself in work, beckoning. "Come in." Hanyo announces, "I wish to discuss Uchiha Madara." Fugaku retrieves a scroll, stating, "The Akatsuki organization has fled to the village hidden in the mist." Hanyo furrows her brow, exclaiming, "I want to go." Fugaku assigns her a task, cautioning, "Be careful on your journey." Leaving a note, Hanyo writes, "I have received a mission, so there's no need to prepare dinner for me." Itachi, upon reading it, frowns, remarking, "This is too dangerous." He informs Naruto and Sasuke, "You'll have to buy dinner yourselves." Before vanishing in the sewers of the village hidden in the rain, Hanyo discovers a severely injured Madara. "Why are you so severely injured?" Ban replied coldly, "What brings you here?" "I'm looking for Sister Shaonan," she said. Ban continued, "She may have been rescued by Obito. There is no corpse in sight." Huayin let out a sigh of relief. "I can provide you with treatment." Huayin offered. Ban scoffed, "Little brat. Know who you're speaking to? Shaonan truly alive?" Will Huayin insist on treating Ban? This maneuver intensifies both the peril of the mission and the girl's innate kindness. The encounter in a rain-hidden village conceals an abundance of secrets. Huayin reveals to Ban glimpses of the future. Itachi, upon witnessing this, instinctively protects his wife, while Ban, resembling a concerned father, watches with a heavy heart. Regardless of Ban's identity, Huayin places her hand upon his chest and employs a reversal technique to heal him. "I want to assist you for free," she states. Ban, restored his prime, inquires, "What do you wish for me to do? Are you familiar with Kagaya, Otsutsuki?" Ban expressed surprise. "Black Zetsu may be dead." Huayin gasped in shock. How did he perish? Shaonan and Obito teamed up and detonated the Outer Path Golem with explosive tags. Huayin elaborated on the Otsutsuki clan, stating, "There exist beings stronger than you and Hashirama." Ban's excitement grew. "Where are they?" "You are far too weak to contend with them," Huayin replied, shaking her head. "You haven't even grazed the threshold of the 6 paths. Do you expect me to confront them?" Ban fell silent. Huayin nodded and cast an illusion, allowing Ban to glimpse the future. His expression turned complex. "Boruto can contend with them?" Itachi raced towards the rain-hidden village. Noticing the sea split in half, Huayin must be safe, he thought, discovering footprints at the sewer entrance. He squeezed through and spotted Ban and Huayin. "Did he threaten you?" He interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Huayin. Ban taunted, "Do you think you can defeat me?" Itachi gritted his teeth, the atmosphere thick with tension. Huayin stood between them, urging, "Calm down." She pulled Itachi away. Band's hand lingered in the air, resembling a father bidding farewell to his daughter and son-in-law. The Otsutsuki clan truly piques my interest. Will Ban assist in the battle against the Otsutsuki? Will Itachi and Ban clash upon their next encounter? This sequence of events heightens the impending crisis and the current conflict, altering the fate of the shinobi world from this very moment. Huayin blushed furiously. Itachi booked a single room, declaring he'll sleep on the floor, you take the bed, exhibiting a rather blunt demeanor in the rain-hidden village. Heavy rain poured, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Itachi held an umbrella over little Huayin. It's a bit small, let me carry you, he offered. Huayin wrapped her arms around his neck, explaining, don't get the wrong idea, I'm just afraid of getting wet. Her face flushed crimson while reserving the room. Itachi opted for a single accommodation, causing Huayin's eyes to widen in surprise. Fool. Why did you book a single room? I didn't bring much money. Itachi sighed helplessly. Hanyo lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed, resembling a ripe apple. Where did your thoughts wander? They'll sleep on the floor? Itachi playfully flicked her forehead. Hanyo covered her forehead. Oh, is that so? Yet a tinge of disappointment lingered within her. It's not the answer I desired. Itachi observed her closely. This little wife is rather tsundere. As the night passed, the two returned to Konoha. A month later, winter faded into spring. Hanyo rubbed her hands together. The weather in the ninja world changes swiftly. She glanced at the calendar. Is the timeline still reliable? Too much has changed. The advantages of being a traveler have diminished. Itachi approached. Why the size? How does Konoha view the Uchiha clan? Hanyo inquired with curiosity. Itachi sighed lightly. It's about the same. The misunderstanding surrounding the single room was exceedingly sweet. Will Konoha's attitude towards the Uchiha clan improve? This turn of events amplified the couple's shyness and the uncertainty of their future. Spring had arrived in the ninja world. Yet challenges loomed not far ahead. The relationship remains somewhat strained, but it has significantly improved compared to the past. Villagers are gradually beginning to accept the Uchiha clan. Shizui's voice interjected, brother, Shursui, you've come as well? The two turned to where the voice originated. After years apart, Shursui had grown considerably taller. He donned the Uchiha clan's cloak, his long hair slightly tousled, and wore a bright smile, resembling a friendly neighbor. What's wrong? Can't I come? Jishui pretended to be sad and asked. Of course not. Kagani looked at Shizushui and explained softly. Meanwhile, Itachi kept his eyes closed and took a deep breath. What's wrong? Am I interrupting your sweet moment? Shizushui joked, somewhat confused. Not at all. Kagun subconsciously retorted, then was taken aback, her face flushing red as she hurriedly explained, no, I definitely don't like that idiot Itachi. Then why is your face red? Shizuka saw through everything but didn't point it out, making Kagun feel a bit embarrassed and angry. That's enough, Shizuka and I, Itachi said helplessly from his side. He understood his wife's personality all too well, stubborn and headstrong. Huh, all right, I won't tease you anymore. I still have to go out on a mission soon. Shizuku looked at the girl as flustered expression, his eyes filled with doting. All right then, Shizuku and I, be careful on the road. Kain gently reminded, be careful on your way. Yeah, I will, Jishui replied with a faint smile, then distanced herself from her. Jishui, be careful on the road, Itachi said coldly. I will. You really are a jealous one, Jishui's voice came back. Just as the two raised their heads, Jishui had already disappeared from the spot, leaving only her voice echoing in the air. Speaking of which, what was the meaning behind Jishui's earlier actions? Itachi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Soon, a glimmer of light flashed in Itachi's eyes as he turned his head subtly and glanced at Kain beside him. Could it be that Jishui was hinting that Kain is feeling jealous? At the same time, Kagani also looked up at Itachi, her face filled with confusion and bewilderment. She blinked her eyes and silently muttered to herself, what's wrong with Itachi? He has been sulking since just now, which is really hard to understand. Strange. In the sky above, the sun was slowly sinking towards the west as time passed. Soon, noon arrived. It's noon. Shall we go have lunch? Itachi turned to Kagani and asked softly. Sure. Huayin blinked her eyes, gently nodded, and a joyful smile spread across her face. However, I must say in advance that I am not carrying too much silver. Hanyo continued, her tone tinged with a hint of apology. It's okay, I prepared some. Itachi gently sighed, his eyes showing a mix of helplessness and affection as he gazed tenderly at Hanyo. Feeling the way Uchiha Itachi looked at her, Kain shrugged helplessly. What else could she do? In this world, there was no convenient payment method like WeChat Pay, and in her past life, she wasn't used to carrying cash. This habit had naturally followed her into the ninja world. Let's go, Itachi said softly, interrupting Kane's thoughts. As they spoke, the two had already taken steps forward. What should we eat for lunch? Kagani asked with a puzzled expression, and then she reached out her delicate hand and gently took Itachi's hand. How about Ichiraka ramen? Itachi hesitated, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. All right, then let's go eat Ichiraka ramen, Hana whispered softly. Unknowingly, a month had quietly passed. Dear host, please choose one of the following 3 tasks. A. Capture a tail beast. Reward, 6 Tomo Rinnegan. B. Create a person with Itachi that night. Reward, direct upgrade to 6 paths. C. Give Itachi a kiss. Reward, unknown. Faced with the task window that popped up from the system, Hana fell into deep thought. First of all, she immediately ruled out the second task. No matter how she looked at it, it was inappropriate. How could she choose such a task? As for capturing a tail beast, to be honest, in her current form, all the Kage knew her. If she went to capture a tail beast, wouldn't that be equivalent to openly declaring war on Sunagakure on behalf of Konohagakure? She wasn't stupid. It seemed that only option C was feasible, but the key was giving Itachi a kiss made Hana feel a bit embarrassed. What kind of task is this? System, can you please with me? Huayin took a deep breath, her voice carrying a hint of sadness. No, please complete the task quickly or punishment will be enforced, came the cold voice of the system. Huayin sniffled lightly. Fine, I'll endure it. System, you are toying with me like this, you will definitely regret it. Huayin said fiercely. She took a deep breath. Huayin's eyes were slightly red, and an inexplicable emotion surged in her heart, as if she were being controlled by an invisible force. Although deep down she had no affection for the system, she still had to put on a brave face, obey the other party's arrangements, and do her best for him. At this moment, Huayin was enveloped by such a complex emotion. Gazing at herself in the mirror, her petite and delicate figure and innocent face resembled a budding flower. I can definitely do this. I must pull myself together. Kagani softly spoke to herself, gently patting her cheek, her face showing a hint of stubbornness and cuteness. However, whenever the scenes of the upcoming tasks flashed through her mind, her cheeks involuntarily flushed, and then she shyly lowered her head. I just got off work from the electronics factory. I'm really tired. I really don't know how to continue. I feel a bit guilty towards everyone who has supported me all along. Here, I want to apologize to my friends who have always supported me and to everyone who has given me gifts. Really, I'm very sorry. Chapter 183, Should I Kiss? No, I still don't feel prepared. Huayin had just cheered herself up, but as soon as she looked at herself in the mirror, she immediately deflated. The little loli in the mirror had rosy cheeks, and her silly hair stood up straight like a telephone pole. This task given to me by the system just fell off. Kagun lowered her head, her voice a bit shy. Upon careful consideration, the only A option seemed like the system knew she couldn't possibly go to Sunagakure to catch a tail. As for option B, it felt like the system was playing tricks on her. Kagun thought more and more that it was like this. Forget it. Let's not think about these things for now. I need to quickly complete the task, otherwise the punishment from the system will be very severe. Kagani's forehead beaded with a trace of cold sweat as she opened the wardrobe. The wardrobe was filled with all kinds of dresses. Huayin picked a favorite piece and put it on with satisfaction. She stood in front of the full-length mirror, pinching the hem of her dress and turning around. For some reason, at that moment, she recalled a video from her past life. The video depicted men dressing up, either donning military uniforms to guard a territory or wearing women's clothing to cause trouble everywhere. The meaning of the video was, Hana can understand now. But these are not the main points. After all, she is no longer a man. Looking back at the scene from that time, Hana actually feels a bit ashamed. Forget it. No need to think about these things. Anyway, I've gotten used to it. Being a girl is quite nice. Huayin patted her flat chest and sighed lightly. Outside the window, the sky was slowly darkening as the sunset descended and evening was approaching. However, the girl's heart was beating like a drum, thumping incessantly. How frustrating. Just imagining that scene made her feel. Kagami crouched down, reaching out to gently stroke her chest, listening to the pounding of her heart. Her emotions gradually becoming complex. Although she had indeed kissed Itachi before, it was he who took the initiative at that time. This time, having to take the initiative to kiss him herself made her scalp tingle just at the thought. There was an indescribable awkwardness. Even though it was she who initiated the kiss with Itachi. Itachi didn't mind. Kagami wouldn't pursue it too much, but she still felt a bit shy. After all, which girl would be so proactive as to kiss the boy opposite her? This isn't a novel plot. In real life, girls in such situations often appear bashful. How could one actually go in for a kiss? In Kaori's mind, various thoughts flashed by, and her face instantly turned rosy, as if brushed by steam. The tuft of hair on her head also drooped down slowly, as if soaked in water. Meanwhile, on the other side, Itachi Uchiha was following his mother, Mikoto Uchiha, as they handled various matters within the clan. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be the next head of the Uchiha clan, so he needed to master some management skills in advance. Itachi, how do you think this matter should be handled? Mikoto handed him a piece of paper. Itachi took it slowly, quickly glanced at the contents, and then frowned. The paper recorded a dispute between two brothers in the Uchiha clan over the inheritance following the death of an elder, causing quite a commotion. According to common sense, the inheritance should be passed on to the elder brother. Because of this, the two brothers frequently argued, even disturbing others who were resting in the evening. Mother, I think this matter should be. Itachi carefully examined the information on the paper and suddenly had an idea, expressing his thoughts. Not bad, but that's not enough. Mikoto nodded slightly in appreciation after hearing him, then shook her head with a complex tone. So what should we do next? Itachi asked, somewhat confused. Since they want the inheritance, let them split it evenly. The remaining half of the property will be allocated based on their contributions to the family in the future, Mikoto said casually. Upon hearing his mother's suggestion, Itachi suddenly felt enlightened. So it should be handled this way. Right, if we do that, they will definitely bring more benefits to the family in the future, and the family can use some rules to control them in certain aspects. Those who contribute more will get more, and vice versa. This approach can also serve as a warning. If the side that receives less inheritance wants revenge, they will think twice considering the impact on the family. At the same time, this also serves as a warning to other clan members facing the same situation. I understand now. Itachi took a deep breath, looking meaningfully at his mother. Mother, I will handle this right away. Mikoto nodded in satisfaction. After Itachi quickly dealt with the matters, he returned home, dragging his weary body. Ding dong. Itachi gently pressed the doorbell. Coming. A hurried sound of footsteps immediately came from inside. Then, with a click, the door opened. Itachi-kun, why are you back so early today? Kanon, wearing an apron, looked curiously at Itachi Uchiha. Well, I've managed to handle most of the clan's affairs, Itachi said with a tired smile. The moment he saw Kanon, all the fatigue of the day seemed to vanish. No more talking, I need to go cook. Kagani suddenly remembered something and anxiously said, rushing into the kitchen. You. Itachi watched Kagani's distant figure, wanting to say something but hesitating. Itachi-kun, I think I put too much oil. Soon, Kagani's surprised voice came from the kitchen, mixed with a bit of disappointment. Sigh, let me handle it, you come out quickly. Itachi sighed helplessly and walked into the kitchen. In no time, Itachi had prepared the meal and casually turned off the gas stove. All right, the dishes are ready. What are you still standing there for? Take them to the dining table. Itachi turned to the girl standing behind him and said gently. However, the girl listened to Uchiha Itachi's words but remained motionless. What's wrong? Itachi noticed something unusual and asked with concern. Itachi-kun. Kagani looked up, staring intently at Itachi, her cherry lips unconsciously pursing. Seeing Kagani's eyes redden, Itachi felt a surge of heartache. What happened? Can you tell me? Itachi became increasingly anxious. The girl shook her head. Itachi secretly speculated about why Kagani was suddenly like this. Was it because I haven't been home for too long and neglected her? It must be that way. How can I make it up to her? Just as Itachi was deep in thought. Please urge for updates. Please power for love. Working in an electronics factory, exhausting every day. Chapter 184. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive. Itachi suddenly felt his lips were a bit moist, and upon blinking, he looked. Kanon shyly lowered her head. Kanon, you. Yato immediately covered her lips, looking at the girl with a face full of astonishment. Idiot. Hanayan's eyes were slightly red as she glared at Itachi, then lowered her head and ran into the room. Itachi looked at Hanayan's back in confusion, hurriedly serving the food from the pot into a bowl, then rushed forward. Hanayan, wait a minute. Bang. The door was slammed shut by the girl, followed by the sound of the lock clicking. Itachi watched this scene with a bead of cold sweat on his forehead. Hanayan, open the door. Can we talk properly? Itachi gently knocked on the door with his palm, calling out helplessly, but there was no response from the other side of the door. Inside the room, Kagani leaned against the door, her head lowered in shame, and then slowly slid down. How infuriating. No matter how you look at it, this is just too embarrassing. Tears of floral sound slide down, murmuring to myself with a complex expression. This matter is truly shameful. What should I do next? I really don't know what kind of gaze Itachi-kun will use to look at me. Kagani forced her frail body to stand up. then gently turned her head to look at herself in the mirror. In the mirror, she resembled a delicate and lovely flower, evoking a sense of pity. Sigh. Maybe I should muster up the courage and go out to have a good talk with Itachi-kun about this matter. Kain murmured to herself, and, at the same time, a few strands of her hair gradually stood up, looking playful. Forget it, let's just go for it. Huayin slowly walked to the door, took a deep breath, and that hand seemed to bear a heavy burden. Finally, it came down laboriously on the cold doorknob. With a soft click, the door was slowly pushed open. At that moment, sitting at the dining table, the eagerly waiting Itachi heard the sound, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with brightness as he quickly stood up. Huayin, if there's something you need to say, just say it. Itachi looked at Huayin, who was slowly walking out of the room. A blush appeared on her delicate face, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, arousing curiosity. I'm sorry, Itachi-kun, my actions at that time may have seemed a bit abrupt and impolite. Kagun gently shook her head, her tone carrying a hint of shyness and softness. You don't need to apologize to me. Itachi listened to Kagun's slightly trembling whisper, feeling a trace of confusion in his heart. What a joke. It should be him who was at an advantage. Of course, Itachi didn't say this out loud. Itachi-kun. Kagun suddenly interrupted Itachi's thoughts. What's wrong? Itachi asked, confused. Never mind, it's nothing. Let's eat first. Hana sighed softly and then sat down at the table. To be honest, her feelings had been quite complicated from beginning to end. However, as she ate the food in her hands, Hana gradually forgot everything that had just happened. It must be said that Itachi's cooking skills were indeed impressive. Eat slowly. Sasuke and Naruto are eating out tonight, Itachi said gently, watching Hana gulp down her food. Oh, is that so? Hana raised her head in astonishment and looked at Itachi Uchiha. Yes. Itachi nodded. It's so late. Are they in danger being outside? Kanon glanced out the window at the scenery. At this moment, it was dim outside, and the sky occasionally rumbled with thunder, indicating that it was about to rain. It will be fine. Naruto can use the flying thunder god technique. At worst, the two of us can escape, Itachi explained softly. I see, that's good. Kanon sighed in relief upon hearing Itachi's answer and patted her chest. So, how's the food I made? Is it good? Itachi asked curiously, watching the girl devour her meal. It's pretty good. Kanon gave a fair evaluation. She would never admit that the food made by Itachi Uchiha was even more delicious than hers. In fact, it's quite normal for Kanon to be reluctant to accept this fact. It's strange how it suddenly started raining tonight, Itachi murmured curiously while looking out the window. After all, he had watched the weather forecast, and the TV clearly said it wouldn't rain tonight. Yet the weather was so bizarre. I always have a bad feeling. Itachi-kun. Kagun was also gazing out at the scenery outside, her brows furrowed. Of course, if one didn't notice the few grains of rice stuck to the corner of her mouth, the atmosphere might have been better. Well, it's already so late. You should go to sleep, or else be careful you won't grow taller in the future. Itachi teased softly as he looked at the girl before him. What? I can still grow taller. Hana felt a bit displeased at Itachi Uchiha's teasing. Really? Itachi extended his finger and gently tapped Hana's forehead. That hurts. Kagani pressed her forehead and called out, her eyes immediately becoming moist as she glared at Itachi with even more dissatisfaction. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Do you still want to take a bath tonight? I've already prepared hot water for you, Itachi said gently with a smile. In the bathhouse. I have to say, the technological development in the ninja world is really somewhat distorted. They clearly have televisions, but no firearms, and even a water heater for bathing is absent. They can only rely on the simplest method to heat water, much like in ancient times. Kagani lay in the wooden barrel, her hair slightly disheveled, covering her eyes. No matter what, this is true enjoyment. Kanon felt her body soaking in the warm water, surrounded by a hazy mist. Meanwhile, on the other side, what do you plan to do next? Conan gazed at Obito in front of her and slowly asked. Damn it, that bastard Madara actually deceived the pure and kind Kanon, using her goodwill towards others to heal his own wounds. As Obito thought of this, he couldn't help but clench his teeth, his tone filled with uncontrollable anger. Looking at Obito's furious face, Conan's expression turned somewhat helpless and speechless. After spending these days together, she finally understood that, to put it simply, this guy Obito had been secretly in love with Kanon all along, but he just hadn't realized it himself. Obito, since Kanon chose to help Uchiha Madara, she must have her own reasons and thoughts. Conan gently advised Obito in a soft tone. No, that's not it. That guy Madara definitely deceived Kanon with sweet words. Obito shook his head violently, further solidifying his inner thoughts. At the same time, the pupils hidden beneath his mask began to spin rapidly, as if brewing some kind of emotion. In no time, the pupils transformed into a complex and mysterious pattern, hard to decipher. Obito, calm down. Conan looked at Obito, who was trembling with anger, with his hand suspended in the air, yet it fell weakly. Sigh, forget it. She knew she couldn't persuade this idiot. Thank you very much for the support. The author is extremely grateful here. Thank you. Chapter 185 Encounter with Uchiha Obito. Calm. Obito seemed to have heard an extremely funny joke and rolled his eyes at Conan. Well then, are you planning to go back to Konoha to see Kanon now? Seeing this, Conan said no more. Let's go back to Konoha and take a look. Obito replied coldly, then transformed into a vortex, distorting his form and disappearing from a spot. Konoha, Itachi, are you going to handle things again today? Hana looked at the carefully dressed Uchiha Itachi in front of her, blushing as she asked softly. Well, it's still the same as usual. Itachi sighed helplessly, then put on a hat, just about to head out. Wait, the girl's voice came from behind, interrupting Itachi's actions. What's wrong? Itachi turned around, looking at Hana with a puzzled expression. Take this. Hanin handed a lunchbox to Itachi, her head slightly turned to the side. Thank you. Itachi smiled faintly and took the box with both hands. Is there anything else to tell me? Itachi looked gently at the girl. No, that's all. Kanon lowered her head, blushing, and shyly replied, Okay. Itachi turned his head and opened the door. After walking a short distance, he heard the girl's voice calling from behind. Be careful on the road. Yeah, I will, Itachi said. As he walked down the road, a subtle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Watching Uchiha Itachi walk further away, Henin patted her chest and sighed lightly. From the moment she first saw Itachi, her heart had been racing nonstop. She wanted to say something, but due to her nervousness, she forgot everything. Forget it. Don't think about that anymore. Let's think about what to do today. Kanon softly said to herself in front of the mirror. To be honest, she didn't know what to do now. After all, she was used to leaving everything to Itachi, and she, every day, just stayed at home, feeling like a housewife. Although she wasn't sure why she had this thought, she was generally okay with it. How about going out for a walk by herself? Huayin opened the window and looked at the clear sky, feeling even more determined about this thought. After changing her clothes, Huayin left the house alone. The morning sunlight cast down on the young girl's thin and delicate figure, and her shadow grew longer with each step she took. Kain walked alone on the stone path. The Uchiha clan still resided in a remote corner of the village. It seemed that Fugaku had no intention of relocating the Uchiha clan back to Konoha. However, upon closer thought, it was understandable. After all, it served as a certain warning. Whenever Fugaku relaxed, he would remember the past. The Uchiha clan was despised by the people of Konoha and driven to the outskirts. Just as Kain was deep in thought, a familiar presence approached, and her pupils suddenly constricted. Wait, could it be Obito? Kagami was momentarily stunned. It was Obito, but why would he come to Konoha village? Before Huayin could doubt, that familiar aura in the distance quickly approached her. Kagami faced Obito, still maintaining the caution she ought to have. Soon, in her lovely pupils, the Tomo spun rapidly, transforming into an eternal kaleidoscope. Obito, why are you here? Kanon gazed at the familiar figure in the distance, wearing a mask. Her face filled with caution. Can't I come? Obito's voice was cold, but the gaze hidden behind the mask was fixed intently on Kanon. Counting the time, it had been several months since they last met. Kagami is still as cute as before. Kagami, you were deceived by that guy, Uchiha Obito. Obito slowly walked closer to Kagami, looking at the kaleidoscope in the girl's eyes, his expression complicated. Are you still on guard against me? Huh? Kanon was stunned by Obito's words. What does this mean? What do you mean I was deceived by Uchiha Madara? You might not have realized it yet, but that bastard Madara used your kindness to deceive you. Obito gritted his teeth at the thought of Uchiha Madara. Are you saying that I healed him with the reverse technique? Kanon looked at Obito in confusion. Yes. Obito nodded seriously. Seeing Obito like this, Kanon couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Obito asked. Obito, is there a possibility that I willingly saved Uchiha Madara? Kagami covered her mouth with one hand. Her eyes curved into crescent shapes. Why do you want to save him? Obito asked, puzzled. Why can't I save him? Hanyo tilted her head and carefully observed Obito. You do realize that guy is about to activate the infinite Tsukimi plan, right? Obito locked his gaze on Hanyo and said seriously. Of course I know. He told me a long time ago. Hanyo blinked. Looking at the girl's innocent expression, Obito sighed helplessly. She may not yet realize that Madara is deceiving her and using her. How can you be so naive? This sad ninja world is even using you? Obito's eyes gradually dimmed, He had already lost hope in this ninja world, but he didn't expect that even you would become a pawn in this war. Henio, do you know what the infinite Tsukuyami means? Obito sighed heavily, staring intently at Hanyo. I certainly know, but we have an even stronger enemy to face. Kanon explained. A more powerful enemy? What do you mean? Obito asked anxiously. Do you know Kagaya, Otsutsuki? Kagome looked at Obito, who was leaning closer, instinctively taking a step back, and calmly added, Kagaya, Otsutsuki? Obito unconsciously murmured. Soon, Kanon explained the situation of the Otsutsuki clan to Obito. While explaining, she observed the changes in his expression. Obito, who initially appeared calm and composed, gradually showed signs of doubt, and finally his face was filled with terror. Kanon took all these emotions in. Is what you're saying true? Obito asked nervously, looking at Kanon. He didn't doubt her, but was filled with confusion. Of course what I said is true. Kagun patted her chest and replied proudly. Then why do you know so much? Obito inquired. Seeing Obito so nervous, Kagani straightforwardly confessed that this was the ability of her kaleidoscope to foresee the future. I don't know how long it passed, but Obito took a deep breath, slowly removed his mask, revealing a serious expression. I understand now what I should do next. Obito looked at the girl in front of him, who was a head shorter than him, with complex emotions in his words. Kanon knows so much information. She must have paid a considerable price for it. Why is she so kind, telling me all this? Rin, Kanon really resembles you. You are both so kind and innocent. With this thought in mind, Obito looked at the girl with a gaze full of pity. Next, you only need to. Kagome tiptoed and leaned close to Obito's ear, whispering. Being able to last until now is all thanks to everyone's love powering us. Chapter 186, Reviving Minato Namikaze. Is this okay? Obito looked at the girl in shock. Won't we know if we just give it a try? Kagami looked at Obito with a sweet smile. Let Madara become the Jinchuriki, Obito murmured, complex emotions surging in his heart. He had never considered such a possibility. But isn't Kagaya already dead? Obito's words were not finished. Kagaya wouldn't die so easily. Kanon shook her head, interrupting Obito. He might be hiding in some corner, waiting for Madara to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki before he shows up. The girl looked at Obito meaningfully. Obito sighed lightly. Is the most important thing right now to collect the tailed beasts? Yes, but it's the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Kanon closed her eyes and began to think. Obito quietly watched her without saying a word. After a moment, Kanon opened her eyes. Let Minato sacrifice the Nine Tails. Are you saying to let Sensei Minato sacrifice the Nine Tails? Obito was stunned. Yes, Minato has the other half of the Nine Tails. We just need to use the Edo Tensei on him. Henio's smile is sweet. However, Obito hesitates to speak. Don't worry, someone can do it easily. Kanon tiptoed and patted Obito's head, and the figure of Orochimaru appeared in her mind. However, she still needed to check where Orochimaru was now. Obito suddenly realized. If it's him, then this matter would be easy to resolve. But do you know where he is now? Obito asked Kanon in front of him. We just need to find him. Huayin waved his hands and made a gesture, summoning the Jade Dogs. Two wolves, one black and one white, immediately appeared beside him. Earlier, Hana had quietly made some marks on Orochimaru. Now, these marks came in handy. The two wolves sniffed the air and quickly ran off into the distance. Kagome followed closely behind. Obito silently trailed behind the girl, gazing at her slender and delicate figure. He became immersed in the moment, momentarily mistaking her for Rin. The morning sunlight bathed the girl, making her appear exceptionally vibrant and adorable. The shadows grew longer and longer, and he lost track of time. Kagome noticed that two wolves had stopped ahead, and she became alert. The two wolves were wandering restlessly in front of a cave entrance, and then they transformed into a puff of smoke and gradually disappeared. It seemed that Orochimaru was hiding in this cave. Henin covered her chin with one hand and murmured to herself, I'll go down and scout the way first, you follow me. Data walked forward while looking back at Henin. Okay. Kagun pondered for a moment and cleverly nodded. Although Obito's strength was not as strong as hers, it was still necessary to be cautious. Who knows what traps Orochimaru had set at the cave entrance? With Obito leading the way, she could avoid these traps. However, Kanon did not understand why Obito had to do this. Perhaps it was because he was relying on his ability to become intangible. Maybe. The entrance was not spacious. Instead, it was narrow and long. It extended in a stair-like fashion, and the crimson eyes beneath Obito's mask were revealed as he walked down the stairs. Kanon followed closely behind. Looking at the pitch-black surroundings, Kanon muttered to himself about Orochimaru. Can't you light a few candles? It's so dark, can you see? Are you sure you want tea trip? There seems to be a door ahead. Obito stopped, his tone cautious. I'll go open it. Kane peeked out from behind Obito, about to take a step forward. Let me handle this. Be careful. Obito stepped in first and suddenly pushed the door open. Oh, isn't this Kane and a Fae? Long time no see. As soon as the door was pushed open, Orochimaru's deep, hoarse voice came through. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Obito tightly gripped his kunai, his crimson eyes warily scrutinizing Orochimaru. You don't need to ask about my business. Kane, what brings you to me? Orochimaru looked at the girl meaningfully, then extended his tongue to lick his face. Hanaeon shivered at the sight and secretly despised. This Orochimaru is really disgusting. How is the research on the reanimation jutsu going? Kane endured her discomfort and stared at Orochimaru, asking, thanks to you, the Edo Tensei went smoothly. Orochimaru replied in a deep voice, his gaze wandering between Akatsuki and Kane. So, who do you plan to resurrect? Orochimaru asked directly without beating around the bush. I want you to resurrect the fourth Hokage. Kagani pretended to glare fiercely at Orochimaru, but to outsiders, it looked more like she was being coy. So what will you offer in exchange? Orochimaru licked his lips. I am commanding you, not negotiating with you. The jade pendant in Huayin's pupils spun rapidly. How ominous, Orochimaru said coldly, his hands never stopping. After a series of complex maneuvers, Orochimaru raised a dagger and slashed open his abdomen. Immediately, a phantom of the Shinigami appeared behind him, the soul of the fourth Hokage from his abdomen. The soul slowly seeped into the already prepared white Zetsu. After a heart-wrenching scream, a familiar figure gradually emerged. At the same time, seeing that the moment was right, Orochimaru spat out a snake, which quickly coiled around another prepared body. Hanan witnessed all of this, her pupils slightly constricting, as expected of Uncle Snake. This operation is not something an ordinary person can accomplish. Am I late? The dim look in Minato's eyes gradually regained its sparkle as he glanced around, quickly becoming stunned. Where is this? Lord Fourth Hokage, long time no see. Huayin said softly. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Shuemin slowly turned around. Huayin, is that you? It's me, but the situation is a bit complicated right now, and it's a hassle to explain. Kanon fixed her gaze on Minato's eyes, then cast an illusion. Minato felt his body being invaded by the illusion and instinctively struggled for a moment before calmly accepting it. After a while, Minato looked at Kanon cautiously. Are you sure you want to make Obito the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails? Minato panted heavily, asking. Yes, I sincerely ask Lord Minato Namikaze to believe me. Huayin nodded obediently. I understand. How is Naruto doing now? Minato showed a relieved expression, a hint of a bitter smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. He is doing well now. Do you want to go see him? Kanon tilted her head, examining Minato Namikaze. If possible. Minato rubbed the back of his head, looking somewhat sunny and warm. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. A cold voice came from the side, belonging to Obito. The three turned their heads simultaneously. They saw Obito's body being pulled by a wave of space, and then he disappeared from the spot. Isn't he Madara? Minato's gaze turned icy, and a bad suspicion emerged in his mind. Anyway, let's not think about that for now, Lord Minato. Hana was stunned for a moment, looking at Minato Namikaze in front of her, and softly said, what's up with this guy? Minato nodded, watching the fervent-eyed Orochimaru. It's truly an incredible masterpiece, Hana. Orochimaru extended his tongue to lick his lips, looking at Minato with excitement. Don't mind him, this guy is just a pervert. Kanon shivered and then tugged at Minato's collar. Minato had already set up the Flying Thunder God technique in Konoha, so he understood the girl's meaning. In any case, thank you very much for reviving me. Before leaving, Minato bowed to Orochimaru. Chapter 187 Naruto. Do you know how I've been living these years? Are you thanking me? Fourth Hokage. You're still too Navi. Orochimaru said meaningfully, then licked his tongue. Konoha village. The sun in the sky shone down on the two of them. Is this Konoha now? Minato looked around the streets and alleys, his pupils slightly constricting. Yes, because Uncle Fugaku became Hokage, Konoha's economy has improved a lot. Hana smiled sweetly and said softly, has Fugaku become Hokage? In Minato's mind, Fugaku's figure appeared, and he couldn't help but smile. What's wrong, Minato? Do you know Fugaku? Kanon looked at the smiling Minato in front of her and curiously asked, of course I know him. Our families even planned an arranged marriage before, but unfortunately, Naruto is a boy, Minato said innocently, while looking up at the blue sky and white clouds. Ahem, what if Naruto and Sasuke are? Hannah heard Watergate's words and couldn't help but think of an interesting meme. After all, in the previous life, Naruto and Sasuke were true love, while everyone else was just a coincidence. Upon hearing Hannah's response, Watergate was immediately stunned. Huh? Are you saying Naruto's sexual orientation? Watergate said, his eyes wide open in shock. Then, Watergate fell into silence again. Thinking about it, Naruto had been rejected and isolated since he was young. Forget it, Watergate, you should go see him first. I was just joking. Kagami looked at the silent Watergate and said softly, where does he live now? Watergate let out then turned to look at Kagami. I'm not sure, but we can start looking for him. Huayin shook her head. Ding dong. Huayin lightly pressed the doorbell. There was no response from inside the door. It seemed he wasn't home. Kanon looked at the carefully dressed Minato and said softly. Minato's appearance was too conspicuous, so on the way here, he used transformation jutsu to take on the appearance of an ordinary middle-aged man. Is that so, Kanon? Can you tell me about that guy Naruto? Minato sighed lightly, his gaze complex as he looked at the girl. Well, Naruto has faced a lot of grievances along the way. Kanon reminisced about the scenes in the anime and recounted them one by one to Minato. As Minato listened to the girl's narration, his gaze gradually dimmed, filled with sorrow. Naruto had such a miserable childhood, largely because of himself. At that time, he only wanted to be with Kushina in death and never expected Hiruzen and Danzo to target Naruto so harshly. At just 3 years old, Naruto was required to live independently. Thinking of this made Minato's heart ache as if it were pierced by a knife. Fool, look at this. This is the Konoha village you vowed to protect with your life. The Nine Tails within Minato watched this scene, its face filled with mocking derision. Every time it saw Minato display such an expression, the Nine Tails couldn't help but feel delighted. After all, seeing the child of its enemy treated like this by the village was satisfying in every way. Kanon, thank you for taking care of Naruto. Minato listened to Kanon's account of Naruto's experiences, took a deep breath, and thanked the girl in front of him. There's no need for thanks. Huayin quickly waved her hand. Kanon found it really hard to accept Minato thanking her in this way. Thanking her was still necessary. If it weren't for her saving Naruto earlier, he might have. Minato stopped here and didn't continue. As for the subsequent plot, he didn't dare to imagine it. Fortunately, Kanon saved Naruto. Soon, Kanon listened to Minato silently narrate beside her as they walked. She didn't say a word, just quietly listened. Soon, they arrived at the back mountain of the Uchiha clan, a place where Naruto often came to train. Before long, they saw Naruto, his golden hair glistening, breathing heavily as he continuously threw punches. At this moment, Minato, who was hiding behind Kanon, felt a deep sense of guilt as he watched Naruto's cold demeanor. Naruto punched a nearby wooden post, silently counting. In no time, the area around the post shattered like a spiderweb. Naruto stared at his bandaged fist, his expression complex. His current strength was still too weak to protect Kanon. But what was hardest for Naruto to accept was, Kagome actually likes that guy Itachi. But it doesn't matter, I must become stronger and definitely defeat that guy Itachi. Just as Naruto was thinking this, his pupils suddenly contracted. Who's there? Naruto threw the shuriken in his hand towards the distant bushes. The shuriken embedded itself deep inside, and then a familiar figure emerged. Naruto, it's me. Kagami held the kunai that Naruto had just thrown over, helplessly saying, Kagami, why are you here? Naruto's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing the girl. Who is he? Naruto's attention quickly shifted to the person behind the girl, who had the same hair color as him. Naruto, long time no see. A familiar and warm voice echoed. Naruto was momentarily stunned. This voice, it seemed familiar. He looked up at Minato Namikaze in front of him, his expression dazed. Minato? Is it you? Naruto frowned tightly upon seeing Minato. What's wrong? Minato asked his son with a complex look. Why are you back? Naruto asked coldly. I am sorry, Naruto. Minato slowly walked towards Naruto, then knelt down to meet him at eye level. You've grown quite a bit. A bittersweet smile appeared on Minato's lips. Oomph. So you came back just to say that? Naruto glared coldly at Minato. I'm sorry, I neglected you back then. Minato looked at Naruto in front of him and gently embraced him. Bang! A fist struck Minato's abdomen hard. Minato gritted his teeth, the pain causing him to take a step back. Just like in the original story, Naruto showed no mercy to Minato and directly punched him. Bastard! Do you know how I've been living these days? Naruto looked at Minato angrily, expressing his resentment. When I was a child, everyone hated me, treated me like a monster. If it weren't for Sister Kagami, I might have. Naruto choked up, his eyes reddening as tears swirled. Beside them, Kagani watched the scene of the father and son in silence. This is actually quite good. Let Naruto vent his emotions properly. In the original work, Naruto was overly optimistic. Despite being treated this way by the people of Konoha since childhood, he still regarded the Hokage title as his goal. If it were her, once she had strength, she would undoubtedly choose revenge without hesitation. Just got off work from the electronics factory. I'm exhausted. I ask everyone to send a gift. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for everyone's support. Chapter 188. The perpetrator of the Nine Tails incident is Obito. Just like in the original, after crying his heart out, Naruto gradually calmed down. I'm really sorry, Naruto. I didn't consider it carefully at that time. Minato sighed lightly and then tightly hugged Naruto. Seeing that it was about time, Minato turned to Kagani. Is it okay? Kanon nodded slightly. At this moment, Naruto, who was beside them, looked at their strange behavior with a puzzled expression. Sister Kanon, are you and Dad hiding something from me? Naruto wiped his tears and asked cautiously. I'm sorry, Naruto, but we have to leave for a while, Minato said, looking at Naruto with guilt. He patted Naruto's head and then vanished with Kanon using the flying thunder god technique. You guys. Naruto raised his hand into the air, then let it drop weakly. After a long time, Naruto's expression became complicated, even though he didn't quite understand why. In a certain base, Orochimaru looked at the two who hurriedly arrived and said in a low, hoarse voice, You really made me wait for a long time. He then extended his tongue to lick his cheek. Orochimaru, can you change this habit of yours? It's really disgusting. Hanin looked at Orochimaru with a face full of disdain, her delicate nose wrinkling slightly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Hanin, you weren't like this with me before, Orochimaru said with a hint of amusement as he looked at Hanin. What does it matter how I was before? Huayin frowned slightly. Oh, those two. Just as the two were about to argue, a gentle voice from Mizumoto interrupted Huayin's thoughts. What's wrong, Mizumoto? Kagome curiously turned her head to look at Minato Namikaze. Can you take the Nine Tails out of me? Minato smiled shyly and said, I'm afraid not yet. Orochimaru shook his head. Why? Kain shot a glare at Orochimaru. Have you found the container? Orochimaru looked at the girl with a hint of mockery in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Kain froze, her hair sticking up in surprise. This was bad. She hadn't thought of that from the beginning. She had been so focused on resurrecting Minato Namikaze that she forgot the container wasn't ready yet. Without a container, what use was extracting the Nine Tails from Minato's body? It seems we came at the wrong time. Minato looked at the girl, who appeared slightly embarrassed, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Orochimaru, you need to hurry and find the container. Kagome shot a glare at Orochimaru. So what can I get? Orochimaru crossed his arms and looked at the girl with great interest. Kanon looked at Orochimaru's appearance and instantly fell silent. Indeed, it was all her fault for overthinking. Orochimaru would never cooperate with her. It seems you are still as naive as ever, Kanon-chan, Orochimaru said with a low, hoarse laugh. Damn it, Orochimaru, couldn't you give me a heads up first? Kanon instantly glared at him in anger and embarrassment. You didn't ask me in the first place either. Orochimaru licked his lips, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Kanon was momentarily speechless. What Orochimaru said was not false. She indeed hadn't inquired beforehand. All right, you two. Now is not the time to argue about this. Minato awkwardly interjected, observing the two quarreling. Well, Minato, that's a good question. I have already made preparations. Kanon looked at Minato and proudly raised her head. Who is it? Minato asked. Uchiha Madara, Kanon said softly. Upon hearing this, Minato was stunned and took a moment to regain his composure. That guy is still alive? Minato looked at Kanon in surprise. He hasn't died, and he was the one who destroyed Konoha and initiated the Nine Tails attack. Kagun raised her head and confidently said, but soon froze, her eyes widening. Wait, are you saying that it wasn't Madara who instigated the Nine Tails attack? Minato's pupils constricted, and some bad thoughts flashed through his mind. Ahem, yes, it was Madara. I misspoke just now. Kagome anxiously added, Really? Mizukage squinted his eyes, gazing at Mizukage's incredulous expression. Hana's heart couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. What should she do now? She had accidentally let something slip. Should she honestly tell Minato that it wasn't Uchiha Madara who killed his entire family, but rather his loyal disciple Obito? Putting aside the consequences of such a confession, just the thought of betraying Obito filled Hana with guilt and inner turmoil. Things seemed to be getting more and more interesting. Orochimaru watched the girl's anxious demeanor, and a playful smile crept onto his lips. Sigh, fine. Since you want to know the truth so much, I'll tell you. Kagome let out a soft sigh, raising her head to gaze at Minato Namikaze. her eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. The one who harmed your whole family and instigated the Nine Tails chaos was none other than Obito Uchiha, your once good disciple. As Hainan's words just fell, Minato's pupils instantly widened, shock evident on his face. It was actually done by Obito? No, how could this be possible? Minato looked up at the girl in disbelief, his voice filled with confusion and pain. The truth is as it is, if you don't believe it. You can uncover Obito's mask. The flying thunder god mark you left on him is the best proof. Kanon sighed lightly again, looking at Minato with a complicated expression. Is it really like this? In Minato's mind, countless fragments seemed to flash by, and his mood became exceptionally complicated. He understood Obito's personality quite well as a teacher. Although he usually appeared carefree, gentle, and cheerful, deep down, he was more sensitive and fragile than anyone else. Once he lost something most important to him, he would probably really go to extremes. However, what Minato never expected was that Obito would actually do something so extreme. I need to talk to him. Minato's voice sounded particularly heavy. Before that, let me take you back to Konoha. Okay. Kanon nodded obediently. Soon, Minato used the flying thunder god technique to place Kanon in Itachi Uchiha's home, and then disappeared without a trace. I wonder if Obito will be angry when he sees Minato come looking for him later. In Kei's mind, the scene of the two people about to meet emerged, and she couldn't help but feel a bit worried. She hoped Obito wouldn't complain about her sigh. Kanon looked up at the door and gently pressed the doorbell. The door opened with a click. Kanon, where have you been today? It was Itachi Uchiha who opened the door, looking at the girl with a surprised expression. I want to do something important. Kagani faced Itachi Uchiha and spoke a bit hesitantly. Thank you very much for all the gifts. The author is very grateful here. Also, everyone, please kindly click to urge updates. This is very important to me. I beg for gifts. I can't afford to eat again. Chapter 189. Don't touch my head. Big matter? What big matter are you talking about? Itachi looked at his adorable little wife. Wanted to laugh, but holding it in. Anyway, it's a big matter, just don't ask. Kagun tiptoed and covered Itachi's mouth. Unexpectedly, her hand was gently bitten by Itachi. What are you doing? Huayin glared at you in anger. You tilted his head and looked at Huayin with a doting expression. Your hand is too soft. Can I take a bite? You. Kain's face turned red, and her speech became hesitant. The weasel curiously leaned down and pointed at its own face. What's wrong with me? Forget it, it's nothing. Hanin waved her hands in a fluster, while turning her head to look into the distance, her face involuntarily flushing. You gently extended your finger and lightly tapped Hanane's forehead. You, come on. Where are you really going? I'm not going anywhere, just wandering around. Kagome covered her forehead with both hands, where a noticeable bump had already appeared. She looked at Itachi with a feeling of grievance. Itachi smiled slightly at the girl in front of him and picked up a gentleman's hat from the nearby table. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. I still have some clan matters to attend to. Kain looked at Itachi, hesitated for a moment, and then said, I'll go with you. Itachi smiled and replied, Sure, let's go. The sunlight poured down on the two of them, and their shadows gradually elongated. A gentle breeze brushed by, and the treetops swayed lightly, creating a warm atmosphere. The young boy and girl walked side by side, their steps in sync. Don't you have anything you want to chat about? Itachi asked as he walked, tightly holding a stack of documents in his hand, turning to look at Kain with curiosity in his eyes. Aren't you supposed to be handling work next? It might not be good for me to chat with you. The conversation was not finished, and there was some hesitation. Well, what you said makes sense, but we can still chat a bit now. Itachi stroked his chin and thought for a moment before answering softly. All right, Itachi-kun, what mission are you on? Kanon looked at Itachi with a curious expression. Is it just dealing with some internal family conflicts? Is it really that simple? Yes, Itachi nodded. That sounds pretty easy, Kanon said lightly. Not necessarily. Sometimes it's easy, but most of the time it's quite exhausting, Itachi said with a faint bitter smile. Under what circumstances is it easier? Kanon curiously looked at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and then opened them. Usually, it's when the clan members are quiet, but many people don't have enough tolerance. Itachi shook his head. I see. Kanon heard Itachi Uchiha's words, fell silent for a moment, and lowered her eyelids. Soon, Itachi Uchiha, who was walking at the front, stopped in his tracks. Due to Itachi's sudden halt, Kanon accidentally bumped into him. Why did you stop so suddenly? Kagani covered her forehead and looked at Itachi with a sense of grievance. We're almost there, just ahead. Itachi sighed softly. Kagani followed Itachi's gaze and looked into the distance, where a small house stood alone at the foot of the mountain. How strange. Wasn't the Uchiha clan supposed to have completely eliminated poverty by now? Hana spoke to herself curiously. That's right. That's what makes it strange. The request came from here. Itachi walked slowly, with Hana following closely behind. Knock, knock, knock. Itachi extended his hand and gently knocked on the door. The door creaked open, revealing an elderly man who slowly opened his eyes. Isn't that the young clan leader? The one who opened the door was Elder Shauna. Elder Shauna, how come it's you? Itachi looked at the old man, his pupils slightly constricting. At this moment, Hana, standing beside Itachi, also displayed a look of surprise as she gazed at the old man. Getting old and having no descendants, just wanted to live here in peace. Shauna snorted coldly, then turned to look at Hana, standing next to Itachi, pausing for a moment, and his eyes suddenly brightened. You must be that little girl Hana, right? Shauna asked excitedly. Yes, that's me. What's the matter? Elder Shauna, do you need something from me? Huayin pointed to herself with curiosity, looking at the old man. After so many years, how are you still this tall? Shauna let out a light sigh, carrying a hint of teasing. Upon hearing the old man's teasing, Huayin couldn't help but clench her fists. Forget it, let it be destroyed. Everyone keeps making jokes about her height. After an afternoon, the matter was quickly resolved. It turned out that Elder Shauna, at such an advanced age, still lived alone in a remote corner. Some members of the clan were worried and informed the security department. Meichin, wanting to train Itachi, assigned this task to him. The outcome was relatively smooth. After some persuasion from Huayin, Elder Shauna finally agreed to move to the clan center. The pale light of dawn in the sky was gradually fading away, and the setting sun's afterglow fell on the young boys and girls walking ahead. Their shadows grew shorter and shorter. How about it, Itachi-kun? Am I impressive? Kain walked ahead of Itachi Uchiha, hands behind her back, looking at the boy in front with a proud expression. Indeed very impressive. Itachi nodded, and then reached out to gently stroke Kain's head. Hana lowered her head, allowing Itachi's hand to rest on her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. So this is what it feels like to be patted on the head. It feels quite nice. Itachi looked at the shy girl in front of him with her eyes closed, just as he was about to retract his hand. Hana opened her eyes and looked at him with a hint of confusion. Instinctively, Itachi placed his hand back on the girl's head. Kagun closed her eyes again, looking shy. Immediately after, Itachi's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and then he moved his hand away. Kagani opened her eyes for the third time, a hint of disappointment flashing in her gaze. Itachi's hand went up once again, only to come down again. The girl's emotions ebbed and flowed like this. This scene looked quite amusing. Itachi's lips involuntarily curled up slightly. After a while, Kagami opened her eyes, her face filled with anger as she to block Itachi's touch. Then, Kain took a few steps back, her face slightly flushed, and said, "You were clearly teasing me just now. I'm not a child." Itachi responded. Seeing Kain like this, Itachi couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Don't laugh, you jerk." Kagun pouted and exclaimed, "Why did your expression keep changing just now?" Itachi stopped in his tracks, allowing the girl to lightly punch his chest with her small fist. "Did it?" Huayin looked up, momentarily stunned. Of course there is. The corners of Itachi's mouth couldn't help but curve up slightly, gazing at Huayin with eyes full of affection. Kagami looked at Uchiha Itachi's expression and gradually fell silent. "Oh no, it seems she has been played. Brothers, please be kind. Can you give a gift? The author is struggling and can't even afford to eat. He is living in poverty every day, suffering from hunger and cold. I didn't eat anything in the morning and had only a few steamed buns for lunch. My head is still dizzy." Chapter 190, Eating Grilled Fish. Obito, I didn't expect you to be the masked man from before. Minato Namikaze looked at Obito, who was wearing a tiger-striped mask with a complex expression. So what if I am? Obito coldly snorted, his tone icy. Why did you do this? Minato's voice trembled slightly. Then let me ask you. Obito gritted his teeth, glaring angrily at Minato. Why didn't you come to save us back then? If you had arrived just a moment earlier, Rin might not have died. Where were you at that time? Obito's eyes widened in anger. Things happened too suddenly. I had to deal with the frontline affairs. I'm really sorry, Minato said sadly, as if remembering something. Since that time, I have completely lost faith in the ninja world and have been determined to change it. Obito sighed lightly, looking at his teacher with complex eyes. So you want to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi? Minato looked up, staring intently at Obito. Yes, but that was my previous thought. Now I just want to protect that girl. Obito shook his head. Ever since he realized the gap in strength with Uchiha Madara, he had given up on that absurd plan. What good would initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi do? Rin is gone, and nothing can change that. I understand, Minato said, placing a hand on Obito's shoulder. His eyes filled with guilt. You don't have to forgive me. I have never forgiven myself. On this path, I can no longer turn back. Obito's gaze was icy. After that, Obito poured out his tragic experiences to Minato like a child. Minato listened, nodding from time to time. Meanwhile, on the other side, Itachi-kun, "What do you want to eat for lunch?" Kagun leaned on the table and lazily asked, "What do you want to eat?" While washing the dishes, you looked at the girl with a doting gaze. "I haven't decided yet." Hana shook her head and murmured softly, "How about we go eat grilled fish?" Itachi suddenly suggested, looking at her gently. "Sound good, let's do that." Kagamine's eyes lit up upon hearing Itachi Uchiha's words. "Then let's set off." Kain stood up and looked at Itachi, who was still washing the dishes. "Not yet." Itachi shook his head. "Why?" Kain asked curiously. "I'm still washing the dishes. I'll go after I'm done." Itachi gently sighed. "Oh, okay." Hana nodded, then returned to her room. She opened the wardrobe, looked out at the cold weather, and specially tied a scarf around her neck. "Forget it. I'll bring one for Itachi too." Kagun took out a black scarf and said softly. The girl's gaze flickered over the mirror by the table, her cheeks slightly flushed. She had been in this world for a while now, and she didn't expect to have changed so much. "Itachi-kun, this black scarf is for you. Try it on and see how it looks." Kanon blushed and handed over a black scarf. This scarf was something she had knitted herself not long ago. It looks really good," Itachi said as he wrapped the scarf around his neck and nodded after examining it closely. "I'm glad you like it." Kagamind showed a sweet smile, with her hands behind her back. "Did you knit this scarf for me?" The weasel curiously looked at Kagamind. Yes." Henio nodded gently. "Thank you very much. I really like it." Itachi looked at the girl in front of him, a barely noticeable smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. "Can we go out now?" Henio looked up, staring intently at Itachi. Let's go," Itachi said, taking Henio's hand. The two of them walked out of the house together. As soon as they pushed the door open, a bone-chilling cold wind rushed towards them, making Henio shiver involuntarily. "Are you cold?" Itachi looked down, concerned as he gazed at Henio. "Not really. Let's go," Henio replied, her teeth chattering as she looked at Itachi. Itachi observed his little wife's appearance. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. How should I put this? Kano looks very cute in this appearance. I must say, the weather in December is truly exceptionally cold. Looking at the originally green grass covered with a thin layer of ice crystals, and the water flowing by the roadside firmly frozen by the biting cold, the whole world seems to be dressed in silver. "Kano, did you bring money?" The voice of Itachi Uchiha interrupted Kano's thoughts as she was immersed in the cold world. "Huh?" Kanon raised her head in confusion. Her gaze blankly fixed on Uchiha Itachi before her, and then her pupils suddenly constricted. Oh no! She had been too hasty when she went out this time and had forgotten to bring money again. What should she do next? Forgot to bring it? Itachi looked at the little lowly in front of him, completely stunned, and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, his eyes filled with affection. "I knew you would forget to bring it, but it's okay, I brought some." A gentle smile curled at the corner of Itachi's mouth. "Then I'll treat you next time." Kain blushed and said in a voice as tiny as a mosquito's, "This is already the third time you've said that." Yato helplessly covered his forehead, looking at Kain with a hint of a smile in his eyes. "Huh, really?" Kanon extended her finger, placed it by her mouth, and murmured softly, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction on her face, which looked quite adorable. "Have you forgotten?" Itachi reached out his finger and gently tapped Kanon's forehead with a teasing tone. "That hurts. That's enough, Itachi. I've already told you several times not to poke my forehead like that." Kagome covered her slightly swollen forehead with both hands, glaring at Itachi with a resentful expression, as if she wanted to swallow him alive. Itachi looked at his little wife's pouting demeanor and nearly burst out laughing, but he managed to hold it in. "All right, I won't tease you like this next time," he said, his eyes curving into crescent moons, his tone filled with affection and indulgence. Huayin turned her head away in dissatisfaction, tossing her charming back at Itachi. At a glance, Itachi didn't seem to have good intentions, which was what Huayin thought. Soon, the two naturally arrived at the grilled fish restaurant. This grilled fish restaurant was not spacious, comparable in size to some barbecue stalls from her previous life, which made Huayin wonder why Itachi chose to bring her to this place. "Boss, for skewers of grilled fish, please," Itachi said calmly as he walked up to the counter. "All right, please wait a moment, esteemed guest." The owner of the grilled fish restaurant was a middle-aged man, sweating profusely as he fanned himself with his right hand. At that moment, the skewers on the wooden rack were sizzling, with the fish being grilled to a golden crisp over the charcoal fire. The owner skillfully sprinkled on some pepper and salt, filling the air with a rich aroma. The intense fragrance wafted toward Huayin, making her swallow involuntarily as she secretly anticipated the delicious food she was about to taste. Before long, the middle-aged man came over with a tray, which neatly held 4 grilled fish carefully wrapped in aluminum foil. "They're ready. Please enjoy," the owner said with a smile, his tone full of warmth and sincerity. "It's so hungry. Please give me some motivation for love. Just got off work from the electronics factory, and my head is still a bit foggy." Chapter 191. Kakashi, has Sasuke learned bad things from you? How is it? The taste is okay, right? Itachi sampled the grilled fish with one hand, turning his gaze toward Huayin. The girl held the grilled fish with both hands, still licking her fingers after finishing, clearly savoring the taste. Not bad," Kagani replied with a hint of arrogance, her eyes secretly glancing at the grilled fish in Itachi Uchiha's hand that was not yet finished. Itachi gently shook the grilled fish in his hand. "Itashikon, I'm already full." Kagani noticed Itachi's actions, and her cheeks turned slightly red. "I see, then let's go." Itachi placed the unfinished grilled fish on the aluminum foil. "Sai, are we just leaving like this?" Kain stared at the remaining grilled fish on the aluminum foil, unconsciously swallowing her saliva. "What else? Aren't you already full?" Itachi tilted his head, pretending to look confused at Kain. "I give up, let's go." Huayin lowered her head, her voice as thin as a mosquito's. "Just kidding, boss. Another 4 skewers of grilled fish." You smiled and shook your head, then turned to the boss who was grilling. "All right." The middle-aged boss responded and then took out 4 pieces of grilled fish from the refrigerator and placed them on the grill. Yukagun looked up in surprise at Itachi. She originally thought Itachi hadn't brought enough money. "What's wrong?" Itachi asked gently with a smile. "It's nothing." Kagome shook her head, feeling a warm current rise in her heart. It seems that Itachi still cares about her. However, she couldn't help but stare at the piece of grilled fish on the aluminum foil that was not finished yet. Huayin swallowed hard, feeling a bit frustrated. "You eat it. I'm already full." You handed it over. Huayin's eyes lit up, and she happily nodded, as if she had received a precious gift. You looked at Huayin's expression, somewhat surprised, feeling a bit embarrassed. Your wife seemed a bit overly naive. "That was just a piece of grilled fish. You didn't need to." You wanted to say something but hesitated, watching Huayin as your heart unconsciously raced. "Kagani looks really cute no matter how you see it." "That the grilled fish is ready." The middle-aged boss gently placed the tray on the table. Itachi nodded calmly. After the middle-aged boss left, Itachi turned his head and gently directed his gaze towards Kagani, watching the girl in front of him eat the grilled fish with delight like a little squirrel. A slight smile unconsciously appeared on Itachi's lips. This kind of life looks really good. It's just that he doesn't know if it can continue like this in the future. If possible, Itachi sincerely hopes that the Otsutsuki clan won't disturb the ninja world. The meal was quickly finished. The two walked side by side on the street. "What do you plan to do next?" Itachi, with his hands in his pockets, looked at Kagani curiously. "Let's just stroll around." Huayin smiled sweetly, looking at Uchiha Itachi with full energy. Itachi stretched out his hand, signaling Huayin. "What is it?" Hanin looked at Itachi Uchiha's outstretched hand and asked in confusion. "Hold hands?" Itachi smiled gently and said, "All right, since you just treated me to grilled fish, I'll reluctantly hold your hand this once. But don't get me wrong, I'm just afraid you'll be sad." Hanin said with its undertone. "Well, thank you then." Itachi held Hanein's small hand tightly. I have to say, Kanon's hands are really delicate, and Itachi couldn't help but hold them a little longer. "Idiot, what are you doing? There are people watching." Kanon glared at Itachi Uchiha. Itachi shrugged helplessly. Due to the cold weather, there were still few pedestrians on the street. Soon, the two of them, hand in hand, spotted a familiar figure. Isn't that Kakashi?" Kanon turned to take a glance at Itachi Uchiha. "Let's go greet him." Itachi smiled slightly. "Okay." Hanin gently pulled her hand away from Itachi's, her tone carrying a hint of pride. After all, being seen by someone familiar made her a bit shy. "Kakashi, what are you doing?" At that moment, Kakashi was loitering at the bookstore entrance, looking around. Suddenly hearing a familiar voice made him shiver involuntarily. "Oh, it's Hanin." Kakashi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his tone slightly stiff. After all, he had just been planning to buy a book titled Intimate Paradise. "Kakashi, are you standing here to buy a book?" Hanin looked at Kakashi in confusion. "Ah, yes, I indeed have that intention," Kakashi replied, his face flustered. "You're not planning to buy something inappropriate, are you?" Hanin stared intently at Kakashi, her eyes filled with doubt. Kakashi waved his hands in a panic. No, Hanin, you misunderstand. How could I be that kind of person?" Before he could finish, Kakashi caught a glimpse of Sasuke walking out of the bookstore, holding Intimate Paradise. "Kakashi-senpai, is this the book you wanted me to buy?" Sasuke looked up and then froze. Henin, brother, why are you two here? Sasuke, you'd better not read that book, Itachi said, his lips twitching slightly, his gaze shifting to the flustered Kakashi. Ahem, Henin, let me explain, I didn't lead Sasuke astray. Kakashi hurriedly defended himself. Is that so? Henin narrowed her eyes slightly, her killing intent flickering in and out. Kakashi couldn't help but shiver, his face showing a look of terror. Immediately, Kakashi hurriedly explained the situation to the bewildered Sasuke beside him, appearing somewhat anxious. Even Sasuke, no matter how slow he was, understood Kakashi's meaning. Ahem, Sister Henin. I bought this book voluntarily. It has nothing to do with Teacher Kakashi, Sasuke said awkwardly, coughing. Then this book, I'm confiscating it. Kanon sternly snatched the book from Sasuke's hands. Sasuke immediately became curious about what was written in that book. Kakashi-senpai, sighed Itachi as he looked at the dejected Kakashi. Itachi, I used to take care of you too. This time, could you? Kakashi clasped his hands together and looked at Itachi with a pleading expression. He knew that the book Intimate Paradise was out of print. If he lost this one, he didn't know how long he would have to wait to buy it again. Moreover, Jiraiya was not in Konoha recently. I'll try my best to see if I can help you get it back. By the way, are you interested in visiting the Uchiha clan? Itachi shook his head, then thought of something and looked at Kakashi curiously. Did something happen? Kakashi's expression suddenly became serious. Not really. Well then, it's just in time for a free meal. Kakashi shrugged, his lazy eyes making him look particularly relaxed. I'm finding it awkward to write this, and I don't know how to continue. I hope there will be a spark for love. Thank you very much to the friends who have read this far. Chapter 192. Shall we all have a meal together? Itachi and Kakashi walked at the front. Kanon stood behind, whispering with Sasuke. Sasuke, don't be fooled by that guy Kakashi. He actually... Henin bent down and whispered softly into Sasuke's ear. Sasuke felt fidgety, his face flushed as he listened to Hanein's words with shyness. The four of them continued on their way and finally returned to the Uchiha clan. It's been a long time since I've been to the Uchiha clan, and it has really changed a lot, Kakashi said in surprise as he looked around. It has indeed changed a lot, Itachi murmured in agreement, his expression calm. Henin, Sasuke, what do you want to eat tonight? Itachi suddenly turned back, curiously asking the two. I'll eat anything, Sasuke replied casually. I'm fine with anything, as long as it's made by Itachi-kun. I love it all. Kanon smiled sweetly. Seeing the girl evaluate like this, Itachi felt a warm, current surge in his heart. Not bad. His wife really has high emotional intelligence. Kakashi, who was watching the two exchange glances, was fed a mouthful of dog food. He glared at Itachi, wishing he could eliminate this guy immediately. Kakashi, it seems you still don't have a partner, right? Itachi curiously asked, looking at Kakashi, who was radiating killing intent. Yeah, and then? Kakashi sighed lightly, feeling a bit helpless. It's nothing but Senior Kakashi, you're not getting any younger. Itachi looked at Kakashi, wanted to say something, but hesitating. Stop it, let's not talk about this topic. Kakashi quickly waved his hand to stop it. Kakashi took a deep breath, signaling himself to calm down, his gaze landing on Itachi. For some reason, he always felt that Itachi was a bit annoying, even though he didn't feel this way before. Forget it, maybe it's just an illusion. Itachi, you and Kanon should be. Kakashi suddenly leaned in closer to the calm Itachi, while glancing at Kanon, who was talking to Sasuke, his lips curling into a mischievous smile. Itachi looked at Kakashi, a cold sweat forming on his forehead. He didn't quite understand what Kakashi meant. What do you mean by not yet? Isn't everything fine between me and Kanon now? Ahem, Itachi, it seems you still don't understand what I mean, Kakashi said, looking at Itachi, who had a confused expression, and sighed lightly, pretending to be profound. What are you trying to say? Itachi frowned, unconsciously clenching his fists. Sigh, take a look at this book. It might help improve your relationship with Kanon. Trust me. Kakashi pulled out a book without a cover from his chest and slyly stuffed it into Itachi's arms, then patted his shoulder. Itachi took the book with skepticism while subtly glancing back at Kanon, who was still chatting and laughing with Sasuke. This book is legitimate, right? Itachi asked Kakashi seriously. Ahem. Of course it's legitimate. Kakashi awkwardly coughed a few times. Seeing Kakashi like this made Itachi even more curious about the content of the book. But then he thought, after all, this was a gift from Kakashi. It seemed a bit impolite to open it in front of him. I'll read it tonight in my room. All right then. Thank you. I still need to go to the market to buy groceries, so you can go back with Kanon, Itachi said softly. Okay. Kakashi gave Itachi a mischievous smile, then turned to walk towards Kanon. Itachi sighed lightly, looking at Kakashi's unserious demeanor. No matter what, Kakashi was once his captain, but he really was a bit annoying like this. Forget it. Don't think too much. Just go buy groceries. Itachi shook his head and then used the flying thunder god technique, instantly disappearing from his spot. Senior Kakashi, where is Itachi-kun? Hina looked at Kakashi, who was walking towards her, and curiously asked, "You went grocery shopping. Let's head home first." Kakashi gently looked at the girl and shrugged lightly. All right. Henio took Sasuke's hand. In just a few months, Henio had grown a whole head taller than Sasuke. Standing side by side, they now resembled siblings. Unlike before, when Sasuke was always a head taller than Henio. Ahem, Henio, as someone with experience, I feel it's necessary to remind you two young people. Kakashi cast a meaningful glance at the adorable Henio and awkwardly cleared his throat. What did you say? Kanon looked at Kakashi with a confused expression. It's nothing, you're still young. Don't do anything that could cost lives. Kakashi chuckled mischievously and instinctively took a step back. Hanaeon initially didn't understand its meaning, but soon her cheeks flushed red, and it quickly spread throughout her body. Kakashi-senpai, please don't make such jokes. Kagani took a deep breath, looked up at Kakashi, her face flushed. I'm sorry. Kakashi scratched the back of his head, his eyes curving into crescent shapes. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of a residence. Ding dong. Huayin lightly pressed the doorbell. The door opened with a click, and it was the water gate that opened it, with Obito standing beside it. Oh, little one, you're back? Obito raised an eyebrow at Huayin. Obito, why are you here too? Kanon asked in surprise. Well, I've already forgiven Obito. Minato scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. Watching this scene, Kanon almost couldn't help but laugh. Is this what a small daily life concept is? Forget it. This world is already chaotic enough. What does it have to do with me anyway? Sister Kanon, why did you just come back? At that moment, Naruto, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up and walked over, complaining a bit. I didn't pay much attention to the time. Kanon looked at the living room clock and replied with a hint of apology. Since they were here, there was nothing urgent. Naruto gently pushed aside Sasuke's hand that was holding Kanon and smiled brightly. At the back of the crane, Sasuke's hand was pushed away, and his expression instantly darkened as he glared at Naruto in dissatisfaction. Seeing the two of them in a stance that seemed ready to fight, Kanon frowned slightly. Just like in the original work, Naruto and Sasuke still look this way. It seems that their relationship is quite good. Minato looked at the two and smiled, saying, me and him? The two pointed at each other simultaneously with disdainful expressions. All right, stop arguing, sit down first. I still have to cook. Minato suddenly thought of something and hurried to the kitchen. Minato-sensei, Itachi is still out buying groceries. Isn't it a bit early to cook now? Kakashi looked at Minato's hurried demeanor, his mouth twitching slightly. Oh, it does seem that way. Minato stopped in his tracks, nodding as if waking from a dream. I really feel like I can't write anymore. Let's just enjoy our meal for attendance. Please, everyone, give a little love. It's very important for the author. Thank you all. By the way, the results of the book survey are out. Everyone take a look at this cover. Chapter 193. When are you two getting married? Looking at Minato's naturally silly expression, Kagani couldn't help but feel a bit amused. After a while, the doorbell rang. I'll go open the door. Kagani glanced at the people in the living room, quickly got up, and jogged to the front door. With a click, Kagani gently pushed open the door and saw Itachi standing outside with 2 bags. Itachi, why are you back so late? Kanon complained, slightly dissatisfied. Sorry. There are too many people at the market. Is everyone here? Itachi turned his head and looked at the people in the living room, his expression slightly stunned. Who are you? He noticed a stranger's face and felt a hint of familiarity. Obito was silent for a moment, then took a mask from his bosom and put it on. You are the masked man from before? Itachi asked in surprise. Yes, Obito nodded. Kakashi, sensing the atmosphere was a bit tense, quickly stood up and pushed Itachi's shoulder, saying, Ahem, Itachi, let's go cook first. We can talk about some things at the dinner table later. Itachi nodded with a complex expression and walked toward the kitchen. To be honest, he didn't have a good impression of Obito. After all, this masked guy had killed his 2 companions. In the kitchen, Itachi was peeling potatoes and curiously asked Kakashi-senpai, is that guy your former companion? Ah, yes, he's a very important companion of mine, Kakashi replied with a complex expression. He had just talked with Obito and Minato for a long time and had gradually accepted Obito. However, he didn't know how Itachi would view Obito. He hoped Itachi wouldn't dislike Obito. Are you okay? Kakashi looked at the silent Itachi and asked with concern. I'm fine. Itachi smiled slightly, shook his head gently, but his eyes were unusually calm. Kakashi took in the scene. Sure enough, you still care about your 2 previous companions, don't you? By the way, what do you plan to cook next? Kakashi asked curiously. Cooking what that guy likes to eat, Itachi replied calmly, though joy was hard to conceal in his eyes. The guy he mentioned should be Kanon. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, clearly feeling like he was being fed dog food again. When are you two planning to get married? Kakashi sighed lightly, suppressing his discomfort, and curiously looked at Itachi. I haven't thought it through yet. Itachi blushed slightly when he thought about the future. Oh, are you shy? Kakashi looked at Itachi's fidgeting appearance and smirked. Itachi glanced helplessly at the unserious Kakashi and continued to cut the potatoes. Did you read that book I gave you? Kakashi leaned in teasingly. Not yet. Didn't you say it was very serious? Itachi replied as he put the shredded potatoes into the pot. I see. Then you must read it tonight, Kakashi said, his tone slightly disappointed but soon became upbeat again. What is it about? Itachi frowned as he heated the oil in the pot. Ahem, it's great content, Kakashi coughed awkwardly a few times. Okay, I will read it tonight. Itachi nodded while stir-frying the vegetables in the pot. Then you continue, I'll head back to the living room. Kakashi waved at Itachi, opened the kitchen door, and walked out. Itachi looked at Kakashi's back and sighed softly. He still remembered Kakashi's words clearly. Marrying Kanon? Just thinking about that scene gave Itachi a headache. However, this headache was not because he disliked Kanon, but rather found it a bit cumbersome. But more than that, he felt helpless, not knowing what Kanon would think at that time. Kanon watched the conversation between the Watergate and Obito with a helpless expression. After all, Itachi was not around. Who else could she confide in? Sister Kanon, what are you thinking about? Sasuke's voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Just thinking about some things. Kanon turned her head to look at Sasuke, who was a head shorter than her, and then reached out to pat his head. Although Sasuke was somewhat reluctant, he quickly accepted this display of affection. Afterwards, Sasuke quietly turned to glance at Naruto sitting at the other end and raised his eyebrows at him, as if to show off. Look, Sister Kanon is patting my head, not yours. Naruto, seeing Sasuke's provocative expression, was filled with rage, wishing he could rush over and beat him up immediately. But the timing wasn't right, because Kanon was still there. Naruto took a deep breath and slowly walked towards Kanon. At this moment, although Hanyo was touching Sasuke's head, her heart gradually drifted elsewhere. She didn't notice that Naruto had come to her side. Hanyo, Naruto's aggrieved voice sounded. The sound of flowers awakened like a dream, and I was momentarily stunned. What's wrong, Naruto? Kagami stood up and patted Naruto's head. Naruto finally felt a bit better and then raised an eyebrow at Sasuke. Sasuke immediately gritted his teeth, and it seemed like there was a flicker of fire in his eyes. The food was ready, and Itachi brought the dishes to the dining table with both hands. Before long, the table was filled with delicious and visually appealing dishes. It looked really good. Minato smiled brightly. All right, Naruto, Sasuke, let's go eat. Kagami glanced at the two people who were at odds with each other and said gently, right. The two replied in unison and then nodded. When Huayin saw this, a bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. She wasn't sure why, but whenever these two little ones looked at her, their eyes always carried a hint of something strange. Perhaps it was just an illusion. Kanon shook her head, clearing away the distractions in her mind. By the way, Obito, where is Konan? Didn't she come with you? Kagami sat down and curiously asked Obito. She is still in a rain village now, probably still worried about Nagato. Obito replied vaguely while eating. I see. Hanyo's eyelids drooped slightly. She still felt guilty about Nagato. What's wrong? Itachi asked with concern as he saw the girl looking down in silence. I'm Yufine. Obito, how's it going on Madara's side? Kagami shook her head in response to Uchiha Itachi, then looked at Obito with a complex expression. Madara has agreed to our plan and is now planning to assist me. But I'm not sure about the 5 Kage. Obito softly replied while picking up meat from the dish with his chopsticks. I see. Kanon sighed lightly again, picking up the shredded potatoes with chopsticks. What are you two talking about? Kakashi looked confused, his gaze shifting back and forth between the two. Just some everyday, trivial matters. Kanon was picking at her food, mumbling, is this called daily trivial matters? Watergate's mouth twitched slightly. He seemed to have caught some astonishing information just now. Madara. The 5 Kage. Either of these two words was enough to shock anyone. Thank you very much for everyone's gifts. I'm currently copying everyone's D. Although there are quite a few, I will definitely work hard to finish copying. Please support me with love. Also, everyone please urge me to update more. I'm very grateful that you can read this. The author is deeply thankful. Chapter 194 The Young Clan Leader's Wife is Right. Ahem, isn't this topic a bit heavy? Watergate awkwardly coughed, his gaze shifting back and forth between Obito and Kanon. Are you okay? Kanon replied blankly, looking at Watergate. Has Uchiha Madara already collaborated with you? Itachi looked at Kanon with concern. Yes, as long as we deal with the Otsutsuki clan, there will be no problem. Kain smiled sweetly. But relying solely on us, it might be difficult to deal with those Otsutsuki, right? Itachi frowned slightly. So, we can only take it step by step. Kain sighed lightly, her brows furrowing tightly. It seems that this is the only way for now. Watergate nodded thoughtfully. Clearly, the strength of the ninja alliance alone was not enough to confront them. That's right, but I will have Orochimaru use Edo Tensei to summon the first Hokage, Kain nodded. Sensing the tense atmosphere at the dining table, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance, both looking bewildered. What are they talking about? Naruto asked. I'm not sure. Sasuke shook his head. A month passed. The gradually cooling weather began to warm up. This weather is really unpredictable. Kanon looked out at the sunlight and sighed. Isn't it so? The weather in the ninja world has always been like this. Itachi gently rubbed Kanon's back and said softly, It seems so. Hana smiled sweetly and turned to look at the considerate boy, a warm feeling surging in her heart. Having been in this ninja world for 10 years, Hana had once lived in constant fear, always on guard against Itachi Uchiha. However, the current outcome was beyond her expectations, leaving her feeling a bit awkward. Itachi-kun, I want to ask you a question, Kagani suddenly said. Itachi paused his back-patting motion slightly and replied, Go ahead. What would you do if I disappeared one day? As soon as Huayin's voice fell, she felt a heavy force coming from above her head. It hurt. Why did you suddenly hit me? Kagani covered her head, looking at Itachi with tearful eyes. Don't ask such questions anymore. Itachi's expression was serious as he reached out again to lightly tap Kagani's head. That hurts. Okay. I won't say anything anymore. Is that all right? Kanon was helpless against Itachi and could only compromise. She had just acted on impulse and curiously asked that question, not expecting Itachi to react so strongly. However, Itachi's attitude surprised Kanon a bit. After all, Itachi usually appeared so calm and quiet. This time, though, his behavior seemed a bit unusual. In any case, such jokes were not to be made. Itachi said with a heavy tone, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness, as if he were looking at a mischievous child. All right, I won't make such jokes again next time. Kanon quickly nodded in agreement. Seriously, that guy Itachi has no restraint when he strikes. That really hurts. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden sound of knocking echoed. Young master, are you there? Uncle Tetsuhan's voice came from outside the door. I'm here. Itachi glanced at Kanon in front of him, let out a light sigh, and then turned to walk towards the door. Usually, the affairs of the clan were mostly handled by Mikoto, but this time they sought out Uchiha Itachi, which was indeed strange. Hana was curious and followed behind. Young clan leader, there are some tricky matters within the clan, and Lady Mikoto happens to be away from Uchiha, so we can only ask you to take charge, said Itachi, his words earnest and tinged with a bit of helplessness. Is that so? Hana, come with me, Itachi said, turning his head to look at Hana beside him, who was sweetly smiling at him. Itachi couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of his mouth. Okay, Kanon responded promptly, obediently following behind Itachi. The three quickly disappeared from sight. Soon, they arrived at the clan's council hall, where many had gathered, and the atmosphere seemed rather tense. Itachi stepped inside, and everyone rose to greet him. Itachi looked around, his brow slightly furrowed. What exactly had happened? An elder stepped forward and began to explain the recent troubles facing the clan. It turned out that a drunken man had accused the Uchiha clan's guard department of being too strict. Did they confirm there was no abuse? Itachi looked questioningly at the elder council. The council unanimously shook their heads, hastily denying any abuse, asserting that everything was done according to the rules. I understand. Take me to see him first. Itachi nodded. Yes. Everyone obeyed Uchiha Itachi's command, and at that moment, Itachi's expression was as serious as Fugaku's. Kanon followed closely behind Itachi, and upon seeing this, no one dared to neglect her. After all, they had lived for most of their lives, and even the foolish could see that she was the young clan leader's wife. Who would dare to offend the young clan leader's wife? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? The two accompanied the elder group to the Uchiha clan security department. Behind the security department was a large prison. Soon the prison door was opened by the elder group, and the two saw the drunken man who had been causing a scene. The drunkard was in tattered clothes and had dark skin. He groggily opened his eyes, instinctively ignoring the crowd, then turned to look at Kanon behind Itachi. Hey, little girl, you look pretty cute. Come over and give me a back rub, he slurred, followed by a silly laugh and a burp. Hana's brow furrowed slightly, and she unconsciously took a step back. The elder council immediately frowned upon seeing this. Before long, several people angrily reprimanded. You scoundrel, this is our young clan leader's wife. How dare you offend her? You truly are blind. Just look at your own disgraceful behavior. Beast, open your eyes and see. Do you have the guts to speak to Miss Hannah like that? Three young Uchiha clan members rushed forward and started punching and kicking the drunken man. The other members of the Elder Council frowned, feeling regretful. This was a good opportunity to perform well in front of the young clan leader's wife, and they had missed it. Just as everyone was lamenting, Itachi's voice rang out. Tetsuhebe, Inahebe, Hakadai, you three performed well, but let's not beat the drunkard anymore. Let the Umbu handle it. Yes, we still have to work hard compared to the young clan leader. That's right, that's right. Yes, the young clan leader manages the family well and has even married Miss Hannah. The three spoke humbly, their tone sincere, looking eager for improvement. Kain listened to the three of them, her cheeks slightly flushed as she gently pinched Itachi's clothing. One matter was quickly resolved. Along the way, several Uchiha clan members began to flatter Kain with excessive praise, making her feel a bit lightheaded. Itachi, however, appeared unusually calm, his gaze deep. He knew well that these clan members were flattering him merely to gain a bigger share of benefits from him. Deep down, Itachi felt disappointed in these Uchiha members, believing they lacked any true character. Kain, on the other hand, was completely unaware, not understanding why these people were praising her for no reason. Seeing his wife's innocent demeanor, Itachi's expression gradually became resolute. He secretly resolved to remind Kain to be cautious of such things in the future. If possible, Itachi truly hoped that the naive Kain would not become entangled in the family's internal conflicts. I feel like this chapter is a bit silly, deviating from the core of Naruto fanfiction, and feels more like ancient fantasy. Also, thank you very much for all the gifts. Kain had a nice meal at noon. Chapter 195. Did you remember everything I said? Kain, did you remember everything I told you? Itachi lightly tapped Kain's head, his tone serious. Seriously, just say it nicely. Why do you keep tapping my head? Huayin covered the red mark on her head, wanting to cry, but with no tears. You looked at her like this and couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Huayin frowned tightly. It's nothing, just remembered a funny incident. You shrugged. What funny incident? There was a fool who got hit on the head and didn't even know to resist. You teased, looking at Huayin meaningfully. Oh, then this fool is indeed quite stupid. Huayin pouted, then froze, looking up at the smirking Itachi, her face slightly flushed. Itachi, you've changed. If you keep teasing me, you'll regret it. Kain tiptoed and punched Itachi lightly on the head. All right, just kidding, don't take it seriously. Itachi's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he quickly waved his hand. For some reason, Itachi found it quite amusing to tease his wife. She looked a bit silly and was easily fooled. Did you remember everything I just said? Itachi sighed lightly, looking at Kain with a complex expression. As the future leader of the Uchiha clan, he knew that Kain would face a lot of trouble as his wife, even getting caught up in family disputes. Itachi didn't want her to bear those burdens. I've remembered everything. Huayin saw that the weasel's expression was serious, and she stopped her playful antics, obediently nodding. Just remember that. The weasel nodded, reaching out to gently stroke her head, looking pleased. I understand everything you said. Am I really that foolish? Kagani pushed away Itachi's hand, complaining unhappily. I didn't say you were stupid. Itachi's eyes flickered slightly. Oh, I didn't mean anything by it. So, are you going to be busy with clan matters all day today? Kagami looked at Itachi with a complicated expression. I'm afraid so. Itachi sighed lightly and took a sip of tea from the table. At this moment, the two were staring at each other, and a brief silence filled the air. What about you now? Kagani looked up at Uchiha Itachi and asked curiously. I'm taking a day off today, Itachi replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing that Uchiha Itachi would be resting the whole day, Huayin's mood also relaxed, and she reached out to gently pat her chest. Yao noticed all of Huayin's reactions. The weather outside is nice. Let's go for a walk. Yao stood up and looked out at the bright sunshine. Sure, I've been cooped up at home all day. I'm about to go crazy. Huayin heard that she could go out, and her little tuft of hair immediately stood up. She got up and jogged to Itachi's side. Come on, where are we going to play? Kagani reached out and tugged at Itachi's collar. Let's go check out the commercial street in Konoha. Itachi shook his head, chuckled lightly, and allowed the girl to pull at his collar. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Kagani shouted excitedly, shaking Itachi's arm nonstop. Itachi's eyes showed a mix of 4 parts helplessness, 3 parts speechlessness, and 2.5 parts indulgence. After both of them dressed simply, they opened the door to their home. The sunlight from the high sky fell on the young boy and girl, and their shadows grew longer and longer. Before long, they arrived at the hidden leaf village and reached a dark alley. This flying thunder god technique is quite convenient for traveling, but no matter how hard I try, I just can't learn it. Kagami excitedly shouted, but her expression soon dimmed. So could you get off me? Itachi looked at the girl in his arms with a face full of black lines. Oh, Kain then realized that she was still lying in Itachi's arms, and her face couldn't help but turn red. After that, Itachi gently placed the girl on the ground. You don't need to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. I'll use it in the future. Just rest your head on my shoulder, Itachi said, looking at the somewhat disappointed girl and comforting her. All right then. Hana could tell that Itachi was comforting himself, and she immediately felt a warmth in her heart. What should they buy on the street next? Itachi held Hana's hand and walked ahead. The two of them emerged from the dark alley, their shadows gradually stretching longer, and soon they appeared on the bustling streets. I don't know. Kagun shook her head and then glanced sideways at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi smiled in response to her. Kanon suddenly turned her head shyly. It's been so long. Why are you still so shy? Itachi teased. Kanon lowered her head even further upon hearing Itachi's words. Wishing she could immediately find a crack in the ground to hide in, the person in front seemed a bit familiar. Itachi gazed at a sneaky figure in the distance, murmuring to himself, that person seems to be Jiraiya-sensei. Huayin lifted her head curiously upon hearing the words. She saw a person with long white hair, holding a telescope, and slightly hunched over. No doubt about it. It must be Master Jiraiya. Hana suddenly released Itachi's hand and ran off into the distance. Itachi looked at Hana's reckless behavior and let out a soft sigh. How could a ninja rush in so directly? If you charge in like that, won't Jiraiya-sensei notice you right away? Itachi felt a bit uneasy about Hana, so he followed closely behind. Huayin pushed aside the distant green grass and found it empty inside. Strange. Where did everyone go? Kagon was taken aback. By doing this, he must have already noticed you, and he probably ran away by now. Itachi teased from aside. TCH, it's not like I have no way. Kain pouted and then made a gesture. J-Dog. Shortly after, two wolves, one black and one white, appeared beside her. The two wolves sniffed the air and then charged toward Jiraiya. When Itachi saw Kain use this skill, memories from the past suddenly surfaced in his mind. During the Chunin exam, Henin defeated Kakashi using this trick. A quarter of an hour later, the two walked into a dark alley and found Kakashi and Jiraiya standing there, seemingly engaged in some kind of transaction. Ahem, sorry to interrupt you two. Itachi awkwardly coughed, breaking their conversation. Ah, Itachi, Henin, what are you doing here? Kakashi said in surprise. Ahaha. Hane and Chan, long time no see, Jiraiya said awkwardly, scratching his head as he turned to face them. Jiraiya-sensei, you're not selling those inappropriate books again, are you? Huayin frowned slightly and glared at the two with a serious expression. No, how could that be? The two quickly shook their heads in denial. Really? Then let me check. Huayin approached the two. They handed over the books they had prepared earlier. You see, there's no problem with this, right? It seems there really isn't a problem. Kano turned the pages of the book, and her furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Since there are no problems, can we proceed with the transaction? Jiraiya asked. Of course we can. Henin nodded in agreement. Standing behind Henin, Itachi looked at the two with a helpless expression. Although he knew the truth, he ultimately didn't tell Henin, swayed by their pleading gazes. In fact, upon careful consideration, it wasn't hard to realize that Jiraiya had already prepared several normal books to prevent the security department from conducting a search. The truly valuable books were probably hidden away in some corner. Itachi's gaze flicked toward the pipe at the corner, where there was a noticeably bulging black bag. Sigh, Henin. Since they haven't done anything illegal, let's leave for now. Okay. Teacher Jiraiya, Senior Kakashi, goodbye. Kagani turned around and waved goodbye to the two. Okay, bye-bye. The two broke out in a cold sweat as they watched Kagani and Itachi leave. Chapter 196. You want me to be the clan leader? A week passed. Everything remained the same, without any ripples. Itachi was busy with the affairs of the Uchiha clan, while Kagani was alone in the house, appearing particularly leisurely. What should I do next? Kagun was rolling on the sofa, talking to herself. To be honest, staying at home for a week has almost driven her crazy. No matter what she does, she can't muster any energy. Maybe I should find something to do. An inspiration flashed through Huayin's mind, and the tuft of hair on her head perked up. Sigh, what can I do now? She shook her head, let out a soft sigh, and interrupted her inner thoughts. Forget it. Overthinking is pointless. It's better to go find Itachi-kun. Kain picked up the key and walked out of the house. After confirming that the door was securely locked, she turned and left. The sun high in the sky cast warm rays of light, gently illuminating the girl's figure and slowly stretching her shadow. Before long, Kagani stepped into a room. The room was filled with all kinds of books, and before she even crossed the threshold, a rich scent of books wafted toward her. In the center of the room, the faint flicker of candlelight was still shining. Yuko, what are you busy with at this moment? Kagani looked at Itachi in front of her, who was tightly gripping a scroll with a furrowed brow, and couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity as she asked, Kagani, how did you end up here? Itachi's pupils suddenly constricted, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. What's wrong? Can't I come see you? Kagani stared intently at Uchiha Itachi in front of her, tilting her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. It's nothing, just a bit surprising, Itachi said, shaking his head gently, a hint of teasing in his tone. Why do you say that? Huayin frowned tightly, her eyes filled with curiosity and doubt. Because you usually stay at home and rarely go out, I was surprised to see you outside today. Yu Yao smiled and reached out a finger, gently flicking the girl's forehead. It hurts so much. Huayin covered her forehead with both hands and unconsciously took a step back. Then, she widened her watery eyes and looked at Itachi with dissatisfaction. Itachi, I've told you many times, could you please stop flicking my forehead? It really hurts. Kagani's tone carried a hint of grievance. All right, I remember. Itachi looked at his wife's sorrowful eyes, feeling a twinge of guilt in his heart, and then nodded solemnly. Just then, an awkward cough suddenly came from the side. The two slowly turned their heads and saw Elder Shana standing there, with a look of surprise on his face. Elder Shana, what brings you here? Han, Ian asked with a puzzled expression. There are some matters in the clan that require the young clan leader to handle. Shana hesitated, then pulled out a large stack of documents from her bosom, piled up like a small mountain. I understand. Please put these documents on my desk for now. I will review them carefully. Itachi nodded steadily, his expression somewhat similar to that of Uchiha Fugaku. After Shana nodded in acknowledgement, her figure vanished from the spot like a ghost. Itachi-kun, do you have to handle so many documents every day? Kagun looked at the mountain of documents piled on the table, her face showing a stunned expression. Yes, so I'm afraid I don't have much time to spend with you right now. I'm really sorry. Itachi shrugged, his tone filled with regret. It's okay. I'll just sit quietly beside you and won't disturb you at all. Huayin gently shook her head and said softly, Well, then you mustn't speak later. The weasel looked at the girl with affection and teased her. Huayin was just about to speak when she suddenly thought of something and quickly covered her mouth with both hands. Seeing his wife's expression, you couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, but he still suppressed his laughter. Then, the young man lowered his head and continued to handle the documents. Kagun knelt beside him, resting her chin on her hands, gazing seriously at Itachi. She looked at his profile and the determined look in his eyes as he held the pen. Kagami couldn't help but blush, then instinctively turned her head away to avoid eye contact and swallowed nervously. After an unknown amount of time, the air finally fell silent. Kanon quietly watched Uchiha Itachi, her heart beating rhythmically. Gradually, Itachi's brows furrowed tightly, clearly facing a tricky problem. What's wrong, Itachi-kun? Kanon looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of her and suddenly asked with concern. Hearing the girl's voice, Itachi's thoughts were interrupted, as if a broken bowstring had returned him to reality. I've encountered a tricky problem. Kanon, what do you think we should do? Itachi hesitated, then handed the tightly gripped scroll in his hand to Kanon. Huayin took the scroll and looked at the content on it. At first, her brows were tightly furrowed, but soon they gradually relaxed. It's very simple, Yao-kun. Simple? Yao tilted his head, looking at Huayin curiously. If you handle this matter like this, won't it be resolved? Kagani expressed her thoughts. Upon hearing this, Itachi was taken aback at first, and then he reacted, looking at Kagani with a face full of surprise. So that's how it is? Itachi looked at the cute girl in front of him, his eyes filled with excitement. Huayin was held in Yao Ye's arms, blinking her eyes, her face turning even redder. This really made her feel embarrassed. However, Huayin still reluctantly accepted it. Well, how do you think we should handle this matter? Yao Tai said while picking up a few documents from the table, curiously looking at Huayin. Maybe handling it this way would be better. Hanyo shyly lowered her head, responding to Itachi's inquiry. Hearing Hanyo's suggestion, Itachi's eyes gradually lit up. Many previously puzzling questions were finally clarified at this moment. This feeling was like finding a way out of a predicament, as if there was suddenly a glimmer of hope. With Hanyo's assistance, Itachi's work efficiency was much faster than when he was working alone. Have all these been taken care of? Kanon looked at the neatly arranged scrolls on the table and asked curiously. Yes, everything has been taken care of, Itachi nodded, appearing calm on the surface but feeling excited inside. Then, Itachi turned his head, looking at Kanon with a complicated expression. Kagani winked at him, pretending to know nothing. Kagani, I think it's more appropriate for you to take on the role of the Uchiha clan leader. Itachi looked seriously at the girl in front of him. He now deeply realized that his wife's ability and perspective in handling issues were indeed much stronger than his own. Huh? Me, as the clan leader? Huayin widened her eyes and looked at Itachi in confusion, then pointed at herself. Yes, your processing ability far exceeds mine. Itachi nodded solemnly. I really feel lost and can't write the main storyline. Please don't criticize me. Ahem, shamelessly asking for gifts, isn't that too much to ask? Requesting gifts if not. Please support Hiyi with a little love. A little love support is just 1 dime. Not much. But the author can feel everyone's goodwill. Chapter 197. As expected of Huayin. I can't do it. I can't be the clan leader. Kanon quickly shook her head upon hearing Itachi's words. The tuft of hair on her head also swayed vigorously, as if echoing her actions. Itachi couldn't help but smile at the girl's cute appearance. You're much smarter than I am. I'll bring these matters up with father later and let him decide. Seeing that Kanon still wanted to make excuses, Itachi hurriedly covered her mouth with his hand. Woo-woo. Huayin danced with joy, as if wanting to say something, but was silenced by you, who covered her mouth. Let's go. The documents are all taken care of. Let's take a break. You looked at Huayin and shook his head again. Henio wanted to speak, but was pulled by Itachi, falling into silence. Forget it, with her silly personality. Fugaku would definitely not agree to her becoming the clan leader. After a while, Itachi used the Flying Thunder God technique and brought Hanyo to the commercial street of Konoha. Itachi, why did we come here? Kanon looked at Itachi Uchiha with a bewildered expression. Is it not okay to just walk around casually? Are you unwilling? Itachi turned his head and curiously stared at Kanon. Well, that's not exactly it. Kanon fell silent for a moment and shook her head. Then let's set off. Itachi took Kanon's hand, a smile flickering in his eyes. All right. Huayin wanted to say something, but hesitated. On the road ahead, Huayin felt a bit confused. Yu's gaze towards her was complex and hard to decipher. Kanon does not understand why Itachi is like this, but she's also unwilling to think too much. Itachi-kun. Kagun gently shook Itachi's arm and curiously asked, why do you think I can become the clan leader? The topic went in circles and returned to the starting point. Why not? Itachi became even more confused. His wife was clearly very strong, so why was she being so cautious? Sigh, it's nothing. Kanon sighed helplessly, looking at Itachi with a face full of black lines. Forget it. Actually, the documents Uchiha gave her were all just made up by her. But she never expected that Itachi would misunderstand her meaning and slowly become more and more delusional. From beginning to end, Kanon was in a state of confusion and still hadn't come to her senses. Itachi-kun, those words were just something I said casually. You misunderstood them on your own. This shows that your imagination is much richer than mine. Hana looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of her and tried to speak as tactfully as possible. To put it simply, Hana didn't understand anything here, but was pointing things out randomly. Yet Itachi took her nonsensical words to heart and gradually pieced things together. Then he completed the task within the clan. This feeling was quite interesting. But such an absurd thing actually happened to her. What the heck? This ISNTA novel. Hana, you're still too humble. Itachi looked at the girl's gentle demeanor, and his heart tightened involuntarily. Father, I finally understand your meaning. It turns out that Hana has already seen the bigger picture. So, do I really deserve her? Itachi looked at the girl in front of him, clenching his fists tightly. I must seem very foolish in your eyes, lacking any grace. Well then, Itachi-kun, if you really want to thank me, just take me out for a meal. Kanon looked at the dejected Itachi Uchiha in front of her, feeling worried. She stood on her tiptoes and gently cupped his face with her hands. Okay then. Itachi's expression was complex as he nodded slightly. Afterwards, the boy and girl held hands and strolled through the commercial street of Konoha. Sunlight fell on the two of them, and their shadows gradually elongated in the crowd. It was still very lively here. Kanon looked around at the bustling shops and sighed. Yes, I finally understand the original intention of the first Hokage in creating the village. Itachi nodded in response, his eyes filled with affection for the girl. What do you think of Konoha? Hanyo curiously asked Uchiha Itachi. A gentle breeze passed through the crowd, lightly tousling the girl's hair. Itachi gazed at the girl, his thoughts falling into silence for a moment. Then he looked up at the vast blue sky and white clouds. After a moment, he lowered his head to look at Hanyo. I think Konoha is like a dense forest, where tall trees shield the saplings from the wind and rain, allowing them to grow strong under protection. Itachi slowly expressed his insights from years of experience. He had once been confused, searching for the meaning of life, but now he had found the motivation to live. Looking at the girl's lovely face, Itachi's conviction grew even stronger. Is that so? Kanon was surprised by Itachi's words. What Itachi said was not false. The The will of fire passed down from the first Hokage was indeed like that. Where the leaves dance, the traces of fire continue unceasingly. However, Itachi, this alone is not enough. Your understanding still needs to be deepened. Kagami gently shook her head and sighed. What does it mean? Itachi showed a look of confusion. Although tall trees can shelter seedlings, they can also absorb their nutrients and even block their sunlight. Kanon looked up at Itachi, her words carrying deep meaning. So what do you think the scene is like under the management of Father in the Hidden Leaf Village? The floral sound gently caresses the chin, and the graceful eyebrows slightly furrow, lost in thought. Overall, it's very good, but there are also many shortcomings. Kanon shook her head thoughtfully. What other shortcomings are there? Yao asked. It depends on your own insights, she replied. Kanon paused her words here. What she had just said was merely intentional, nothing more than a show-off. How Itachi would understand it was uncertain. Since everyone liked to fill in the gaps themselves, I might as well go with the flow and reveal some information for you to handle, right? I don't know how much time passed, but Itachi's pupils suddenly constricted. So that's it, I understand now. Itachi looked up, his gaze complex as he looked at the girl. He really wanted to know why Kanon knew so much. Knowing so much must have come with considerable pain. Itachi stared at Kanon, his eyes filled with compassion. It's good that you understand. Kanon had a look that was endearingly teachable, with her silly hair sticking up playfully on top of her head. Although she wanted to ask, what exactly do you understand? She realized that saying it would surely ruin the current atmosphere, so she chose to feign mystery and gave a slight nod. Kanon, thank you for your reminder just now. I have urgent matters to discuss with my father, so I'll be leaving first. With that, Yadi used the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly disappeared from spot. Kagami looked in the direction where Itachi had disappeared, her cute face filled with confusion. Kagami, seeking to generate power for love. One generates power for love. Just a dime. Not much, but many small contributions can make a big difference. Fun fact, to generate power for love, you don't need to. Just watch a 10-second ad. Chapter 198. Enough, Watergate. I am a Hokage. Are we just leaving like this? Kanon gazed at the departing figure of Itachi Uchiha, murmuring to herself in confusion. She had merely spoken casually, yet Itachi seemed to have filled in some thoughts on his own. Days passed by, with the sun and moon in the sky alternating in their cycles. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had quietly slipped away. The cold weather gradually warmed up, starting to gain some warmth. That's right, Sasuke, keep up this level of intensity. Kagun took out the handkerchief she carried with her and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, her gaze fixed on Sasuke, who was continuously swinging his sword. Is this the right amount of force? Sasuke gripped the long sword tightly and split the wood in half with one stroke. Good. Now try cutting that stone. Kagami nodded and then pointed to the hard boulder in the corner. Am I supposed to chop this stone? Sasuke was taken aback, and the knife in his hand began to tremble slightly. Yeah, what's wrong? Can't you break it? Kanon tilted her head, looking at Sasuke with confusion. No, that's not it. Sasuke shook his head. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and smash this stone. Huayin let out a light sigh. Just a month ago, Sasuke suddenly showed up at her door, saying that he had come specifically to learn swordsmanship from her in order to defeat Kakashi. Hana was bored at home and casually agreed to Sasuke's request, deciding to teach him. Thus, the scene before us appeared. The boy gripped the long sword tightly with both hands, gazing at the giant rock, and took a deep breath. Then, with all his strength, he swung the sword down. With a crack, several small cracks appeared on the giant rock, and soon a few small stones fell off sporadically. However, the giant rock remained standing, showing no signs of being affected by Sasuke's attack. Sister Hana, this task is too difficult. Sasuke sighed lightly as he looked at the scene before him, then gazed at Hana with a puzzled expression. This is just the most basic training. If you can't even break this, then swordsmanship won't be of much use. Kanon shrugged her shoulders and looked at Sasuke seriously. All right then, I understand. Seeing this, Sasuke had no choice but to pull himself together. He continued to repeat the training from before. Kanon saw that his condition was stable, so she used a shadow clone to stay here and keep watch, while her main body went elsewhere. She also wanted to go see Naruto, wondering how he was doing now. Soon, Kagome arrived at a bamboo forest. When did this bamboo forest appear behind the Uchiha clan's mountain? Kanon gazed at the scene before her, murmuring to herself. The bamboo in the forest stood tall and strong, blocking the sunlight that fell from above. Suddenly, a sound of fists slicing through the air came from a distance, accompanied by the heavy breathing of a young boy. Kagun peeked over and saw Naruto continuously punching a wooden post. Naruto, are you still training hard here? Kanon walked closer, looking at Naruto, who was sweating profusely, with a hint of surprise in her tone. Sister Kanon, what brings you here? Naruto felt a surge of joy upon hearing her voice and turned his head to see a sweet-looking girl smiling as she approached him. I was a bit worried about you. By the way, where's your father? Kanon looked around and didn't sense any chakra from the water gate, so she curiously looked up at Naruto. Her father was busy handling the affairs of the Leaf Village with Uncle Fugaku. Naruto sighed and looked at Kanon with a complex expression. Hearing Naruto's words, Kanon was taken aback. Strange, how could Fugaku do that? Kanon blurted out instinctively. What's so strange about it, Kanon? Naruto tilted his head, looking at Kanon in confusion. It's nothing, Naruto. You're still young. There are some things you might not understand yet. Kagome crouched down and gently rubbed Naruto's hair. She knew well that in politics, two tigers cannot coexist. Uchiha Fugaku is currently the Hokage, while Minato has been resurrected and serves as the Hokage's advisor. Over time, it is inevitable that villagers will call for Minato to become Hokage, with Fugaku stepping down to the advisory position. I will leave for a while. Naruto, you stay here and train obediently, and your sister will be back soon. Kanon once again ruffled Naruto's hair, then disappeared in an instant under Naruto's reluctant gaze. In the Hokage's office, Minato, how do you think we should handle this matter? Fugaku handed over the document in his hand. Minato glanced at the scroll, frowning slightly. This is handled a bit hastily, and there are quite a few loopholes. Hearing this, Fugaku looked at Minato's sunny face, and his frown gradually relaxed. He thought to himself that this dear friend's management skills were indeed much stronger than his own. Perhaps it was time to pass the position to the younger generation. This way, he could also have more time to accompany Sasuke, Itachi, and his wife. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks interrupted Fugaku's thoughts. Come in, Fugaku responded, but couldn't help feeling a bit puzzled by the sudden visitor. The door slowly opened. Kagani appeared at the door, glanced at the water gate and Fugaku inside, and softly called out, Fourth Hokage-sama, Fifth Hokage-sama. Kanon originally thought she would see the two of them nervously discussing important matters, and perhaps even arguing due to differing opinions. In her imagination, Fujitaka might slam his fist on the table, while Mizumon would glare at him with anger, quietly saying, Fujitaka, you'll regret this. That's enough, Mizumon, I am Hokage. However, all of this was just Kanon's fantasy. In reality, the office was calm, and there were no signs of any argument between the two. Kanon, is there something urgent that you need to discuss? Fujitaka asked steadily, sitting in a chair and gazing curiously at the girl in front of him. Well, I think my appearance here might be a bit untimely. Kaon's forehead broke out in a fine layer of cold sweat, and then she awkwardly spoke up. What does this mean? Watergate looked at the girl's dazed expression and asked in confusion. You guys wouldn't end up becoming characters like Day, Slash, and Danzo, would you? Huayin took a deep breath, her gaze shifting between the two with a hint of curiosity and anxiety as she asked. As soon as the girl's words fell, the air seemed to freeze, plunging into a moment of silence. After a long while, Fuwa awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, as if he understood the girl's implied meaning. Huayin, you can rest assured, we are not that kind of people, Fuwa said firmly. Oh, I understand now. Then I will take my leave, she replied. Kaon blushed, whispered softly, and then hurriedly disappeared from the spot. At that moment, her heart was filled with embarrassment and shyness. She really wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in, or simply roll on the floor to relieve the awkwardness. I really don't know how to write this, and my head is starting to hurt again. Everyone, make sure to wear more clothes recently, and don't catch a cold. Anyway, he has already caught a cold. She feels terrible, has been dizzy all day, and is still lying in bed. Chapter 199. Are you going to make me poor? As soon as Hanin left the Hokage's office, she ran into Itachi Uchiha, who was on his way over. Huh, Hanin, what are you doing here? Itachi curiously observed the shy girl. Ah, Itachi-kun. Kagani looked up in astonishment at the young man. She never expected to run into Itachi Uchiha here. Itachi-kun, I just came to talk to Uncle Fugaku about some matters, and now that I'm done, I'm getting ready to head back. What about you? Kanon took a deep breath and shyly spoke. Me? Itachi pointed to himself and curiously looked back at Kanon. Seeing this action from Uchiha Itachi, Kagami frowned slightly, not knowing why she suddenly felt an impulse to hit Itachi. You idiot, of course I'm asking you, she said. I'm here to report something to Lord Hokage. Itachi raised the scroll in his hand, not explicitly stating the content of the mission. Kagani didn't dig too deeply into it. After all, protecting information is a basic principle for ninjas, and they usually don't easily disclose it while carrying out missions. Then I'll wait for you here. Hurry up. Kanon glared at Itachi Uchiha and said angrily, All right, I'll be back soon. As soon as Itachi finished speaking, He disappeared from the spot using the flying thunder god technique. In the Hokage office. Itachi, what brings you here? Fugaku was busy handling documents when he suddenly caught sight of his son. Hokage-sama, I have some suggestions regarding the village's management. Itachi half knelt on the ground, his tone serious. Get up first. Fugaku looked at his son in this posture and sighed lightly. Itachi, you've mastered the flying thunder god technique quite well. Minato's voice came from his side. Itachi then raised his head and looked at the elegant Minato beside him. Not at all. It's the fourth Hokage-sama's research on the flying thunder god technique that is the most impressive, Itachi humbly said. The flying thunder god technique wasn't invented by me, Minato said, scratching his head awkwardly as he looked at Itachi. Wasn't it invented by Lord Minato? A hint of surprise flashed in Itachi's eyes. It's no wonder Itachi was surprised. After all, many in the current ninja world mistakenly believed that Minato was the inventor of the flying thunder god technique. If the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had witnessed this scene, he would probably jump out of his coffin, angrily shouting, the flying thunder god technique was invented by me. But unfortunately, that is just a hypothetical. I just learned the techniques of the second Hokage and made some modifications, Minato said, smiling brightly as he touched his head. I see. Itachi's expression suddenly became complex, as if he thought of something, and then he fell into contemplation. By the way, I have friends waiting for me. I need to go. Itachi politely gestured to Minato and Fugaku before using the flying thunder god technique to disappear again. Fugaku, is this your eldest son? He seems quite impressive, Minato commented as he sensed Itachi's departure. That guy, well, his intelligence has backfired on him, but fortunately he met canon. Fugaku shook his head, appearing somewhat reserved in his evaluation of his eldest son. Oh, Fugaku, what do you mean by that? Minato asked, looking puzzled. Where should I start? Fugaku fell into contemplation. Too slow. Why are you only coming out now? Kagani complained to Itachi with dissatisfaction. She had chatted with Uncle Minato for a while, which caused a delay. Itachi looked at the lovely girl in front of him and said indulgently, So where are we planning to go next? Kagun shook Itachi's arm and asked curiously, I'm listening to your arrangements. Itachi sighed gently. How about we go to the shopping street? Kanon suddenly thought of something, and a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. Haven't we been there many times already? Itachi's tone carried a hint of helplessness, but his gaze was gently fixed on the girl. Whatever. Let's go take a look again. All right, then hold on tight to me, and I'll use Flying Thunder God to take you away. Itachi shrugged helplessly. You fool. You just want to take advantage of me. Kanon looked at Itachi's calm expression, secretly murmuring in her heart, but she didn't say much. The scene in her eyes began to shift unpredictably, and before long, the young boy and girl arrived at an open grassy field. All right, let's get down, Itachi said gently. Kanon's face turned slightly red, a bit shy. The girl looked around, her eyes revealing surprise. When did this place have a patch of grass? Oh, recently Konoha village has been working on greening. Look, even Yamato is busy over there, Itachi said, pointing with his finger to the distant, exhausted Yamato, teasing him. Kagani looked in the direction of Itachi's finger and couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Itachi asked curiously. It's nothing, I just suddenly feel. Kanon shook her head, looking at the exhausted appearance of Yamato, and a meme from her previous life flashed in her mind. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, used wood release to conquer the world, while Yamato used wood release for greening. In comparison, Yamato seemed a bit useless. But in truth, it wasn't Yamato's fault. After all, it wasn't wood release itself that was powerful, but Senju Hashirama. One could say that only Senju Hashirama had pushed wood release to its limits. Enough thinking. Let's go take a stroll first. Huayin shook off these distractions and reached out to tightly hold Itachi's hand. Itachi held Huayin's hand, and the two of them walked out of the grass and onto the bustling and lively street. Never mind, time really does fly. Hana walked on the bustling street and suddenly sighed. Yeah, you've grown quite a bit compared to 2 years ago. Itachi looked at Hana and couldn't help but tease her. What Itachi said was indeed the truth. Huayin has indeed grown a lot. From the once delicate little girl, she is quietly transformed into a graceful young lady. Yu looked at Huayin, who was now as tall as his shoulders, and felt a moment of daze in his heart. Can you stop saying these things all the time? Kanon grumbled in dissatisfaction and then lightly punched Itachi. This punch brought Itachi back to reality. Have you had lunch yet? Itachi asked. Not yet. Then let me treat you. Saying this, Itachi took Kanon's hand and brought her to a barbecue restaurant. This was the same barbecue place Asuma often brought his students to. All right, then I'm going to eat you poor. Kagani shot Itachi a glare and pretended to be fierce. Seeing Kagani like this, Itachi couldn't help but laugh. Are you sure you want to make me poor? he said with a smirk, continuing to tease. Please give a gift. Just a little support for love will be great. And Hai is very grateful to everyone. For love, just watch a 10-second ad, but it can make Hai happy for a long time. Thank you. Chapter 200. Can you drink? Yes, of course. Hanyo looked at Uchiha Itachi's teasing smile and hurriedly nodded. Really? Itachi lightly raised his hand, gently touching Hanyo's forehead, his eyes filled with tender amusement. Okay, it hurts. Kain covered her forehead with both hands and took a step back, then came to her senses and cast a resentful glance at Itachi. Ahem, let's go. Itachi, under his wife's mournful gaze, appeared somewhat uncomfortable. The young couple walked hand in hand, as the lightening sky in the distance gradually faded and the moonlight slowly rose, illuminating the area behind them. With a creak, Itachi pushed the door open. Are we here to eat? Kagami turned her head and looked at Itachi in confusion. Because the moon viewing here is just right, today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Itachi lightly brushed Kagami's delicate nose. Annoying. Kain's face turned slightly red, and she turned her head away, her little tuft of hair seeming to droop down like her current mood. Two guests, what would you like to eat? The sound of laughter and conversation filled the restaurant, creating a warm atmosphere. The young waiter noticed the young man and woman who had just entered and asked attentively. Just bring some dishes randomly and reserve a private room, Yao said softly, with no discernible expression on his face. All right, please follow me upstairs. The waiter bowed and gestured towards the upper floor. Under his guidance, the two entered a private booth. The soundproofing here is quite good. The sound of flowers lightly tapping against the wall. The weasel looked at her indulgently. Looking around, the typical ancient-style decorations were evident. One could only say that the technology in the ninja world has taken a wrong turn, developing in a somewhat offbeat direction. There are barbecue restaurants, as well as modern technologies like televisions and cinemas. Yet there are also retro-style shops that clash with modern technology. The moon is so round tonight. Hannah looked at the always smiling Itachi and found a topic to talk about. Yes, that's why I booked the room. Itachi shook his head slightly. The two of them looked up at the high-hanging bright moon in unison. Gazing at the bright moonlight, Hannah couldn't help but recall a line of poetry from her past life. The bright moonlight before my bed, I suspect it's frost on the ground. Although it felt a bit childish, it was indeed a fact. After all, in her past life, she rarely saw such a magnificent moon. Before long, the dishes were brought up to the second floor by the waiter. The waiter carefully placed them on the table, then turned and left, closing the door behind him. Itachi raised his wine glass, gently swirling it, the wine reflecting the bright moon above. Oh, Itachi-kun, when did you start drinking? Kagami was a bit surprised by this scene. In her memory, Itachi never drank alcohol. Well, he only started recently. Itachi looked gently at the girl and then drank it all in one go. Seeing Itachi's leisurely demeanor, Huayin's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Actually, this is quite nice. At least unlike in the original work. The current Itachi appears at ease and carries a hint of nonchalance. In the original, Itachi had endured too much suffering and was always silent and reserved. But now, this calmness with a touch of rebellion made Huayin quite fond of him. Do you want to take a sip? Itachi poured wine into Huayin's cup, his eyes carrying a hint of teasing. All right, I'll give it a try. Kanon licked her lips, lifted the cup on the table, and took a small sip of the wine. In an instant, she was stunned, followed by a frown. This wine is so bitter, ugh. Ha ha ha, you're still just a child. You should stick to drinking plain water. Itachi looked at his wife's aggrieved expression and couldn't help but laugh. That's enough, Itachi-kun. Do you really think I'm a child? Kagami shook her head, snorted, and her expression seemed cold, but the slight blush on her cheeks revealed a hint of cuteness. You, Itachi, wanted to say something but hesitated. At this moment, Kagami had already started swaying her head, clearly a bit tipsy. How could she be drunk after just a few sips? Besides, she had only taken a light sip. A thin sheen of cold sweat appeared on Itachi's forehead as he awkwardly spoke. How about it, Kagami? Maybe you shouldn't drink anymore? No way. I have to show you my drinking capacity today. Kanon spoke indistinctly and then downed in one go. After a moment, Itachi-kun, why are you swaying like that? Huayin let out a hiccup and giggled foolishly. Itachi looked at Huayin with a helpless expression. How about it? Itachi, are you scared? Hannah staggered and steadied herself, walking towards Itachi. Yeah, I'm really scared, be careful. Itachi looked at Hannah's silly appearance with concern, then stood up and gently supported her with his arm. That's enough, Itachi, I'm not drunk. Kagami mumbled ambiguously. Okay, you sit for a while. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yato's forehead as he awkwardly replied, Huh, do you think I'm drunk? Kain let out a hiccup, and with Itachi's support, she settled down steadily. I didn't say that. Itachi's words were interrupted when he suddenly felt a wetness at the corner of his lips. By the time he realized it, Kain had already nestled into his arms, her breathing steady. Is she asleep? Itachi gently pulled away and sighed. He looked at the sleeping girl with fondness, reaching out to brush away the stray hair from her forehead. This is going to be a bit tricky. Itachi glanced at the mess on the table and then used the Flying Thunder God technique to place Kain in his room. Returning to the inn, Itachi quickly tidied up the aftermath. Some bowls and chopsticks had fallen to the ground, shattered into pieces. This was all because Kain had been tipsy, unsteady on her feet, and knocked over all the dishes. Itachi went downstairs to explain the situation to the waiter and offered compensation. All right, sir, I understand. The waiter took the money and nodded. After confirming there were no further issues, Itachi's figure instantly vanished from spot. The door creaked open. Itachi looked at the girl, sleeping soundly on the bed, drooling slightly, and felt helpless. He gently covered her with a blanket, his gaze soft. The image of Kain's earlier playful antics flashed in his mind, causing his face to faintly blush. Silly girl, Sai, I won't indulge you like this next time. Itachi shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his eyes, as he noticed her drool on his pillow. He turned back to glance at the sleeping girl 3 times before gently closing the door. By the way, it seems Kain hasn't done her chores for today, has she? Itachi suddenly remembered and walked to the balcony to collect the dried clothes, then re-entered Kain's room. Kagani's room is generally tidy, but the quilt is casually piled up, making it look a bit messy. Sai, it really worries me. How will Kagani live if one day I'm no longer here? Yato quietly sighed and began to tidy up the girl's bed. I feel like what I wrote is too silly. Please give me a gift. The author's requests are not high. Just a little love-powered support would be great. Right now, I can't afford to eat, and I urgently need everyone's love-powered support. A little love-powered support. Just 1 dime. Not much, but I can feel everyone's sincerity. Thank you all. Chapter 201. Xiaonan, were you just thinking of coming to see me? In the morning, the sun is high in the sky, and its rays are shining on the bed. Huayin sat up from the bed, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and looked a bit disheveled. Strange, where is this? She glanced around and suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head. After a moment, she regained her senses and recalled the events of last night. Kanon's face instantly turned red. Last night, it seemed like she had kissed Itachi. She couldn't bear to imagine the look Itachi would give her, and at this moment, she just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. The embarrassment made her feel utterly ashamed, and she couldn't bring herself to face Itachi at all. At that moment, the sound of chopping vegetables came from the kitchen. Huayin gently grasped the doorknob, cautiously poking her head out to glance at Weasel. Good. He and Teen noticed her. Kagani quickly finished washing up, came down from the 2nd floor, and walked into the living room. You're awake? I was just about to come and wake you. Itachi saw her and smiled gently. Itachi-kun, about what happened last night. Kagani looked at Itachi, shyly lowering her head. I still remember. Your alcohol tolerance really isn't that great. Itachi gently shook his head. Ugh. Kagani's eyes were slightly red, and she turned her head away, no longer looking at Itachi. Kagani, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Itachi asked anxiously as he walked over. It's nothing. I just feel too embarrassed. I hope you can forget about what happened last night. Huayin shook her head, her voice a bit stiff. Oh, is that so? Itachi sighed helplessly. Are you making breakfast? Huayin raised her head and stammered while asking Itachi. Just finished. Come and taste it. Itachi turned and walked into the kitchen, placing the tray on the table. Looks pretty good, but compared to me, it's still a bit lacking. Hanako looked at the delicious meal, rubbing her cheeks. Itachi looked at her and smiled helplessly, saying nothing more. Then, he watched the girl eat, his gaze gradually becoming indulgent. Why are you staring at me? Aren't you going to eat? Kagani felt a bit uneasy while eating. Just imagine being watched while eating. Who can eat comfortably? Itachi smiled and nodded at him. Soon, the food on the table was cleared away. How was the taste? Itachi raised an eyebrow and asked the girl. So, Kagane replied, pulling out a tissue to wipe her mouth, answering with a hint of arrogance. I won't be home this afternoon. If you're hungry, you can go buy something to eat. Itachi suddenly thought of something, his expression slightly complicated. The money is in the drawer. Feel free to take it. Will you really be gone the whole afternoon? Kagani looked at Itachi, her expression instantly dimming, showing a hint of disappointment. I was just out in the afternoon, but I'll be back in the evening. Itachi sighed lightly and comforted her. Can I go with you? Kagami looked up, her eyes filled with anticipation. Itachi pondered for a moment, shook his head, and said, I'm afraid not, but I'll be back quickly tonight, so don't worry. All right then. Hannah lowered her head in disappointment upon hearing those words. Suddenly, she felt a gentle touch on her head. She looked up and saw Itachi gently stroking her hair. "I'll take my leave now," Itachi said, and with that, he vanished from the spot using the flying thunder god technique. In the living room, only Hana stood there alone. After a while, the girl slowly came back to her senses, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she softly muttered, "What a silly Itachi-kun." After Itachi left, she couldn't help but feel a bit lost, wondering what she should do next. Suddenly, Huayin's eyes suddenly brightened, as if a light bulb had gone off in her head, and she thought of something important. "Right, how did I almost forget about the other members of the Akatsuki?" She murmured to herself, feeling secretly frustrated. She only remembered Conan, while Scorpion and Deidara seemed to have not been seen for a long time. And a wave of nostalgia surged in her heart. Why not go look for them now? As soon as this thought popped up, Huayin nodded firmly, feeling that it was an extremely reliable idea. So, she carefully selected a cute yellow raincoat and lightly put it on. Standing in front of the mirror, she scrutinized her petite and exquisite figure. Against the backdrop of the yellow raincoat, she appeared even more lively and energetic. "Kagani, this outfit looks really nice." Kagani smiled sweetly at her reflection in the mirror, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Then, she carefully picked up the keys from home and gently pushed the door open. With a creak, the door slowly closed. After Hanan locked the door, she vanished from the spot like a gust of wind, setting off on the path to find the remaining members of the Akatsuki. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The heavy rain poured down, and Hanan flew high in the sky, unable to suppress a shiver as her delicate body trembled slightly. Why does it rain every day in the Rain Village? It really defies logic. The flower's voice lightly exhaled a breath of cold air, and then gently descended to the ground. The reconstruction of Rain-Hidden Village was nearing completion. The once bombarded and shattered sea surface had now been completely filled in and looked brand new. The filled sea surface shimmered with light, indistinguishable from a normal ocean, making it hard to tell the difference. Kagami was secretly curious about what kind of extraordinary ability could fill the ocean so perfectly. However, this was not the time to indulge in curiosity. She still needed to find the remaining members of the Akatsuki organization. "Excuse me, sir, could you please wait a moment? Where's Conan right now?" Huayin hurriedly stopped a passing middle-aged man, speaking earnestly and politely. The man, initially irritated by the continuous drizzle and about to refuse, suddenly brightened up. The girl before him was charming, with red lips and white teeth, dressed in a bright yellow raincoat, adding a touch of liveliness and energy. "Oh, are you looking for our angel?" At that moment, the middle-aged man's tone instantly softened, and a kind light sparkled in his eyes. "Oh, thank you for the guidance, sir. I now know." After Huayin finished speaking, her figure flickered and instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving only a faint shadow of a yellow raincoat. As for why she was looking for Xiaonan, to be honest, Huayin knew nothing about the whereabouts of the other Akatsuki members. Therefore, she decided to go find the current leader of Akatsuki to gather intelligence. In a room, Huayin raised her fist and gently knocked on the door. "Sister Xiaonan, are you inside?" "Come in." Huayin pushed open the door and saw Xiaonan, dressed in a white robe and standing elegantly, sitting in her seat, enjoying tea. "It took you so long to remember to come back and see me?" Xiaonan's words carried a hint of pride, but the longing in her eyes was hard to disguise. After all, no one looked forward to seeing Huayin more than she did. Due to the poor economic situation in Huayin Village in recent years, Xiaonan had to take on the heavy responsibility of being the leader. For these years, she had been dedicated to developing the economy of Huayin Village and seldom had any leisure time. Today, she had the rare opportunity to rest here because her subordinates reported that someone had arrived in Huayin Village. According to their description, the visitor was a petite and cute girl. Xiaonan immediately recalled Huayin's appearance from a few years ago. It had been years since they last met. "And you've grown quite a bit." Xiaonan looked at the girl before her and gently sipped her tea. Zistuk Xiaonan, I haven't come to see you in a long time. You won't be angry with me, will you?" Kanan's face flushed slightly, her fingers gently tapping. "Thank you all for the gifts. He is extremely grateful here." Chapter 202. Don't use this ability anymore. Are you saying that you came this time to visit Deidara and the others? Conan took a gentle sip of her tea, her gaze softly landing on the girl kneeling beside her. "Yes, that's right." Huayin nodded obediently, her face innocent. "Is that so?" Xiaonan cupped her chin, pondering for a moment before slightly nodding. "What do you mean by is that so? Is it not okay?" Kagani tilted her head, looking curious, with a glimmer of doubt in her eyes. "It's fine, let's go." Xiaonan gently shook her head, stood up, and then took the girl's soft little hand. Hmm. Hannah's voice responded softly, and the hand held by Xiaonan seemed to be enveloped by a warm current, giving rise to an inexplicable feeling in her heart. At this moment, the rain outside was still pouring heavily, with the rainwater cascading down like a torrent. Xiaonan held the umbrella, walking leisurely ahead, while Hannah followed closely behind. The two of them resembling a captivating painting. Their figures flickered in and out of sight in the rain, like an older sister strolling with her charming younger sister. The dark clouds in the sky were thick, completely blocking the sun, and the two walked through the streets and alleys in the rain, their silhouettes becoming blurred on the wet ground. The air was filled with the unique, fresh scent of rainwater. Hannah heard this and couldn't help but feel relaxed. Sister Xiaonan, has it always been this kind of weather in Huayin village? Kagani curiously looked at the girl in front of her, Xiaonan. I don't know why, but this village is always shrouded in rain and has never seen a sunny day. Xiaonan gently replied, her eyes filled with affection for the girl. Is that so? Hannah was a bit embarrassed under Xiaonan's gaze, shyly lowering her head. Xiaonan was tall and had a strong, mature woman vibe, towering over Hannah by a head. The two of them walking together was particularly eye-catching. I wonder if Senior Daedara and the others are doing okay? Hannah finally voiced her concerns. Their situation was not optimistic. They had been severely injured by Beto and had been in a coma ever since. Conan's tone grew sorrowful, and a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Huayin was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of guilt. If she had come earlier, perhaps Daedara and the others wouldn't have been injured. Let's go. Conan interrupted Huayin's thoughts, her voice reminiscent of a mature woman. Kagani looked up and saw a small hospital ahead. The hospital appeared somewhat shabby overall, with a damp atmosphere lingering in the corridors, likely due to the unique climate of rain-hidden village. Nevertheless, the hospital had all the necessary medical equipment. As soon as she entered the lobby, Huayin saw a crowd of people weakly coughing, some with flushed faces slumped in their seats. There were also countless suffering patients. Their painful expressions made Huayin's heart ache, as if it were being cut by a knife. She could not stand the sight of these people suffering. Her heart filled with sympathy and compassion. Ah, the angel has arrived. Lord Xiaonan. Xiaonan, you came here. A girl in a white coat with long purple hair approached, looking at Xiaonan with curiosity. However, when her gaze caught sight of Huayin standing behind Xiaonan, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Sister Huayin, is that you? Ziyang Luhua ran over excitedly, looking up at Huayin, who was a head taller than her. Oh, you are Ziyang Luhua? Kagani looked at the purple-haired little lowly in front of her, her gaze somewhat dazed. Soon, memories of her time as a teacher in the rain-hidden village surfaced in her mind. At that time, she had even taught Rikishiyu. Oh, right. I didn't expect that Wanichan Kagani still remembers me. The little lowly nodded excitedly, her face beaming with a happy smile. Well, I'm sorry. I've been a bit busy in the Leaf Village and didn't have time to come back to see you. Are you already a medical ninja now? Kain said with guilt. Yeah, that's right. There are too few medical ninjas in the village, so I can only do my best. Ziyang Luhua glanced at the suffering refugees, her tone filled with sadness. Now is not the time to discuss these things, Kain. Come with me, for now. Ziyang Luhua, you go to work first. Conan interrupted their conversation. Okay, Lady Conan. Ziyang Luhua nodded and turned to immerse herself in the busy work. With a creak, the old door was slowly pushed open by Conan. Have they all fainted? Huayin anxiously looked at the people lying on the bed, receiving 4 drips. And her heart couldn't help but tighten. Although the wounds have healed, when they will wake up remains uncertain. Xiaonan gently shook her head, her face full of helplessness. Is that so? Huayin heard this and felt a wave of sadness rising in her heart. Then she approached the crowd and observed them closely for a moment, gradually understanding in her heart. I'll see if I can wake them up. Huayin glanced at Xiaonan. If it won't endanger their lives. You can give it a try. Xiaonan looked at the girl in front of him, smiled slightly, but his eyes were filled with worry. He didn't have much hope for Huayin. After all, how could the treatment of a vegetative state be easily resolved? It couldn't possibly be like the previous treatment of Nagato, where one life was exchanged for another, could it? Xiaonan. Thinking of this, Xiaonan's gaze suddenly tightened. He raised his head and was about to stop the girl's actions when he was surprised to see a dazzling golden light emanating from the hospital bed. He saw the girl gently placing her hands on everyone's chests, her eyes tightly closed. Gradually, the golden light gathered in Huayin's palms, shining like brilliant stars. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew in from the window, lightly swaying the curtains and brushing against the girl's dress. She looked like a benevolent deity, gazing compassionately at everyone, appearing incredibly gentle and lovely. In a short while, The golden light gradually dissipated, as if it had never existed. Phew, that should be enough. Huayin let out a sigh of relief, then raised her palm to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead, revealing a tired yet satisfied smile on her face. Is this all it takes? Xiaonan leaned over curiously, her eyes filled with surprise and anticipation. Soon, an incredible scene unfolded. The people who had fainted on hospital beds slowly opened their eyes, as if awakening from a deep slumber. Xiaonan, where am I? Daedara was the first to sit up, looking at Xiaonan in shock, confusion filling his eyes. With Daedara waking up, Scorpion also regained consciousness. As for the others, they remained in a state of unconsciousness and might need some more time. Huayin, you're here too? Did you save us? Scorpion looked at the adorable girl in front of him, and an answer instantly formed in his heart. You got it right, but there is no reward. Kagani raised her head arrogantly and playfully said, looking as if she was waiting for compliments, I'm unbeatable in the world. Thank you, Kagani. After hearing what Scorpion said, Daedara realized it and looked at the girl with overwhelming joy, his eyes filled with gratitude. You're welcome. Huayin waved her hand helplessly. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Xiaonan looking at her with a worried expression. Huayin, didn't I tell you before not to use that ability of yours? Xiaonan's delicate face was filled with exhaustion and concern as she looked at Huayin, her eyes full of worry. Kagani was instantly bewildered. Wait, what is going on here? Seeking Power for Love. Chapter 203. Missing Person Notice. Are you saying that your ability has no side effects? Xiaonan stared blankly at the girl. That's right, this is my bloodline limit, and it has no side effects. Huayin let out a light sigh. A few minutes ago, Huayin had already understood Xiaonan's doubts. It turned out that Xiaonan had always mistakenly believed that she would have to pay a huge price to use this healing ability. After Huayin repeatedly assured her, Xiaonan gradually believed that this ability was indeed harmless. Huayin, next time, tell me earlier. Xiaonan sighed in relief. Sister Xiaonan, you didn't ask either. Huayin's lips twitched slightly, and a bead of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. If I don't ask, will you not say anything? Xiaonan looked at the girl helplessly and lightly tapped her head. It hurts, Sister Xiaonan. Canon touched her head in dissatisfaction, pouting slightly. Is Nagato revived now? Daedara suddenly interjected, interrupting their conversation. Conan looked at Daedara with a sad expression. I'm sorry, Daedara lowered his head. Let's not talk about these sad things anymore. It's rare for everyone to be awake. Huayin noticed the heavy atmosphere and quickly tried to lighten the mood. Yes, Huayin is right, Xiaonan nodded, forcing a smile. It's noon, let's eat first. Xiaonan, Jia, shall we eat outside? Huayin asked, looking at Xiaonan in front of her. There are vegetables at home, and the food outside isn't clean. I'll cook, Xiaonan replied, her tone carrying a hint of parental concern. Oh, okay. Henio drooped her head, and her hogue also fell down. All right, let's go first. Xiaonan smiled, patted Henio's head, and then looked at Daedara and the silent Scorpion on the bed. Sister Xiaonan, wait a moment. Daedara weakly sat up from the bed. Scorpion remained silent, lost in thought. At home, Kagome occasionally passed soy sauce or vegetables to Xiaonan in the kitchen. Scorpion and Daedara sat at the table, blankly staring at everything around them. During their period of slumber, the Akatsuki organization underwent significant changes. At least it was completely different from before. Nowadays, it felt somewhat like a warm home here. After a while, the two girls came out of the kitchen holding trays of dishes. Relax a bit, Daedara, Scorpion Senpai. Let us see how it tastes. Huayin set the dishes on the table. The two of them were pleasantly surprised by the delicious-looking food. Although Scorpion didn't need to eat, Huayin still prepared extra dishes for him. It looked really good. Daedara rubbed his fingers together, then picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of dish. It tasted quite good. There are no exaggerated scenes like in other novels where the eyes sparkle and clothes burst apart. How does it taste? Canon looked at Daedara and asked curiously. It's quite delicious. Daedara nodded and then began to wolf down the food. He had just woken up not long ago and was now starving, perfect for a big meal. Scorpion watched Daedara devour his food and fell into deep thought. Senior Scorpion, why aren't you eating? Kagani looked at the dazed Scorpion and curiously asked. Well, then I'll start eating too. Scorpion gently sighed, then picked up a dish and brought it to his mouth. He actually didn't need to eat. But would not eating be a waste of the kindness that Xiaonan and Kagani had shown? Watching the two who were dining, Huayin and Xiaonan exchanged a tacit smile. In the blink of an eye, the bowl of rice was empty. Due to a sudden matter, after briefly saying goodbye to the three people, Keiho hurriedly left the rainy hidden village. She stepped into a quiet little forest. After confirming that no one was around, Huayin's pupils began to spin rapidly. In no time, Her eyes blossomed with cherry blossom-like brilliance, and then a pair of black wings elegantly unfolded from her back. The flower notes fly high in the sky, letting the rain gently pat against her yellow raincoat. The raindrops create a rhythmic sound, resembling a cheerful natural symphony. Huayin took a deep breath and quickened her flying speed. An hour passed quietly. Miss Huayin, here's your pass. You may enter now. The guard at the border of the Leaf Village politely cleared the way after checking her documents. All right. Hannah nodded slightly, crossed the boundary of Konoha Village, and disappeared from the spot in an instant. A faint creaking sound came from the slowly opening gate of Konoha Village, pushed open by Hannah. At this moment, the sun was rising high in the sky, and warm sunlight fell on the girl, making her slightly damp raincoat and dew-laden hair shine brilliantly. This feeling was somewhat magical. Just a moment ago, she was immersed in the rain curtain, and the next moment, she was greeted by bright sunshine. After leaving for a day, it seems she hasn't mentioned this to Itachi yet. Hanyo strolled through the commercial street of Konoha, her eyes scanning the surroundings as she murmured softly to herself. A scene began to form in her mind. Upon returning home, Itachi would surely come forward, asking with a hint of concern, "Why are you back so late?" Or perhaps he would curiously inquire, "Where did you go yesterday?" Just the thought of Itachi's deeply caring concern made her. Kagani's cheeks couldn't help but flush with a hint of red. It was truly a bit embarrassing. Huayin shyly said in a low voice, and then pushed open the heavy door of the mansion. However, Huayin quickly froze. Inside the door was a vast emptiness, with not a single figure to greet her. A chilling gust of wind swept through, causing Huayin's face to turn a bit awkward. How strange. Where did all the people here go? Huayin slightly frowned, and after confirming that no one was around, her figure instantly vanished from the spot. Before long, Kagani discovered a striking missing person notice on a lonely utility pole. To her astonishment, her own photo was prominently displayed on that notice. Kain stood frozen on the spot, as if turned to stone. She finally understood why so many people turned to look at her with curious eyes while she walked through Konoha. At first, she naively thought it was because she was too beautiful, attracting everyone's attention, and felt a little proud. However, now she realized that the truth was not like that at all. Damn, the Uchiha family was anxiously searching for her, probably as frantic as ants on a hot pan. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Kain quickly headed to the Hokage building. "Father, do you think Kain might have been taken by that guy, Madara?" Itachi looked at his father with a worried and anxious expression. "Itachi, calm down," Fugaka sighed helplessly and said to his son. "That girl is much more forward-thinking than you. Maybe she has her own plans right now." But, just as Itachi wanted to say something, a sudden urgent knock on the door interrupted him. "Hokage-sama, I have urgent news for you." A familiar and cute voice came from outside, and Itachi's eyes instantly brightened. A surge of indescribable excitement welled up in his heart. Please generate power for love. Chapter 204. Oh no, she was set up, so that's how it is? Listening to Kain's account, Itachi couldn't help but be slightly stunned. It turned out he'd been overly anxious, mistakenly thinking that Kain had been kidnapped by that guy, Madara. Right, as long as everything is fine, there isn't any problem. Kagami shook her head gently, accompanied by a long, delicate sigh. She thought something earth-shattering had happened at home. After all, the house was empty. It seemed she was just worrying for nothing. "Itachi, you see, I told you Kagami would be safe and sound." Fugaku gazed at his eldest son, letting out a soft sigh, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. "Sorry, I was overthinking it." Itachi's handsome face flushed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Kagami looked at Itachi's shy demeanor and found it amusing. Soon after, the air fell into a brief silence. Before long, Fugaku broke the heavy atmosphere. "First, let's withdraw the missing person notices posted all over the streets, and then inform Mikoto and Sasuke about this matter." "All right, I understand, father." Itachi nodded and then used the flying thunder god technique to instantly disappear from spot. Fugaku turned to Kagani. "All right, Kagani, since you're fine, you can head back now." "Oh, okay." Kagani nodded absent-mindedly, and her figure immediately disappeared from the spot. "Kagani, can you really see that far now?" After Kagani left, Fugaku stood up from the sofa and looked out at the prosperous Hidden Leaf Village, his tone meaningful. "Forget it. I should continue to handle the work at hand." Fugaku shook his head and began to immerse himself in the documents on the table. Inside a mansion, Kagun opened the door and immediately saw the troubled faces of Mikoto and Sasuke. "I'm back." Hannah took off her shoes and whispered softly, hearing that familiar voice. The two instantly snapped back to reality, looking up at the girl with shining eyes. "Hannah?" "Sister Hannah." Watching the two excitedly approach her, A warm current surged in Hana's heart. I'm sorry, I haven't had the chance to tell you about some things in the past few days. So I left Kanegakure without notice. Hana gently explained. To be honest, she felt filled with self-reproach. Well, you must tell us next time you go out, okay? Mikoto looked at Hana with a face full of complaints, but the love in her eyes was unmistakable. I'm sorry, Sister Mikoto. Kagani noticed that there were a few more white hairs on Mikoto's head, and her guilt deepened. The pain in her heart was unbearable. It's okay, as long as you're back, she said. Sasuke, you go find Naruto first. Mikoto glanced at her son and said calmly. Okay, Sister Kagani, I'll leave for a bit. Sasuke quickly ran out of the house. Have you all been looking for me these past few days? Looking at Sasuke's departing figure, Kagani felt a wave of self-reproach as she looked at Mikoto. The girl's appearance was pitiful, and the gentle breeze outside swayed the curtains, bringing a hint of sadness. But this sadness was fleeting. Soon, the clouds in the sky seemed to part as if pushed by hands. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Yes, we heard you weren't around these past few days, and we were all looking for news about you. Now that you're back, that's wonderful. Mikoto wiped away a tear, her loving gaze hard to hide. At that moment, she resembled a mother, reminiscent of a warm medieval oil painting. After all, Mikoto and Kagani had spent over 10 years together, treating Kagani as her own daughter. Suddenly losing a daughter she had cared for all these years would worry anyone. Not to mention Mikoto, a woman who appeared to be nearing 40 but still looked like a 30-something young mother. Ding-dong. The doorbell rang. Mikoto reluctantly released her grip on Kagani's hand and hurried to the door to open it. A crowd of familiar faces stood at the entrance. Kakashi, Minato, Obito, and even Jiraiya-sensei, they all came? You all went to such lengths to find me. Kagani's lips twitched slightly. Kagani, we thought that guy Obito had taken you away, Kakashi said, looking at the girl safe and sound, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Soon, everyone entered the house, and Naruto and Sasuke also returned home using the Flying Thunder God technique. With everyone gathered together, the girl at the center felt a warmth fill her heart. Everyone, I'm really sorry. I should have informed you about this matter in advance. Kagome's head shook like a rattling drum, her tone filled with apology and pity. Itachi looked at the girl in this state and couldn't help but reach out to flick her forehead. That hurts. Itachi, what are you doing? Kanon covered her forehead with both hands, where a noticeable bump had formed, and looked at Itachi with a resentful expression. It's nothing. You suddenly disappearing before made us all really worried. Consider this a small lesson for you, Itachi said helplessly. Get lost, get lost. When did it become your turn to meddle in my apprentice's affairs? Jiraiya, seeing the girl's pitiful appearance, also reached out and flicked Itachi's forehead with his thumb. Soon, both the boy and girl had bumps on their foreheads, one big and one small, making it somewhat amusing. Itachi-kun, you look so funny like this. Kagami couldn't help but chuckle softly. Her laughter as pleasant as silver bells. By the way, has everyone had lunch? Mikoto glanced at the people in the living room, who were looking at each other, and casually added a warm remark. Not yet. Kakashi gently shook his head, a hint of laziness in his expression. Then I'll go prepare the meal. Sasuke, come help me. Mikoto stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Sasuke reluctantly responded with an O, slowly following behind Mikoto like a little duck being dragged along. Poor little Sasuke. Ever since Kagami arrived at this home, his family status had plummeted. However, after so many years, Sasuke had long since gotten used to this change. Sigh, love fades away. This seems to be an unchanging truth throughout the ages. Sasuke, oh Kagami. How strong are you now? Jiraiya asked lazily, slumped on the sofa, taking a sip of the warm tea in his hand, looking curious. Against Uchiha Madara, it should be about 50-50, right? Kagami covered her chin and instinctively blurted out. Hearing the girl's words, Jiraiya was caught off guard, and the tea in his mouth instantly sprayed out, splattering onto Obito, who was sitting next to him. Obito was immediately filled with rage, a glaring expression appearing on his forehead. Obito, cough, 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 sorry, I just couldn't help it. Jiraiya quickly waved his hands in apology, then swiftly grabbed a paper towel from the dining table and handed it to Obito. Obito sighed helplessly and took the paper towel to carefully wipe the tea off his face. Meanwhile, Kakashi was trying hard to hold back his laughter, secretly glancing at Obito's disheveled appearance. Is it true? Kagami, have you really surpassed the Kage level in strength? Minato seemed relatively calm, as he wasn't familiar with Kagami's abilities before. Yeah, I now have the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and with my diverse abilities, I should be able to contend with Uchiha Madara for a while. Kain shrugged helplessly, her tone revealing a hint of her sigh. She originally wanted to be more low-key, but her abilities wouldn't allow her to do so. Kagami. Hearing the girl's Versailles-like words, the people present broke into a cold sweat, realizing that she had put on an act. So what should we do next? Naruto asked curiously while gripping a hand gripper. Upon hearing Naruto's question, everyone suddenly understood and turned their gazes towards the girl. They were already aware of the Otsutsuki clan's matters, and all the villages in various countries were doing their utmost to strengthen their defenses in case of emergencies. Why are you looking at me? How would I know? Kagami stretched out her slender fingers and gently pointed at her adorable face. Then, her head shook back and forth like a child's wave drum, looking extremely playful and cute. Chapter 205, Summer Beach. Swimsuits. Soon, Mikoto and Sasuke skillfully placed the plates on the table. The meal was ready. Please enjoy. Mikoto said softly. Let's eat first, and we can talk about those topics later. Jiraiya chuckled heartily and then leisurely got up from the sofa. All right. Huayin answered gently and nodded slightly. Everyone then walked towards the dining table and sat down in a circle. To be honest, Kagome is still quite confused about how to deal with the threat of the Otsutsuki clan. The original work does not specify a timeline, so now she can only remain vigilant at all times. Speaking of which, what is Uchiha Madara doing now? Kanon was eating while mumbling a question. I wasn't quite sure either. A few days ago, I ran into him in Rain-Hidden Village, where Obito was also chewing food and responding vaguely. Can you two finish your food before talking? Kakashi seemed a bit displeased, his brows slightly furrowed. The two exchanged smiles and then fell silent, focusing on their meals. Haha, Kakashi, your relationship with Obito is really good. Just like when you were kids, Minato said, try to ease the atmosphere, but he couldn't help breaking into a slight sweat. Good relationship with this deadweight? Kakashi raised an eyebrow and retorted, his tone teasing. Minato looked at Kakashi, and his expression seemed to take him back to childhood, making him feel a bit dazed. Kakashi, you useless guy, with your current strength, you're no match for me at all. Obito scoffed, his eyes revealing disdain. So immature. Naruto shook his head helplessly at the tense atmosphere between the two. After the meal, everyone left, each going their separate ways, leaving only Itachi and Kanon alone. What do you mean by staring at me like that? Hana looked at Itachi, her face full of confusion. It's because you're so good-looking that I couldn't help but glance at you a few more times. Itachi didn't know when he had learned such cheesy lines, but they slipped out of his mouth. Who praises people like this? Hanane's cheeks turned slightly red as she shyly lowered her head. As spring turned to summer, time flowed like a flexible grass rope, carefully rubbed and woven between people's hands, sometimes breaking into fragments, sometimes. She had no idea what the future would hold, so she chose to immerse herself in the beauty of the present and enjoy each day. Are you saying we were going swimming? When Itachi's words reached Hanane's ears, her cheeks instantly flushed, radiant like the rising sun. Not long ago, due to the hot weather, Konoha had just launched a beach resort, a brand new entertainment project. So, Itachi suggested that the whole family go together. However, Fugaku, as Hokage, had a special status, and it was inconvenient for him to participate in this activity. What's wrong, Hanane? Don't you want to go? Mikoto noticed the blush on Hanane's face and couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. The girl tightly clutched her clothes, her thoughts racing, her whole body turning red from embarrassment, with even a wisp of steam rising from her head. The flower's voice is soft and whispering, as faint as a mosquito. No, it's not that I don't want to go. Then why is that? Are you embarrassed? Mikoto rests her chin on her hand, her delicate brows furrowing. Well, it's not that. Kanon quickly shook her head in denial, her head spinning like a rattle drum. But in any case, she would go. Sasuke interjected. Well, Miss Izumi and Haruko will also be going over there shortly, so you girls can have each other for company. Hearing Sasuke's words, Kanon's tension eased significantly. Originally, there were only Mikoto and her among the girls, which made Kanon feel a bit shy. But now, with Haruko and Izumi joining, her mood relaxed as well. Itachi silently observed Kanon's changing expressions from his side, wanting to laugh, but ultimately holding back his amusement. After all, this version of Kanon looked very cute. With a creak, the door was gently pushed open, and the three of them walked together, stopping along the way to admire the scenery. The Uchiha clan's path was filled with an ancient atmosphere, shaded by green trees, resembling an ancient painting. On the back mountain, temples were arranged in a scattered manner. As they climbed the steps at the foot of the mountain, the red torii gate came into view, and various divine statues representing the myths of the Cherry Blossom Valley stood tall on the mountain. What were these made? Kagami took a deep breath of the fresh air and curiously asked. The air was filled with a faint fragrance that made one feel relaxed and happy. It was already a month ago, Mikoto gently explained, her gaze filled with affection for Kagami. Soon, the village will hold a grand celebration. Meanwhile, little Sasuke was being overlooked by Mikoto, but he had already gotten used to it. Itachi ruffled Sasuke's hair, understanding his feelings. Is that so? Hani nodded gently. Soon, the three of them arrived at a beach. In the distance, various vendors attracted a continuous stream of people. Laughter echoed back and forth. The sounds of children playing were incessant, and the distant sea continuously surged towards the shore, crashing against the sand. What lies beyond the sea? Kanon looked at the distant scenery and couldn't help but think of scenes from Attack on Titan. What do you say is on the other side of the sea? A sweet voice suddenly interrupted Kanon's thoughts. Ah, is that Haruko? Hannah turned her head and saw a little girl with long black hair and a swimsuit standing in front of her, her eyes widening in surprise. Oh, Hannah-chan remembers me? Haruko teased with a smile as she looked at the girl before her. Haruko, what are you doing here? At that moment, another mature voice came through. Huh, isn't that Hannah? Izumi wiped the sweat from her forehead, holding a volleyball covered in sand with both hands, her tone filled with surprise. Both of them had graceful figures, and their curves under the swimsuits appeared particularly enchanting. Kagamine's face turned slightly red, and she unconsciously swallowed. My writing skills are limited, so it might be a bit awkward. Please bear with me, and feel free to imagine some scenes on your own. Thank you very much for all the gifts. The author is deeply grateful. This book has been written since September, and counting the previous 800 for full attendance. I've only earned a little over 2,000 in total. Writing books really doesn't make money. Most authors create out of love, which is both hard and challenging. I sincerely ask everyone to support He more. Thank you. Chapter 206, Deadwater. You guys are here too? Hannah subconsciously took a step back and nervously swallowed. Right? Didn't we tell you earlier? Izumi tilted her head, curiously examining Hannah. Hannah-chan, you're not shy, are you? Haruko looked at the girl in front of her, her eyes sparkling with teasing light. I am not shy at all. Hanyo turned her head to the side, her face instantly turning crimson. Really? Haruko leaned closer to Hanyo. Standing and sitting, respectively, Haruko was clearly a head taller than Hanyo. Really? Kanon shyly lowered her head and softly said, Then why haven't you changed into your swimsuit yet? Haruko blinked her eyes, curiously sizing up the petite and adorable girl in front of her. If Kanon-chan put on a swimsuit, she would definitely look super cute. Izumi walked over, and the image of Kanon in a swimsuit unconsciously appeared in her mind, her eyes sparkling as she stared at her. Kagani looked at the two lively and cute little girls in front of her, falling into silence. At this moment, the figures of the three young girls became a beautiful scenery on the beach, attracting everyone's attention. After a while, Itachi, wearing a deep blue sun-protective outfit and holding a table tennis racket in his right hand, walked over gently. What are you three talking about? Itachi asked curiously as he looked at the trio. It's nothing, Itachi-kun. I just wanted to see what Kagani would look like in a swimsuit, Izumi said, resting her chin on her hand and mumbling to herself as she watched Itachi approach. Well, since Izumi-chan said that, I'm curious too, Haruko said, her eyes shining as she stared intently at Kagani. Kagami couldn't help but shiver, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Her long black hair gently swayed in the wind as she lowered her head, remaining silent. All right, I'll wear it. Huayin gritted her teeth and said, as if she had used all her strength, her face turning red. How about it? Huayin looked at the shy girl in front of her, wanted to say something, but hesitating. No need, Itachi-kun. Hanin gently shook her head, interrupting Itachi's words. The three of them. All three had expressions of surprise and anticipation on their faces. After a while, a girl dressed in a black swimsuit slowly approached with her head down, shyly. Hanae-chan, you look really cute in that, Haruko said with a teasing smile, looking at Hanin. Compared to Haruko and Izumi's outfits, Hanae's attire seemed particularly conservative. During this process, she put in a lot of effort since wearing a swimsuit was a first for Hanin. In her past life, as a boy, she had been busy working 996 and had no time to understand girls' fashion. In this life, as a girl, Hanin lived much more freely and unrestrained. Hanae's skin looks so white. How do you usually take care of it? Izumi asked curiously while tightly hugging Hanin. The two girls were closely pressed together, looking like a delicate oil painting from the medieval period, which was pleasing to the eye. At this moment, Hanin, who was being hugged, was completely stunned, her mind blank as if it had crashed, and her face instantly turned crimson. I usually just stay at home. Kain swallowed hard, nervously and shyly responding. Skincare? Since she came to this world, she had never paid attention to her skin color. How annoying. Kain, you don't even want to share with me, Izumi pouted, looking at the girl with a face full of grievance. Then, she extended her delicate fingers and gently poked Kain's flawless face. Haruko watched this scene and covered her mouth, chuckling lightly. Itachi looked at Izumi with a helpless expression. After so many years, Izumi's personality was still the same as before, carefree and reckless. All right, Izumi-chan, stop teasing Kain. Haruko walked over and gently tugged at Izumi's ear, her voice as gentle as an older sister. Ah, that hurts, Haruko-chan, be gentler. Izumi looked at Haruko with a mournful expression, tears shimmering in her eyes. Seeing the girl's pitiful appearance, Haruko wanted to laugh but held it back. Kain, let's go. How about we play some volleyball? Haruko glanced at Kain, who was still standing there in a daze, and invited her. Okay. Hani nodded obediently, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. The gentle sunlight on the beach cast a warm glow on the four of them, stretching their shadows longer and longer. Along the way, Yu's eyes were filled with concern, constantly reminding the three to be more careful. Ha, Hanin, your reaction is so slow. Quan clapped her hands around the volleyball and hit it with great force. The speed of the ball was astonishing. Hannah didn't react in time and failed to catch the volleyball, stumbling a few steps before falling awkwardly onto the soft sand. Cough, cough, ugh. The girl struggled to get up, her hair disheveled and her clothes covered in fine grains of sand, looking somewhat disheveled. Are you okay? Itachi hurried over, looking at Hannah with concern. Itaki-kun, I'm fine. Kagani shook her head, brushing the messy strands of hair behind her ear, and raised her head to stare intently at the distant spring, her eyes filled with determination. Very good, woman. You have successfully captured my attention. Kagami. Hannah's heart was filled with anger at this moment. It was clearly her own lack of seriousness just now. Looking at Hannah's serious expression, Izumi couldn't help but shiver, feeling a surge of ominous premonition. Izumi. Hannah-chan, you wouldn't hold my teasing against me, would you? Izumi hesitated to speak. What do you think? Huayin waved the volleyball with one hand, her arm tightened around it, and her face turned slightly red. With a bang, Cannon quickly threw the ball over, with incredible speed. Izumi stumbled as she caught the ball, but couldn't stop in time, and like Cannon, she fell into the sand pile. Cough, cough. Izumi got up, looking disheveled, with a scrape on her palm. It seemed like they had played too hard. Haruko watched the two of them seriously, a bead of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Itachi looked speechless, unsure of what to do. Izumi, I'm sorry, I didn't control the strength well just now. Cannon hurried over and cast a reversal spell on Izumi. In no time, the small wounds on Izumi's body were healed. Ugh, Cannon, you were really rough just now, Izumi said, covering her head with both hands and looking at Cannon with a mournful expression. Ahem, I said I didn't mean to. Do you believe me? Huayin felt a bit awkward upon seeing this. Suddenly, Kagami felt a bump on her head, covering it with both hands and crying out in pain. You two apologized to each other, and this matter was considered over. Itachi raised his hand and gently tapped Kagami's head, sighing. The writing is really limited, so I can't express that feeling. Everyone can imagine it themselves. Please support for love. One for love generates power. 1 cent. Not much, but every little bit counts. And now Katsu needs this money very much. Chapter 207. Something's off between you two. I'm sorry. The two girls deeply bowed to each other simultaneously, with a hint of resentment in their eyes. Itachi, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but sigh softly, then looked at them with gentle eyes. You two need to be more mindful of your boundaries while playing. Itachi reminded them again, his tone filled with concern. All right, I understand, Brother Itachi. Izumi replied, somewhat dissatisfied, her face full of grievance. Itachi-kun, Kagun also showed dissatisfaction. Finally found you all. Didn't expect you to be here. Mikoto was wearing a swimsuit, her figure graceful and poised, like a budding girl, showing no signs of being a mother of 2 children. Kagami looked at Mikoto's appearance, her eyes twitching slightly. To be honest, Cannon really doesn't understand how Fugaka managed to marry such a beautiful wife. In terms of looks, the two of them are worlds apart. Fugaku appears quite aged. Moreover, in the original work, it seems that Mikoto actively pursued Fugaku. Hanaeon couldn't figure out no matter how hard she tried, so she decided not to dwell on it any longer. Mikoto-ne, you're here too. Izumi had just been receiving a scolding from Itachi and felt a bit dissatisfied, but her eyes instantly brightened at the sight of Mikoto. Izumi, long time no see. Mikoto walked over and affectionately patted the little loli's head. Meanwhile, Sasuke looked on with a face full of displeasure at this scene. Before I met these sisters, Mom only cared about me. Now, it's as if Sasuke has been completely ignored. Could it be that love can disappear? Sasuke squatted on the ground, drawing circles with his finger, when suddenly he felt a gentle touch on his head. He looked up in confusion to see Hanae smiling at him. Hanae-chan, what are you? Sasuke's face flushed slightly, feeling a bit shy. At this moment, Konoha is wearing a swimsuit. Her skin is fair and delicate. Sasuke looked at her and couldn't help but swallow. What's wrong with me? Also, you should call me sister. Kagome gently patted Sasuke's head, her tone laced with a hint of affection. Since just now, Hana noticed that Sasuke's emotions were a bit off, so she deliberately walked over to comfort him. Soon, Sasuke's complexion became rosy, and seeing this, Hana smiled gently. Sister Hana, you came too? A familiar and youthful voice came from the side. Kanon turned her head and saw Naruto with his hands in his pockets, his hair messy and sweat on his body, as if he had just finished training. Naruto. Long time no see. Kanon waved at Naruto with a sweet smile on her face. Only then did Naruto slowly walk over. He hadn't seen Kanon for a while, and now she had grown into a graceful young lady, just like a little girl. As Naruto looked at the girl in front of him, his gaze gradually became firm. He definitely didn't think Itachi deserved Kanon. Then, he turned his head and coldly stared at Itachi in the distance. Itachi sensed the chilling, killing intent. And when he turned around in confusion, he saw it was Naruto, and then smiled slightly. Humph. Naruto snorted coldly and turned his head away. Wait, what is going on? Kanon also saw this scene, looking confused. Before she could ask, a bright and cheerful voice came from behind. Naruto, that cold look of yours won't do. Otherwise, you won't make any friends. Minato slowly walked over, looking at Naruto with gentle eyes. Ah, Lord Minato, you're here too? Kagani looked up at the water gate, her eyes brightening. The water gate had a head of golden hair flowing chaotically in the air, with a gentle smile on her lips. Alongside her were Obito and Kakashi. It seemed everyone had arrived. Kakashi-sensei, where's Jiraiya-sensei? Kanon suddenly thought of something and looked at Kakashi with a cold gaze. Ahaha. You might have something to deal with at the moment, Kakashi said, scratching the back of his head, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. No, I need to go check on Jiraiya-sensei to make sure he doesn't cause any more trouble. Kanon shook her head, her eyes revealing a hint of determination. Kanon, Jiraiya-sensei might have gone on a mission. Anyway, there's nothing to do right now. So let's take a break for a while, Minato gently explained as he watched this scene. All right, Lord Minato. Kanon looked at the sunny and handsome Minato, her cheeks slightly flushed, and then obediently nodded. Itachi, watching the scene, displayed a hint of jealousy on his face. Mikoto, witnessing her child's jealous expression, felt a bead of cold sweat on her forehead. This eldest son really is a vinegar jar. Everyone was laughing and chatting, and due to the remote location, there were few people around, making it particularly tranquil. Soon, Minato suggested camping here, and everyone agreed. Let me show you my skills, Kakashi said confidently as he sprinkled pepper and salt on the grilled meat. Kakashi-senpai is really cool, Izumi said, looking at Kakashi with a slight blush, and then leaned closer to Kanon and whispered, So, do you like him? Hana looked at Izumi's shy appearance and leaned close to her ear to whisper. Silly, what are you saying? Izumi retorted, giving her an annoyed glare. Kagani smiled proudly upon seeing this. Izumi was furious, clenching her fists, but then relaxed. Forget it, she couldn't beat Kagani. By the way, how's your relationship with Itachi going? Izumi asked softly, glancing at Itachi, who was helping Kakashi in the distance. Just ordinary friends, I guess, Kagani said in a flustered manner, waving her hands in the air at Izumi's inquisitive gaze. Oh, really? Izumi looked at Kagani with a mischievous smile. Can we change the topic? Kagani's face instantly turned red. All right. Izumi shrugged helplessly. Time passed quietly like fine sand, the high sun gradually fading and the moonlight falling down. Everyone gathered around a campfire, tasting the grilled meat in their hands. I didn't expect Kakashi's cooking skills to be this good, Minato said, looking at his disciple in surprise. Useless Kakashi. Can only grill meat, Obito snorted proudly, continuing to enjoy the grilled meat. Everyone looked at Obito and Kakashi, their expressions becoming meaningful. Could it be that the two of them? Everyone, Ahem, why are you all looking at me? Kakashi noticed the unusual gazes from everyone and awkwardly cleared his throat. Kakashi, let me grill next, you go take a break. Itachi smiled as he stood up and took the grilling tongs from Kakashi's hands. All right, then I'll leave it to you, Itachi. Kakashi didn't refuse and sat down beside Obito. Obito glanced at Kakashi and instinctively scooted over. Seeing this, a bead of cold sweat appeared on Kakashi's forehead. Please generate power for love. Chapter 208 Ghost Stories. The group was filled with laughter and warmth. Kain sat quietly in the dim corner by the campfire, her gentle gaze watching everyone chat and laugh, the chill in her heart gradually dispelled by this warmth. The meat was already cooked. Come, give it a try. The weasel glanced at Kain, sitting in the corner, and with a tender look, walked over. Hannah slightly nodded and then stood up. The taste should be quite good, right? Itachi curiously looked at the girl in front of him who was enjoying the grilled meat and asked softly, "Does it taste good? Did you make it?" Kanon nodded again, then playfully stuck out her tongue to lick her fingers, a shy blush spreading across her cheeks. Eat slowly, there is still a lot here. Itachi sighed indulgently. Ahem, can you two stop sweetly flaunting your love here? Kakashi walked over with a face full of resentment, a hint of jealousy in his eyes. Really? Itachi scratched his head awkwardly, a forced smile plastered on his face. Huayin heard Kakashi's teasing, and her cheeks instantly turned crimson as she shyly lowered her head. It's not like that, she said. Huayin-chan, you're really something. Izumi slowly walked over, looking serious as she pretended to be angry. You guys are overthinking it, aren't you? Kagome's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, looking a bit nervous. All right, next, should we tell some thrilling ghost stories? Kakashi pulled out a horror novel from somewhere. His eyes filled with a hint of mockery as he looked at everyone. Idiot! Everyone is already tired of the stories you tell. How can anyone still be scared? Obito stuffed his hands in his pockets and yawned lazily. Ahem, do you really want to hear it or not? Kakashi awkwardly cleared his throat, then looked around, trying to catch everyone's attention. Upon hearing the words ghost story, Kain furrowed her brows, an inexplicable sense of unease surging within her, feeling somewhat flustered for no reason. Whatever the case, she was a brave girl. How could she possibly be scared by the ghost stories Kakashi told? Before long, everyone gathered around the campfire, their faces glowing warmly in the firelight. Is everyone ready? Then I'm going to start telling the story, Kakashi said, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Especially when he glanced at Itachi and Kain, his gaze filled with significance. Kagome sensed Kakashi's unusual gaze, and her expression immediately darkened. She probably already guessed what Kakashi was up to. Soon, Kakashi began to tell ghost stories, and to be honest, they sounded quite frightening. Henin unconsciously swallowed, her body slightly curled up, appearing somewhat nervous. Yao looked at the frightened expression on the girl's face and sighed helplessly, then reached out his hand and gently took hers. What do you think the ending of the story will be? Kakashi sighed, meaningfully, seemingly anticipating everyone's reaction. What happens in the end? Quan nervously swallowed and asked eagerly. The result is... Kakashi suddenly let out a strange cry, startling everyone. Ah! Quan immediately screamed. Hannah also shivered, but was quickly held tightly in Itachi's arms. And the unease in her heart gradually calmed down. Ahem, how was that? Kakashi covered his forehead, the corners of his mouth unable to help but curve up slightly, revealing a smug smile. Idiot, this is really boring of you, Obito quietly complained, though there was a hint of amusement in his tone. Kakashi, why are you suddenly acting weird? You're such an idiot. Izumi glared at Kakashi with an unhappy expression. Look, isn't she scared? Kakashi couldn't help but laugh at Izumi's frightened look. All right. Izumi, Haruko looked at Kakashi helplessly, then patted Izumi's shoulder and sighed lightly. This feeling is a bit like Haruko, somewhat like a mother. Ahem, Kakashi, why do I feel like your personality has become more childish than before? Minato looked at Kakashi's teasing demeanor, wanting to say something but holding back. Really? Kakashi awkwardly scratched his head. Yes, you used to always wear a mask, giving people a feeling of keeping a distance. Minato covered his chin, recalling past events, and spoke slowly. It has seemed like that. Mikoto listened to Minato's conversation, also covering her chin and softly agreeing. Sigh, let's not mention the past anymore. By the way, Anna, can you revive Rin? Kakashi shook his head, then turned to the girl and asked a complicated question. As soon as he finished speaking, Obito's pupils suddenly constricted, and his body trembled slightly. Hannah, can I ask you to revive Rin? Kanon looked at Obito in this state, stunned. The idea of reviving Rin might be possible if Orochimaru could use the reanimation jutsu. But the problem is, it seems there is no hair or similar items from Rin's lifetime. Looking at it this way, it becomes a bit tricky. Obito, do you have any of Rin's hair or important relics from her life? Kanon looked at the worried Obito in front of her and asked curiously, do you have it? Obito nodded anxiously. Seeing him nod so vigorously, Kanon was stunned for a few seconds. The original work seemed to not mention the whereabouts of Rin's body after her death. If nothing unexpected happened, it should have been hidden by Obito in the Kamui space. All right, I'll go find Orochimaru later. He should have the ability to resurrect Rin. After a moment of silence, Henin nodded. That's great, Henin, thank you so much. Dato said with a grateful expression. You're welcome. Hana waved her hands gently, looking a bit flustered, while Obito, overly excited, leaned in close to her. In the distance, Kakashi watched the two's intimate actions and awkwardly cleared his throat. Ahem, Obito, calm down. Oh, sorry, I'm just too excited, Obito said, scratching the back of his head and awkwardly stepping back, only then noticing Itachi in the corner. Obito was momentarily at a loss for words, not knowing what to do. Ahem, Itachi, do you want to continue grilling meat? Izumi tugged at Itachi's sleeve, breaking the silence. Itachi sighed softly and continued grilling the meat. The tense atmosphere gradually dissipated, and everyone felt relieved. Please support for love. Thank you all for your gifts. The author is very grateful here. Thanks to Knuckle for the inspiration capsule. The author is very thankful here. Chapter 209, The Impure World Reincarnation of Lin. Kamui cannot hide tears. Time flies like a white horse passing through a gap, fleeting in an instant. In the sky, the bright moon gradually disappeared beyond the horizon, replaced by the blazing sun, radiating immense light. The girl opened her kaleidoscope and gracefully flew high in the sky. If I remember correctly, Orochimaru should be in that cave. The girl in the bright yellow raincoat softly murmured to herself. In a short while, she slowly descended from the sky, and the vivid color of her raincoat highlighted her petite and adorable figure, like a flower blooming in the spring. Huayin stared at the pitch-black cave in the distance and walked inside. TSK, TSK, TSK. Huayin-chan, have you finally come to find me? It has indeed been a year since we last met. Orochimaru's deep, hoarse voice echoed in the cave as he was engrossed in his experiment. Throughout the entire time, he didn't look up at Huayin even once, but continued to focus intently on his work. Cain glanced at the white absolute lying on the lab table, as well as the pile of shocking corpses, and couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. At this moment, Orochimaru seemed to sense the girl's emotional change and softly explained. Cain-chan, these corpses are all from some ruthless rogue ninjas. You don't need to feel sympathy for them, do you? Hana felt a slight relief in her tension after hearing Orochimaru's response and let out a sigh. Go on, what exactly do you want from me? Orochimaru toyed with the scalpel in his hand, looking at the girl in front of him with a teasing expression. I asked you to resurrect someone. This is her hair. Henio stretched out her delicate white hand, opening it wide, and a few strands of brown hair lay scattered in her palm. TSK, TSK, TSK. Henio-chan, are you ordering me? Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed on the girl before him, filled with amusement. That's right. Henio raised her head fearlessly, her kaleidoscopic eyes fixed on Orochimaru. As long as Orochimaru showed any hint of hostility towards her, Henio would completely deal with him right here. This might be a bit rude, but well, I like it. Orochimaru licked his tongue and then took out his scalpel, retrieving the haunting death god mask from the cabinet. Just like in the original story, after a series of extraordinary operations, Orochimaru successfully pulled Lin's soul out from the Pure Land space. Then, he himself drilled into the body of White Zetsu. Seeing this outrageous operation, Kagani silently gave a thumbs up. Perhaps in the entire ninja world, only Orochimaru could think of such a method. Where's this place? Soon, a soft and cute voice echoed in the cave. Huayin slowly turned her head and looked at the cute little lowly with short brown hair in front of her, and a surge of joy welled up in her heart. You can't deny it. Lin is indeed quite adorable. No wonder Obito in the original story liked her so much. Who are you? Lin looked curiously at the girl in front of her, her eyes filled with confusion. TSK, TSK. Huayin-chan, I've already resurrected you. Aren't you going to give me something as a reward? Orochimaru stepped out from the corner. Since he had just possessed White Zetsu, he looked somewhat eerie. Lin glanced at the strange uncle approaching her and instinctively took a step back, her eyes revealing a look of fear. Orochimaru, you're scaring the little girl. Kagani glanced at Orochimaru with a hint of reproach in her tone, then slowly walked towards Rin. Sister, let's go back to Konoha for a bit. Someone is very eager to see you. Kanon looked at the adorable Lin in front of her and said gently. As she gazed at this beautiful and kind older sister, Lin's inner fear gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief. Lin's little head unconsciously nodded lightly. Orochimaru, thank you. This is my reward for you. Kagome patted Rin's head. Then her gaze shifted to Orochimaru behind her, silently casting an illusion. After completing this series of actions, Huayin tightly held Lin in her arms, and with a flash of her figure, she disappeared from the spot, leaving only a faint fragrance lingering in the air. Is this my reward? Orochimaru felt a splitting headache and quickly processed the memories in his mind. Physics? That sounds really interesting. Orochimaru's eyes grew increasingly excited, as if he had discovered a new continent. The gate of Konoha slowly opened with a creak as Huayin pushed it. Is this Konoha? Lin murmured as she looked at the rejuvenated streets around her. Yes, do you want to see Obito and Kakashi now? Huayin gently hugged Lin and asked. At this moment, passers-by on the streets and alleys turned to look at the two girls, simply amazed by their beauty. Without any of the absurd scenarios that unfold in novels. Why is everyone looking at us? Lin shyly tugged at Huayin's sleeve and asked. Maybe it's because we're too pretty, Huayin replied with a light laugh, a hint of helplessness in her tone. Sometimes being too beautiful can also be a burden, as it constantly attracts the attention of those around them. Huayin finally understood why those celebrities in her past life always wore masks when going out. The sun in the sky shone on the two of them, stretching their shadows longer and longer. Ding dong. Hannah gently pressed the doorbell. Soon, hurried footsteps came from inside. With a click, the door opened, and Itachi stood at the door with an anxious expression, while Kakashi stood beside him. So you all are here. Huayin hugged Lin and teased. Lin, great to finally see you. After Dato opened the door, he was stunned, standing there blankly, softly murmuring as tears welled up in his eyes. Sister Huayin, can you put me down first? Lin looked at the familiar face in front of her, blushing as she spoke softly. Oh, okay. Hanyo gently put Rin down. Immediately, the two of them, one big and one small, looked at each other. Obito, Kakashi, Sensei Minato. You three are here, Rin said, standing outside the door, her gaze complex as she looked at the three of them. Well, let's go inside and talk, Minato said, patting Obito's shoulder and looking gently at Rin. Okay, Rin nodded and walked into the living room. Seeing that the four were going to catch up, Hanyo wisely prepared to leave. She didn't want to be a third wheel. With this time, she might as well go find Itachi and chat more. I'll take my leave then, you all have a good chat. Kanon waved goodbye to the four people and instantly disappeared. Thank you, Kanon. Obito looked up at the vanishing girl and said gratefully. Thanks to everyone for the gifts. The author is truly grateful here. Also, I would appreciate a 5-star review. Hoping this book can score an 8. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but it's my first time receiving such a high rating. Chapter 210. Aren't you still here? Obito, Kakashi, Minato-sensei, how have you all been over the years? Rin tilted her little head, casting a gentle gaze at the three in front of her. Well, I've been doing okay, Kakashi sighed lightly, looking at Rin with a complex expression, as if that familiar face brought him back to the past. Gazing at Rin's innocent appearance, Kakashi couldn't help but let his thoughts drift to Kanon. There seemed to be an indescribable similarity between them. It was just too similar. Kakashi examined Rin's features carefully again and gradually realized that Rin's face appeared more innocent and carefree, while Kanon had an added delicacy and gentleness. Though they looked extremely similar at first glance, upon closer comparison, they were not exactly the same. Kakashi couldn't help but change his previous opinion. What's wrong, Kakashi? Rin noticed Kakashi's unusual gaze and felt a hint of sadness in her heart. She turned around, looking at him with curiosity. It's nothing, Kakashi shook his head, a trace of sorrow evident in his eyes. Even he couldn't explain why he felt sad. Rin, don't mind that guy Kakashi, he always looks so cold. Obito complained from his side. He never cares about other people's feelings, he's selfish. Obito, don't say that, Minato, standing nearby, looked at Kakashi with concern. His eyes filled with worry. Sensei, actually Obito is right. I was indeed very selfish in the past. Kakashi shook his head again, tears welling up in his eyes. Obito's words were not baseless. Kakashi had always regarded his father as an idol in his heart when he was young. However, the good times didn't last long. His father leaked information during a mission to protect his teammates, leading to mission failure. Despite Hiruzen Sarutobi's repeated reassurances that he shouldn't care about it, the villagers' gossip eventually overwhelmed his father's mental state, leading him to choose suicide. Young Kakashi witnessed his father's death firsthand, and at that moment, his pupils contracted sharply, filled with fear. From then on, he developed a selfish personality, believing that a ninja should prioritize missions. Enough, it's been so long, Obito Kakashi. Why are you still like this? Rin looked at the two, her eyes filled with disappointment. Rin, Kakashi hesitated, feeling a mix of emotions. Obito fell into silence as well. I'm sorry, Kakashi. At that time, I really had a lot to handle and couldn't support you in time. Minato watched the atmosphere grow tense, feeling quite depressed. There's no need to bring this up again. Rin has finally gathered with us. Can we be a bit happier? Obito sighed, then reached out to pat Minato and Kakashi's shoulders. The three finally smiled slowly, their gazes refocusing on Rin. That's more like it. Rin chuckled softly, covering her mouth. That smile was as beautiful as flowers blooming in spring, as if it could melt away all the world's sorrows and troubles. On the other side, the sun hanging high in the sky shone on Kanon, casting her petite and lovely figure onto the ground. Itachi-kun, if Rin-chan suddenly came back to life, how would Obito and the others react? Kagome stood lightly on the railing, her hands gently swaying to maintain balance. So, can you come down first? Itachi gazed at his wife with a look full of helplessness, his tone carrying a hint of plea. No, I won't. Kagome gently interrupted Itachi's words, her voice carrying a hint of a pout. Be careful not to fall. Itachi sighed helplessly. Who did you actually look for when you revived Rin? Oh, I looked for Orochimaru. Kain steadily stood on one foot on the railing, casually responding, that guy Orochimaru can actually use the second Hokage's forbidden jutsu? Upon hearing this, Itachi couldn't help but show a mix of surprise and confusion on his face. That's right, those forbidden techniques were taught to him by me, and I've even improved them. The current Edo Tensei can now achieve complete resurrection, Kagane proudly said, her hair sticking up excitedly, looking quite carefree. Itachi listened to Kagane's story, momentarily stunned, and it took him a while to come back to his senses. He took a deep breath and then asked, Are you saying that you secretly looked at the sealing scroll? Is there a problem with that? Hanyo lightly jumped down from the railing, a silly smile on her face. However, soon after, a slight pain began to throb in her head. Itachi mercilessly gave her a hand strike, and his tone became serious. Do you know that peeking at the sealing scrolls can lead to severe punishment, even long-term imprisonment? Well, at least I have you, Itachi. Kain pouted and revealed a mischievous smile, as if to say, as long as you're here, I'm not afraid of anything. Hearing his wife's response, Itachi hesitated, his tightly clenched fist slowly relaxing. Well, at least this answer is not bad. So, do you have anything else you want to say? Itachi wore a look of helplessness, his gaze fixed on Kain, seemingly waiting for her to continue. Well, Hannah's hands gently intertwined, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks, and her voice became softer. As long as you don't tell those people, isn't everything fine? After all, no one else knows about this matter. A glimmer of teasing light flashed in Itachi's eyes as he leaned slightly forward, looking at Hannah with interest. What makes you think I won't tell others? Upon hearing Itachi's retort, Hannah was instantly taken aback, a look of confusion spreading across her face. Then what do you want to do? Kagane was somewhat embarrassed and angry, giving Uchiha Itachi a fierce glare. Itachi's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile as he gently extended a finger and pointed to his own face. Kagane quickly understood Itachi's meaning, her face instantly turning bright red, like a ripe apple. What's wrong? Itachi curiously leaned down, carefully examining the shy girl in front of him, his eyes filled with tenderness. What a fool! Hanyo mumbled in dissatisfaction, then mustered up her courage, stood on tiptoe, and gently left a kiss on Itachi's face. Itachi felt the dampness on his face and nodded in satisfaction, a smile creeping onto his lips. All right, I'll pretend I didn't TC that this time. But next time, I won't be so lenient, he teased. Itachi, you will regret this. Hannah opened her eyes wide and glared fiercely at Uchiha Itachi in front of her. That's enough, I am. Itachi was about to retort, but swallowed his words back. Cough, cough, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously, you fool. Itachi reached out his finger and gently flicked Hannah's forehead. Ouch! Huayin suddenly cried out in pain, covering her head tightly with both hands, taking a step back, her face showing a look of grievance. What are you doing? You idiot. Do you know that randomly flicking someone's forehead can make them stupid? Henio said angrily. Well, I really don't know. Itachi shook his head, unable to suppress a smile that rose in his heart, but he still tried to hold it back. Chapter 211, Guard Department Hanyo. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had quietly slipped away. It was morning, time to get up. Today was your first day interning at the Guard Department. Itachi looked at Hanyo, who was still lazily lying in bed, with a face full of helplessness. What time is it? Huayin curled up in the bedding, her voice laced with a hint of laziness and reluctance. It was already 7:30 in the morning. You looked at Huayin still refusing to get out of bed, and reluctantly reached out, gently tugging at the corner of the blanket, pulling her up softly. Huayin finally managed to get up from the bed, extending her slightly hazy hands to gently rub her still half-closed eyes. All right, go wash up quickly, and after you're done, go have breakfast. You looked at Huayin, who was still bleary-eyed, with a gaze full of affection. In these past few months, Huayin spent the whole day lounging in her room, eating and drinking to her heart's content before dozing off, just like a leisurely salted fish. One day, Hannah suddenly had a whimsical idea and proposed to go work in the security department. Upon hearing this, Itachi agreed without much thought. Thus, the scene we have today was created. At the dining table, Huayin was chewing on her breakfast, her face full of drowsiness, and her little head occasionally drooped. Yao looked at Huayin in this state, and a faint smile involuntarily appeared at the corners of his mouth. For some reason, he always found his wife in this state to be somewhat cute. Before long, Huayin suddenly woke up, and a little tuft of hair on her head stood up. Yaokuin, how long did I just sleep? Hannah's pupils suddenly constricted as she looked at Itachi in shock. Well, you should finish your breakfast first. It's already past 8. You're late. Itachi noticed the drool still hanging from the corner of Hannah's mouth and couldn't help but chuckle, laughter following shortly after. Kagani suddenly realized, quickly pulling out a tissue to wipe the drool from the corner of her mouth, and then she glared at Itachi in dissatisfaction. Immediately after that, Kain wolfed down her breakfast. After eating, she quickly tidied herself up in front of the mirror and hurried out the door. Weasel watched Kain's hurried figure, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He wondered whether this girl would have a smooth day at work, but soon he calmed himself down. He understood that if he were to become the clan leader in the future, there would be many more matters to handle, and he couldn't always be by Kain's side. Sometimes, allowing Kain to be independent wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The sun high in the sky shone intensely on the girl's face, and due to her hurried running, Kanon's face was covered with fine beads of sweat, and at that moment, she was panting heavily, finally having arrived at the Uchiha clan's guard department. Just as described in the original work, the guard department did not look particularly impressive. As soon as she stepped through the door, Kanon quickly clocked in. Kanon, you're late. Not long after she finished clocking in, a familiar voice came from behind her. Huayin was immediately flustered upon hearing the words and quickly turned around. When she saw the person coming, her expression became even more panicked. Uncle Taihua, please let me explain. I have my reasons. Hannah swallowed nervously and began to wave her hands in a fluster. Since Fujiwara had become the Hokage, the position of head of the Uchiha clan security department had fallen to Tetsuharu. Well, you should hurry to work. Today, you're responsible for the patrol mission of Team B in the eastern district of Konoha. Tetsuharu did not complain about Hannah's tardiness. Instead, he spoke respectfully. Of course, he wasn't a fool to have gotten this position. After all, she was the wife of the young clan leader. As a mere head of the security department, how could he dare offend the young clan leader's wife? All right, Captain Tetsuharu, I'll be on my way. Kain looked at Taihuo in front of her and nodded slightly in a flustered manner. You go ahead. Taihuo watched the girl disappear from his sight, took out a tissue from his pocket, and wiped the cold sweat that had emerged on his forehead. To be honest, the lady of the young clan leader came to the security department just to experience life. How could the people in the security department dare to assign her particularly strict tasks? They were all trivial matters. Captain Taihuo, are you really going to indulge Kain like this? Daohua walked over with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Are you crazy? She is the lady of the young clan leader. Do you dare to offend her? Taihuo glared at Daohua and said sternly. That's true. Daohua swallowed hard and nodded. By the way, raise Kain's performance a bit more. Give her full marks for all your evaluations. Taihuo continued with some unease. It's already all full marks, Daohua replied helplessly. All right, you can step back for now, Taihuo said, his brows furrowing. In a corner of Mufang village, Kagun was much more familiar this time due to her previous patrol missions. At this moment, the girl was dressed in a dark uniform, her expression serious. However, to others, she appeared particularly cute. After a while, Huayin heard a dispute coming from a shop in the distance. You bought something without paying, and then you bite back? The shop owner, a middle-aged man, was angrily questioning a drunk man he had grabbed. Which one of your eyes saw me not paying? The drunk man retorted disdainfully, glaring at the owner. Kagani looked at the noisy scene in the distance, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Excuse me, could you please make way? She said to the crowd gathered around. The onlookers immediately felt displeased and turned to look at the person pushing them. Upon seeing the person in a security uniform, their pupils dilated in shock. Ahem, security officer. The troublemaker is that drunk man. You two, quiet down. Kain followed the direction they pointed. The two who had been arguing nonstop suddenly stopped their actions. Then, just like a common glitch in novels, both sides began to shift the blame onto each other. Huayin listened to the two arguing passionately, her brows furrowing once again. However, looking at the drunk man, Huayin couldn't shake the feeling that he looked somewhat familiar. Soon, she remembered the identity of this drunkard. He was the person who had tried to harm her many years ago. Oof. She didn't expect to run into him again this time. Kagani glared at the drunk man and said fiercely, "It's unfair. Guard-sama, I just took a little something." The drunk man recognized the girl in front of him and immediately defended himself in terror. But Kagani wouldn't give him a chance to explain. She immediately used her Sharingan to control the drunk man and put silver handcuffs on him. This farce came quickly and went just as fast as the drunk man was locked up in the Konoha village prison. Recently, the weather has been cold. Everyone take care of your health. Don't catch a cold. Anyway, the author has caught a cold now, feeling very dizzy, asking for gifts. Chapter 212. Does Rin prefer Obito or Kakashi more? With a crisp sound, the solid chains of the cage were tightly shut by Kagani, producing a dull echo. "Uncle, just stay here and reflect for a while." Hannah glanced at the drunken man, gently patted her hands, and then elegantly turned to leave. "It's unfair," said the drunken man, wanting to explain something. But when he saw the blood-red eyes of the security department members staring at him, he was immediately frightened into silence. Truly, Miss Hannah's efficiency in handling matters is astonishing. One member of the security department looked at the decisive girl and sincerely praised her. Indeed, others chimed in agreement. If nothing unexpected happens, Hannah should have the best performance this year, right? The crowd discussed among themselves, praising Hannah's abilities endlessly. Hannah walked out of the security department, listening to everyone's compliments. Her face flushed with a hint of shyness, looking a bit embarrassed. Everyone is praising me. Clearly, Hannah wanted to keep a low profile. Time flies. Autumn passes and winter comes, as if it just happened in the blink of an eye. In the distance on Hokage Rock, it seemed like the heads of the 5 Hokages were wearing a pure, white snow cap. Kanon, dressed in the guard department uniform, patrolled every corner of Konoha, as usual. Time really flies. I wonder if Itachi-kun is still that busy. Kagani yawned, her tone laced with a hint of laziness and sluggishness. At that moment, a biting cold wind blew in from the distance, causing the girl to shiver involuntarily. "It's so cold." Kain subconsciously shrank her body, then let out a breath of warm air. Her cute cheeks instantly flushed with a touch of crimson. The sun in the high sky intertwined with the white clouds, but it seemed powerless to tear through the heavy dark clouds. Snowflakes were still fluttering around, and the entire world was covered in white snow, wrapped in a silver coat. Huayin was walking down the street, watching the people laughing and playing, and a warm feeling gradually surged in her heart. Saw thee. Just as Huayin was still lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt her body being bumped into. Kagani was taken aback for a moment, then turned her head to look at the girl who had bumped into her. Lin, is it you?" Kagani looked at the adorable little girl in front of her, who had 2 purple patterns on her cheeks, and greeted her with slight surprise. Kagani-ne, long time no see." Rin picked up the package from the ground, breathed out a puff of warm air, and curiously examined Kagani. "Don't call me Ne. You're actually much older than me." Kagani looked at Rin, who was a head shorter than her, and awkwardly spoke up. After all, Edo Tensei could only revive a person in their previous state. So Rin still maintained the appearance of a little girl. However, after some time, Rin should gradually grow taller, right? After all, this time the Edo Tensei had been modified by Kagani and was completely different from the original story. "Who are you planning to give these things to?" Hannah looked at Rin, who was tightly holding a bag in both hands. The bag contained several envelopes, with childish handwriting that read to Obito. Next to the envelopes were a few vividly blooming flowers, seemingly symbolizing something. Although Keiho doesn't understand these things as a girl, she probably has already guessed Rin's intentions. "Oh, Rin-chan, are you going to give this to Obito?" Huayin raised her eyebrows and said with a teasing tone, "Sister Huayin, what are you talking about?" Lin instantly became shy, twisting her body and looking at Huayin in front of her, wanting to say something but hesitating. What was written in the envelope? Could be a love letter? Kanon looked at Rin in front of her, a teasing smile on her face, and then pretended to try to snatch it away. Rin, seeing Kanon's expression, instinctively took a step back, tightly holding onto the red bag, her cute face flushed with embarrassment. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I actually need to hurry home too. Let's go, we're headed the same way." Huayin elicited a faint smile, then reached out to hold Lin's hand. I'm sorry, Huayin." Lin shyly lowered her head, as if feeling sorry for her earlier action. "Lin, you don't need to apologize to me. I was just teasing you." Huayin looked speechlessly at the little lowly in front of her. I see." Lin nodded and then showed a sweet smile. "So, do you prefer Obito or Kakashi now?" Kagani held Rin's hand as they walked down the road, unable to contain her curiosity, and continued to ask questions. In fact, there are many theories in the original work. Some say Rin likes Kakashi, while others say she prefers Obito. But no matter which side of the debate it is, Kagani felt quite troubled. After all, the original work doesn't clearly state who Rin ultimately likes. Why are you asking me this question again? Rin looked at the girl with some dissatisfaction, her eyes carrying a hint of resentment. Kagani looked at Rin's expression and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat on her forehead, feeling so awkward that she didn't know how to start. Ahem, well, as compensation, can I treat you to a meal? Hannah realized that her previous words and actions were a bit impolite, so she sincerely apologized. Sigh. Hanane, you really love gossip, Rin said, looking at the girl in front of her, who seemed a bit disappointed for not getting an answer. Actually, I can tell you, but you mustn't tell anyone else. Rin hesitated for a moment, then looked up and stared intently at Hannah. Okay, I promise I won't tell anyone. Kain nodded firmly. Then I will say it. Lin took a deep breath, then cautiously looked around to see if there were any familiar faces. Kagani didn't know why, but suddenly felt nervous and then swallowed hard. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. At this moment, Huayin is extremely anxious and eager to know the truth. In fact, I prefer Obito's voice, which is as faint as a mosquito, almost inaudible. However, Hannah still heard it, and then looked at Lin with an understanding gaze, as if to say, I know. I understand. You won't tell anyone else, right? Lin swallowed nervously and looked at Hannah. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Kagani patted Rin's shoulder and said honestly, Thank you very much for everyone's gifts. The author is deeply grateful. Recently it's been cold, and Heisu has caught a cold, feeling unwell, so the quality may have declined. Here, I sincerely apologize to everyone. Heisu wants to ask everyone for a small gift. That shouldn't be too much to ask, right? I've been feeling dizzy all day and really don't want to go to the hospital and waste money. I'll take a day off tomorrow, sorry. Chapter 213, Rin's Confession Token. The two girls walked leisurely down the road, casually chatting about various topics. Unbeknownst to them, the two girls had already arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory. All right, we're home. How you plan to speak to Obito soon? Kanon looked at Rin with a hint of teasing in her expression. Don't look at me like that, Kanon, Rin replied somewhat helplessly, unable to bear her best friend's gaze full of gossip. Ahem, then I'll go knock on the door first. Kane glanced at Lin and then let out a soft sigh. Just then, Lin hurriedly tiptoed and blocked Kane, who was about to reach for the doorbell. What's wrong, Lin? Kane tilted her head, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Don't bring that up later. Lin bit her lip, her face flushing with embarrassment. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Kagun shook her head, then reached out her finger and gently pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. The sound of the doorbell rang out crisply. Immediately after, a hurried sound of footsteps approached. The door opened with a click, and Obito looked at Rin and Kagun in surprise. Huh? Rin, Kagun, what are you two doing here? Obito was taken aback at first, then turned to look at Kagun, his eyes filled with astonishment. This is my home after all. Why can't I come? Kain responded somewhat dissatisfied. Isn't this Itachi's home? Obito looked at Kain speechlessly. Kagani suddenly fell silent, then awkwardly coughed a few times. Ahem, Itachi's home is my home too. Oh, that's right, it's marital property. Obito nodded, looking as if he had just realized something. Hearing the word marriage, Kagani's face instantly flushed red. Lin, on the side, covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her smile blooming like a flower. We're still just. When Huayin said this, she suddenly swallowed her words back. Forget it. She didn't want to argue with that idiot Obito, whose IQ was only 2. All right, come in, it's cold outside. Minato smiled and mediated as he watched the three of them playfully banter. Soon, the three of them walked into the house. Feeling the stark contrast between the climate inside and outside, Huayin couldn't help but be a bit surprised. The weather outside was clearly bone-chilling, while the inside was warm like spring. Here, have some tea. Minato brewed a fragrant cup of tea and handed it to Huayin. Kanon took the teacup with both hands and politely nodded, saying thank you. Mizumoto gently waved his hand and continued brewing tea. By the way, I forgot to tell you that Fugaku is coming back tonight, Mizumoto said softly, his tone carrying a hint of warmth. Uncle Fugaku is the Hokage, right? Logically speaking, he should be dealing with village matters. Huayin wanted to say something but hesitated, showing a look of confusion on her face. It has already been handed over to Lugio to handle. Shueimin gently shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of ease. I see, that's good. Kain suddenly realized and nodded, her expression showing a hint of relief. She couldn't help but think of the third Hokage from the original work, who often entrusted various troublesome matters to Kakashi to handle. Kakashi, you're truly outstanding and capable. The reason the Hokage entrusted all the tedious and complex affairs to you is entirely because he has immense trust and value in you. In Huayin's mind at this moment, the scene had already clearly emerged. Fuyu gently patted Lugio's shoulder, his eyes filled with deep meaning, and slowly said, Lugio, for the future and prosperity of Konoha village, I ask you to continue to bear these heavy responsibilities on your shoulders and persevere. I will, Lord Hokage, Lugio replied. Although he had a pained expression, he still managed to squeeze out a faint smile and nodded repeatedly. This was the scene that Huayin had in mind. Thinking of this scene, Huayin couldn't help but feel pity and heartache for Lugio. By the way, Teacher Minato, what about Obito and Kakashi? Rin, sitting beside Huayin, suddenly asked with a hint of curiosity. Kakashi should have gone out to handle some personal matters, but he should be back tonight. Minato gently shook his head, his tone soft and calm. That useless Kakashi is probably out doing something shady again. Obito snorted coldly, a look of disdain on his face. Teacher Minato, Obito, this is a special gift I prepared for you. At that moment, a delicate and lovely voice interrupted Obito's thoughts and attracted everyone's attention. Thank you very much for your company and care, Rin said gratefully, handing over 2 pink envelopes with both hands. Minato looked at the pink envelopes that Rin handed over, feeling a bit shy as he scratched the back of his head, a warm smile appearing on his face. Thank you. Obito then solemnly extended his hands to receive the envelopes from Rin, excitement flickering in his eyes. Seeing that both of them had accepted her gifts, Rin finally breathed a sigh of relief, and a look of relief appeared on her face. By the way, Huayin-chan, you have a special gift too. Rin took out a small, exquisitely crafted box from her bag and handed it to Huayin. Thank you very much for your kind intentions. Kagami reached out to take the box, not opening it immediately, and politely nodded. Since everyone had already received their gifts, only Kakashi, Jiraiya, Fugaku, Mikoto, and Itachi were left. Rin bit her lower lip, her brows slightly furrowed, and then took out a pen to seriously jot down something in her notebook, looking both earnest and cute. Obito looked at Rin with a doting expression, his eyes filled with tenderness. Meanwhile, Kagami was glancing back and forth between the two, a bead of cold sweat forming on her forehead. For some reason, she really wanted to remind Obito that the way they were acting now looked more like being overly intimate might be seen as inappropriate behavior and could get them taken to the security department. But then she thought better of it. After all, this was their matter, and it wasn't her place to interfere too much. My head hurts so much. Please send power for love. I didn't eat this morning. I'm so hungry. Taking a day off tomorrow. I'm very sorry, everyone. The 2 chapters for the leave will be made up later. He keeps her promises. Chapter 214. Let's sleep together tonight. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a week has passed. Kagami strolled alone on the street, the dim yellow street lights illuminating her petite figure, surrounded by a serene silence. Sigh, work is really exhausting. Huayin exhaled a puff of warm air, the cold weather causing her cheeks to flush. She raised her scarf, then rubbed her hands together and let out another breath of warmth. It's really cold today. Looking up at the sky, she noticed that the sun had quietly disappeared, replaced by the dim blue moon. The moonlight fell, turning the snow-covered ground into a silver landscape. The dim streetlights elongated Huayin's shadow, and the reflections on the road accentuated her solitude. Kagami looked into the distance, her mind filled with countless thoughts. It's cold, isn't it? A gentle voice interrupted her reverie. Huh? Itachi, why are you here? Kanon turned her head in surprise and found that the visitor was Itachi Uchiha, her eyes filled with astonishment. I was worried something might happen to you on the way, so I came to check. Itachi sighed softly, holding the umbrella with one hand and gazing gently at Kanon. Is that so? Hanyo shyly lowered her head. Let's go home, Itachi said, gently patting Hanyo's shoulder. The 2 walked side by side on the narrow path, as snowflakes slowly fell from the sky, gently blocked by the umbrella in Itachi's hand. What are you thinking about? Itachi asked softly, with a hint of curiosity in his expression, looking at the girl lost in thought. Nothing, I just suddenly thought of that guy Obito. Kagami gently shook her head, her face revealing a complex expression. Bon? Why? She said, slightly taken aback, as if surprised by the name. Yes, it had been a while since she last saw him, and she wondered how he was doing now. Huayin nodded slightly, her tone carrying an indescribable emotion. Is that so? Then why don't you go meet him? Yao tilted her head, curiously observing the girl in front of her. At this moment, the girl, perhaps due to the cold weather or some other reason, had a flushed face, and her cherry-like lips looked particularly alluring under the light. Why are you looking at me like that? Kagani subconsciously swallowed, her heart pounding like a little deer. It's nothing. Let's go, Itachi said with a smile, his gaze directed into the distance. Soon, the two arrived at the Uchiha clan's compound. Itachi gently pushed the door open, accompanied by a crisp click. I'm back. Kanon walked into the room, turned on the light in the entrance, took off her shoes, and changed into slippers before lightly walking into the living room. Itachi silently walked over to the girl's shoes and neatly arranged the pair that had been carelessly placed. Watching the girl in the distance who was cooking instant noodles, Itachi sighed softly, his gaze filled with affection. Let me cook instead. Eating too much instant noodles isn't good for your health, Itachi said gently as he looked at the girl coming out of the kitchen. All right then, I'll leave it to you, she replied. As Huayin was about to boil water, she paused her movements upon hearing Itachi's words. Suddenly, Huayin felt a warm touch on her head. She looked up and saw you with a fond gaze, gently stroking her head. You always do this to my head. I'm not going to grow taller. Kain glared at Itachi with a hint of resentment. Well, I'm already very satisfied with your height. Itachi extended his finger and gently flicked Kain's forehead, teasingly saying, That hurts. How many times have you done this already? Kagami covered her slightly flushed forehead with both hands, her cheeks puffed out, and tears shimmered in her eyes. I haven't kept count. How do you remember so clearly? Itachi shook his head, walked to the kitchen, and started heating oil in a pot. All right, Itachi. If you keep teasing me like this, you will definitely regret it. Kanon looked at Itachi's teasing expression, feeling increasingly angry. All right, then I will wait and see. Itachi shrugged helplessly. Before long, a simple yet warm dinner was presented by Itachi on the dining table. Kain sat at the dining table, looking at the dinner with surprise in her eyes. Come on, eat up, don't just sit there in a daze. Yao looked at his wife's dazed expression, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Kanon subconsciously ignored Itachi's last sentence. Her face flushed, and her voice was as tiny as a mosquito's. How does it taste? Itachi looked at the girl, enjoying her dinner, raising an eyebrow. It's just okay, Kanon said proudly. All right, I'll go take a shower first. You eat slowly, Itachi nodded, stood up from the table, walked into his room, took out some change of clothes, and went into the bathroom. It's so cold. Do you still want to take a shower? Kagun looked at the bathroom light, turning on, and curiously asked. Of course. Itachi nodded. What a monster. Huayin murmured to herself and continued to enjoy her dinner. On such a cold day, she certainly didn't have the courage to take a shower. She would definitely shiver when changing clothes. Just thinking about that cold scene made Huayin shudder. Forget it, she decided not to think about it anymore. Kagani shook her head, pulling her thoughts back to reality, and continued to savor the food in her hands. The cold wind outside blew fiercely in waves. After Huayin hurriedly finished her meal, she quickly locked the windows tightly. Phew, this time there shouldn't be any cold wind blowing in anymore, right? Hannah murmured to herself, her body involuntarily shivering slightly. After that, she slowly stepped into the bathroom, washed up briefly, and returned to her room. However, the moment she entered the room, Hannah was instantly stunned. That guy Itachi was actually lying on her bed. Kagani's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. She was about to reach out and pull Itachi away, but hesitated and stopped her movement. Yes, Itachi had been busy since the daytime, working tirelessly until the early hours of the morning, still eagerly waiting for her to finish work and come home. He must be even more exhausted than she was, especially considering he had thoughtfully prepared dinner for her. Thinking about her earlier irrational thought, Kagami suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Forget it. I'll make an exception this time. Of course, this is the last time. I won't let you continue lying on my bed again. Hannah gently lifted a corner of the blanket and quietly lay down inside. At this moment, Hannah shyly turned her back to Itachi, her heart racing like a small deer. It was really awkward. Itachi shouldn't suddenly wake up, right? Kain nervously swallowed, feeling her husband's steady breathing behind her, and a strange tingling sensation surged in her heart, especially since Itachi had just taken a shower, his body still emanating a faint scent of shampoo, which made Kain feel inexplicably warm. Kanon suddenly felt Itachi's hands reach around from behind, tightly embracing her. At that moment, the girl's face was as bashful as a blooming flower. She shot a glare at Itachi, who was behind her, eyes closed and lost in sleep. Kagani's heart surged with 1,000 words, yet she hesitated to speak, only able to silently feel this embrace. Seeking support for love. Seeking gifts. The author has been laid off from the electronics factory due to a fever and cold, now back home and starving. Originally planned to take a day off today, but decided against it, now really too hungry to sleep. Seeking gifts. This is really important for the Lotus Leaf. Only wrote one chapter. Still Haven T finished the second chapter. We'll post it later this morning. Chapter 215. Pay attention to the time. A night has passed. Outside the window, the warblers are chirping, weaving a delightful spring symphony. The bright sunlight gently penetrates the curtains, softly falling onto the bed. Kagani slowly opened her hazy eyes. Just about to struggle to sit up, but felt a pair of strong arms tightly wrapping around her, making it difficult for her to move an inch. At this moment, Hannah woke up in a daze, her cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue. She turned her head to look back, and saw that Itachi was still immersed in his dreams. A wave of inexplicable excitement surged in her heart. Idiot, let go of me already. Kagani extended her pink fist and gently tapped Itachi's head, but he remained as still as a sleeping giant. This feels so strange. It's a bit embarrassing. Huayin's eyes turned red with anxiety, tears swirling in her eyes, her face full of shyness. Just then, she felt a slight movement behind her, and her heart leaped with joy as she slowly turned her head. She saw Itachi had already opened his eyes, looking at her with a smile. Why are you up so early? Itachi's voice was gentle as a spring breeze. Yeah, could you let go of me first? I still have to go to work. Hanin stretched out her delicate hand and gently pushed against Itachi's chest, trying to break free from his embrace. However, seeing the adorable sight of Hanin struggling, Itachi only held her tighter, as if he wanted to merge her into his own body. He took a deep breath, savoring the faint fragrance emanating from the girl, and for some reason felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Kain looked at Itachi's intoxicated appearance, wanting to say something, but ultimately falling into a long silence. Forget it, let's sleep a little longer. After all, last night I stayed up late, and now I really need to catch up on sleep. Huayin slowly closed her eyes again and leaned back into Itachi's arms, falling into a deep slumber once more. Itachi gently rested his head on Huayin's chin, feeling her breath and heartbeat, and unknowingly began to feel drowsy himself. After an unknown amount of time, when Huayin opened her eyes again, the sky outside had become somewhat overcast. Wait, what time is it now? Kagani glanced at the clock on the table, which brightly displayed that it was already 12 o'clock. Oh no, it's already noon. Kagami gasped and was about to get up, but was tightly held by the weasel again. How infuriating. Kagami gritted her teeth as she looked at Itachi, who was still immersed in his dreams, her face full of embarrassment and helplessness. Idiot, it's already noon. Time to get up. Kanon cupped Itachi's face with both hands and shook his head vigorously. After being shaken by the girl, Itachi finally opened his sleepy eyes. What's wrong? He asked, somewhat confused. What's wrong? Just look at the time, she replied. Hanyo pointed at the clock on the table with her finger, her tone filled with reproach and helplessness. Oh, it's already noon. Itachi struggled to prop himself up and turned to look at his lovely wife, asking curiously, what's wrong? Seeing Itachi's calm demeanor only made Hanyo more frustrated. What do you mean what's wrong? I've been waiting for you for so long. However, Hanyo suppressed her anger and sighed, saying, forget it, I took a day off today anyway. So, can you let go of me? I need to wash up. Kanon looked at Itachi's hands tightly holding her, her tone filled with a hint of helplessness and sorrow. Itachi nodded, finally releasing his embrace. Huayin broke free from the weasel's restraints like a heavy burden lifted, and walked lightly towards the bathroom. After finishing her grooming, she sat alone on the sofa in the living room, lost in deep thought. What had she just done? At that moment, there was a soft click, and her room door was gently pushed open. The weasel also entered the bathroom, and, after washing up, sat down beside Huayin. What are you doing? Kagun turned her head to look at Itachi, her face full of confusion and bewilderment. What else can I do? Of course, I can only watch you. Itachi pointed at his own face, a hint of a helpless smile appearing on his lips. Huayin was at a loss for words upon hearing this. I'm hungry. Hurry up and cook. Kagani stretched out her arms, gently wiping the fine sweat from her forehead, her gaze filled with a hint of prayer and expectation. Oh, good. Itachi nodded and stood up, walking towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, the distinctive crackling sound of adjusting the heat could be heard, followed closely by the thudding of the knife chopping on the cutting board, like a cheerful and rhythmic symphony, resonating beautifully in the air. Huayin sat in the living room. The familiar and warm melody of cooking from the kitchen filled her ears, and a sense of peace and stability inexplicably surged within her. However, this tranquility did not last long. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind, causing her pupils to constrict instantly. That's right, I still need to ask for leave from the security department. Hannah suddenly stood up from the sofa, her figure darting like the wind as she quickly reached the entrance and skillfully changed into her outdoor shoes. I have to say, the technology tree in the ninja world is really skewed. They clearly have modern technological products like televisions, yet they completely lack convenient communication tools like mobile phones. If they had mobile phones, Hannah could simply ask for leave in a WeChat group, and wouldn't need to explain in person to Tetsuhan. Itachi, I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Kagani stood at the door and gently called out toward the living room, her voice carrying a hint of tenderness. Okay, be careful on the way. The soft and magnetic voice of Yana came back. I will. Huayin responded softly, a warm current surging in her heart. With a light click, she pushed the door open. However, when she stepped outside, she found that the originally bright sky had turned gloomy, as if covered by a heavy curtain. In fact, the sky couldn't truly be called overcast. It was just somewhat dim. The sun high above was obscured by patches of white clouds, and the rays that occasionally broke through appeared dull and lackluster. The entire sky seemed poised to unleash a downpour at any moment. It seems like it's really going to rain today. Huayin looked up at the sky, softly murmuring to herself, her eyes filled with a hint of worry and anticipation. After a while, she arrived at the door of the guard apartment. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her nervous feelings, then swallowed hard and, with a look of panic, pushed open the heavy door of the guard apartment. Ahem, is Captain Tiewa here? Henning cautiously walked into the room and asked shyly. There was a slight tremble in her voice, as if she was afraid of something. Henning? What brings you here? At that moment, Daohua walked out from inside the room, looking at Hanin's nervous and uneasy expression with a hint of helplessness on his face. In fact, Daohua really wanted to tell Hanin that she was different from ordinary people like them. Even if she was late, no one would blame her. Even if she didn't come to work, she would still receive her share of the salary. However, he ultimately didn't say those words. Uncle Daohua, you're here too? May I ask where Captain Tiewa is? Kagun looked at the rice fire, hesitating to speak, as beads of cold sweat had already formed on her forehead. She lowered her head a bit shyly, as if feeling ashamed for her tardiness. However, Huayin is not clear about how much power she currently has. Seeking support for love, thank you. Chapter 216. Huayin versus Chixian. Time flies like a white horse passing a gap, and in the blink of an eye, winter has passed and spring has come, with all things revived. Soon after, Ji Shui, with a serious expression, found Huayin. What's wrong, brother Ji Shui? Huayin looked at Ji Shui, who had suddenly arrived, with a face full of confusion and disbelief. It's like this, Huayin, Ji Shui said, gazing seriously at her. I unexpectedly discovered traces of the Shell organization deep within the Water Country's mist-hidden village. The Shell organization? Haneon was instantly stunned, her face full of shock and disbelief. What is going on? Has the plot of Boruto silently advanced? Logically, the Kara organization should have been established only after Naruto became Hokage. Now, with this sudden change, could it be that I inadvertently triggered the butterfly effect? Their scale is comparable to the Akatsuki organization, and all members have reached the level of a Kage. Shursui said cautiously, his tone revealing a sense of apprehension towards the Kara organization. By the way, is Itachi home? Shursui glanced around the empty living room, feeling a hint of doubt. Itachi is not home. He is still dealing with some matters related to the Uchiha clan. Huayin helplessly shook her head and spread her hands. Well, anyway, I'm here to remind you. Ji Shui sighed, extending his finger to rub his tired brow. How do you plan to deal with the Akatsuki organization? They have all awakened now. The Akatsuki organization is currently allied with our Konoha village, so there's no need to worry about that for now. Hannah also sighed lightly and said with a complicated expression, let's pay more attention to the movements over at the Shell organization. Well, all right. Do you want to go with me to Hidden Mist Village now? Shizushui looked up at the girl in front of him, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. Okay, then let's go. Huayin nodded obediently, her face full of trust. In the midst of Huayin's confused gaze, Ji Shui extended his arm and gently rested it on her shoulder. Before Huayin could ask anything, with a whoosh, the two of them instantly disappeared from their spot. In the blink of an eye, the warm and peaceful home they were in began to undergo tremendous changes. The scenery around them rapidly transformed, and in an instant, they arrived at Mist-Hidden Village. A thick mist enveloped the surroundings, as if they were in a fairyland. Flying Thunder God technique. Huayin was taken aback and stammered, Brother Ji Shui, when did you learn that? I learned a long time ago. Ji Shui replied with a slight smile, making a shushing gesture. Now, don't say anything, just follow me. The enemy might be strong, so we need to be cautious. After saying this, he led the way ahead, his steps steady and alert. Kayan nodded and obediently followed behind him. I have to say, This feeling is quite thrilling. Sneaking out behind Itachi, messing around with another man outside. The mist in the distance seemed thick, but as they approached, it became unusually thin. After a while, the two vaguely saw a pitch-black figure in the mist. They instantly held their breath and became cautious, while the patterns in their Sharingan eyes changed into complex designs. Oof. Are two more ninjas coming? Before Shui could even ask for the other person's identity, the figure had already walked towards him. He looked remarkably like a monk, with a blackboard stuck to his forehead and black hair tied up at the back of his head. Damn, isn't that Jigen? The villain who defeated Naruto and Sasuke in Boruto. Kain couldn't help but feel a surge of tension. Who are you? The surface of the water was like cold ice. Staring at the newcomer. Who I am is not important, but unfortunately for you, you've encountered me today, and you must leave your lives here. A deep, hoarse voice came through, and both hands slowly spread open. Shui retreat quickly. Hannah noticed a movement in the distance, and instantly became tense. A pair of pitch-black wings suddenly spreading from her back. With a bang, before Shui could react, 3 black rods pierced through his shoulder in an instant. Ugh! Shui cried out in pain, staggering back. Meanwhile, Hannah took to the sky using her black wings, evading the earlier attack of the black rods. Hannah, what kind of ability is this? Shui pulled the black rod out of his shoulder and quickly retreated. Shui, you can't handle this kind of enemy. Use the Flying Thunder God technique to notify Obito and the others. Kain shouted anxiously, her eyes fixed on the distant Cien. Be careful. Shui understood that he was no match for Cien and immediately tried to use the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear from his original location. Rushing to Konoha for help. Trying to escape? No way. Cien sneered, appearing in the exact spot where Shui had just been in the blink of an eye. However, at that moment, a fragile figure stood in front of him. Boom! A violent sound explosion erupted. The staff in Huayin's hand collided violently with Cixian's black rod, creating sparks that flew everywhere. Taking advantage of this gap, Shui quickly escaped the scene using the Flying Thunder God technique. TSK, kid. You are the strongest ninja I've seen since my recent revival. Cixian watched Shui leave, clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction, and then looked down at the graceful girl standing in front of her. The two of them looked up at the same time, exchanged a glance, and with a whoosh, their figures disappeared from a spot. Bang! The clash of cold weapons sparked dazzling sparks. The domain unfolded. Demonstrating chef. Huayin's pupils suddenly contracted, and she coldly uttered her words. In a moment, a large number of white bones surged from the ground, and a deep, dark door slowly opened. At this moment, a continuous wave of slashes surged towards Cien like a tide. Cien's gaze was icy as he observed the surrounding attacks. His hands spread wide. In an instant, a massive black square barrier appeared around him. Immediately afterward, the black square rapidly expanded, completely enveloping the area. The relentless slashes struck the black square barrier, but left no trace. Damn it! Huayin, who was far away, was startled at this scene. She had not delved deeply into Boruto, having only seen some explanations at most. Without information, it was impossible to compare the combat power of the ninjas. Just then, Cien moved, transforming into a shadow and pouncing fiercely toward Huayin. Kagani reacted quickly, sidestepping to avoid Cixian's attack. At the same time, she formed hand seals and murmured water release. Water dragon bullet technique. From the distant river, a massive water dragon surged forth, charging towards Cixian. However, Cixian did not dodge or evade. With a wave of his hands, he quickly absorbed the water dragon bullet. Huayin's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. She knew she could not continue like this and had to find a flaw in Cien's defense. So, she formed the hand seals again and shouted, "Fire release! Great fireball technique!" A huge fireball erupted from Huayin's mouth and flew towards Cien. However, Cien seemed to have anticipated this. With a flash of movement, he extended his palm again to absorb the ninjutsu. The battle between the two grew increasingly intense, and the surrounding environment was becoming more and more damaged. Yet no matter how hard Huayin tried, she could not break through Cien's defenses. Just then, Huayin suddenly came up with a plan. She deliberately exposed a flaw to lure Cien into attacking. Cien indeed took the bait and moved towards Huayin to strike. However, just as his attack was about to reach Huayin, she suddenly vanished from her original spot. It turned out she had already set a trap beneath her feet and used the body flicker technique to evade the attack. With Cien's strike missing, he hesitated slightly. At that moment, Huayin launched a sneak attack from behind. A black arm, carrying a blade's gleam, slashed towards him. Chapter 2:17 Huayin is so powerful. With a bang, Kagun controlled the arm of Susanoo and struck it heavily on the ground. In an instant, a thick cloud of smoke rose from the ground. Did it hit him? A hint of joy flickered in Huayin's heart, but soon, this joy was interrupted by the gradually dissipating smoke in the distance. Cixin stood steadily on the arm of Susanoo, with her hands clasped behind her back, and said, "Is this the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan? It does look quite impressive, but how about its defense?" Before her words fell, Cixin's figure had already vanished from spot. Kagun had already anticipated his move and decisively detached from Susanoo, rising to the sky. Sure enough, Jigen kicked the still dissipating Susanoo into pieces, just like in the original scene. Fortunately, Kagun had read the original, so she reacted quickly. Jigen was slightly surprised by her quick reflexes, his eyes instantly turning golden as he looked up at the girl in the sky. Then, he slowly raised his palm and softly said, "How will you defend against this move?" Kayen's pupils suddenly contracted. She didn't know when, but a black stick had appeared on her left shoulder, deeply embedded within. It hurt. It really hurt. A heart-wrenching pain surged through her. Huayin gritted her teeth in pain, her hands quickly forming seals as she decisively used 10 shadow techniques. The distant space was instantly torn apart. A massive elephant-shaped manifestation directly enveloped Cixin, slamming him heavily into the ground. Bang! Dust flew up as Cixin was firmly pinned beneath the surface. Compared to the damage Huayin sustained, Cixin was clearly in a more dire situation. However, the battle was far from over. In no time, the enormous elephant pressing down on him transformed into smoke and dissipated. Cixin struggled out of the dust, his eyes flashing with a golden light, appearing even more enraged and deranged. "You dare to hurt me," he roared, quickly forming seals with his hands, preparing to launch an even more ferocious attack. Huayin also showed no signs of weakness. She took a deep breath and formed hand seals once again. Kagani has a premonition that as long as she wants, she can debug the Moxoluo. Cixin suddenly rushed in, her attacks becoming increasingly fierce. Flowers were flying everywhere, and Kagani dodged left and right with ease. Cixin's movements were clear to Kagani through her Sharingan, and she would not be passively beaten like Sasuke in the original work. Bang! Another loud sound echoed. Huayin gathered her cursed energy with both hands, launching an attack similar to Gojo Satoru's. Cixin was suddenly knocked away by this strike, crashing into a distant tree, which couldn't bear the weight and fell with a crack. Cixin staggered a few steps, looking gravely into the distance. The previous encounter made him realize that Huayin's strength was not so simple. "Little ghost, what's your name?" Cixin's gaze was icy as he scrutinized the graceful girl. "Oof, you don't have the right to know." Kagani let out a cold snort and began to convert her chakra into cursed energy. Once Cixin got closer, she would summon the magic void and smash it down fiercely. Seeing this, Cixin shouted in anger and launched another attack. Huayin moved gracefully, skillfully dodging while looking for opportunities to counterattack. The two exchanged blows, and the battle grew increasingly intense. Kagani continuously tried to summon the void demon, while Jishin exerted all her strength to stop her. Suddenly, Huayin seized the opportunity, and the magical energy surged as Mo Su Luo's figure appeared in the air. Cixin was taken aback and hurriedly dodged. However, Mo Su Luo's power was too overwhelming. Even though Cixin avoided one attack, the residual shockwave still pushed her back several steps. Huayin seized the opportunity to launch a series of attacks, intertwining cursed power and chakra. Cixin was struggling and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Soon, a thick cloud of smoke suddenly surged from a distance. The black object in Cixin's abdomen began to shatter like glass fragments. "Damn it," Cixin covered his abdomen, gritting his teeth. "Oh, are you not going to fight anymore?" Kagami looked disdainfully at Cixin in the distance, still having some energy left. "Humph." Cixin shot a cold glare at Kagami and then disappeared. Upon seeing this, Huayin decisively flew into the sky. She had watched Naruto and knew that Cixin might have shrunk her body at this moment. The information that Sasuke and Naruto took a long time to gather in the original work was easily deciphered by her. As long as she stayed high in the sky, it would be difficult for Cixin to attack her. "It seems you've discovered my abilities, a good thought, but unfortunately." Cixin's voice came from behind. Han Yin's pupils suddenly constricted, and she immediately swapped positions with the Demon Void Luo on the ground. Cixin's attack landed on the Demon Void Luo, and in an instant, A large amount of blood surged from the demon void Luo's body. But a few seconds later, the demon void Luo's body returned to its original state. A position-swapping ability, huh? TSK. Ci Xian's gaze grew colder as he watched his attack miss. Next, Ci Xian launched continuous attacks, while Huayin skillfully used her position-swapping ability to evade. Shadows intertwined in the air, and the collision of energies produced deafening sounds. The sound of flowers occasionally soars high into the sky, and at times hovers close to the ground, dancing with the compassionate strings. The compassionate strings relentlessly pursue. Each attack exceptionally fierce. However, every time, Huayin seems to have anticipated it, switching positions. Little ghost, I remember you. Xixian felt his physical condition worsening, and then a pitch-black black hole appeared beside him. Xixian quickly dove into the black hole, disappearing from his original spot. In fact, it wasn't that Xixian was too weak. He had just found a suitable vessel and had not adapted for a few days before encountering an opponent like Huayin. It was already quite difficult for Xixian to hold on until now. So, was this a retreat? Huayin looked in the direction where Ci Xian had left, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, still feeling a bit uneasy as she hovered in the sky. After a while, a familiar voice came. Did I arrive late? Using the flying thunder god technique, Tobarama brought everyone to Huayin's side. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Huayin slowly descended from the sky, her expression cold and serious. Huayin, what is the situation? Where's the enemy? Itachi asked with a worried look. I've already scared them away. By the way, why are you all here? Kain's forehead was oozing cold sweat. At this moment, she was covered in blood, with wounds all over her body. Your injuries. Minato looked at this scene, wanted to say something but hesitating. Don't worry, it's just minor injuries. Hannah waved her hand to indicate that she was fine. Soon, the wounds on her body began to heal. As the golden light dissipated, Hannah appeared before everyone looking rejuvenated. What about the opponent's strength? Obito asked curiously, looking at Hannah, who was healing from her injuries. Their strength should be at the peak of the super shinobi level, comparable to Uchiha Madara. Kanon remembered the state of Chi-sun and softly replied. Chi-sun clearly had not yet reached her peak period, which was particularly different from her state when she fought against Naruto in the original work. She might have just been resurrected and hasn't adapted yet. Please generate power for love. Please give a 5-star review. Chapter 218. Conan, what is your relationship with Kanon? At this moment, Itachi witnessed Kanon's injured appearance, and a wave of indescribable pain surged in his heart. He deeply felt his own incompetence, still unable to protect Kanon, resulting in her enduring so much pain. I'm sorry. Itachi looked at the girl before him, slowly lowering his head, his voice deep and full of regret. Huh? Itachi-kun, why are you apologizing to me? Hannah's face was filled with confusion as she looked at Itachi. It's my failure to protect you. If my strength were strong enough, you wouldn't have suffered so much harm, Itachi said softly, shaking his head and gazing at the girl in front of him with complex emotions. Seeing Itachi's deep sense of guilt, Hannah was taken aback. She hadn't expected Itachi to be so upset about her injuries. I feel a bit embarrassed. Actually, you really don't have to worry too much about this. I'm not seriously hurt. Kagani let out a soft sigh, tiptoed, and gently patted Itachi's head. At this moment, the people standing nearby felt out of place like bright light bulbs. Their expressions instantly darkened. They did not enjoy witnessing such displays of affection. No showing off love here. Ahem, let's just go first. Minato awkwardly scratched the back of his head, trying to break the slightly ambiguous atmosphere between the two. Kanon looked confusedly at Shimon and then nodded. In an instant, Shimon and the others disappeared, leaving only a breeze behind. Only Kanon and Itachi remained, facing each other with expressions full of confusion and doubt. Why did everyone leave? Itachi glanced around, seeing no one, and turned to Kanon with a puzzled look. Perhaps they had something urgent to handle. A cold sweat trickled down Huayin's forehead, and she quickly reached out to wipe it away. The sun high in the sky seemed to want to penetrate the layers of smoke, casting its light on the young boy and girl. So, are we going back to Konoha? Itachi looked up at Huayin, his eyes filled with anticipation. However, the graceful girl gently shook her head. Before Itachi could ask, she spoke first. I want to visit the Akatsuki organization first. Itachi-kun, can you accompany me? Kanon extended her palm, gently taking Itachi's hand, her face blossoming with a sweet smile. Looking at the beautiful girl before him, Itachi's heartbeat began to quicken in a rhythmic manner. Itachi softly responded, resting his arm on Kanon's shoulder. Before long, the two figures transformed into a gust of wind and vanished from their spot. Itachi used the flying thunder god technique to take Kanon to the land of rain. In the sky, torrential rain poured down, ruthlessly drenching both of them. I brought an umbrella. Let me hold it, Itachi said as he took out the umbrella he had prepared earlier and gently opened it. Okay. Hanyo smiled and nodded, standing closely next to Itachi. Since the umbrella wasn't very big, the two had to lean tightly against each other. Raindrops pattered on the umbrella, creating a cheerful melody. They walked side by side, sketching a beautiful picture in the rain. A breeze mixed with rain brushed against Hanyo's face, and she couldn't help but shiver. Sorry, I was a bit rushed when I left and didn't prepare very well, Itachi said apologetically. It's fine, let's go. After all, the Akatsuki is not far from here. Kagome blushed, shyly snuggling in Itachi's arms, and whispered, all right. Itachi gently responded. The sound of rain became increasingly urgent, with occasional raindrops landing on the two's clothes, leaving mottled marks. They continued onward, the sound of rain gradually blocked by the massive buildings until it completely disappeared. With a creak, Itachi gently pushed the door open. Has the Akatsuki organization relocated here? He curiously looked around, but suddenly froze. He felt a strong, killing intent. Who are you? Conan slowly emerged from the corner, a pair of large white wings spreading behind her. Sister Conan, it's me. Don't worry, Itachi is not an enemy. Huayin peeked out from behind Itachi, flustered as she explained. After hearing Huayin's detailed explanation, Xiaonan's emotions gradually calmed down. She stared at the boy in front of her, the youthful face from a few years ago quietly overlapping with his now mature and composed appearance in her mind. Are you that little brat from before? Xiaonan's gaze was icy, and her tone revealed a hint of disbelief as she fixed her eyes on the girl in front of her. Yes, Itachi nodded politely, a hint of humility in his expression. For some reason, he felt that Xiaonan seemed to regard him as an enemy. Ahem, Xiaonan, don't worry. Itachi is really a good person. Kain keenly sensed the faint killing intent emanating from Xiaonan. She anxiously explained, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. However, Xiaonan remained completely unmoved. After all, her precious daughter seemed to have been taken away by the guy in front of her. Xiaonan glared fiercely at Itachi, her expression mirroring Naruto's. In her eyes, Itachi was simply unworthy of Kain. At that moment, Kain was completely stunned by the scene before her. Wait, what is going on here? Logically speaking, since she had such a good relationship with Itachi, Xiaonan shouldn't dislike him. But why did it seem like Xiaonan wanted to kill Itachi right now? Could it be that there had been some unspeakable conflict between the two? Are you guys okay? Huayin looked at the two, wanted to say something, but hesitating, her expression carrying a hint of worry. Huayin, what exactly is your relationship with this Itachi? Xiaonan squinted her eyes, staring intently at Itachi as if trying to see through him. Just as she was about to reach out to hold Huayin's hand, unexpectedly, Itachi stepped in first and tightly grasped Huayin's hand. I am her husband. Is there something wrong with asking this question? Itachi's gaze held a hint of hostility as he coldly looked at Xiaonan, his tone carrying a trace of provocation. Husband. Xiaonan's mind felt like it had exploded. She stood there in shock, taking a long while to recover from this sudden surprise. I really don't know how to continue writing. I plan to start a new book, also a Naruto transformation marriage theme, but the specific timing hasn't been decided yet. Having learned from the lessons of this book, the quality of the new book will definitely be much better. Lastly, I asked for a 5-star review, seeking support for my passion. These things are really important to he. Thank you all. Chapter 219, Shell Organization. Do you know what you're talking about? Xiaonan gritted her teeth, her gaze sharp as she locked onto the young man in front of her, her killing intent pouring out towards him without reservation. However, Itachi remained steady, unwavering as he protected the girl behind him, his expression unchanged, devoid of any emotion. Why is he expressionless? Xiaonan was momentarily at a loss for words, staring at him in a daze. Of course, I know exactly what I'm saying. I understand better than anyone in this world. Itachi slowly raised his head, meeting Xiaonan's gaze with determination and calmness. Looking at Itachi's composed demeanor, Xiaonan couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Unknowingly, her feelings for this young man began to quietly grow. Although she still stubbornly believed that Itachi was unworthy of that girl, the current situation was already much better than before. So what do you want from me? Xiaonan retracted her earlier cold expression and curiously asked Itachi. It's not that I came to find you. It's Huayin. Itachi gently shook his head, his tone carrying a barely perceptible indifference. The thing is, Sister Xiaonan, I accidentally discovered that shell organization. Kagani looked at the girl in front of her. Xiaonan, with a hint of hesitation in her words. She wasn't worried that Xiaonan would distrust her. Rather, she genuinely didn't know how to continue. Shell organization? Xiaonan was taken aback by the words, a trace of confusion flashing in her eyes as she looked at the girl in front of her. Let me explain it simply. On my way here, I happened to encounter a guy named Xixian, and Huayin approached Xiaonan and began to recount in detail everything she had seen and heard along her journey. At this moment, the candle quietly burning in the corner had unknowingly extinguished, leaving only a puddle of water quietly spread on the ground. Is it really like this? Xiaonan's pupils suddenly constricted. The name Shell organization was completely unfamiliar to her. Listening to Huayin's account, she was filled with shock. After all, was that Xian really that powerful? Could it be that Huayin was mistaken about some situations? Sister Xiaonan, I truly haven't deceived you. In any case, please gather the other members of the Xiaozhu organization immediately. The most urgent task right now is to stop the actions of the Shell organization. Kain looked up, gazing at Xiaonan with sincere and determined eyes. As she met the girl's earnest gaze, Xiaonan couldn't help but feel a slight stir in her emotions. An inexplicable feeling welling up in her heart. All right, you all come with me, Xiaonan said, slowly turning around with a hint of resolution. Itachi and Kain followed closely behind, and the three quickly made their way to a conference room. Before long, they arrived at the spacious and bright conference room. At that moment, Xiaonan, like Pain in the original work, sent an urgent message to the Akatsuki organization through her ring. Soon, several vague and mysterious figures appeared in the chairs of the conference room, as if they had crossed over from another world. Xiaonan, you called us so urgently. Is there something important? Deidara was the first to speak, looking at Xiaonan with curiosity. At Kain, what are you doing here? Deidara suddenly noticed Kain standing nearby, a look of surprise on his face. Hey, can you be quiet? Scorpion shot Deidara an impatient glance, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Ahem, everyone, please be quiet for a moment. Xiaonan awkwardly cleared her throat, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Her voice echoed in the conference room with a hint of authority. I know you're all excited to see Kain, but there are more important matters to discuss. Following that, Xiaonan detailed everything that had happened to Kain on the way, as well as the threat posed by the Shell organization. There's actually an organization like Shell? Kisame's mouth curled slightly upward, sensing an unprecedented challenge. Yeah, this Shell organization is nothing compared to us Akatsuki. Deidara looked at Xiaonan curiously, his eyes sparkling with the thrill of battle. Xiaonan, are you planning to let us deal with them? Idiot, the leader of the Shell organization has already injured Kain. Are you sure we can easily handle them? Scorpion looked at Deidara disdainfully, his tone full of mockery. Oh right, Kain, are you okay? Deidara suddenly remembered something upon hearing Scorpion's words, looking at Kain with concern in his eyes. I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern. Kain smiled sweetly at Deidara, her smile as warm as a spring breeze. Deidara's cheeks unconsciously flushed, and his heart raced a little faster. Standing behind Kain, Itachi watched this scene. A surge of jealousy welled up in his heart. He instinctively stepped in front of Kain and shot Deidara a cold glare. Itachi! Deidara! Deidara pointed at his own face, looking puzzled at Itachi, and asked, May I ask who you are? It's nothing. Itachi looked at Deidara in front of him, and after realizing the situation, he gently sighed. Well, his wife was too outstanding. Any man who saw her would be moved. Itachi couldn't help but feel a bit jealous, but he would never lose his temper. Conan noticed Itachi's emotions and instinctively nodded. This guy named Itachi seems capable of controlling his inner feelings. Not bad. But that's not enough. In any case, from now on, I require you all to pause your respective tasks and head to the hidden mist village to investigate the Akatsuki organization, Conan said seriously to everyone. Received. The members of the Akatsuki nodded and then disappeared from spot. Watching Conan methodically arrange tasks, Kanan felt a bit surprised. If it were her, she wouldn't be able to organize things so well. After all, when there were too many people, she would feel embarrassed. I've already sent them to investigate. What do you two think? Conan sighed lightly, then walked to the girl and patted her head. Sister Conan, I'm already an adult. Please don't treat me like a child. Kanan mumbled with slight dissatisfaction. The changes in Huayin are indeed significant. She used to be like a little sister, but now she resembles a budding young girl, standing tall and graceful, like an ancient fairy, holding an oil umbrella, her eyes filled with a smile, captivating. All right, I understand now. You need to be more careful lately. Xiao Nen is doting on the girl, and his gaze has become somewhat dreamy for a moment. I understand. Huayin obediently nodded. This book is still at 9 points. When will it reach 8 points? Thank you all for the gifts. The authors will see them in the background. He sincerely thanks every friend who sends gifts. Chapter 220, I take a bite. After a brief exchange with Xiao Nan, Yao elegantly left the place with Huayin. The bright moon hanging high in the night sky scattered its light like a pearl, illuminating the bustling and lively market as if it were daytime. Have you arrived at Konoha village so soon? Kagani curiously turned her head, gazing at Uchiha Itachi beside her with her bright eyes. Well, how is it? The speed is quite fast, right? A smile flickered in Itachi's eyes as he gently looked at the girl beside him. It is indeed very fast. Kagami nodded obediently. What should we do next? The weasel curiously asked the girl. I don't know either, so how about we just wander around for now? Huayin was still holding the exquisite umbrella, her small head gently swaying like a rattle drum, looking exceptionally cute and endearing. Yu's gaze became increasingly gentle. Then let's go. Yu reached out his large hand and gently took the soft little hand of the girl, and together they entered the bustling and lively market. The wafting aromas from the alleys and the cheerful laughter of the crowd gradually calmed Huayin's previously tense mood. Reflecting on the intense and fierce match with Cien earlier, she now found herself in a completely different world. Are you still feeling nervous? You seemed to see through the girl's thoughts and asked with a worried expression. No, I'm fine now. Kagani gently shook her head and answered briefly but firmly. Do you want to eat something? The weasel held the girl's small hand and asked curiously, his eyes filled with affection. Sure, I want to try the takoyaki I had before. Kagani's eyes instantly brightened, and the tuft of hair on her head stood up high, making her look exceptionally cute. Then let's go. Itachi responded with a smile, his eyes filled with affection and tenderness. The two arrived at a small stall, and Itachi looked at his wife's adorable appearance, his gaze becoming even more doting. Excuse me, boss, how much is this? Itachi politely asked while holding the girl's hand. Huh, Kakashi, is that you? Kanon was stunned when she saw the boss behind the stall. The boss was wearing a mask, and his silver hair was fluttering in the wind, with his handsome features barely visible beneath the mask. Hi, you too. Kakashi waved at them, his eyes full of warmth. What brings you to set up a stall as well? Kagami crossed her arms, curiously examining Kakashi, her eyes filled with confusion. Ahem, it's just to make a little money. Nothing serious. How many portions would you like? Kakashi coughed awkwardly, then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, smiling as he said, I want 4 portions. Kagami spoke softly, then took out some cash from her bosom and placed it in Kakashi's hand. Okay. After Kakashi confirmed that the money was received, he decisively activated his Sharingan and carefully performed the actions in his hands. Kanon was taken aback by this scene. Wait, what is going on? Kakashi, you're just cooking. Do you really need to activate your Sharingan for that? Kagami. In a little while, 4 servings of octopus balls were prepared by Kakashi. Here, take it. Kakashi placed the octopus balls into a box and handed it over to Kagami. Why did you order so few this time? Itachi looked at Kagami curiously, his eyes filled with confusion. Let's leave first. Hanyo shot Itachi a glance without changing her expression, then took his hand and quickly left the stall. Under Kakashi's watchful gaze, the two quickly disappeared into the crowd. You're really stupid. How could I possibly order so much in front of acquaintances? Hanyo glared at Itachi with some dissatisfaction, her cheeks slightly flushed. Is that so? Itachi felt a bead of cold sweat on his forehead, secretly regretting in his heart. It seems he needs to pay more attention to his wife's emotions from now on. Recently, for some reason, Hanyo's temper has seemed a bit off. All right, you idiot. You try it too. Kanon took a soy sauce-dipped meatball out of the box and held it near Itachi's mouth, which was slightly open. Itachi gently swallowed the meatball offered by the girl. The meatball was coated with a bit of ketchup and sugar, giving it a slightly sweet taste, which perfectly suited Itachi's palate. After all, he had always preferred sweet flavors. Why do you like sweet so much? Aren't you afraid of cavities? Kagun asked with a hint of curiosity. Well, now that you mention it, upon reflection, it does seem that way. After a moment of thought, Itachi gently nodded. Never mind. Kagani took out her share of takoyaki from the box again and unhesitatingly put it into her mouth. I have to say, Kakashi's cooking skills are indeed excellent. Huayin sincerely gave him a thumbs up, secretly admiring him. Hey, what are you doing? Just as Huayin was about to taste another meatball, Itachi suddenly leaned in and swallowed that meatball in one bite. I want to eat another one. What's wrong with that? Itachi tilted his head, curiously staring at the girl in front of him. It's nothing. After a moment of thought, Konoha lightly nodded. After all, Itachi had always generously treated her to meals before. Kagani still feels a bit guilty in her heart. She has been thinking about finding a suitable time to return the money for the meals to Itachi. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a deafening explosion rang out in the sky, followed by brilliant fireworks bursting in the air like a magnificent painting. The colorful fireworks, resembling blooming golden chrysanthemums, dazzled in the night sky. Itachi gazed affectionately at the girl in front of him, and the distant fireworks made her even more enchanting. Itachi's heart involuntarily began to race. "What's wrong, Itachi-kun? You've been staring at my face. Do I have something on it?" Kagani pointed at her delicate face, curiously looking at Itachi, Uchiha. "It's nothing." Itachi smiled slightly and shook his head gently. The evening breeze brushed by, bringing a touch of coolness, stirring the girl's hair tips. In the distance, fireworks continuously soared, illuminating the night sky. On the surrounding streets and alleys, the laughter and joy of children echoed, while groups of adults were also immersed in the festive delight. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the arrival of the new year. Looking for support for my passion. Is anyone still reading this? Please let me know. This book is planned to conclude next month, and the new book will also be about a marriage-changing theme. Having learned lessons from this book, the quality of the new book will be ensured. I sincerely thank everyone for their support. Chapter 221. Little girl, you're too arrogant. In the morning, the brilliant sun hung high in the sky, casting warm rays through the gaps of the distant mountaintops. Huayin was suddenly awakened by the jarring sound of the alarm clock. She impatiently rubbed her sleepy eyes and then quickly turned off the source of the disturbing dream. "Really, I have to start being a workhorse again," she muttered to herself, with a hint of helplessness and fatigue. Struggling to sit up from the bed, Kayan reached out and lightly scratched her heavy eyelids, which were a bit weighed down from lack of sleep. Reflecting on her past life, she realized she had been trapped in the 996 work model every day, and she never expected that, even after reincarnation, she would not escape such a fate. After a simple wash-up, Kayan stepped into the living room. There, a breakfast specially prepared for her by Itachi was laid out. "I wonder what delicious food Itachi has prepared for me today," she thought curiously as she gently lifted the lid of the lunchbox. In an instant, the sight before her brightened her eyes. The sumptuous breakfast emitted an enticing aroma. Without caring about her image, the girl began to devour the food ravenously, quickly clearing the lunchbox. After eating her fill, Henning simply dressed up and set off towards the security department. At that moment, the sunlight from the high sky was shining on her energetic figure, casting a long shadow behind her. Before long, Henning arrived at the entrance of the security department. "Oh, Miss Henning, why didn't I see you come with Chief Itachi today?" Along the way, a kind-looking uncle from the Uchiha clan greeted her with a smile. Hearing the uncle's words, Henning couldn't help but feel a bit shy and lowered her head slightly. "Uncle Dahua, please don't tease me. I have to go now. I'm going to be late for work." With that, her face flushed, and she hurriedly ran into the security department. Along the way, nothing dramatic like in the novels happened. Hanyo smoothly entered the security department, and after a simple clock-in, she began her task for the day, patrolling Area A of the eastern city of Konoha. "Be careful on the way, Hanyo-ne." Izumi, who had just clocked in, happened to run into Hanyo, who was getting ready to set off. "Don't worry, Izumi-chan, I will. Bye." Kagani waved at the spring, her figure elongated under the sunlight, resembling a beautiful painting. Konoha Village. Kayan, dressed in a crisp security uniform, patrolled the street with an imposing demeanor that seemed quite fierce. Before long, loud voices could be heard from a distance, where a few people were arguing animatedly. "Sir from the security department, please judge for us who is right and who is wrong in this matter." One person shouted indignantly. "Well, how about this? You two apologize to each other first, and I will handle this matter appropriately," Kayan replied. Kagani looked at the two people who were on the verge of confrontation in front of her and said gently yet firmly, "To be honest, encountering such a tricky situation on the street, Huayin inevitably has a bit of a headache. Sometimes, in order to maintain order, she has no choice but to resort to force. However, compared to other radical members of the security team, the sound of flowers seemed particularly gentle, like a breath of spring wind, capable of dispelling the gloom in people's hearts." "Thank you so much, sir," said one of the plainly dressed, haggard individuals, tears welling up in their eyes, as if they could spill over at any moment. "No need to thank me. This is my duty and what I should do." Hanin smiled in response. However, where there is gratitude for Hanin, there are bound to be those who feel discontent toward her. Soon, the crowd erupted with a series of curses. I really don't understand. Has the Uchiha clan gone mad? They actually sent a little girl who hasn't even matured yet to handle these trivial matters." A burly man glared at Hanin with frustration, his tone filled with provocation. "Do you have any dissatisfaction with me?" Kagamine's eyes instantly turned cold, and the Sharingan in her pupils began to spin rapidly. For this unreasonable commoner, Kayan has always been ruthless. she won't hesitate to use force to maintain order. Tisk, I'll spare you this time. The burly man instinctively took a step back upon seeing the Sharingan in Kain's eyes, filled with fear and panic. Wait, you just maliciously provoked the security department. And according to the village's rules, you should be detained. Just as the man was about to turn and flee, Kakashi's voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. Everyone turned to look, seeing Kakashi with his hands in his pockets, his gaze cold and sharp, staring at the man in the distance. Sora. The man recognized the ninja Kakashi before him and, in a fluster, quickly apologized. You shouldn't be saying sorry to me. Kakashi shook his head, then pointed at Kain, who looked adorably confused in the crowd. You should be apologizing to her. At that moment, the man realized, and with a flushed face, he bowed to Kain. I'm so sorry, Lady Kain. It was my mistake not to recognize your greatness. It's fine now. You can go. The Sharingan in Huayin's pupils gradually faded away, returning to their normal appearance. Thank you. The big man let out a sigh of relief and turned to escape the scene, rolling as he went. Watching the big man's retreating figure, Huayin turned her head and looked at Kakashi with some confusion. Kakashi? What are you doing here? I heard some noise over here, so I came to take a look on my way. I didn't expect to run into you here. Kakashi shrugged with a helpless expression. His eyes crescent-shaped, his tone filled with warmth. Is that so? Hana nodded obediently, a faint smile appearing on her face. Kakashi arrived just in time. If Kakashi hadn't come here, Hana still needed to go through some trouble to persuade that strong man. Did you finish your patrol task this morning? Kakashi asked curiously as he looked at the girl in front of him. Yes, I have finished. Hana nodded. Let's go home. Kakashi took a step forward. Home? Isn't your home? Kanon quickly caught up with Kakashi in the distance and curiously asked, I'm going to see Obito. It's just on the way. What's wrong? Kakashi looked down at the girl in front of him and gently asked, Nothing, by the way. How have Obito and Rin been lately? Kagome shook her head, suddenly thinking of something, and asked curiously. Their relationship had always been good. Kakashi tilted his head, seeming hesitant to speak. Oh, don't you care at all? Hana looked at Kakashi with a teasing expression. In the original story, there were often rumors that Kakashi had feelings for Rin, so Hana was quite curious. If Obito insisted on being with Rin, what would Kakashi think? Why do I care? Kakashi looked at Hana with a puzzled expression. Please support for love. Give some support to Hiei. Please give a 5-star review. I want this book to have an 8-point rating. Chapter 222, Hana-chan. How do you usually maintain yourself? No, really, it's nothing. Kanon looked at Kakashi's expression of I don't know anything and murmured softly. Sigh. Kakashi walked slowly on the road and couldn't help but let out a light sigh. Why are you sighing? Haneon, filled with curiosity, looked towards Kakashi. However, upon recalling some unhappy memories, Kakashi hesitated and swallowed his words back down, appearing somewhat uncertain. Seeing this, Huayin didn't ask any further, and the two maintained a subtle distance, moving forward silently. At this moment, the sun in the high sky hung like a pearl, casting warm rays of light that stretched their shadows longer and longer. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory. All right, we're home. You brought the keys, right? Kakashi asked curiously, looking down at Huayin, who was shorter than him. Of course I brought them. Do you think I would be foolish enough to forget the keys? Kagani took a key out of her bag, gently shook it, and then skillfully inserted it into the keyhole. With a click, the door was lightly pushed open by the girl. All right, the door is open. Come in. Henio smiled sweetly as she looked at Kakashi. Kakashi hesitated once again. The two quickly stepped into the house, and before long, Rin, who was busy in the kitchen, brought the freshly made dishes to the dining table. Henio Nichin, Kakashi, why are you two back so suddenly? Rin looked at them curiously, her eyes filled with confusion. Well, you should ask Kakashi about that. Kanon turned to Kakashi and said softly. She originally planned to have dinner outside, but after seeing Kakashi, she decided to go home with him. Kakashi? Rin looked up at him, her face full of confusion. It's a long story. I'm here to find Obito. Is he home? Kakashi scratched the back of his head, looking a bit awkward. Obito? Rin rested her chin on one hand, her beautiful brows furrowed, as if she was pondering something. Oh, Obito went training with Naruto this morning. He should be at the Uchiha clan's back mountain. Rin suddenly brightened and said softly. Okay, then I'll go find Obito. I won't disturb you too. After Kakashi finished speaking, he changed his shoes at the entrance and closed the door behind him under the gaze of the two girls, leaving the house. Strange, what's up with Kakashi-senpai today? Hana looked at Kakashi's departing figure and murmured to herself. Hana-chan, you just arrived at the right time. How about trying the dishes I made? Lin said, holding a plate of food with both hands, her face beaming with a cheerful smile. Sure, no problem. Huayin smiled sweetly at Lin, then sat down at the dining table to enjoy the delicious food. As soon as she picked up a dish with her chopsticks and put in her mouth, her eyes lit up immediately. So good. Really? Lin looked at Huayin's blissful expression and happily nodded. Originally, she wasn't very confident in her cooking skills, but seeing Huayin devour the food so eagerly, she gradually regained her confidence. Huayin, how do you usually take care of your skin? Lin propped her chin on her hands, sitting next to Huayin with a curious look. Ahem, why did you suddenly bring up this topic? Huayin was eating when she was suddenly questioned, causing her to cough a few times. She then looked up, her eyes somewhat dazed as she stared at Lin. Because your skin is really fair, Lin muttered somewhat unhappily, and then she extended her finger, playfully poking Huayin's cheek. Looking at Lin's pouting expression, Kagome also understood her thoughts and then briefly introduced some well-known skincare products from Konoha Village. After all, women tend to care about their appearance. It's inevitable for them to use skincare products and other beauty items regularly. A girl's looks might only be around 6 or 7 points, but with regular maintenance, it can definitely be improved to an 8. On the other hand, a girl who already has an 8-point appearance, if she neglects her skincare and doesn't pay attention to her complexion, will soon see her looks drop to 7 points. Kagani can naturally understand Lin's current feelings and thoughts. Lin, you actually don't need to be so concerned about your appearance. Huayin chewed her food while mumbling. Why do you say that? Lin curiously asked, her eyes sparkling with confusion. Because Lin herself is very cute. The sound of her voice is soft and gentle, with no hint of pretense. It makes sense after all. If Rin weren't attractive, how could she possibly captivate Obito so completely? It's certainly not a coincidence. Even though there are 2 purple stripes adorning the sides of Rin's cheeks, it does nothing to diminish her beauty. Instead, it adds a touch of flawlessness. What you said makes me a bit shy. Rin's cheeks instantly turned rosy, resembling a ripe red apple, making one unable to resist the urge to take a bite. Haha, Rin, let's go. How about we head to the back mountain to see Obito and the others? Kagomine suddenly thought of something and said with a teasing tone, All right, then let's set off. Lin smiled and nodded, her face beaming with joy. Before long, Kagani quickly finished her meal. The 2 girls simply groomed themselves in front of the mirror and then left the house. Because the sun in the sky was extremely hot, they each opened a sun umbrella, fearing that they would get tanned by the scorching sun. This was indeed a very necessary thing. The sunlight spilled over them, and their shadows grew longer on the ground, forming a beautiful picture. Along the way, the 2 chatted and laughed, full of youthful energy, making them particularly charming and lovely. Upon arrival, the mountain ahead was the place where they trained with Tucci. Lin extended her delicate fingers, pointing to the peak in front, and gently said, Do they have to run up to such a high place for training every day? A fine bead of sweat trickled down Huayin's forehead. She wiped it away casually, revealing a hint of surprise on her face. One can only say that the boys are a bunch of idiots. Their minds seemed to be filled only with thoughts of cultivation, leaving no time to spare. Kagani was too tired to complain and could only shake her head helplessly. Before long, the 2 of them reached the top of the mountain, but the sight before them left them momentarily stunned. They saw Naruto using the shadow clone technique to create numerous clones. Each clone was focused on executing its own training plan. Meanwhile, Obito and Kakashi were seriously directing Naruto from the side. What are you guys busy with? Kain held an umbrella and slowly walked over. Her eyes filled with curiosity and confusion as she carefully observed the 3 focused ninjas. At that moment, Naruto, who was immersed in his training, suddenly heard that familiar and warm voice, and his eyes instantly brightened. Kain, what brings you here? He asked in surprise. Well, I came to see what you all are doing, she replied. Kagome tilted her head, a playful smile on her face as she curiously gazed at Naruto. Seeing the very beautiful and cute older sister in front of him, Naruto's face couldn't help but turn slightly red. He stammered, I want to become stronger. So I asked Kakashi-sensei and Obito-senpai for guidance, hoping they could point me in the right direction. Seriously, there should be a limit to training. Lin looked at Naruto with concern, her eyes filled with worry and care. With so many shadow clones, if they all ended at once, how exhausting would that be? After all, when shadow clones are released, one has to accept their memories and fatigue. If too many are released, it could turn one into an idiot. Is Naruto really okay like this? Chapter 223, A New Year. Is this really okay? Lin looked at Naruto, who was drenched in sweat, and asked with a worried expression. Sister Lin, don't worry, I will definitely be fine, Naruto replied confidently with a smile, his expression filled with determination and calmness. All right, Lin nodded hesitantly, still showing a hint of concern in her eyes. Time passed swiftly, as if woven by invisible hands, skillfully blending all the bittersweet moments into the river of time. In the blink of an eye, on the streets of the village, festive couplets hung at the doors of every household, the bright red color reflecting the holiday's harmony. The sound of firecrackers was deafening. Messengers from other villages also came to Konoha for lively trade exchanges. In the bustling streets and alleys, vendors were busy, their calls rising and falling, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. Huayin leaned quietly against the windowsill, watching the small snowflakes fall outside, as well as the bustling street filled with people coming and going, and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Time really flies. Reflecting on her experiences since coming to this world, Huayin felt even more grateful now. With a man who loves her deeply and a warm family, this is far better than the lonely of her past life, working tirelessly every day. She picked up a small, exquisite dish, the murky wine inside swaying slightly, shimmering with an enticing glow. The girl held the dish tightly with both hands and gently took a sip of the wine, her eyes instantly becoming dreamy and profound. Are you drinking alone here? Do you have something on your mind? A gentle voice came from outside the door. It's nothing, just lamenting how quickly time passes. Hannah turned her head to look at Itachi, the corners of her mouth gently rising, her smile as beautiful as a city that could topple kingdoms. Itachi gazed at the girl in this state, his heart involuntarily racing. Then he tightly closed his eyes and shook his head with a smile. You really shouldn't pretend in front of me, he said softly, while reaching out to poke her forehead. Before long, a red bump appeared on the girl's forehead. It hurts. Kagani held her forehead with one hand, looking at Itachi with a face full of grievance. Itachi couldn't help but want to laugh at his wife's expression, but he still tried to hold it back. Let's go. The meal is ready, and everyone is waiting for you. Itachi reached out his hand and took the girl's small hand, which had turned red from the cold weather. Why is your hand so cold? Itachi looked at the girl with some concern, then used his other hand to gently rub her hand. Kain blushed and turned her head away, feeling a bit embarrassed. We just got cold, let's go. Everyone is waiting for us, she said softly. Itachi smiled and shook his head, then took the girl's hand and slowly walked from the second floor to the first floor. At this moment, the atmosphere at the dining table was lively and cheerful. The television in the living room was playing an exciting program, and the whole room was filled with a festive atmosphere. Why did you two come now? So slow? Sasuke said with a resentful expression as he looked at the young couple walking hand in hand. Sasuke. Mikoto frowned and tugged at Sasuke's ear. Sasuke immediately pouted and protested with an unhappy face. Sasuke is so old, still acting like a child. You should learn more from Naruto, Fugaka teased, crossing his arms and watching the scene. The bottom of the class, Naruto raised an eyebrow at Sasuke, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. Damn Naruto! Sasuke shouted angrily. What? Do you want to fight? Naruto responded, not backing down. Come on then. Who is afraid of who? Sasuke shouted back without hesitation. Just as the two were about to fight, Minato hurriedly walked over awkwardly to stop Naruto. All right, it's New Year's. Naruto can't fight, Minato said, a gentle smile on his face as he gently patted his son's head. Naruto huffed with a hint of pride, but didn't continue to make a fuss. Kain looked at the two of them, noticing their contrasting personalities, clearly a bit surprised. But thinking about it, Sasuke's personality was inherently a bit proud. If he hadn't experienced the night of the massacre, he would definitely have become more lively and cheerful. Sister Kain, what are you laughing at? Sasuke suddenly asked curiously, looking at the girl. It's nothing, I just thought of something interesting. Hanin covered her mouth with one hand and shook her head, her smile as warm as that of a friendly neighbor. Since both of them were here, could they start eating? Obito, holding his chopsticks, looked at the delicious dishes on the table and curiously asked. Foodie. Rin, sitting next to him, shot him a glance with a hint of reproach in her tone. Obito awkwardly pushed the chopsticks away with both hands, grinning foolishly at his wife. Kakashi and Jiraiya, watching this scene, exchanged glances and secretly felt relieved. Well, it's good that we're both single. The atmosphere at the dining table was lively, filled with laughter and joy. Hannah listened to Jiraiya's constant boasting while eating. Obito looked at Jiraiya in shock, murmuring to himself how unexpectedly powerful Jiraiya was, filled with astonishment. The others present looked at Obito in surprise. After all, Jiraiya's claims were too outrageous for anyone to believe, except for Obito. Watching Obito's unwavering belief, Hannah's eye twitched slightly. She finally understood why the intelligence book rated Obito's IQ as only 2. He was just too naive. Seeing Obito completely convinced, Jiraiya awkwardly smiled and continued to brag. Minato pulled Naruto along, and the two sat in the living room watching TV. Sasuke stuck to his brother, but Itachi seemed completely uninterested in him. After all, he already had a wife. What did he need a younger brother for? Please support for love. Thank you very much to Warm Sun for summoning the character Tatsuya. Thanks to Pang Ruo Ching for the inspiration capsule regarding the cowbell. The authors in the background will see this. And here I want to express my heartfelt thanks for everyone's gifts. Chapter 2, 24 So, Will Love Disappear? Sasuke looked at his brother's indifferent back, feeling incredibly uncomfortable in his heart. So, will love disappear? Kagome leisurely savored the delicacies laid out on the dining table, and couldn't help but admire Kakashi's culinary skills. Time quietly slipped away without notice, as if it was just the blink of an eye. After finishing the meal, Kanon moved to the sofa in the living room, quietly listening to Jiraiya's vivid storytelling. Meanwhile, Obito was fully immersed, with a look of complete belief on his face. Seeing this, Huayin couldn't help but twitch the corners of her eyes slightly, looking a bit helpless. By the way, what time is it now? Hannah gently tugged at the hem of the weasel's clothing beside her, her tone laced with curiosity. It's already past 9, what's wrong? Are you tired? The weasel turned his head softly, his eyes filled with concern for his wife. Oh, not really, just asking casually. Kagome gently shook her head, a faint bitter smile curling at the corners of her mouth. The 996 lifestyle from her previous life made her particularly sensitive to time, and she never expected this habit to follow her into this world. Ahem, Obito, you're not doubting what I said, are you? Back in the day, I had a showdown with the Sage of Six Paths. Jiraiya awkwardly cleared his throat, his gaze fixed intensely on Obito. Really? No wonder you're Jiraiya-sensei. Obito's eyes sparkled with admiration, as if he were looking at an idol. Seeing this, Jiraiya felt secretly pleased and nodded lightly. Of course, this sage wouldn't lie to you. Saying this, he even patted his chest, looking quite confident. Kanon watched this scene, her eyes twitching again. Every time Jiraiya made this gesture, she knew he was about to start fooling people again. Sigh. Huayin sighed helplessly. She had long been used to Jiraiya's teasing and could only respond with a bitter smile. Time passed like a fleeting white horse, disappearing in an instant. It was like a hemp rope carefully rubbed by many hands, intertwined with bitterness and joy, recording the growth of each individual. As winter gave way to spring, the cold weather gradually retreated, replaced by warm spring breezes and bright sunshine. In the morning, a crisp bell rang, breaking the silence and waking Huayin from her dreams. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, slowly sat up in bed, and reached out to silence the noisy alarm clock. Really, she shouldn't have stayed up late last night. Huayin quietly complained, turning her head to glance at the weasel lying beside her. After a simple wash-up, Huayin left her home because she had to go to work at the security department today. As for breakfast, she decided to skip it for the time being. Miss Huayin, you're here. Tiewa greeted her warmly as he suddenly saw Huayin at the door, as if he had been eagerly awaiting her arrival. Well, today the entire security department has a day off because the village is celebrating a grand festival, Tiewa gently explained, his tone filled with concern from a superior to a subordinate. I see, then I understand. Huayin couldn't help but feel a surge of joy upon hearing this response, but she still maintained a calm and composed demeanor on the surface. Well then, I will take my leave, she said. Miss Huayin, please take care. I won't see you off. After Iron Fire finished his instructions, he turned and left the place. Kagun gently shook her head, sighed helplessly, and then turned to walk in the direction of home. The blazing sun in the sky shone down on the young girl, stretching her shadow longer and longer, like a captivating painting. By the way, I wonder how things are going with the Shell organization now. Kanon suddenly thought of something, her pupils constricting sharply, filled with worry. Immediately, Kagun decisively activated her kaleidoscope, Sharingan, and instantly disappeared from her spot. She still couldn't shake off her worries about Sishian. After all, this guy's strength was extremely formidable. Kagani soared high in the sky, the distant buildings rushing past her sight like a rapidly retreating painting. In no time, the girl flew from Konohagakure to the skies above Amigakure. Immediately, the floral sound drifts down gently from the sky like a light feather. If I remember correctly, the base of the Shell organization should be right there, right, J-Dog? Huayin quickly gestured with her hands, and soon, 2 wolves, one black and one white, appeared beside her, imposing and majestic. The 2 wolves instantly dashed away toward the distance. Hanayomi followed closely behind. In the distance, a thick fog enveloped the area. But upon entering, one would find the fog had become unusually thin, as if dispersed by some kind of force. The scene inside the cave was laid out before Hanayomi's eyes. It did look a bit like Orochimaru's base. Huayin's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she murmured softly to herself, her tone filled with doubt. In the darkness, a petite figure flickered in and out of view, and paired with those scarlet eyes. It appeared particularly striking, full of contrast. Who are you? Suddenly, a strange voice emerged from the darkness, filled with alertness and hostility. Kain's gaze suddenly became cautious. Her body tensed. Is it Sishian? No, listening to this voice, it doesn't seem like him. So, who exactly is that person in the distance? Soon, Kain slowly walked toward the source of the voice. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Kanon was momentarily stunned, her face filled with surprise. Kanon, what brings you here? Orochimaru's voice was low and hoarse as he slowly asked. I just came to inquire about the whereabouts of the Shell organization. Why are you staying in this dim cave? Kain's expression turned a bit helpless. Well, my goal is the same as yours, to gather information about the Shell organization. Orochimaru extended his tongue to lick his cheek, his voice still deep and hoarse. Kanon wanted to speak, but hesitated, secretly pondering in her heart. Although she wanted to remind Orochimaru that with his power, it might not be enough to contend with the Shell organization. In the end, the girl still did not say this out loud. The two of them silently gazed at each other, caught in a stalemate. Have you made any progress with the knowledge I provided you earlier? Kanon suddenly thought of something and curiously gazed at Orochimaru. I haven't figured anything out yet. Orochimaru's words carried a hint of profound meaning. Kagani looked at Orochimaru's appearance and chose not to expose him. Perhaps Orochimaru had developed some secret technology that he was unwilling to share with her. I really can't write anymore, everyone. Also, thank you all for your support. Thanks to the urging charm from Xianming Xiaonyao, the author is immensely grateful. Chapter 225, Battle with Sishian again. Forget it. Since you are unwilling to share with me, I won't bother to ask further. Kain gently shook her head, then her gaze fixed tightly on Orochimaru. Kain-chan, do you have anything else you want to ask me? Orochimaru inquired with his low and hoarse voice, looking at the girl in front of him. It's nothing special. I just wanted to ask you if you've seen any members of the Akatsuki around here? Hannah asked curiously, her eyes sparkling with inquiry. I haven't seen them, but Miss Hannah, if you want to find those from the Shell organization, I can offer you some help. Orochimaru nodded slightly, his voice still low and hoarse. How do you plan to help me? Hannah asked impatiently. It's simple, take this. Orochimaru took out an exquisite remote control from his pocket and lightly tossed it to Hannah. What is this? Huayin took the remote control with. This is a. Orochimaru crossed his arms, a hint of amusement in his eyes, as he slowly explained, I have planted trackers on those people from the Shell organization. You can easily find their location through the indicators on this device. Orochimaru's gaze wandered up and down the girl, as if savoring her changes. It's been a while since we last met, and you've become more and more beautiful, Huayin. I'll take my leave now. Anyway, thank you for your help. Kanon snorted coldly, and before her words had finished, her figure had already vanished from the spot. Is she just leaving like this? Orochimaru's gaze gradually dimmed, as if he was contemplating something. After a moment, his expression became profound again. The flower sound flew to the sky, quickly reaching a Wagakure based on the positioning on the remote control. Why are the people from the Shell organization here? Huayin was filled with doubt, murmuring to herself. She knew nothing about the source of the positioning device provided by Orochimaru. Perhaps it was just an inconsequential detail. Soon, Huayin reached the mountaintop. At that moment, the resting Xian suddenly opened her eyes and stumbled to her feet. How did you find this place? Xian stared at Huayin with wide eyes, incredulous. Huayin said little and decisively released a burst of red energy. The red energy ball, mixed with sorcery, rushed forward swiftly. Naive. Ninjutsu is useless against me. Sishian scoffed coldly, just as he was about to reach out to absorb this ninjutsu. His pupils suddenly constricted. This is not ninjutsu. Sishian stared in shock at this attack, and then his body was blown back into the air like a leaf in a storm. He barely adjusted his posture in midair and quickly charged towards Huayin. Little ghost, D. Sishian swung out several black sticks, slicing through the air, directly aimed at Huayin. Huayin swiftly sidestepped, then raised her right hand. Rabbit escape. In an instant, countless rabbits surged from the air, tightly wrapping around Huayin and blocking Xian's line of sight. Where is she? Damn it. Xian looked around in a panic. Just then, a lightning bolt streaked across the sky in the distance, accompanied by sparks flying everywhere. Huayin tightly gripped the black staff with one hand and suddenly swung it towards Cixin. Cixin quickly swung the black stick to block, and sparks flew as the two engaged in intense close combat. Hannah understood that close combat was not her strong suit, so she decisively retreated, trying to create distance to find an opportunity. However, Cixin would not let her off easily and pursued her relentlessly, their figures darting quickly among the mountain peaks. The intense fighting between the two caused the ground to tremble violently. At this moment, in the Rakich's office, the fourth Rakich, AI, who was focused on handling documents, suddenly frowned tightly. With a loud bang, he slammed his fist onto the desk in anger, shattering it into pieces, with chips flying everywhere. Was it that bastard Baika's doing again? He roared, his voice filled with endless rage. Rakich-sama, it's not that, Mabu hurriedly explained, her voice tinged with hesitation. This time it's not that guy Killer B, but Uchiha Hannah. She hesitated, seeming to find it hard to speak. Hannah? Upon hearing this, the fourth Rakich AI's eyes widened, his expression a mix of confusion and surprise. Yes, it's the little girl who saved you before. Mabu said softly, her tone urgent. It seems she is currently fighting a powerful enemy. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and support her. Upon hearing this, the fourth Rakich AI's veins bulged, and a surge of lightning chakra erupted from his body. Bang! With another loud noise. The window of the office was shattered by his body, glass flying everywhere. The fourth Rakich AI shot out like a bolt of lightning towards the mountain peak, his speed astonishing. Rakich-sama. Mabu's hand hovered in midair as she watched the fourth Rakich AI's retreating figure. Then she gently sighed, her arm dropping weakly, her face filled with worry and helplessness. At the mountaintop, Huayin is engaged in a fierce battle with Cixin. Kagami is not good at close combat, so she decided to use long-range attrition and kite tactics. Suddenly, a bunch of black and red cubes appeared in midair. Hannah's pupils suddenly constricted, her line of sight blocked. Cien instantly shrank, disappearing from the spot. Damn it! The flower sound's eyes spun rapidly. Immediately afterwards, a 200-meter-tall black giant appeared in midair. Kagun hid in the forehead of Susanoo, her expression wary. Whoosh! Susanoo decisively drew his sword. Bang! The enormous black cube on the ground was instantly sliced apart by the blade, smoke billowing up, but Cixin had vanished without a trace. Where did he go? A tightness gripped Kagun's heart. Behind you. A cold voice sounded from behind, and Kagun's pupils dilated. She quickly leaped out from Susanoo's body. Crack, crack! Susanoo shattered like glass and began to dissipate. Huayin suddenly felt a sharp pain. She gritted her teeth and clapped her hands. A huge magic phantom was summoned by her. Kagani's tactics are clear. Do not let Shirzhen get close. Once Shirzhen approaches, she activates Tuto Always Unfair Game, swapping positions with Majuro, and then proceeds to attack from distance. Suddenly, Shirzhen bursts out from the smoke, charging towards Kagani. Kain skillfully dodged while commanding Moxoluo to launch an attack. Cixin was agile and easily evaded Moxoluo's assault, taking the opportunity to close in on Kain. Kagani's heart tightened, and she immediately activated the Unjust Game, swapping positions with Moxoluo. Cixin's attack missed. Kano then seized the opportunity to cast a spell. The tactics of Huayin were also seen through by Cixin. You're still far from being able to compete with me. Cixin sneered, her gaze fixed on a girl in front of her. I don't know how to continue writing. I'm too tired. Things have been too busy these past few days, and the quality has dropped a bit. I apologize to everyone here. Please support for love. Thank you all. Chapter 226, Thunder Shadow's Ultimate Rescue. Just as Cixin was about to strike Huayin with the dark long rod in her hand, she suddenly discovered that Huayin and Imo Su-luo had unknowingly exchanged positions. Bang! A loud noise shattered the air. His attack unexpectedly struck Imo Su-luo, whose body instantly cracked as if covered by countless spider webs. However, in the blink of an eye, his body miraculously returned to its original state, completely unharmed. Exchanging positions, huh? TSK, what a headache of ability. Cixin snorted coldly, then raised his head, his gaze like a torch, fixed on the girl before him. Looking at the girl, gasping for breath. A hint of pride flashed in Cixin's eyes. You probably won't last much longer, will you? Huh? Kain exhaled a breath of foul air, raised her head, and locked eyes with Cixin with determination. She was well aware that she could continue to persevere. Today, she would defeat him no matter what. He truly has no manners. Fine, let me teach you a good lesson. Cixin snorted coldly again, his pupils suddenly contracting, and then his body vanished from sight. Huayin did not dare to relax for a moment, instantly recalling the previous tactics, and decisively flew into the sky while activating the powerful Susanoo. In just a moment, a towering black giant, standing 200 meters tall, suddenly appeared, gripping a sharp blade in its hand and wearing a Tengu mask on its face, exuding an imposing aura. Huayin looked around cautiously, alert to every possible threat. Whoosh! Suddenly, a series of whistling sounds came from the side. Kagami reacted quickly, decisively controlling Susanoo to adjust its position. With a nimble sidestep, she successfully dodged 3 rapidly shot black rods. However, this was just the beginning. Soon after, a continuous sound of piercing air echoed around her, coming at her like a torrential storm. Kayan's heart skipped a beat, and she froze in shock. Wasn't this exactly the terrifying power of Cixian's second stage in the original work? The girl looked up and saw countless black rods swiftly approaching her like a rain of arrows. Damn it! Huayin gritted her teeth, and the cherry blossom shape in her pupils began to shrink sharply, revealing her inner determination. Soon, 9 brilliant Magatama slowly appeared around her, and her aura underwent a tremendous transformation at that moment, successfully transforming into the pseudo 6 Paths form. This was the ultimate skill she had painstakingly researched years ago, which she had never used until now, finally finding a place to be put to use. What on earth is that appearance of yours? Cixian slowly revealed her figure from a distance, her pupils suddenly constricting, staring at Huayin with a shocked expression. Huayin ignored his question, her figure flashing and instantly disappearing from the spot. She knew there were still 2 precious 6 Paths peak experience cards in her backpack. Although each could last only 5 minutes, Huayin did not plan to use them easily, as she was aware that there were even more powerful Tsutsuki waiting for her. In just a moment, Huayin quietly appeared behind Cixian. She raised the staff in her hand, her movements swift as lightning, and struck fiercely on Cixian's back. Bang! With a loud noise, Cixian felt a tremendous force from behind, and his body fell uncontrollably in the air like a kite with a broken string. Immediately, a mouthful of blood surged up his throat, but he held back and did not spit it out. How on earth did you do that? Cixian struggled to stand up from the ground, his palms supporting him, his eyes filled with disbelief as he stared at the girl before him. However, the girl remained silent, not answering his question. For some reason, an inexplicable panic surged in Cixian's heart. This was the instinctive fear reaction of humans when facing the unknown or things far beyond their comprehension. Even though he was from the Tsutsuki clan, he could not escape the invasion of this fear. Just then, a series of urgent clapping sounds came from a distance, followed by a raging hurricane that tore through the air, creating a deafening sonic boom. Cixian raised his hand to absorb the suddenly incoming ninjutsu. But the situation was far from ordinary. He was astonished to find that he could not absorb the girl's ninjutsu at all. It was entirely a force derived from nature. Irresistible. With no other choice, Cixian summoned Dahe to shield himself, attempting to withstand this devastating blow. Upon seeing this, Huayin's gaze became even more cautious. She quickly adjusted the distance to the Mo Shulaw, preparing to launch a counterattack. In an instant, Mo Shulaw moved and disappeared from its original spot. Immediately after, Dahe was forcibly crashed through by Mo Shulaw. Perhaps it was due to the continuous heavy blows that Cixian dealt to Mo Shulaw earlier. Or perhaps it was because Mo Shulaw itself possessed the special ability to grow stronger when facing strong opponents. In any case, the current Mo Shulaw was no longer comparable to the past. It existed precisely to confront such formidable foes. It's not over yet, little ghost. Don't get too arrogant. Cixian roared angrily, and with a sudden clap of her hands, a loud bang echoed. Instantly, the surrounding hurricane surged up, and in the high sky, dense black rods appeared, enveloping Huayin like a net. Hannah's pupils suddenly constricted. She was all too familiar with this move. It was exactly the technique used by Cixian against Naruto and Sasuke in the original work. She never expected it to be used against her now. Just as Cixian was about to deliver the fatal blow, a strange cry suddenly echoed from a distance. This sound brought a glimmer of hope. Kagani's pupils suddenly contracted. What was going on? Could it be that there was a third figure hidden on this battlefield besides Kagani and Jigen? She looked up, her gaze like a torch, and finally saw that the person was actually the fourth Raikage, A. But why was he here? The fourth Raikage, A. flickered and delivered a fierce elbow strike that hit the unsuspecting Jigen in the back. Bang! With a loud sound, Jigen felt a wave of intense pain in his back, and his whole body was sent flying like a leaf blown by a fierce wind, crashing heavily in the distance. Don't even think about harming the allies of the hidden cloud village. The fourth Raikage, shouted angrily, raising one hand high, the veins on his face clearly visible, looking extremely fierce. Seeing this scene, Kagani couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Just now, when Jigen launched his attack, he was clearly too focused on the technique he was about to unleash, leaving him frozen in place, failing to notice the fourth Raikage's ambush. Kagani, are you okay? At this moment, a group of ninjas from the hidden cloud village rushed in from the foot of the mountain, calling out with concern. I'm fine, but the most important thing now is to deal with that guy. Huayin shook her head lightly, her eyes firm and resolute. Then, in a flash, she disappeared from her original spot. I really can't think of what to write next, planning to conclude it next month. He apologizes to everyone. The quality is somewhat unsatisfactory. The original intention of writing this book was purely for love. I've been writing since September, and the income is not much, only earning over 2,000 yuan. Most of it still comes from attendance rewards. He also doesn't understand why this book has been limited in visibility. Sigh. Chapter 227. Oh no, has Huayin become Chuanmu? Entering the main storyline. Huayin. At that moment, smoke billowed below, obscuring his vision. Cough, cough. Soon, a weak coughing sound came from below. Immediately after, a battered figure crawled out from the ground. I didn't expect you to guess the weakness of my move. Xian glared fiercely at the girl. If looks could kill, Huayin would have died countless times at that moment. Kayan listened to Xian's words, the corners of her eyes twitching slightly. In fact, she hadn't guessed the weakness of his move at all, but it didn't matter anymore. The sound of flowers gently fell from the sky, light as a feather. At this moment, the girl's stunningly beautiful face revealed a cold demeanor. Have you thought about how to die? Kagun's gaze was fixed on Xian. Today I guess I've fallen into your hands. However, I have more than just this container. Xian let out a cold laugh, and her eyes took on a profound meaning. You, in this world, are all created by the Otsutsuki gods. Xian sighed softly and looked up at the blazing sun in the high sky. Hannah listened to Xian's rambling, frowning tightly. Wait, what's going on? Has Xian gone crazy? In the original work, there was never such a scene when Naruto and Sasuke fought him. Are you done talking? Then please go die. Huayin didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore. She furrowed her brows slightly and then raised her palm. A pitch-black Tao-seeking jade quickly gathered in her palm, taking the form of a staff. Whoosh! A whirlwind instantly tore apart, knocking Xian's head to the ground. Thud! Xian's headless body also collapsed to the ground. Seeing her formidable opponent defeated, the girl let out a sigh of relief, her tense expression finally easing. Miss Huayin, may I ask who this person is? At that moment, the fourth Raikage AI walked over, looking at Huayin with curiosity. Just an enemy, but there's no need for you to know more right now. Huayin shook her head, looking extremely cute. Is that so? Then Miss Huayin, would you be willing to come to our Yunin village as a guest? We will treat you well. Mabu, he pushed up his glasses, stepped out from the crowd, and said sincerely. Sounds good. After simple thought, Huayin agreed. After all, it would be somewhat impolite to refuse someone who invited her to be a guest in person. Before long, Kagun sat at the dining table, looking at a pile of meat dishes on the table, each bite filled with high protein. Hannah finally understood why everyone in Yunin village were muscular men. The girl put the meat into her mouth, chewing hard, her brows slightly furrowed, looking quite adorable. Soon, her brows gradually relaxed. How's the taste, Hannah? Beside her, Karabi hummed a strange tune, curiously observing the stunning girl in front of him. It's pretty good. Kagun closed her eyes and savored the moment carefully before giving a very candid answer. A meal was quickly finished. After exchanging pleasantries with some diplomats from Yunin village, Huayin left. After all, she still had many things to report. Flying high in the sky, Huayin chewed on beef jerky, but her brow furrowed tighter and tighter. She was deep in thought. If Xian died, what changes would occur in the current timeline of a Naruto Shippuden? First of all, the shell organization should be finished. As for whether Xian has other vessels, could it be Kawaki? Unlikely, as Kawaki hasn't even been born yet. There's a high probability that the vessel is still somewhere, perhaps in some nutrient solution, similar to the test tube clones cultivated in Orochimaru's base. Yes, that's very likely, but this theory also seems to be incorrect. Kagani shook her head again. Just like that, the lovely girl flew high in the sky, her expression sometimes serious, sometimes joyful, looking a bit airhead. The sun hanging in the high sky shone on the girl, stretching her shadow longer and longer, like a delicate painting. With a creak, the door was swung open by Kagani. "I'm back." Kain took the key off the door and then stuffed it into her pocket. "Why are you back now? Did something happen on the way?" Yato asked with a worried expression upon seeing his wife return. "It's nothing, just casually killed an enemy." Hannah sighed lightly, still feeling some pain in her body. She didn't know why, but there had been intermittent pangs of pain since just now. However, she didn't think much of it. After all, she had treated all her wounds with reversal techniques, so it was impossible for anything abnormal to occur. "Are you okay?" Itachi was taken aback. Suddenly, Hannah collapsed in front of him, and Itachi rushed over anxiously, holding her in his arms. This commotion also startled those who were still eating in the living room. "What's wrong, Itachi?" Kakashi came over, and, seeing Hannah lying in Itachi's embrace, his pupils contracted. At that moment, the girl's delicate features were tightly knit together, as if she was enduring immense pain. "What's going on?" Obito was completely bewildered by this scene. Jiraiya quickly rushed over, taking Hannah from Itachi's arms. "Hannah, are you okay?" "Itachi, what happened?" Jiraiya looked anxiously at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi shook his head, equally tense. "We need to get her to the hospital." Mikoto Uchiha quickly took off the apron she was wearing and rushed over with a worried expression. "Hurry!" The group no longer wore their earlier joyful expressions, instantly becoming anxious as they supported the girl. The girl groggily opened her eyes, looking up at a white ceiling, with the unpleasant smell of disinfectant surrounding her. "Where's this?" Kagani struggled to open her eyes wider, gradually seeing her surroundings. She found herself in a hospital. "You finally woke up, Kagani." Itachi looked up at the weak girl, his face filled with joy. Jiraiya, who was beside her, felt a surge of happiness when he saw the girl awake and quickly turned to leave. He still needed to rush to report to Tsunade and inform her that Kagani had woken up. Shortly after, the door was pushed open anxiously by a group of people. A nurse walked in, with smooth, golden long hair, a stunning face, and red lips with white teeth. Following closely behind her was Jiraiya, looking serious. Soon, more people poured into the hospital room like a tide. "Keep your voices down, the patient just woke up." Tsunade shot a glance at Jiraiya, and then turned to the others, speaking sternly. Everyone quickly nodded. "You are." Kanon looked at the person in front of her, a sense of familiarity rising in her heart. "Let me introduce myself first. I am Tsunade from the Hidden Leaf Village. You should have heard of me, right? I won't beat around the bush any longer." Tsunade paused. "You have a curse mark planted on you." "A curse mark?" Huayin was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly thought of something, and her pupils contracted sharply. Suddenly an idea popped into my mind. Now I need to exert myself. Seeking power for love. Seeking gifts. Chapter 228. Discharge from the hospital. "That's right. There is a curse mark on your arm, which should have been left by the enemy." Tsunade pushed up her glasses and took out a document from her pocket, analyzing it softly. "This." Hannah was stunned, staring blankly at the shocking curse mark on her pale arm. It was identical to the one on Boruto in the original work. Her thoughts drifted back to the moment she fought with Sishian, and various details surfaced in her mind. Suddenly, the girl thought of something, and her pupils constricted. Could it be at that time? Huayin murmured to herself, her eyes filled with disbelief. She recalled how Sishian had reached out and grabbed her arm, a moment she hadn't paid much attention to at the time, even using a reversal technique to heal. Little did she know, from that moment on, Sishian had planted a curse seal on her. No wonder Sishian had looked at her with a triumphant smile back then. "How do you feel now?" Tsunade asked, looking at her with concern. "I'm fine." Huayin shook her head, her expression complex. "Then I'll leave first. Contact me if anything comes up," Tsunade said before leaving the hospital. Itachi looked at Huayin with worry. "Can this curse seal be undone?" "I don't know, but it should be fine," she replied. Huayin forced a faint smile. Since Cien had already been defeated by me, could it be that he would possess me? That was obviously impossible. I guess this curse mark was just to scare me. Thinking of this, Huayin couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Suddenly, she thought of something and curiously asked everyone, "How long have I been asleep?" "You have been asleep for 3 days." Mikoto walked over, looking at her with concern. 3 days? Henio was stunned. She turned her head to look at the cloudy weather outside, her expression serious. "Yeah, you don't know. Itachi was really worried about you." Kakashi teased, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Itachi's face immediately turned red under everyone's gaze. Jiraiya interrupted the conversation. "Now is not the time for that. Henio, what kind of opponent did you encounter that day?" Everyone looked at Henio with concern. She took a deep breath and said, I ran into someone from the Otsutsuki clan. Is it the one you mentioned to us before? Shui asked anxiously. Yes, Hanyo nodded. The group exchanged glances, their expressions tense. Shui continued to ask, how strong is he? Very strong, she replied. Cannon patted his chest and sighed lightly. I struggled with him for a long time before defeating him. Although he placed this curse mark on me. He's already dead now, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Kakashi stroked his chin and began to ponder. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a week had gone by, marking the day of Cannon's discharge from the hospital. Itachi supported Cannon and asked with a worried expression, Are you feeling better now? Cannon replied, Itachi, I'm fine now, don't worry so much. Kagami turned her head away with a huff, displaying her usual tsundere attitude. Although her complexion was still somewhat weak and pale, she was in much better condition than before. Itachi looked at her familiar tsundere expression and couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at? Kagami looked at Itachi's expression and asked curiously, What's wrong? It's nothing. Seeing that you're not hurt. I'm relieved. Itachi gently patted his chest, his tone soft. Humph. You only know how to sweet talk. Kagami huffed in a tsundere manner, but her heart was filled with joy. After all, Itachi's concern was truly sincere. What are your plans after being discharged? Itachi asked curiously, looking at the girl in front of him. I haven't thought about it yet, Kagami said, slightly furrowing her brows and pouting. So, do you want to eat something? Itachi asked, breaking a slight sweat on his forehead, seeing his wife like this. I don't want to eat anything. Kagami continued to shake her head, not picking up on Itachi's words. The two walked side by side, with Itachi asking questions from time to time, but they were all rejected by Kagami. After a moment of silence, Itachi suddenly stopped and looked at Kagami seriously. Kagami, I know there's something on your mind. Can you tell me? Maybe I can help share some of it. Don't overthink it. I really don't have anything on my mind. She replied. Kagami looked into Itachi Uchiha's concerned eyes, feeling a warm current surge in her heart, and then slowly spoke. Is that so? Itachi's words carried a hint of hesitation, as if he wanted to say something more, but swallowed it back. Oh, what are these two little lovers bickering about this time? Just as the two fell into silence, and the atmosphere grew slightly awkward, a familiar and relaxed voice broke the silence. They turned their heads in unison, their gazes landing on Kakashi not far away. Seeing the two of them looking at him simultaneously, Kakashi lightly shrugged his shoulders, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Kakashi-senpai, you're already so old. Why are you still single? Hana faced Kakashi's joke without any embarrassment and reflexively replied, well, we'll talk about it slowly later. Cough, cough. As long as you're fine, that really scared me. Kakashi's forehead instantly broke out in fine beads of sweat, and he looked at Hana a bit flustered. Oh, so is there something special you came to us for this time? Kain raised her head, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Can't I just come and chat with you for no reason? Kakashi, hearing Kain's words, couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Well, thinking about it carefully, it seems that I was indeed overthinking it. Kain supported her chin with one hand, and after a moment of thought, she said softly, So, are there other enemies to come? Kakashi took a deep breath, his expression becoming unusually serious as he stared intently at Kain. Well, I'm not sure when exactly they will appear. At least in the short term, Konoha should be safe. Hanyo let out a long breath, revealing a hint of complexity in her tone. That's good. Kakashi put his hands in his pockets, his gaze relaxing a little. A gentle breeze blew from afar, softly tousling the hair of the three. Itachi stood beside Hanyo, silently observing the scene, filled with confusion. For the past week, Hanyo had seemed somewhat distracted, as if she was hiding something from him. Although Itachi couldn't pinpoint what was amiss, he felt an indescribable sense of estrangement between everyone and Hanyo. Perhaps, I'm just overthinking it. Itachi secretly told himself. All right, to celebrate Hanyo's discharge, Teacher Minato specially booked a private room at the Konoha barbecue restaurant. Let's go and have some fun. Kakashi suddenly laughed, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Great. Itachi-kun, let's hurry up and go. Kagami excitedly tugged at Itachi's sleeve, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. All right, let's not keep everyone waiting. Let's set off quickly. Itachi's lips curled into a gentle smile as he followed closely behind Kagami. Walking forward together. I've been sick with a cold these past few days. Everyone must take care of their health and dress warmly. It's really frustrating. He was fired by the electronic factory boss due to frequent fevers and colds. Please help generate power for love. Thank you all. Chapter 229. Can you help revive Kushina? The three of them strolled leisurely through the streets of Konoha. Kakashi had his hands casually in his pockets, lazily leading the way in front. Hanane's heart was heavy, her delicate brows occasionally furrowing, and her steps appeared slightly burdened. Weasel looked at Huayin with deep concern, wanting to say something but hesitating, his eyes filled with care. Soon, the three of them naturally arrived in front of the barbecue restaurant. "This is the place. Let's go in quickly." Kakashi turned to the two and gently beckoned. Kagome gently nodded and obediently responded. Then, Kakashi quickly communicated with the front desk staff. The staff respectfully led the three of them to a refined private room and then quietly left. "This is it. Please come in, you two." "All right, thank you." Kakashi smiled as he pushed the door open, and a burst of laughter and cheerful voices immediately greeted them from inside. Jiraiya's exaggerated laughter was particularly loud, while Obito clapped and cheered, creating a lively atmosphere. Everyone gathered around the table, enjoying the delicious food and occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. "Oh, you two finally made it." Minato noticed Jiraiya's comical appearance and found it amusing, then turned to look at Kagome and Itachi. The two said little and walked straight into the private room. Kagani sat down next to Fugaku, and Mikoto gently served her food, her eyes filled with affection. Itachi was sitting next to Sasuke, but his mind was entirely focused on Kagani, closely following her every move. Seeing this, Sasuke tugged at Itachi's sleeve in dissatisfaction and said with a hint of pride, "Brother, I want that too. You're old enough to serve yourself. Why are you still letting others help you?" Itachi shot Sasuke a cold glare, then turned to Kagani, his gaze instantly softening. Sasuke looked bewildered, feeling wronged by Itachi's sudden change of demeanor. Naruto, noticing this, sighed lightly, stood up, and served food into Sasuke's bowl, saying, "Don't misunderstand, I just can't stand to see others sad." "You jerk." Sasuke crossed his arms and huffed, but the corners of his mouth subtly lifted, secretly pleased. Minato watched the interaction among the children with a slight twitch in his eye, pondering, I should ask Kagani for help to resurrect Kushina someday. It had been several years since he last saw Kushina, and he missed her dearly, but he was also worried that doing so might cause trouble for Kagani. The atmosphere at the dining table was lively, with everyone chatting and laughing. Kain raised the cup in her hand and walked over to Jiraiya's side. "Jiraiya-sensei, I want a drink too." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and teased Kain. "At such a young age, do you even understand alcohol?" However, he didn't stop his movements, and soon filled Kain's cup with liquor. Kagun picked up the cup without hesitation and drank it all in one go, exuding a bold spirit. "Huh, this isn't difficult at all." Huayin let out a small hiccup, her cheeks slightly flushed, and smiled as she spoke. Everyone looked at Huayin's adorable appearance, their eyes filled with tenderness and affection, and then bursts of hearty laughter erupted. The meal quickly came to an end, and everyone gradually started to leave. "Huayin, can you do me a favor?" Mizumoto sincerely called out to the girl who was about to leave. "What is it, Uncle Mizumoto?" Hanyo curiously watched Watergate's serious demeanor. "How about we change the place to talk?" Watergate suggested, glancing at the bustling crowd around them. Of course, Hanyo nodded happily. Then, Watergate quickly led the girl away from their original spot. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scene became blurry. One moment they were in a lively hotel, and the next they had arrived at the tranquil back mountain of the Uchiha clan. The moon in the sky was bright and clear, and the sound of cicadas occasionally filled the air, while the evening breeze gently brushed by. Kagani couldn't help but shiver, feeling a bit chilly. "I'm sorry for suddenly bringing you here," said Mizumoto, looking at Kagani's actions with eyes full of guilt. "Uncle Mizumoto, what's the matter? Just tell me. I'll do my best to help." Kagani patted her chest and curiously gazed at Namikaze Minato in front of her. "It's about Kushina. Oh, I see. You wanted to resurrect Uzumaki Kushina, right?" Huayin raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. After all, it had been so long, and Minato had never come to her with this request. Kagun even thought for a moment that Mizumoto had forgotten about her, but seemed she was overthinking it. Perhaps it was because Mizumoto didn't want to trouble her, so he had never spoken up. Really? Thank you so much." Mizumoto looked at Kagun with a face full of gratitude, his eyes shining with hope. "Of course, that's totally fine, no problem at all." Kagani nodded obediently, and then carefully examined Watergate. "What's wrong?" Watergate asked curiously, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Uncle Watergate, do you have any belongings of Sister Kushina from her lifetime, like hair or something?" Kanon looked at Minato with anticipation. A gentle breeze blew, causing the messy ends of Minato's hair to flutter softly. "Oh, I have it at home. Let me go back and find it," Minato said, and in an instant, he vanished from the spot. After a short while, Minato hurriedly teleported back. "Is this okay?" Minato carefully handed over a strand of red hair. He had treasured this strand, as it was left behind by Kushina when she was kidnapped by the Jonin of the Hidden Cloud Village, a memory that still lingered in Minato's mind. Okay, this is enough. Kagani took the red hair that Swayman handed over and carefully put it into a transparent bag. All right, Teacher Swayman, could you please take me over to Bito's side? Hana spoke softly. No problem. Minato nodded anxiously. Soon, Minato led Hana hurriedly to Obito's side. Minato-sensei, are you planning to revive Sister Kushina? Obito's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Minato. Minato scratched the back of his head, the fine cold sweat on his forehead glimmering slightly. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take action. Obito urged anxiously, his voice filled with urgency. All right, stop yelling. I need to prepare another scarf. Kain yawned softly, then tightly wrapped a soft scarf around her neck. By the way, don't you all feel cold? At this moment, the girl had a rosy blush on her cheeks, and the heavy scarf around her neck added a touch of cuteness. I'm actually fine with it. Mizumoto smiled slightly, his eyes filled with tenderness. Then let's hurry and set off. Mizumoto, Kain whispered softly, you teleport us and Obito to the Hidden Mist Village. Okay, no problem. Minato walked over quickly, gently placing his hands on the shoulders of the two. Whoosh! 3 figures instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving only a faint residual shadow. I don't know how to continue writing. Seeking support for love. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 230, Uzumaki Kushina. Inside the cave, it was dimly lit. At this moment, the 3 stared at Orochimaru in front of them, their faces filled with disbelief and shock. Orochimaru quickly completed the Edo Tensei with various outrageous maneuvers. Uzumaki Kushina was resurrected just like that. Is this really a resurrection? Minato whispered to himself, his voice revealing a hint of disbelief. He had thought there would be an unimaginable price to pay, yet the outcome was so unexpected. Minato, how could you be here? Uzumaki Kushina looked around, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Soon, her gaze was deeply drawn to the girl in front of her, unable to look away. You are. Kushina looked at the girl in front of her, a wave of affection rising in her heart. This girl was just too cute. Between girls, there always seems to be a wonderful tacit understanding and connection that can be established quickly. I am. Kanon was just about to introduce herself when Kushina suddenly pulled her into a tight embrace. Minato, who is this lovely little girl? What's her name? Could she be Makoto's daughter? Kushina asked joyfully, gently rubbing her cheek against Kanon's face. Well, Minato chuckled at his wife's enthusiasm. Kushina, a familiar voice suddenly interrupted their thoughts. Obito? What are you doing here? Kushina was quite surprised by Obito's arrival, unaware that he was the one behind the Nine-Tails attack. Let's talk about it in another place. Obito scratched his head and stammered. Thank you so much, Orochimaru-senpai. Before leaving, Minato deeply bowed to Orochimaru, expressing his sincere gratitude. Then, everyone vanished in an instant using Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. The scene quickly changed from a pitch-black cave illuminated only by flickering candlelight to a warm and cozy living room. This sudden shift made Kanon feel a bit dizzy, but just a few seconds later, she completely regained her composure. This was the side effect of the Flying Thunder God technique. When teleporting over long distances, it would briefly affect the user's mind. It must be said that those who can master the Flying Thunder God technique are indeed exceptionally talented. You all back? Jiraiya, busy tidying up the living room, glanced at everyone and casually asked. However, when he saw Kushina, the broom in his hand fell to the ground, and he stiffly turned his head. Kushina, how are you alive? What's wrong? Can I come back to life? Kushina asked, pointing to her cheek with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. I'll keep cleaning. Jiraiya awkwardly laughed, scratching the back of his head and quickly looking down to continue cleaning. It's rare to see you cleaning, Jiraiya. And Kanon-chan, let your aunt take a good look at you. By the way, Minato, where's Naruto? Kushina turned her head, her gaze gently landing on Kanon. Then she smiled like an ant. But suddenly, as if remembering something, she turned to Minato, her eyes filled with confusion. Naruto should still be sleeping, Minato replied softly, glancing at the clock in the living room. I see. Kushina gently patted her chest, her expression becoming complicated. I don't know how Naruto has been these past few years while I wasn't around. Naruto. Minato looked at his wife, feeling a mix of emotions, unsure of how to respond. He knew that Naruto had gone through a very painful time. Before meeting Kanon, he was almost bullied by everyone, like a rat crossing the street. Fortunately, this kind girl had saved him. Minato looked at Kanon with deep gratitude, feeling Minato's appreciative gaze. Kagani couldn't help but shyly lower her head, looking particularly delicate and cute. With a soft click, the door upstairs slowly opened, and Naruto, rubbing his sleepy eyes, stumbled out in a daze. You guys, he murmured, seemingly still not fully awake. In the next moment, Naruto suddenly froze. The moment he saw Kushina, an indescribable sense of familiarity surged in his heart, so strong that it left him somewhat dazed. Naruto, Kushina's voice trembled, her pupils suddenly constricting, and a drop of crystalline tear quietly slipped from the corner of her eye, shimmering with complex light. This feeling was truly marvelous. Even though they hadn't seen each other for many years and their appearances had become somewhat unfamiliar in this vast crowd, it seemed they could recognize each other at a glance. That deep connection imprinted in the depths of their souls made it impossible for them to ignore each other's existence. Watching the two of them gaze at each other, Kanon, Minato, and Obito exchanged knowing smiles and chose to leave discreetly. In the evening, a biting cold wind ravaged the streets of Konoha village. Although it was late, the streetlights still emitted a soft glow on the pavement. The three of them quietly walked through the empty alleys. Kanon, I really appreciate you. Minato's voice broke the surrounding silence. It's nothing to worry about, just a small effort, she replied. Kanon lightly exhaled a breath of warm air and said nonchalantly. Minato smiled gently, while the cold wind blew from afar, making his originally messy hair even more disheveled. Standing nearby, Obito had his hands in his pockets, gazing deeply into the distance, then let out a self-deprecating chuckle. What are you laughing at, Obito? Kanon asked curiously, turning her head. It's nothing, just thinking about how foolish I was back then, getting deceived by that guy Madara, and causing Master Minato and Sister Kushina to suffer misfortune. Obito's eyes dimmed. His heart was filled with regret. If time could turn back, he yearned to return to the past more than anyone else. That way, he could avoid making those irreparable mistakes. However, time could not be reversed, and there was no way to take back what had happened. Why have you both become so melancholic? Kanon put her hands in her pockets and glanced at the Watergate and Obito beside her, a look of helplessness on her face. All right, Obito, since it's all in the past now, don't think about it too much. Just explain it well to Sister Kushina later. Kagome shivered gently, looking up at Obito's tearful face, her tone filled with tenderness. Obito took a deep breath and slowly nodded. After all, everyone had been revived now. It was time to go back, as so much time had already passed. Minato smiled, his eyes filled with warmth. All right then, let's go. Kanon gently tugged at Minato's collar, a smile on her face. Beside her, Obito also reached out, resting his hand on Minato's shoulder. In an instant, the scene began to blur, and the once cold street suddenly transformed. Everyone found themselves in a warm living room. The cold wind outside continued to fiercely whip the curtains. Kanon quickly ran over and tightly closed the window. You three are back. Kushina gently comforted the Naruto in her arms while turning to look at the three who had returned home, her face full of surprise. Sister Kushina, I have something I want to talk to you about, Obito said, scratching the back of his head, slowly walking over with a hint of apology. What is it? Kushina furrowed her brows, filled with doubt. For some reason, she vaguely sensed that something was off. Immediately, a strong feeling of unease surged into her heart. I'm so tired. It feels like my brain is about to explode. I really don't know how to write this. Please, I need motivation for love. Thank you. Chapter 231 Hinata. This big sister is so beautiful. So, the Nine-Tails incident was also caused by you? Kushina furrowed her brows, looking at Obito with a complicated expression. She had quite a good impression of Obito, but at this moment, she couldn't hide her disappointment. Yes, I'm very sorry, Obito said, bending slightly and bowing, his attitude sincere. I understand. He thought Kushina would severely punish or reprimand him, but unexpectedly, she forgave him. Obito's pupils constricted. Before he could recover, Kushina had already stood up and gently embraced him. You must have had a tough journey, right? Kushina stood on her tiptoes, tightly hugging Obito and speaking softly. Obito's voice was choked. It's okay. The past is the past. We can make up for it slowly in the future. Kushina continued to comfort him gently. Ugh, Obito sobbed, his body slightly trembling. Meanwhile, Minato and Kanon looked at this scene with gentle expressions. As for Naruto, he was quietly lying on the sofa, fast asleep, not knowing what happy things he was dreaming about, a faint smile still on his lips. The bright moonlight poured into the room, creating an exceptionally warm atmosphere. Before long, the sun took over the moon's shift. With a soft click, Kanon gently pushed the door open. She yawned and then, as usual, walked in the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. All right, there is still work to be done in the security department today. Kagami suddenly thought of something. Her pupils constricted, and she quickly went to the living room. After finishing breakfast and changing her shoes, she walked out the door. As for Itachi Uchiha, he had gotten up early to deal with family affairs. The high sun shone on the girl, casting a longer and longer shadow. It was like a beautiful painting. "Good morning, Captain Ironfire." Hanaon met Uchiha Tekai on the road and greeted him kindly. "Good morning," Hanaon said. Tekai responded with a gentle smile. After a brief chat, Hanaon went to the guard department and received today's mission, to maintain the sea zone in the eastern part of Konoha village. Kagani looked at the title on the task list and murmured to herself, "It's a bit far. It seems I won't be able to go home for lunch." Hanaon frowned slightly, showing some dissatisfaction. Soon, the girl left the guard department. It must be said that Konoha village is indeed very large, and Hanaon walked leisurely along the road. Along the way, she could occasionally see the hard-working villagers and hear the sounds of children playing. Calculating the time, it seemed that winter vacation was about to begin. She wondered if the holiday schedule of the ninja school was the same as in her previous life. In no time, Hanaon arrived at her destination. "Look, that monster is here again." A child suddenly pointed with a finger, fiercely indicating soft and delicate Hinata Hyuga. His tone filled with cold sarcasm. "Why are your eyes so white? It's really scary. Could you really be a monster?" Another child chimed in, his eyes revealing fear. In the snow, several children laughed as they picked up snowflakes and threw them hard at Hinata. She stumbled a few steps, her body swaying dangerously, nearly falling to the ground. In the distance, Hanaon sharply caught sight of this scene. She quickly sensed her surroundings, but found that Naruto was nowhere to be seen. "This is bad," she thought to herself. It seemed that her presence had altered the original timeline. In the original story, it was Naruto who saved Hinata from danger. However, due to her intervention, Naruto had not appeared, resulting in Hinata enduring the bullying from these mischievous kids until now. "Hey, you guys, don't go too far." Hanaon could no longer bear it and angrily rushed over, shouting loudly, "What does it have to do with you?" One of the ugly little brats froze when he raised his head. The big sister in front of him, dressed in the imposing uniform of the guard department, was undeniably beautiful and cute, but there was no doubt that she was a strong member of the Uchiha clan. "It's someone from the guard department." The brat shouted in terror. "Everyone run." The other children were also frightened and scattered in all directions. Huayin looked at the fleeing figures of the mischievous children with a helpless expression. She knew that if she didn't teach them a lesson, they would repeat their mischief next time. Thus, Huayin had a thought and instantly disappeared from her original spot. When she reappeared, she was already blocking the front of the running children. "Nelues technique." Huayin let out a soft exclamation and cast a low-level illusion on the children. Instantly, the children appeared as if possessed, standing frozen in place with deep fear in their eyes. Tears began to stream down their cheeks, as if they were witnessing the things they feared most within themselves. The technique of Naruto, this low-level illusion, allowed one to confront their inner fears. Surely, these mischievous children were now seeing images of their parents punishing them severely. Hannah looked at the time and decided to cancel the illusion. The children instantly came back to their senses, sobbing and crying loudly, then scattered in all directions. Watching the scene, Hannah breathed a sigh of relief and turned to walk towards Hinata, who was in the snow far away. She knew that at this moment, Hinata needed her comfort the most. "Big sister, it's you again," Hinata said as she slowly stood up, holding her head with both hands. Her body was covered in scars, clearly from the stones thrown by those children. Kanon looked at Hinata with concern and quickly used the reversal technique to heal her. "Do you feel better now?" Huayin squeezed out a gentle smile and softly asked, "Thank you, big sister." Hinata looked up at Huayin, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, but filled with gratitude. "You're welcome. If they dare to bully you again, just call me, and I will definitely take care of them." Hannah squatted down and gently patted Hinata's head, saying softly, "Okay." Hinata's cheeks turned slightly red. The big sister in front of her is so beautiful. I really don't know how to continue writing. Chapter 232. Hinata. How is it? The taste isn't bad, right? Kagani sat beside Hinata, her face filled with a gentle expression as she gazed at the petite girl in front of her. Hinata nodded softly. Just a few hours ago, Hinata had been filled with anticipation to patrol Konoha village alongside Kagani. Hannah heard Hinata's request and did not hesitate at all. After all, she also needed a companion on this journey. After the patrol was over, Kanon decided to invite Hinata to have lunch together. Getting back to the point at this moment, Kanon was gently watching the little girl in front of her slurping noodles. "Are you not full yet?" Kagani observed Hinata's slightly hesitant expression after she finished her noodles and gently asked her. Hinata shyly nodded again, like a budding flower. Uncle Ichiraku. Kain turned to look at the middle-aged uncle who was still busy in the store, his face beaming with a warm smile. Oh, it's Kain. What brings you here? Uncle Yao wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked with a kind smile. Please add another bowl for us. Kagan took out a few brand new bills from her pocket and handed them to Uncle Yao. All right. Uncle Yao took the bills and immediately instructed his daughter to get change, while he continued to busy himself in the kitchen. Here you go. This is your change. Uncle Yao's daughter gently handed over the change. Thank you. Kanan took the coins and carefully put them into her pocket. As for Uncle Ichiraku's daughter, she is indeed quite beautiful, but Kanan couldn't recall her name at the moment. I must say, dining at this Ichiraku ramen shop is truly a great experience. Just based on the impeccable service attitude, Kanan did not hesitate to give a perfect score. Thank you, sister. Hinata gently tugged at Kanan's sleeve, her voice as small and weak as a mosquito. No need to be polite. Hannah gently responded, while extending her delicate hand to softly stroke Hinata's soft hair. She was filled with affection for the little girl, Hinata. However, at this moment, there was a problem that made Hannah quite troubled. It seemed that her arrival had triggered some subtle changes in time. According to the original story, Naruto should have already come to rescue Hinata. But now, due to the butterfly effect caused by her presence, there had not been much interaction between Naruto and Hinata. As a result, their feelings for each other naturally would not be very deep. Wouldn't that mean that the future of Boruto would disappear because of this? No, absolutely not. If that happened, her unique advantage as a traveler would be gone. It seemed she had to find a way to bring these two together. Hinata, would you like to make a new friend? Hanin leaned closer to the shy little girl in front of her and asked with a teasing tone. Hinata nodded like a little chick pecking at rice, looking very adorable. So, would you be willing to come to my house to play for a while? Hannah watched Hinata in front of her, feeling a hint of hesitation in her heart. To be honest, she wasn't sure if Hinata could enter the Uchiha territory. After all, she was the esteemed young lady of the Hyuga clan. Logically, she shouldn't be out so easily. Presumably, Hinata had sneaked out without her family's knowledge this time. Of course, there was no problem. To Hannah's surprise, Hinata showed no opposition at all and instead nodded obediently. Looking at the adorable little girl in front of her, Hannah's worries finally vanished. Soon, the time after dinner passed in the blink of an eye. Kain felt a bit reluctant as she took out a few crisp banknotes again and handed them to Uncle Yao. Looking at the mountain of bowls piled up on the table, Hanyo's eyes couldn't help but twitch slightly. I'm sorry, Hinata said, holding Hanyo's little hand. Her head lowered even more. It's okay. I don't care about those things at all. Kagun patted her chest and said casually, I will definitely return it to you in the future. Hinata looked up, gazing at the girl in front of her with eyes as clear as water, and softly said, Let's go back for now. Hannah ignored Hinata's words and smiled as she spoke. In fact, Hannah wasn't short on money. After all, she was the wife of the Uchiha clan leader. Working at the guard department was just a way for her to sharpen her will and experience the life of an ordinary person. To put it simply, it was just a bit of hardship. The sun hanging high in the sky cast its rays on the two young girls, stretching their shadows longer and longer, resembling a beautiful painting. Kagani held Hinata's hand, and they laughed and chatted all the way. Hinata had a gentle personality, but she was a bit introverted and shy. Hinata, can I ask you a question? Kagani suddenly thought of something and turned to look at the little girl beside her. What is it? Hinata tilted her head, looking at Kagani with confusion. What do you think of Naruto? Kagani asked curiously, as Naruto's figure appeared in her mind. Naruto-kun? Hinata looked up at the sky, slightly parted her lips, and after a moment of thought, pressed her lower lip together. I think he seems a bit aloof. Kagani raised an eyebrow, looking at Hinata's expression. Why do you say that? Isn't Naruto handsome? Kagani continued to ask. Well, he is indeed quite handsome. Hinata nodded after a moment of thought, her expression calm and unperturbed. She didn't blush at the mention of Naruto like she did in the original story. Seeing this, Huayin broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no, it seems she has disrupted the original plot. If Hinata doesn't like Naruto, then Boruto won't exist. Without Boruto, how will everyone contend with the Otsutsuki? Is it really up to her? As soon as the thought flashed through Huayin's mind, she shook her head repeatedly, like a rattle drum. What's wrong, Sister Huayin? Hinata looked up, her face full of confusion as she stared at Huayin. Ahem, it's nothing. Look, we're almost home. Kanan pointed to a magnificent mansion ahead. Speaking a bit flustered, Hinata retracted her puzzled expression, her face radiating joy as she tightly held Kanan's hand. For some reason, whenever she was with this older sister, she always felt happy, even forgetting the tedious matters of her clan. No one dared to make things difficult for her anymore. With a click, the door was pushed open by Kanon. She took the key out of the door and put it in her pocket, then walked inside with Hinata. At the entrance, there were shoes ready to be changed. Hinata took off her shoes, revealing her round and delicate little feet, which were covered in layers of white stockings. She gently slipped into the shoes. Please power up for love. Please give 5-star reviews. Please urge for updates. These are very important for the author. I want this book to reach an 8 rating. My greatest wish, Chapter 233, Naruto and Hinata. This pair has potential. Oh, you're back? Makoto, who was busy preparing lunch at the moment, exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Kanon. Isn't this the little girl from the Hyuga family? Makoto gazed curiously at Hinata and asked. Hello, big sister. Hinata greeted Makoto politely, her voice sweet. What a cute little one. Makoto squatted down and gently stroked Hinata's head. Kanon watched this scene with a smile, her eyes filled with warmth. It must be said that Hinata's emotional intelligence is much higher than Kakashi's. The warm scene, just now, made Kanon reminisce about the past. When Kakashi first came to the Uchiha clan, he even called Makoto Aunt. Thinking of these funny stories, the girl couldn't help but chuckle, her smile blooming like a flower. Have you had lunch yet? Makoto looked at Kanon with gentle eyes and asked indulgently. I've already eaten. Is Itachi-kun still busy? Kagun turned to Makoto, curiously asking, that kid is really a workaholic, busy from morning until now. Makoto frowned slightly, her tone revealing concern. Is that so? Kagun couldn't help but feel a bit worried. It seems Itachi really is a thorough workaholic. By the way, Mom, is Naruto at home? Kanon suddenly remembered her purpose for coming back and hurriedly asked. He is on the back mountain now, what's wrong? Makoto replied with a puzzled look. Oh, I need to find Naruto for something. Hinata, let's go. Kanon gently looked at Hinata and softly greeted her. Hinata obediently followed along. After the two girls changed their shoes, they opened the big door and thoughtfully took an umbrella with them. After all, the sun in the high sky was extremely scorching, and a moment's inattention could lead to sunburn. The sunlight spilled over the two girls, stretching their shadows longer and longer. Before long, they arrived at the Nage shrine in the back mountain of the Uchiha clan. In no time, they spotted Naruto in the distance, diligently practicing on a wooden post. Standing beside him, carefully guiding Naruto, was Obito. Why is that guy Obito always inseparable for Naruto? Kanon's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She didn't actually have much resentment towards Obito. It was just that their frequent encounters caught her off guard. Naruto-kun, are you still training hard? Hanyo held Hinata's delicate little hand and walked over, her voice carrying a hint of tenderness. Hanyo, why did you suddenly come? Naruto stopped his actions, took out a towel, and gently wiped the cold sweat from his body. At this moment, he was strong and muscular, a stark contrast to the skinny figure in the original story. His handsome face and messy long hair gently fell to his ears, resembling the good looks of the original character. What? Can I come to see how you're doing? Kagun pouted and pretended to be dissatisfied, but a smile flickered in her eyes. That's not what I meant. Seeing this, Naruto was instantly a loss, his hands flailing in a panic. All right, I was just teasing you. Don't be so nervous. Kagami covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, her laughter crisp and pleasant to hear. Then she playfully extended her finger and gently flicked Naruto's forehead. Do you know who this is? Kanon slowly pulled Hinata, who was hiding behind her, out, her voice full of tenderness. This Hinata. Naruto focused his gaze and was immediately stunned, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Hinata's image gradually became clearer in his mind, and memories from their childhood flooded back. Unlike others who showed disdain, she quietly watched him, a rare warmth in the village. In his childhood, Naruto felt incredibly happy because of Hinata's presence. He had finally found someone who didn't dislike him and wanted to approach or play, but Hinata always avoided him, which puzzled him at the time. Hello, Naruto-kun. I am Hinata. She politely bowed to the Naruto in front of her. Although her face showed little expression, there was a hint of shyness in her eyes. No need to be so formal. I know you, Hyuga Hinata. Nice to meet you, Naruto replied with a smile. Hinata tilted her head, curiously observing Naruto, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Is there something wrong? Naruto scratched his cheek with his hand, his face turning red as he turned away, unable to meet Hinata's gaze. Nothing. Hinata smiled slightly, her eyes filled with kindness. For some reason, she always had a peculiar fondness for Naruto, though she couldn't quite explain where it came from. Kanon, watching this scene, couldn't help but slightly narrow her pupils, a knowing smile appearing on her face. It seemed that these two really had something going on. Obito noticed Kanon's meaningful gaze and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his forehead. This, as expected, Kakashi was right. Women seem to have a natural interest in gossip. All right, you two can have fun here. I'll take my leave first. Hana smiled gently, her voice soft and pleasant. After speaking, she turned to leave. Sister Hana, where are you going? Hinata asked curiously, unable to hold back as she saw Hana about to leave. I have a bit of work to take care of, so you all can have fun here. Obito, could you please accompany me for a moment? Henin squatted down gently and stroked Hinata's hair, then turned to Obito and winked. Obito understood and nodded slightly. After that, the two hurriedly left the place, leaving only a faint silhouette behind. Hinata and Naruto stood facing each other, momentarily at a loss. How should I address you? Naruto scratched his head, revealing a shy smile. You could just call me Hinata. Naruto-kun, Hinata said sweetly, her voice soft and pleasant. Uchiha clan residents. So, you just took our young lady to the back mountain for this matter? Several members of the Hyuga clan exchanged glances as they listened to Hanein's explanation. Is there any problem with that? Hanin tilted her head curiously and asked. It wasn't inappropriate to find a playmate for the young lady. After hearing this, Hyuga Takuma's mouth twitched slightly. To be fair, this was quite absurd. The young lady of the Hyuga clan had suddenly gone missing. The clan leader anxiously ordered them to search for her, and after some inquiries, they discovered that the young lady had actually gone to play with others in the back mountain of the Uchiha clan. I really don't know how to write anymore. My mindset has collapsed. The new book has gone into the little black room again. Chapter 234. Sasuke, you should stop staying up late. Hyuga Takuma hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping himself. What's wrong, Uncle Takuma? Kagani looked curiously at the person in front of her, her eyes sparkling with a sense of inquiry. It's nothing, it's just that if the young lady is safe and sound, then we can all feel much more at ease. Hinata Takuma forced a light smile, but his eyes betrayed a hint of concern. Don't worry, Hinata is with the Uchiha clan. She will definitely be safe. Huayin spoke with a firm tone, her face radiating a confident smile. Upon hearing this, Dekan nodded slightly and said, Well then, I will take my leave first. He clasped his hands together and turned to leave with his subordinates, their figures gradually disappearing from sight. Kagani stood alone in place, watching the crowd leave, a hint of loneliness rising in her heart. Sai, what should I do next? She sighed lightly, her eyes flickering with confusion. The work was done, and Itachi was still busy in the clan territory. Going home alone would be extremely boring, and she didn't know who to play with. Forget it. I might as well wander around. Hanin retracted her thoughts and decided to take a walk along the streets of Konoha village to truly savor this moment of freedom. In recent days, she had either been busy with work or staying at home, hardly taking the time to appreciate the scenery of Konoha village. At this moment, the sun in the sky was gradually setting, losing the vitality of the morning but adding the gentleness and brilliance of the evening glow. Kain walked down the streets of Konoha with her hands in her pockets, a gentle breeze tousling the ends of her hair. A faint smile lingered on her lips, and the tuft of hair on her head swayed gently with her steps, giving her an especially playful appearance. Villagers along the way cast curious glances at her. Kagun politely responded to their gaze, although she might have felt a bit uncomfortable at first after more than a decade of experience. She had long since become accustomed to such attention. After taking a simple stroll around Konoha village, Kain returned to the Uchiha clan's territory. With a creak, she gently pushed open the slightly old door. It seems she needs to find a time to have someone fix this door. Hana glanced at the door, secretly murmuring to herself. Time flows swiftly like running water, and in the blink of an eye, winter gives way to spring. The alarm clock by the bedside rang. But not long after, Kanon lazily reached out her hand to turn off the alarm's noise. Has it already turned to morning after a nap? She struggled to get out of bed, rubbing her drowsy eyes. After a simple wash-up, she went to the living room and saw that breakfast was already set on the dining table. Golden eggs and soft, fragrant bread. Kagome sat by the dining table, taking big bites of bread, her cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel, looking incredibly cute. At that moment, Sasuke walked down from upstairs, yawning, and looked at her with a sleepy expression. You're up this early? Sasuke's voice was a bit hoarse. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? I have work to do, so of course I have to get up early. Hana looked at Sasuke's tired appearance and couldn't help but tease, Oh, I couldn't sleep last night, stayed awake the whole time. Sasuke sighed helplessly. Insomnia? Why? Hana asked curiously. Guess. Sasuke shot her a glare and casually grabbed a piece of bread from the dining table, taking a bite. It wouldn't be because you broke up, would it? Kain suddenly thought of something, her face showing a gossiping expression. Sasuke's face instantly turned speechless, glaring at her without saying a word. I was really pissed off by that group of useless teammates while playing games last night. Sasuke chewed on his bread, his eyes filled with anger. Seeing Sasuke like this, Kain frowned slightly and gently advised, "You should rest early, or it will affect your growth." Her words carried a hint of seriousness, but to outsiders, they appeared particularly playful and cute. Speaking of which, the technological development in the ninja world has advanced several times faster compared to the original work. This may be attributed to Kain's influence, which has reduced many direct conflicts between the 5 great nations, leading everyone to focus on technological research. Although mobile phones have not yet emerged, computers have quietly begun to rise. However, Kagun is not very interested in these things. She wasn't very keen on games in her previous life, and now she has even less interest. All right, I don't want to hear you ramble on about those games anymore. I have to go to work soon, Kagani said, extending her palm to gently interrupt Sasuke's words, then let out a soft sigh, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. Well, okay. Sasuke looked at the girl in front of him, nodded, and then, with those prominent dark circles under his eyes, slowly walked up to the second floor. Returning to his room, watching Sasuke's exhausted figure, Kagani couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. All these changes seemed to have started because of her. The plot in the original work had undergone earth-shattering changes, triggering a chain of butterfly effects. This was not a good omen. Kain subconsciously lowered her head, staring at the still prominent curse mark on her arm. It's been 2 or 3 years, and it still hasn't faded. Just like Boruto in the original work's Boruto, Naruto Next Generations. It's really strange. I clearly killed that guy, Zishian, with my own hands. The sound of flowers murmured to herself, her pupils slightly constricting, her heart filled with confusion. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged through her arm again. She gritted her silver teeth, and her adorable face was instantly covered with fine beads of cold sweat. Kagani took a deep breath, trying to calm the pain inside her. Then, she gently raised her arm and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead with her sleeve. For some time now, every few weeks, she would experience a sharp pain in her arm, although she never understood the reason behind it. Could it be that guy, Zishian, hasn't truly died? Is he still hiding within her body? No, that is absolutely impossible. Kagani clearly remembered that she had repeatedly confirmed Zishian's death. But why was it still like this? Huayin dragged her weary body back to the room and sat in front of the dressing table. In the mirror, her face looked pale and somewhat weak. Am I really going to become that wedge? She murmured softly, her pupils flickering with unease. Oh no, I still have to go to work soon, or I'll be late. Kagami glanced at the alarm clock, and her cute little hair immediately stood up. I really don't know how to write anymore. This book has been dragging on for over 100 chapters, just filled with fluff. I just write whatever comes to mind, and I genuinely don't know how to continue. Please support me for love, urge for updates, and leave good reviews. This book has already scored 8 points, which is the highest rating I've ever received for a book, Chapter 235, Encountering Uchiha Izumi. I'm really sorry, Uncle Tetsuhiko, but due to some special reasons, I accidentally arrived a little late. Huayin opened her mouth, feeling aggrieved, with a hint of apology in her voice. Oh, is that so? I've already known. Being late once isn't a big deal. Taihua looked at the girl's face filled with grievances, responding somewhat flustered. After all, she was the young clan leader's wife. Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare offend her in the slightest. If he accidentally angered her or made her cry, how could he still sit steadily in his position? Is it really okay? The girl blinked her big watery eyes, looking at Taihua with a naive expression, as if seeking confirmation. Yes, it's really fine. You can settle your salary for this month at the finance department. You've done an excellent job. And there are bonuses too. Taihua swallowed hard and then hurriedly added bonuses. Huayin showed a hint of surprise on her face upon hearing this. Yes, those members of the security department who are rated higher receive some profit-sharing rewards from their families. Taihua explained softly, his tone revealing a trace of envy. So that's how it is. Hannah suddenly realized and nodded, a knowing smile appearing on her face. All right, let's not talk so much for now. This is your task for today, Tetsuhiko said, pulling out a sealed bag from his pocket and solemnly handing it to Hannah. Kanon skillfully took the sealed bag, opened it gently, and inside was a document with black text on white paper. Previously, when the security department handed over tasks, they maintained such a rigorous attitude, highlighting the Uchiha clan's emphasis on the importance of tasks. All right, Uncle Tetsuhibi, I'm leaving here now. Huayin looked at Taihua in front of her and politely said goodbye. No problem. Taihua took out a tissue from his pocket and gently wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, watching the girl's figure gradually fade away. It wasn't until Huayin's silhouette completely disappeared from sight that he let out a sigh of relief and gasped for air, secretly muttering to himself. Sigh. Lady Huayin, you really don't need to experience this kind of life. The sun hanging high in the sky gently cast its rays on the girl, slowly elongating her slender shadow. Hannah rushed to Area C in the eastern part of Konoha Village after receiving an urgent mission from the security department. This area was particularly familiar to her. Honestly, Kanon is quite willing to patrol this place, because not only is there Ichiraka ramen here, but she can also look up and see the majestic Hokage rock in the sky. Oh, Kanone, what are you doing wandering around here? Just as Kanon was lost in thought, a soft and sweet voice suddenly rang in her ears. Izumi-chan? Kanon turned her head in surprise, looking at the lively and cute little girl in front of her, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. It had been a long time since they last met, and Uchiha Izumi had become even more charming. Oh, is Sister Kanon still busy at work? Izumi teased playfully, blinking her big eyes. What is up, little girl? Huayin pretended to be dissatisfied and pouted, looking at Quan, who was still shorter than her chest, and couldn't help but smile slightly. You're only a little bit taller than me. What's so great about that? Quan, not willing to back down, helplessly pouted. All right. I don't have time to spar with you here. I still need to continue my patrol. Huayin let out a light sigh, her eyes revealing a hint of fatigue. Although this job is just a simple patrol, once it is linked to the salary, the nature of it becomes entirely different. When can you finish work? Quan curiously asked. I get off at 12 noon. Why do you ask? Do you want to join the security department? Huayin chuckled lightly, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. She seemed quite relaxed and comfortable. Quan whispered softly, a glimmer of longing flashing in her eyes. Then you can give it a try and see for yourself. It's not as simple as you think. Huayin frowned slightly upon hearing this, her tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible anger. All right, Sister Huayin. Don't be mad. I'll treat you to a big meal at noon today to make it up to you. Quan Tian smiled sweetly, her cute little tiger teeth showing, instantly melting Huayin's heart. Well then, but before that, you better not bother me again. Kagami heard Izumi's invitation and no longer declined. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was noon. You should be done with your work now, right? Izumi kept close behind Kagami, curiously observing the surroundings. After all, this area is still in the development stage, and aside from the personnel from the security department and the Umbu, no other unauthorized individuals are allowed in. Even the Uchiha clan is no exception. There shouldn't be any issues now, let's go. Huayin simply glanced around. The surroundings appeared unusually empty at this moment, overgrown with weeds, revealing a hint of desolation. A gentle breeze blew from afar, making a whistling sound as if whispering something. At a glance, the end seemed unreachable. Gulme, let me hold you and fly. The three Tomo Sharingan and Hanyo's pupils began to spin rapidly, instantly transforming into a cute cherry blossom pattern. So you better hold on tight, Hanyo said as she embraced Izumi in a princess carry, revealing a shy expression on her face. Don't worry, my sister is very powerful. The wings behind Hanan slowly unfolded. Then, the two girls closely leaned against each other, and Hanan's flying speed was not hurried. To take care of Izumi's feelings, she deliberately slowed down, minimizing the wind resistance from afar. Your ability is quite practical, Izumi said, looking at Hanan in surprise, her eyes filled with envy. Of course. So what do you think? Aren't you super envious? Huayin joked half-heartedly, her tone revealing a hint of pride. Not envious at all, although Quan said this. The envy in her eyes was hard to conceal. It must be said that the sight of the two girls closely nestled together resembled a beautiful and captivating painting, which was truly delightful to behold. Soon, the two landed in a small alley. Why land here? Quan shyly broke free from Huayin's embrace. Are you trying to attract the villagers' attention? Kanon looked helplessly at the little lowly in front of her. It's been several years since they last met, and she thought that Izumi seemed a bit silly and sweet. It seemed to be true. Izumi murmured, and only then did she realize, looking somewhat cute. I really don't know how to write this. Please support the author. I can't afford to eat. Please leave good reviews. And urge updates. Chapter 236. The Arrival of the Golden Peach in the Ninja World. The two girls were weaving through the winding alleys of Konoha Village. Sister Kanon, what do you want to try for lunch? Izumi asked curiously, looking at Kanon. Kanon lightly touched her cheek with her fingers and then shrugged helplessly. I'm fine with anything. How about it, Chiraku? Izumi asked tentatively, unsure of Kanon's feelings. Sure. Kanon blinked, but you're treating. Izumi glanced at her best friend and pretended to be helpless, saying you. The sunlight poured down from above, illuminating the two of them. Soon, Their shadows followed their steps into a shop. Ichirako uncle, 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Izumi pulled out some cash and softly called out, "All right, coming right up." Ichirako uncle smiled kindly as he took the money and handed it to his daughter beside him. The daughter quickly found the change, which Izumi took before walking with Kain to a corner seat. "What's wrong? You look a bit unhappy," Izumi said, concerned as she looked at Kain. "Ah, it's nothing." Kain came back to her senses and shook her head. "You're not thinking about Itachi, are you?" Izumi covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes full of gossip. Kagani silently tapped Sen's head. "Ouch." Sun hugged her head and looked at Kagani with a resentful expression. "What are you thinking about all day?" "I'm considering work." Kagani sighed lightly. "Work? Are you afraid of being lazy and getting fired?" Sun looked confused, then stared at Kagani. "Not that," sighed. Kagani's eye twitched slightly. At that moment, the daughter of the ramen shop owner came over with a steaming bowl of ramen and said gently, "Here you go, ladies, the tonkatsu ramen is ready." "Thank you." The 2 girls replied politely. Looking at the ramen on the table, Kagani picked up a narutomaki slice and gently put it in her mouth. It was a bit hot, but it tasted good. Meanwhile, Sun calmly slurped her noodles, clearly a regular customer. "Don't you think it's hot?" Kagani asked innocently. "No," Sun said, lifting her bowl to drink the soup and shaking her head. Huayin lowered her head to look at the noodles, lost in thought. For some reason, the once beloved Ichiraka ramen was making her feel a bit nauseous this time. Perhaps it was too oily? She didn't think much of it, frowning as she ate halfway, suddenly feeling a wave of nausea and quickly grabbing her water cup to drink and alleviate it. "Huayin, what's wrong?" Quan asked worriedly. "I'm fine, I'm just full." Huayin waved her hand and took a few more sips of water. "Why are you eating so little?" Quan looked at Huayin and suddenly realized, "Huayin, are you on a diet recently? I was too careless. I shouldn't have let you eat such high-calorie food. That's not the reason. You can have these." Huayin sighed lightly. Quan took the remaining noodles from Huayin's bowl and rubbed her hands together. Kagani looked at Izumi, her emotions complicated. Recently, she had been feeling pain in her arms and had been experiencing nausea when eating. Could it be because of the wedge? She lowered her head to look at the light blue curse mark on her fair arm, lost in thought. To be honest, Huayin was filled with confusion. She was at a loss on how to break the curse seal on her hand. Every morning when she woke up, the sight of the curse seal always made her feel uneasy. After a hurried meal, the 2 young girls stepped out of the shop. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had quietly passed. Huayin held an umbrella, strolling in the rain as raindrops fell from the sky, bouncing on the surface of the umbrella, making a sound like a melodious symphony. The girl walked quietly along the road, with passers-by coming and going, their gazes frequently directed at Huayin, only to be quickly withdrawn. In the face of this scene, Huayin could only sigh softly and shake her head. Sometimes, having overly high beauty can also be a kind of trouble. When going out, it always attracts countless stares from passers-by. Alas, but this is ultimately an unchangeable fact. Counting the time, I have been in this world for over a decade, and the current timeline has been completely disrupted by me. The plot from the original work no longer exists, and now the only thing that worries me is the Otsutsuki clan. Kagome looked up at the dense dark clouds in the sky, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of worry in her eyes. Will the Otsutsuki clan finally descend to Earth? It seems that the original text records that the Peach and Gold styles will be the first to arrive in the ninja world, followed by other members of the Otsutsuki clan. A loud rumble shook the horizon. Above, the sky was filled with dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, weaving a breathtaking scene. Why do I feel that something is off about today's atmosphere? Kain slowly raised her head, gazing at the heart-pounding sky, her brows furrowed and her lovely face full of worry. Meanwhile, in another place, Jeans, is this the so-called ninja world? It looks exceptionally backward and fragile. Taosher, dressed in a pristine white robe, with hair cascading down to his waist like a waterfall, surveyed the surroundings with disdain in his eyes, looking around contemptuously. Lord Taosher, even so, we must always maintain the necessary caution, Jeans said respectfully, half kneeling on the ground, his gaze devoutly fixed on his master. How boring, he exclaimed. Let us quickly finish this tedious task, absorb all the power of the 9-tailed beasts, and then plant the divine tree fruit. Taosher closed his eyes, sensing the chakra fluctuations around him, then suddenly opened them, revealing a cold glint and a tone full of undeniable resolve. Understood. Jeans nodded respectfully and then stood up. Just like in the original story, the Jin Hidden Village's killer bee soon fell into their hands. For a time, rumors spread throughout the 5 great countries, and the people were in a state of panic, with all the villages plunging into unprecedented fear. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, each village issued strict orders, prohibiting their Jinchuriki from going out easily to avoid any accidents. I really don't know what else to write. I'm just trying to fill the word count. Continuously writing irrelevant content. Please support me. The author really needs this right now. Help me. He really needs this to make a living. I feel so tired. I really don't know how to continue writing. There's completely no plot in my mind for what comes next. I can only write wherever my thoughts take me. Chapter 237, Kain versus Taosher. In short, Naruto, you must be extra careful. Fugaka looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a serious expression, his eyes revealing endless concern. Okay, I understand. Uncle Fugaka Naruto nodded but then hesitated, wanted to say something but holding back. Do you have any concerns? Fugaku sighed lightly, already well aware of Naruto's indecisive nature. Is the enemy really that powerful? Naruto asked with curiosity and a hint of nervousness. The enemy's strength should not be underestimated. Fugaka nodded seriously again. What about Sister Kain? Naruto looked up at Fugaku, his eyes filled with worry. She went to stop those enemies. Fugaku's words carried a weight, revealing his trust in Kain's strength. After all, Kain's strength is now recognized as the best in the ninja world, unmatched by anyone. It is likely that only she can contend with those two powerful Tsutsuki and bring a glimmer of hope to the ninja world. The scene shifts to a vast and endless expanse of wild grassland. The surrounding weeds sway gracefully in the wild wind and rain, as if they are dancers of nature, while the thunder and lightning in the sky resemble the wrath of the gods. In this desolate land, a girl dressed in a black raincoat, with a razor-sharp knife hanging at her waist, stands quietly. She takes a slight breath, her eyes revealing determination. If nothing unexpected happens, the peach style should be nearby. Kagome looked around, her expression becoming more cautious and sharp. Sure enough, in the distance at the cave entrance, she keenly sensed an extremely strong and massive chakra presence, like surging waves, evoking a sense of awe. Who is it? Inside the cave, a deafening roar echoed, followed by a pink scythe that shot out like lightning. Kagun decisively drew the knife from her waist. With a flash of cold light, the pink sickle was falling to the ground like withered leaves. Who exactly are you? Two figures slowly walked out, one tall and one short, just like in the original story. Here, to take your lives? Huayin couldn't be bothered to waste words. So she decisively drew her sword and vanished from her spot, like a bolt of black lightning, launching a fierce attack on her enemy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flash of cold light appeared, and one of the corners of Jin's armor was sliced off by Huayin's blade. Damn it, you actually cut off my corner. Jin roared, pulling out two axes from his waist and glaring angrily at the girl. At this moment, Taosher, who stood behind him, silently watched the scene without any intention of intervening. Jin bent his legs and suddenly charged at Huayin, his speed like an arrow released from a bow. Seeing this, Huayin did not retreat, but advanced instead, gripping the blade tightly and charging forward. Whoosh! The rain curtains splattered everywhere under the slicing of the blade. As the rain poured down, three large knives swung simultaneously. Domain expansion, demon-slaying chef. Huayin shouted coldly. In an instant, the ground was torn apart by the deep white bone gate. Immediately after, waves of invisible slashes surged towards Jin Shi relentlessly. Jin Shi swung his axe, straining to defend himself, as the axe collided with the slashes, producing a deafening sound. The sound of footsteps echoed as Huayin's figure moved gracefully, constantly shifting positions in search of a flaw in Jin's style. The two exchanged blows amidst the rain, with flashes of blades and intense combat. Each clash was accompanied by flying sparks and deafening roars. Stomp! Kagun stepped on the ground, splashing large amounts of mud. At this moment, she gritted her teeth and fought hard to withstand the attacks from Jin's. Jin's was also not in a good condition. The continuous slashes left him in a sorry state, with blood seeping from his body. But he still held on, because Lord Tao was watching his performance from behind. The sound of clashing weapons echoed loudly, with sparks flying with each collision. Kagani seized the opportunity, crouching on the ground, and quickly gathered a brilliant red light with both hands. A beam of crimson light shot fiercely towards Kintoki, sending him flying out in an instant. Bang! In a high altitude, an explosion echoed, and rain mixed with smoke fell to the ground. I didn't expect you to defeat Kintoki. Suddenly, the unmoving Mamatoro in the distance vanished and appeared beside Kagani in an instant. Huayin decisively activated her kaleidoscope Sharingan, but before Taosher could finish speaking, Huayin had already vanished from her spot. In the distance, amidst the smoke, a fireball came roaring towards them. Tao Shi disdainfully extended a single hand, and the fireball was instantly absorbed by the eye in his palm. Not bad in terms of power, but I'll return it to you. Tao Shi sneered and threw the fireball back. As the fireball was released, the rain evaporated, and a gigantic crimson phoenix swooped down towards Huayin. Kagani gritted her teeth, fully aware that this was the power of the peach style. She did not evade and planned to take the hit head-on to see just how much damage the peach style's counterattack would inflict. Bang! A black Susanoo instantly appeared, and the smoke in the distance rose violently while the rain continued to pour down. As the smoke dissipated, a perfectly intact black Susanoo was revealed. Kagani's petite body is tightly wrapped within the skeleton. Is this all you can do? Huayin chuckled softly, looking at the distant Tao Shi. Tao Shi's expression hardened, and with a swift motion, he formed hand seals, causing the surrounding space to be instantly torn apart by a gust of fierce wind. Huayin sensed a powerful force approaching and decisively pulled out 6 staffs from the air. She gripped the staffs tightly in her hands and swung them fiercely toward the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang! 2 violent streams of air collided, and the surrounding rainwater seemed to be disturbed, beginning to rise irregularly. The soil and grass from the ground were swept into the air, and soon, a fierce tornado formed in the center of the battlefield. But this was just the beginning. The tornado carried a large amount of sand and stones, obscuring the line of sight. However, at the center of the tornado, a black greatsword suddenly pierced through. Hana controlled Susanoo and swung the large sword fiercely towards Momoshiki. Momoshiki's gaze sharpened, and he instantly vanished from his position. At that moment, from the distant smoke, a dark energy sphere rushed towards Hana. With a bang, the condensed dark energy sphere collided with Susanoo's body. In the game, Momoshiki's first skill, irregular cracks rapidly spread across Susanoo's body, resembling a spider web breaking apart. Kagami gritted her silver teeth and increased the output of her eye technique. Soon, the cracks on Susanoo's body were completely repaired. She quickly made a gesture with both hands and decisively summoned the magical void. Kagami still adopted the previous tactics, continuously engaging in long-range exchanges with the peach style. Once the peach style attempted to close in on her, she would switch places with the mo Shulaw. At this moment, the peach style was on high alert. Suddenly seeing intense smoke rising in the distant rain and mist, which then gradually dissipated. A huge white monster revealed itself. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The peach style's gaze instantly turned cold, and before he could think, the enormous white monster was already approaching him. To ensure safety, the peach style decided to take a few steps back to create distance. Close combat was not his strong suit. He was better at long-range combat. Bang, bang, bang. The peach style casually threw out 3 dark red energy balls, moving the surrounding space at extreme speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 energy balls struck the body of Mo Shulaw, but Mo Shulaw remained unscathed, seemingly merging with these energy balls. I'm really tired. Please generate power for love. Please generate power for love. Thank you all for your gifts. The authors in the background will see this, and the author is deeply grateful to everyone. Chapter 238. The peach style begins phase 2. Merged. How is that possible? The peach style stared at the unharmed Mo Shulaw in the distance, his pupils suddenly contracting. I want to see how strong its defense really is. Before the words fell, the peach style's figure flashed and instantly appeared beside Mo Shulaw, throwing a powerful punch. ZZ. The air seemed to be torn apart, producing a sharp sound. Black flash. Huayin suddenly appeared beside Tao Shi and delivered a powerful punch. Tao Shi, seeing this, spread his palms, intending to absorb the blow, but was shocked to find it was impossible. How could this be? Isn't this supposed to be ninjutsu? He muttered to himself, his pupils trembling slightly. Bang! A tremendous force surged in an instant, and Tao Shi was blown back several feet as if caught in a violent wind, rain splattering against his disheveled body. He stood firm, his feet planted, but the mud splattered all over his white suit, making him look utterly disheveled. How dare a mere human harm me? Tao Shi gritted his teeth, glaring angrily at Huayin in the distance. Boom! Thunder roared and lightning flashed in the sky, instantly illuminating the dim surroundings. The fierce wind uprooted trees in the distance, carrying dirt and stones, as if a storm was rising into the air. Tao Shi's face contorted in rage. His palms spread wide and hanging in front of him. The ground began to tremble, fissures crisscrossing the surface, and an endless stream of water erupted from the cracks. Seeing this, Huayin's expression became serious, and she tightly gripped her staff, launching a fierce clash with the water release. Bang! In the center of the massive sea, an invisible hurricane tore through. After a brief pause, as the output of the peach-style chakra intensified, the sea surged and rolled once more. At this moment, the surrounding seawater rose abnormally, forming irregular waves. Kayin waved her staff, intending to control the seawater. However, just as the water was about to engulf her, a fierce and concentrated whirlwind suddenly arose, blowing the sea water away. The seawater around Hainan seemed to be blocked by an invisible force, unable to approach her even a bit, reminiscent of the scene from the Shinra Tensei. How interesting, so interesting. What is your name? Tao Shi slammed both palms onto the ground, causing cracks to spread, his face filled with excitement. As the ground shattered, several giant dragons soared out from the fissures, resembling the techniques used by Tao Shi during the past battle between Naruto and Sasuke. Kagani looked at the enormous creature in front of her, cold sweat beading on her forehead. She felt as if she were battling a deity from mythology, her body appearing exceptionally small before the giant dragon. Huayin took a deep breath, gathering all her strength. As she waved her staff, a brilliant light cut through the sky, striking the giant dragon. Tao Shi sneered coldly, forming hand seals, and the giant dragon instantly transformed into mist, dissipating into the air. Abilities in the game, however, hidden within the mist were countless sharp water blades, rushing towards Huayin. Kagamine's figure was agile as she dodged the attacks of the water blades, while her staff swung again, releasing beams of light that collided with the water blades, creating a series of booming sounds. The battle between the two intensified, with ninjutsu and power colliding, constantly shaking the surrounding space. Bang, bang, bang. The intense explosion sounds echoed in the air. Terrifyingly, the space began to distort, and the surrounding rainwater subtly showed signs of merging. The rainwater rose irregularly, and most of the ground in this area was torn apart. This was originally an uninhabited grassland, but now, after just a few seconds of combat between the two, it had turned into a wasteland. The smoke began to gradually dissipate. Tosaka stepped back a bit, gasping heavily, while Kagami appeared to be in much better condition, looking just a bit disheveled. Tosaka's gaze was fixed on the girl, his brows furrowing deeper as a surge of anger welled up inside him. Why had that human sustained no damage at all? Why, after fighting her for so long, was my breathing more labored than hers? Tosaka's rationality was now replaced by rage, and he looked at the unconscious goldsmith in the distance, letting out a roar. He decided to devour Goldsmith. Usually, he wouldn't do this unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, Goldsmith, groggy, opened his eyes, hearing his master calling him, and stumbled to his feet. The rain pelted his body, making him look like an old man on the verge of death. He understood Tosaka's intention. He was simply asking him to sacrifice himself to become a chakra fruit. Master Tosaka, I'm coming. Please hold on. Goldsmith gritted his teeth and rushed over quickly. At that moment, the girl in the distance watched this scene, not hesitating, as she gripped her knife and charged forward rapidly. The speed of Huayin was extremely fast, and her body was almost the ground. Soon, when the blade was about to strike at Jin's head, the surrounding space seemed to pause for a moment. Huayin was stunned. By the time she reacted, the distant Jinsi had transformed into a bright red chakra fruit. Tao Shi swallowed Jinsi, and as soon as it was in his belly, he felt a continuous surge of power coursing through his body. At that moment, his aura kept rising, and the surrounding rainwater did not touch him at all. Bang! A violent hurricane erupted around him, and the surrounding rainwater was like droplets being struck, instantly creating numerous ripples, as if a giant stone had been thrown into a calm water surface. The strong wind blew in, and Huayin gripped her blade with one hand, slicing through the massive hurricane. The smoke in the distance gradually dissipated. Tao Shi assumed the initial stance of Wing Chun, looking at Huayin with disdain. Come on, I can finally have a proper fight with you now. TSK, relying on devouring companions for a temporary power boost? How pathetic, like a stray dog. Huayin watched this scene, the corners of her mouth rising, but her eyes were filled with caution. Upon hearing the girl's comment, Tao Shi's face suddenly twisted into a grimace. Go die. Before the words fell, he vanished from his spot, and rain poured irregularly and swiftly towards Huayin from distance. A fierce gust of wind rushed by, mixed with a large amount of rainwater. Kagami gritted her teeth, gripping the knife tightly to block the blow. Did she react in time? Tao Shi stared in astonishment at the girl, his punch struck the blade, generating a gust of wind, yet it had no effect on her at all. Huayin ignored Tao Shi and decisively took out 6 staves from the air beside her. As soon as the staves appeared, they were controlled by Huayin and quickly charged towards Tao Shi. Tao Shi swiftly vanished from her original position, evading the attack of the staves. The staves hit the ground, instantly causing a violent upheaval. After a brief tremor, a loud explosion echoed, and at that moment, the ground, mixed with barren soil, tore apart like shattered glass. Huayin looked around, noticing there was no trace of Tao Shi, and her gaze became more cautious. How much longer do you plan to hide? Huayin looked around, finding no one, and teased. Although she appeared calm on the surface, she was actually a bit anxious inside. The form that Tao Shi awakened in the original work did not seem to grant her the ability of invisibility. This was probably a butterfly effect triggered early because of her, right? Just like the Uchiha clan, who often obtained abilities they desired the most when awakening their Sharingan. Tao Shi might be eager for success, wanting to defeat herself, and thus acquired abilities that differed from the original work. What specific abilities she gained, Huayin did not know. In any case, the current situation was extremely unfavorable for her. Please fight for love. Thank you very much. Please give 5-star reviews. Chapter 239. Sorry, but the final victor is me. The surroundings remained deathly silent, as if Tao Shi had merged into the air. She must not let her guard down. Kagami secretly warned herself, her kaleidoscope Sharingan scanning the surroundings more intently, not letting any subtle movements slip by. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps broke the tranquility, and then a figure appeared before Kagami like a ghost. It was Tao Shi. This time let's see where you can escape. Tao Shi sneered, and in an instant, his figure accelerated, lunging fiercely towards Kagami. Hana's figure flashed, narrowly dodging the attack from Peach Style, and she swung her knife back at Peach Style. However, Peach Style seemed to have anticipated her move and effortlessly sidestepped it. I've already seen through your techniques, Peach Style said with a smug smile, then launched a counterattack, the force of her fist roaring like a dragon towards Hana. Huayin did not dare to be careless. Gripping the blade tightly with both hands, putting in all her effort to fend off Tao Shi's attacks. The sound of weapons clashing echoed in the rain, sparks flying. The two fought back and forth, locked in a fierce struggle. Although Hana's power is not as strong as that of the Peach Style, she has repeatedly neutralized Peach's assaults with her agile movements and outstanding combat skills. However, as time goes by, Hana gradually feels her stamina waning, and her breathing becomes more rapid. On the other hand, Peach grows more and more formidable, with increasingly fierce attacks. Continuing like this is not a solution. Kagami was secretly anxious in her heart. She knew she had to find a breakthrough as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Tao Shi found a flaw, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, Huayin decided to take a risk, betting that a bicycle might turn into a motorcycle. Tao Shi caught sight of the girl standing foolishly in place, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly lunged towards Huayin. However, at that critical moment, his hand unexpectedly touched a hard object. It turned out that just at that instant, Huayin decisively exchanged positions with the distant Mo Shiluo. Tao Shi had obviously not recovered from his shock, and right after that, a sharp sound of a blade pierced through the rain curtain, like a silver lightning, fiercely striking towards his head. Tao Shi's pupils suddenly contracted, and he inwardly cried out in alarm. But at this critical moment of life and death, relying on his extraordinary reaction speed, he caught the blow with one hand, instantly crushing the blade with his immense strength. Tao Shi roared, and then with a single fist clenched, he struck fiercely towards Huayin's seemingly fragile body with an overwhelming momentum. Hana's pupils suddenly constricted, but she did not back down. She decisively activated the skeletal structure of Susanoo to block this fierce punch. However, the force of this blow was too powerful, and numerous cracks instantly appeared on the skeletal structure of Susanoo, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Kagami struggled to stand up from the ground, a trace of bright red blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Damn, I didn't expect this guy to be so strong. She finally understood the hardships that Naruto and Sasuke faced in the original story. Hana took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on the distant Tao Shi. The battle in the rain continued. Although Hana was injured, she did not give up. This fight was not only for her own survival, but also to protect Konoha. Tao Shi looked at the determination in Hana's eyes and couldn't help but feel a hint of respect. He knew that the girl before him was not someone to be underestimated. She had her own pride and beliefs. Thus, he raised his fist again, intending to end the battle with stronger power. However, Hannah did not back down. She clenched her fists tightly, ready to face Tauscher's next attack. On this rain-soaked battlefield, their figures were like two bolts of lightning. Bang, bang, bang. After several exchanges, Tauscher quickly fell to defeat due to his insufficient foundation, sent flying by Hannah's punch. Cough, cough. Tauscher raised his hand to wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth, coughing weakly, his eyes filled with resentment as he glared at the girl. You're really strong. What's your name? Tauscher asked coldly, staring at Hannah. Uchiha Hannah, the girl replied coolly, her condition equally poor. The heavy rain around them made her feel quite uncomfortable. I didn't expect to lose to you, but it seems your condition isn't that great either. Tauscher sneered, his gaze still icy. Oh. Hannah slowly walked to his side, raising her knife to point at his neck from a higher position. Do you have any last words? Oomph. Just wait. When that lord arrives, you will definitely die a terrible death. Tauscher glared at Hannah with a twisted expression. With a splatter, blood sprayed on Hannah's face. Talk too much. A head rolled to the girl's feet, and Hannah disdainfully stored it in her system space. Hannah looked up at the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled above, the rain pouring down more fiercely, washing away the blood on the girl's face. TSK, what a hassle. How should I explain this to Itachi when I get home? Kain furrowed her brows slightly, lost in thought, but soon her expression relaxed again. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Hannah shook her head, sighed lightly, and then vanished from the spot. Being soaked in the rain for a long time was not beneficial for her body, and besides, she was already feeling a chill. With a creak, the door was slowly pushed open by Hannah. As soon as she entered, she saw everyone gathered around the table waiting for her. Why are you back now? Makoto looked at Hannah with a worried expression. And those injuries on you. Makoto. Fujitsu interrupted sternly from his side. The people at the table fell silent. They all knew what had happened, but felt powerless to help. After all, it was the Tsutsuki clan. Who could stop them? To make matters worse, Uchiha Bito was nowhere to be found, and they couldn't locate him at all. Hannah, I'm sorry. Itachi looked up, his expression complicated as he gazed at his wife, especially at the concerning wounds on her body. I'm fine, everyone, let's eat. Kanon smiled at everyone and used a reversal technique to heal her wounds. One moment, she was covered in injuries, and the next she was back to her original state. I'll go change clothes and take a shower first. You all can eat without me. Hanyo gently spoke to everyone, then looked towards the crowd. Okay. Sasuke sat in the corner, his gaze deeply fixed on Hanyo as she walked into the bathroom, his expression complex. Sister Kain is really powerful and seems to handle everything with ease. He also needs to improve his strength in order to better protect Sister Kain. This is essential. Seeking support for love, is anyone still here? Chapter 240, Itachi and Kain. After taking a shower, the girl changed her clothes and walked out of the bathroom, holding a towel. Huh, why haven't you guys eaten yet? Huayin looked at the people sitting at the table and curiously asked, Huayin, are you okay now? Makoto walked over, looking at her with concern. Mom, I already told you, I'm really fine now. Kagani smiled helplessly, but a warm current surged in her heart. Since there's nothing wrong, let us eat first. Faik said calmly as he noticed that everyone was slow to move. Everyone nodded. The meal was quickly finished, and the tense atmosphere from earlier dissipated. The sky outside gradually darkened, and the coldness intensified. It's getting late. Let us go to bed early tonight. I've added an extra layer to the quilt on your bed, Meichin said with concern as she looked at Kagani. Thank you, Mom. I'll go back to bed now. Huayin nodded gratefully. The light in the room stretched the girl's shadow longer and longer until she reached the door and closed it with a click. Huayin lay heavily on the bed, her eyelids gradually closing, sleepiness slowly taking over. The moon in the high sky gradually set in the west, soon to be replaced by the rising sun. Kagun tiredly opened her eyes and saw the familiar ceiling and desk lamp, feeling her tension finally ease. Phew, it turns out she was at home. Kagani sat up and saw the weasel lying beside her, feeling a warmth in her heart. She didn't expect that the one she had been holding on to all night was actually him. This feeling, never mind, she was already used to it. Huayin quietly got out of bed and walked into the bathroom to wash up. Looking at herself in the mirror, she still appeared pretty and cute, but there were some bloodshot lines in her eyes, making her look a bit tired. It made sense, after all. She had been fighting with Tauscher for so long last night and had been in a state of high tension. Anyone would struggle with that. Should she take a day off work today? Kagami looked at herself in the mirror and let out a gentle sigh. She decided to take a break today. After all, she couldn't let her body wear out. Thinking of this, she felt a stir in her heart and quickly walked to the entrance, changed her shoes. and gently open her umbrella. At this moment, the outside world was caressed by a light rain, not as fierce as a heavy downpour, but rather like the misty rain depicted in novels, filled with a touch of poetry and haziness. The girl held the umbrella and wandered through the neatly arranged streets and alleys. On the streets, pedestrians came and went, each busy with their own affairs. Sigh. The technological development in this ninja world has really taken a wrong turn. Obviously, computers are already widespread, yet there are no mobile phones, and even something as simple as taking a leave of absence has to be done in person. Huayin sighed softly, her tone revealing a hint of helplessness. Soon, the girl arrived at the guard department and explained the reason for today in detail to Uncle Taihua. Is that so? I understand, Uncle Taihua said, a look of concern appearing on his face, his gaze filled with care. Be sure to be careful on the way, he advised earnestly. I will remember. Huayin nodded solemnly, then turned around and stepped into the drizzle with her umbrella. The rain fell gently, draping the earth in a layer of fine mist, and the air was filled with a fresh and pleasant aroma. Huayin took a deep breath of this rare, fresh air, and a sense of joy and contentment surged in her heart. Time passed quickly, like a piece of grass rope being continuously rubbed between people's fingers, with all its bittersweet experiences deeply woven into it. In the blink of an eye, a week had quietly slipped away. During this brief week, nothing earth-shattering had occurred. Kayan wandered aimlessly through the bustling streets and quiet alleys intertwined. In the distance, a bone-chilling cold wind blew fiercely, causing the girl to shiver involuntarily, her delicate body trembling slightly. BRR, the weather is really getting colder. Kanan looked at the hazy streets of Kanahagakure in the distance, feeling a wave of emotions. There were very few pedestrians on the street, perhaps due to the drizzling rain. Hannah sighed softly, and at that moment, a familiar and warm voice came from beside her. What are you doing? It was Yao, walking over slowly with an umbrella, a gentle smile on his face. Yaokoan, how come you're here? Don't you need to handle matters within the clan? Hannah looked at the boy in front of her with surprise and joy. I took a day off today, specially to come and see you. How about you? Are you still busy with work? Itachi gently shook his head, his smile still as gentle as ever. I'm still working. Kagami seemed hesitant to speak, as if finding it difficult to express herself. I see, Itachi responded softly, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. However, my work is about to be finished. Kanan hurriedly interrupted Itachi, fearing that he would worry about her. Okay, I'll wait for you. Itachi smiled at the girl, his eyes filled with patience and anticipation. Time quietly passed, and when Kanan finally finished her work and walked out the door, she immediately saw Itachi, who had been silently waiting for her. You have been waiting here for me? Kagani's face was slightly flushed, and a warm current surged in her heart. Yes, what's wrong? Itachi tilted his head, curiously examining the girl, a playful smile on his face. It's nothing. Kanan pouted her lips and lowered her head shyly. At this moment, the rain in the sky gradually became fine and gentle, falling like a layer of light gauze on the streets and alleys. A boy and a girl held hands, sharing the umbrella as they walked in the rain. Itachi's gaze fell on the girl, filled with concern. I'm already healed, Itachi, you can rest assured. Kanan looked gently at the boy in front of her. The wounds on her body had mostly healed through the reversal technique, and now there were no traces left. Is that so? Then I can rest assured. Itachi nodded, the stone in his heart finally lifted. All right, stop saying these cheesy words. Kagami cast a dissatisfied glance at Itachi, her eyes carrying a hint of reproach. Well, fine, I won't say those cheesy things anymore. Is that okay? Itachi sighed, lightly in resignation, his tone revealing a touch of compromise and indulgence. By the way, how long have we been together? Kagami looked at Itachi in front of her, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, and suddenly asked, if I think about it, it's been about 5 or 6 years, right? Itachi rested his chin on his hand, pondered for a moment, and then replied, his gaze filled with nostalgia for the past years. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The rain continued to fall softly, pattering on the umbrella, like a melodious and cheerful symphony, adding a touch of rhythm to this tranquil moment. The two exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with joy, as if in this moment, all worries were washed away by the gentle raindrops, leaving only the deep affection between them. I really can't write anymore. Everyone, after finishing this month's manuscript fee, I plan to conclude it. A new book is already in preparation, quality is guaranteed. I plan to release it on the 13th, and it will also be a gender-bending story. I hope everyone will support me. Chapter 241 Kakashi. Oh no, it seems I'm the only one single. Itachi-kun, you're really something. Kanon pretended to be displeased and shot Itachi a glare, the corners of her mouth slightly curling up. Just now, Uchiha Itachi had actually leaned down and gently kissed her cheek. Huayin's face instantly flushed with a shy red. Lowering her head, her heart filled with bashfulness. We have been together for 5 or 6 years, wife. How about tonight? Yao looked at the girl in front of him, raising his eyebrows slightly, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. After all these years, his wife was still the same as before, still that adorable and silly appearance. Whenever he saw his wife like this, all his fatigue would dissipate. Let's put this matter off for later. Kanon felt even more embarrassed as she lowered her head upon hearing Itachi's words, but a ripple of emotion stirred within her. She understood Itachi's intentions, but she wasn't mentally prepared yet. So, how much longer would she have to wait? Itachi gently placed his hands on the girl's shoulders, his tone somewhat relaxed. At least, they had to finish dealing with those Otsutsuki first. Hanyo gently shook her head, her eyes revealing a hint of determination. When mentioning Otsutsuki, Itachi's expression also became complicated. He knew well that his strength was still weak, and he couldn't share too much burden for Hanyo. Even if he wanted to help, he was afraid it would backfire. How could he improve his strength? Itachi had already fallen into a bottleneck, making it difficult to break through. All right, don't worry. I will defeat those Otsutsuki. Kagani looked at Itachi's complex expression and said with concern, her eyes shining with determination. I'm sorry, I can't help you with anything. Itachi gazed at the girl in front of him, feeling a deep sense of guilt, wanting to say something but hesitating. Itachi-kun, why do you need to apologize to me? Kagami looked at the boy in front of her with a hint of helplessness in her eyes, revealing a touch of tenderness. Itachi looked up at the girl, his eyes slightly red, but his cheeks were gently cupped by her hands. All right, let's not say anything more. Once I defeat those Tsutsuki clan members, we will. Huayin looked at Itachi, her cheeks becoming increasingly flushed, but her words suddenly came to a halt. Itachi also fell into silence. You must be careful then. You can't get into trouble. Itachi looked at Huayin with deep concern in his voice. Don't worry, I won't get into trouble. Kain patted her chest, looking full of confidence. I recently planned to go to Mount Mayaboku with Master Jiraiya to learn sage techniques. Itachi looked at Kain's silly appearance and couldn't help but smile slightly. You must be careful, and remember not to extract too much sage chakra. Hana tiptoed and gently kissed Itachi's cheek. I will, and so will you. Itachi covered his glistening, moist face, gazing tenderly at Hana, his eyes filled with love. TSK, in broad daylight. Are these two lovers showing off their affection? At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. The two slowly turned around to see Kakashi with his hands in his pockets, looking at them with a playful expression. Oh, Kakashi-senpai, what brings you here? Kanon tightly wrapped her arms around Itachi's arm and shot a glance at Kakashi, her tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. Ahem, I said I was just wandering around, and I happened to run into you too. Do you believe that? Kakashi shrugged helplessly, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his eyes. I don't believe you. Hanin shook her head without hesitation, looking at Kakashi with an expression of disbelief. Well, I don't care if you believe it or not. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You two are still the same as before. Itachi watched the two of them bickering in front of him, and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the leisurely afternoon quietly slipped away. Hana has also reached the end of her workday, and naturally, by her side, is the inseparable Weasel. What shall we eat when we get home tonight? Hana looked curiously at Itachi beside her, her eyes shining with anticipation. What do you want to eat? I'll cook it for you myself. Itachi gently shook his head and softly responded to his wife's question. I don't mind. As long as it's something you like, I like it too. Kanon pondered for a moment before responding to Itachi in a sweet tone. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who was following behind them, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, secretly muttering to himself. This is bad. Am I really an undeniable third wheel here? Should I take the hint and gracefully exit? Ahem, you two, you should also consider the fact that there's still a living person like me behind you. In the end, Kakashi couldn't hold back and spoke up, breaking the sweet tranquility. Oh, Kakashi-senpai, you can't blame us. After all, you're still single to this day. Hana smiled mischievously, her eyes filled with a hint of slyness, and then affectionately linked her arm with Itachi's. Itachi looked at his wife's playful demeanor, and a bead of cold sweat slid down his forehead in helplessness. Haha, Kakashi-senpai, you wouldn't mind, would you? Hana continued to tease. No, it's fine. Of course I don't mind, Kakashi replied, though inside he felt a mix of emotions, painfully sour. Ah, this damn display of affection. It's really both enviable and jealousy-inducing. Soon, the three of them returned home. In the living room, Obito was comfortably sitting on the soft sofa, enjoying a TV show with Rin. When the door was gently pushed open, Kakashi's gaze met Obito's surprised eyes. Kakashi, why are you back so soon? Obito asked with a hint of confusion, as if he wanted to say more, but held back. Kakashi shrugged helplessly and said with a wry smile, well, I just came here to mooch some food. At that moment, Itachi smiled at everyone and said, you guys chat first. I'll go prepare dinner. With that, he picked up an apron from the table and turned to head into the back kitchen. Upon seeing this, Huayin immediately jogged to catch up. Yaokoin, I'll help you too. At this moment, Kakashi's gaze shifted between Obito and Rin, and he couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. Oh no! He suddenly realized that it seemed like he was the only one left alone as a single man. A new book will be released on the 13th. Also on this theme, please support more. Please generate power for love. Chapter 242 early in the morning. Are you two showing off your love? In the morning, as dawn broke, Huayin quietly got up and began preparing for today's breakfast. Today, it was her turn to showcase her cooking skills. Kagani was wielding a sharp kitchen knife in the kitchen, the sound of chopping vegetables rising and falling like a melodious and cheerful morning symphony, adding a touch of vitality to the tranquil morning. I remember clearly that this dish would taste even better with some onions, Huayin said while reaching for the onion next to her, slicing it cleanly. In an instant, the pungent smell of onion rushed towards her, and her eyes instantly became watery and red. She couldn't hold back. Her nose started to itch, and she sneezed uncontrollably. What's wrong? Itachi rushed over, looking at his wife with a worried expression. It's nothing, just cutting onions, Huayin explained with teary eyes. I see, Itachi said, looking at his wife's pitiful appearance, unable to help but chuckle softly. What are you laughing at? Kagani was both shy and angry, raising her fist to lightly punch Itachi on the head. You were just too funny. Itachi laughed even harder. He caught his wife's fist with one hand, holding it steady and not letting it move. Kagani quietly stared at him, pouting with an expression that was difficult to read. What did I do? She asked, noticing something on her face. Yao released her hand and pointed at his own face, curiously asking. It's nothing, Kagani said, blushing and turning her head away. Then I'll continue with my work. Hana picked up the kitchen knife again, focusing on cutting the vegetables. Itachi stood by, quietly watching her busy figure. You're not cutting it right like this. Let me teach you. Itachi suddenly appeared behind Hana, gently resting one hand on her back while taking the knife with the other, his head resting on her shoulder. Hana's heart skipped a beat, her face turning even redder. Don't be distracted. Itachi gently patted Hana's head, reminding her. Under Itachi's careful guidance, Hana quickly completed the dish successfully. I really did it. Kagami felt a surge of joy in her heart. How about it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Itachi said with a smile. Next, pour these ingredients into the pot. Itachi continued to gently guide her. And then, Kagami turned her head, her heart inexplicably racing. Then that's it. Just move on to the next dish. Itachi patted her head again, his smile becoming even brighter. Don't keep patting my head. Kagami complained with a hint of resentment, glaring at Itachi. All right, I won't pat it anymore. Itachi raised an eyebrow and teased in response. As time passed, the sun outside gradually tilted to the west, sunlight streaming into the room, adding a touch of warmth to the dim space. Huayin brought the cooked dishes to the dining table one by one, her face beaming with a satisfied smile. Phew, cooking really is quite a challenge. Huayin wiped the sweat from her forehead and let out a long sigh. How could it be that difficult? Itachi chuckled softly and handed her a tissue. Kanon blushed as she took the tissue, turned her head, and coldly snorted. I don't need you to take care of me like this. I'm not a child. Itachi helplessly shrugged. Just then, there was a click from the doorknob, and Kakashi lazily walked out of the room, yawning. When he saw the two flirting in the living room, his eyes instantly widened in surprise, and he said in a tone that was both envious and teasing, "Oh, look at you two, showing off your affection so early in the morning. Well, who told that certain single dog hasn't found a partner yet?" Henning glanced at Kakashi, then stood on tiptoe and gently kissed Itachi's face. You, what's there to brag about? Kakashi hasn't found a partner. Maybe it's because he's older. Itachi teasingly followed his wife's words, then bent down and returned a kiss on his wife's forehead. So that's how it is. Then I really misunderstood Kakashi. Kagome rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought, her slightly furrowed brows making her look particularly cute. Soon after, both of them unconsciously directed their gazes towards Kakashi in the distance. Hearing their teasing banter about him, Kakashi's face instantly darkened with a frown. He realized it seemed like he was the only single person in this room. As for Naruto, he recently got together with that girl from the Hyuga clan. And Sasuke, he also got together with that girl from the family. It really seemed like he was the only one still single. You two just wait. Kakashi was about to say something grand to retort, but for a moment, he couldn't find the right words in his mind. Oh, then we'll just wait to see which day you find a girlfriend. Huayin looked at Kakashi with raised eyebrows and said teasingly. Kakashi sighed helplessly and muttered to himself. Really? These two are just too good at showing off their love. As time slowly passed, everyone stepped out of the room. They gathered around the dining table, eating breakfast. This breakfast tastes good. Huayin, did you make it yourself? Meichin looked at her daughter with a face full of affection. Yeah, Mom, what do you think? My cooking skills are not bad, right? Kagani responded with joy. Sitting beside her, Itachi inadvertently caught a glimpse of the warm interaction between his wife and mother, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he whispered, Actually, I taught her all of this. However, before he could finish his sentence, Fugaku suddenly extended his fist and lightly tapped Itachi's head. Itachi turned to look at his father, confusion filling his eyes. He saw his father slightly shake his head, his lips pressed tightly together. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Itachi's forehead as he secretly murmured to himself. The atmosphere at the dining table remained lively, with everyone laughing and chatting continuously. As Hanan chatted, she suddenly seemed to remember something and curiously turned to Mikoto. By the way, Mom, why didn't Sasuke come for breakfast? That guy. As soon as Mikoto heard Sasuke's name, her brows involuntarily furrowed, and she let out a soft sigh, her face showing a look of disappointment. What's going on? Seeing this, Konoha's confusion deepened. He spends all day not studying well, always hanging out with that guy Jiraiya. When Mikoto said this, her expression became even more complicated, as if she had countless words she wanted to express. After a series of inquiries, Kana finally understood the ins and outs of the situation. It turned out that her appearance had caused a butterfly effect, leading to subtle changes in everyone's personalities. Meanwhile, Sasuke had acquired Naruto's protagonist template and was currently training with Jiraiya. Hana was hesitant to speak, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. Mom, don't worry, I'm off today, so I'll go give that guy Sasuke a good lesson. Hanin waved her fist and pretended to be fierce, but there was a hint of barely noticeable tenderness on her face. Seeing her daughter-in-law like this, Meichin's previously tense expression instantly relaxed, revealing a look of relief and happiness. At this moment, in a quiet place on the outskirts, Sasuke was fully focused on training in sage techniques with Jiraiya. Suddenly, he sneezed violently, and his body trembled slightly. Strange, could someone be thinking of me? Sasuke murmured to himself, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. Sasuke, don't be dazed. Refining sage techniques is a serious and focused matter that allows for no carelessness, Jiraiya reminded him seriously from the side, his face full of seriousness and responsibility. Hearing this, Sasuke quickly pulled back his thoughts, closed his eyes tightly, and once again immersed himself wholeheartedly in the training of sage techniques. New book released on the 13th. Please support for love. Chapter 243. Jiraiya, don't lead Sasuke astray. After dinner, Hanin decided to go out for a walk and enjoy this rare leisure time. After all, today she happened to have a day off and didn't have to worry about work matters. Meanwhile, Itachi stayed with the Uchiha clan to handle the complicated internal affairs. Speaking of which, where would teacher Jiraiya take Sasuke? Kagani walked while thinking, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed, making her look particularly enchanting. On the bustling street, the crowd was lively and continuous. People cast amazed glances at the girl's extraordinary beauty, then lowered their heads to continue with their own affairs. Kagani can naturally feel those burning gazes. At first, she would feel shy and uncomfortable. However, as time passed, she gradually got used to this kind of attention and even felt indifferent about it. After all, for a girl with outstanding looks, it is inevitable to attract some trouble when going out, such as being surrounded by a crowd, which can be quite a tricky situation. At this moment, Huayin finally understands why so many celebrities in the past chose to wear masks when going out. Forget it, J-Dog, the soft sound of flowers calling out, and then walked into a quiet alley, her hands forming a gesture. Soon, two wolves, one black and one white, obediently surrounded her. Please help me find Master Jiraiya and Sasuke, thank you. Huayin gently stroked the heads of the two wolves and said softly. The two wolves howled and began to sniff the air, leading Huayin. She followed steadily behind them, her steps light. Before long, the two wolves brought Huayin to a secluded corner, circling around there. Strange. Are you saying they've already left Konoha village? Huayin curiously touched the white wolf's head, her eyes sparkling with. The white wolf nodded, seemingly confirming her guess. They should be heading to Miamu Mountain. Huayin came to a conclusion in her heart, and immediately took out a spirit communication scroll from her bosom. She gently bit her thumb, letting her blood drip onto the scroll. With her hands moving swiftly, accompanied by a loud bang, two wolves and the girl instantly disappeared from their original spot. When Huayin opened her eyes again, she found herself in Myoko Mountain. It seemed that this was the legendary Myoko Mountain. She murmured softly to herself, her eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Following the winding path, the journey was filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, the scenery picturesque and intoxicating. Compared to the ninja world, Myoko Mountain was clearly much more vast and boundless. After some searching, Kagani finally saw two familiar figures in the distance, Sasuke and Jiraiya. They were crouching on the ground, with Jiraiya pointing at Sasuke and patiently instructing him. Hana quietly approached and suddenly spoke. "What are you guys doing?" The two were startled and turned to look at her. "Sister Hana, why are you here too?" Sasuke looked at her a bit flustered, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Why can't I be here? And you? Coming home late every night, making your mother angry." Henin squatted down. "It hurts so much." Sasuke gritted his teeth and shouted, baring his teeth. "You still know it hurts?" Henin patted his forehead and glared at him. "I know I was wrong." Sasuke lowered his head, his voice somewhat low. "Then tell me, where did you go wrong?" Henin asked, pretending to be fierce. However, seeing her like this, Sasuke found her incredibly cute. "I was wrong everywhere." He sighed lightly, helplessly admitting. Jiraiya, who was standing aside, twitched the corner of his eye and tried to interject. "That Henin, how about? And you, Jiraiya-sensei, you too. I almost forgot to teach you a lesson while dealing with Sasuke just now." Kanon suddenly turned her head and glared at Jiraiya. Jiraiya immediately shivered and looked at her with a confused expression. "What's wrong with me? Writing those inappropriate books every day and even leading Sasuke astray." Hana complained with a face full of grievances. "Hana, you just don't understand. The books I've written are all art," Jiraiya stammered, trying to defend himself. "Art? That filthy stuff you write is called art." Henin looked at him with frustration, then stood on her tiptoes and grabbed his ear. It hurts, it hurts." "I know I was wrong," Jiraiya shouted, baring his teeth just like Sasuke. "You know it hurts, huh? Tsunade has told you so many times." Kagani looked at Jiraiya in front of her, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to be harsh. She let out a light sigh. At that moment, a familiar voice came from the side. "Kagani, it's been a while." She slowly turned her head and saw Sage Shima and Sage Fukasaku smiling at her. "Hello." Huayin respectfully bowed to the two immortals. "There's no need for such formalities. It's been a while since I last saw that little girl, and now you've grown more charming." Immortal Jima said with a gentle smile, his expression kind and amiable. "Don't say that. It makes me feel embarrassed," Huayin replied, her face turning red as she lowered her head. "All right, Mr. Frog has just woken up and wants to see you," Immortal Nizaka said, looking at the young girl and stroking his goatee with a gentle and kind demeanor. "Okay, then I'll go see Immortal Frog first. You two stay here and behave. Especially you, Jiraiya-sensei. When you return to the ninja world, you mustn't engage in any more peeping activities." When Huayin was leaving, she repeatedly reminded them with concern and even shot a glare at Jiraiya. Jiraiya immediately shivered, scratching the back of his head and awkwardly smiling. At this moment, the sunlight in the high sky fell on the girl, stretching her shadow longer and longer. "A new book has been launched, everyone. This book is now 5 yuan a day. The quality of future updates may be a bit lacking, and the author apologizes for that. Please support for love." Chapter 244. The White Snake Sage is so great. "You finally came." The Toad Sage lowered his head slightly, his gaze gently falling on the girl in front of him. "Toad Sage, you summoned me suddenly. Is there something special going on?" Huayin curiously raised her head, looking at the Toad Sage in front of her. The Toad Sage only smiled kindly, without speaking, quietly gazing at the young girl. "You must have defeated Taosher, right?" The Toad Sage finally spoke softly. "Yes." Hannah nodded in surprise. Though she had doubts in her heart, she did not dare to voice them. After all, the identity of the Toad Sage was there. "That's great. You have made a considerable contribution to protect the ninja world." The Toad Sage waved the fan in his hand, his face full of a warm smile. "It was just a casual act." Kagun humbly responded, gently nodding. "Have you ever been to the Dragon Cave?" The Toad Sage asked meaningfully, a mysterious light flickering in his eyes. "Not yet." Kain's confusion deepened, not understanding why the Toad Sage would ask such a question. Are you free this afternoon? The toad sage squinted his eyes, the fan in his hand gently swaying, making it difficult to grasp his emotions. I'm just free. Kagun responded obediently and nodded again. Then you should visit the dragon cave this afternoon. Perhaps there's what you need. There was a hint of mystery in the words of the toad sage. All right then. Hannah's words were on the verge of being spoken, but fell silent. Though she had concerns in her heart, she dared not voice them. There's no need to worry. I have already informed them, and someone will come to pick you up. The toad sage seemed to see through Hannah's thoughts and said softly, After all, the ninja world is vast and boundless. How could she, all alone, easily find a dragon cave? Then I shall take my leave first, toad sage. Kagami politely waved her hand and turned to leave. Ahem. The toad sage squinted his eyes and fell back into a deep sleep, just like in the original story. The sun in the sky cast warm rays of light on the girl, stretching her shadow longer and longer. In the blink of an eye, Kayan stepped out of the area. With a bang, when Kayan opened her eyes again, she found herself back in the familiar alley, feeling relieved. Hello, Miss Kayan. About the white snake immortal. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Kayan's thoughts. Kayan focused her gaze and realized that a had appeared before her. She didn't know when. The white snake flicked its tongue and spoke human language, staring straight at her. Well, I've already heard about the matter from the toad immortal. Where exactly is the dragon cave? Huayin nodded and curiously asked, Please follow me. After the white snake finished speaking, it turned and walked ahead. On the street, people looked on in astonishment at the scene. A huge white snake was moving forward, with Huayin closely following behind. After walking for a long time, they arrived at a small alley. The white snake drew a circle on the ground with its tail, and immediately, a burst of purple light flickered, causing the two to instantly disappear from their original spot. When Huayin opened her eyes again, she found herself in the midst of ruins, surrounded by various caves, which was exactly the scene when Orochimaru first arrived at the Dragon Cave in the original work. I never expected that I would actually come here. The flower's sound softly murmured to itself, carefully observing the surroundings. The air around was terrifyingly silent, and occasionally a few snakes that had just emerged could be seen from the cave. In the distance, the view was endless, shrouded in layers of mist. Huayin looked at the scene, a sense of unease rising within her. Follow me. A familiar voice emerged from the mist, instantly dispelling Huayin's concerns. A snake and a person quickly moved forward, passing through various caves. Soon, they arrived at a spacious area. There a gigantic white snake was coiled up on a chair. A large pipe held in its mouth. The pipe was burning with tobacco, and the smoke swirled around the face of the white snake, immortal, adding an air of mystery to it. Junior Huayin, greetings to the white snake immortal. Huayin knelt half on the ground and respectfully bowed. The white snake immortal then opened her eyes and carefully examined the young girl, nodding in satisfaction. The toad should have already told you the purpose of your coming here, right? The white snake immortal said in a deep and hoarse voice, while exhaling a huge smoke ring. That smoke ring seemed like a vast fog, enveloping everything around it. Huayin couldn't help but cough a few times from the smoke, and even her eyes began to water a little. The smell of the smoke was simply too pungent, almost like that of a cheap brand of cigarettes. Kagami was secretly pondering, why does the white snake immortal have such a fondness for this unpleasant smoke? It's really hard to understand. The white snake immortal noticed the girl's somewhat flustered reaction, and his brow couldn't help but furrow, filled with doubts. What's wrong? Do you have any dissatisfaction with me? No, not at all. Huayin quickly shook her head, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. Then why did you show such a look of dissatisfaction just now? The white snake immortal asked, still frowning. White snake immortal, how long ago was this smoke? Kagun suddenly changed the subject and curiously asked, Oh, this was given to me by Orochimaru during his visit. Why? Do you want to try it too? The white snake sage was slightly surprised and carefully examined the girl in front of him, trying to gauge her thoughts. However, he could not understand why the girl would ask this question out of the blue. It's nothing. The corner of Huayin's eye twitched slightly, and a dark line appeared on her forehead as she calculated secretly in her heart. After careful consideration, it had been 2 or 3 decades since the original story when Orochimaru came here. The smoke he gifted to the White Snake Sage was probably long past its expiration date. White Snake Sage, please wait a moment. After Huayin finished speaking, her figure flickered and disappeared into the dragon cave. The White Snake Immortal looked at the girl as suddenly departing back, and the confusion in her eyes grew stronger. Before long, the mist began to swirl again. Kanon took out several packs of cigarettes from her pocket, including those from the Uchiha clan and the Sarutobi clan, with a variety of flavors. She respectfully handed these cigarettes to the White Snake Sage. What followed was a surprising scene. The White Snake Sage sat in a chair, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, with a Uchiha brand cigarette in his left hand and a Senju brand cigarette in his right hand. As he puffed away, a look of human-like enjoyment appeared on his face. Huayin watched this scene with her eyes wide open, secretly thinking that it wasn't good. Had she unintentionally changed the plot of the original story again? In the original work, the White Snake Immortal only smoked a pipe, but never showed any signs of being a chain smoker. White Snake Immortal, the girl suddenly spoke, interrupting the White Snake Immortal's reverie. What's wrong, little girl? The White Snake Immortal contentedly blew a smoke ring, curiously looking at the girl in front of him, his gaze revealing a hint of indulgence. This little girl is much smarter and more clever than that Orochimaru guy. Can you teach me your immortal techniques? Huayin cautiously asked, her tone filled with reverence. After all, the one in front of her was the White Snake Immortal, whose power in the original work was said to be unfathomable. Huayin decided that politeness comes first. Of course, no problem. You can take this scroll and also sign here. From now on, you will be the inheritor of our dragon cave. The White Snake Immortal said politely. Soon after, the girl completed a series of signing procedures in a state of confusion. Before long, she mastered the immortal arts of the dragon cave. Kanon was stunned. In the original story, Do took a long time to master the immortal arts, but she managed to speed through it just because she delivered a few packs of cigarettes to the White Snake Sage. Little girl, the Uchiha clan cigarettes do taste pretty good. Remember to bring more next time. Also, that cigarette from the Sarutobi clan is quite to my liking as well. The White Snake Sage looked at the girl, standing dazed in place, exhaled another smoke ring, and nodded in satisfaction. All right. Kanon quickly took out her notebook from her bosom and diligently recorded the White Snake Immortal's request. You're quite good. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me for help. The White Snake Immortal looked the girl up and down, and his appreciation for her grew even stronger. Oh, all right. Kanon's face was filled with a happy smile. Wow, she just went straight to hugging a big leg. If she encounters the Otsutsuki god in the future, she can directly ask the White Snake Sage for help. Huayin, Chapter 245, It's ruined. Huayin has been tricked. After exchanging pleasantries with the White Snake Immortal, Huayin quickly vanished from the spot. A flood of information suddenly surged into her mind, causing her a bit of a headache. Kagun shook her little head like a rattle drum. Very cute. I have now mastered the Dragon Cave, and can teach it to Itachi. Kagun suddenly blushed, not knowing what she was thinking. As she was leaving, Huayin once asked the White Snake Immortal if she could pass on her magical skills to others. The White Snake Immortal nodded at that time, indicating that it should be allowed. The high-hanging sun shone on the girl, stretching her shadow longer and longer. With a creak, the door was pushed open by Huayin. Yaokuin, are you there? Kagun exclaimed excitedly. I'm here. What happy thing happened? Itachi walked out of the kitchen, looking at the girl with a fond expression. Itachi-kun. Kagani excitedly looked at Itachi, then pounced on him. Itachi stumbled a few steps, but steadied himself to catch the girl, his eyes smiling as he gently patted her head. You see, let me tell you, Kagani quickly shared her experiences along the way. Unexpectedly, Itachi frowned after listening. You weren't injured, right? I wasn't injured, just a little blood from my thumb. Kagun raised her delicate pink fingers. Does it hurt? Weasel looked worried as he took out a band-aid from the box. It's okay. It's just a little injury. Kagami sat on the bench, watching the boy in front of her kneeling on the ground, applying a band-aid to his thumb. The White Snake Immortal also said something to you? Itachi looked up, somewhat worried at the girl. His wife was a bit naive, and he was very concerned that she might be deceived. Oh, she also had me sign a bunch of contracts. Kain recalled the scene at that time and subconsciously spoke out. The contract? Kain nodded. Can I take a look? Itachi furrowed his brows, feeling that something was off for some reason. Well, go ahead and take a look. Anyway, I don't think the White Snake Sage has lied to me. Hannah took out a pile of scrolls from her bosom. Itachi, feeling uneasy, opened the scrolls and began to read the contents word by word. Time passed second by second, and Hannah rested her chin on her hands, swinging her little feet, quietly watching Itachi. Suddenly feeling a pain in her head, Hannah finally came to her senses. Itachi-kun, why did you hit me? Hannah looked at Itachi with a resentful expression. You should look at what you signed on the contract, Itachi said helplessly, pointing at the words on the contract. Kagun focused her gaze, her eyes widening. What the hell? The content written on the contract was actually, Huayin became the heir of the Dragon's Cave, and she must also protect this place, even at a cost. Otherwise, the Grim Reaper will harvest her soul. This is not the worst part. What is even worse is that she must unconditionally trust the White Snake Immortal, or else the White Snake Immortal can strip her of her soul at any time. And this is not all. There are even more outrageous things. Kagun felt as if the sky was about to collapse at that moment, and she stood there in a daze. Did you sign these contracts without even looking at them? Itachi looked at his wife with a helpless expression. Huayin's eyes were a bit moist, and then she nodded. Oh no. At first she thought the White Snake Immortal was quite nice. Now she realized that she had been tricked. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Those who can survive in this world all have extraordinary qualities. They can't be naive and sweet. Not to mention beings like the White Snake Immortal who have lived for thousands of years. What should we do now? Huayin looked at her husband anxiously. You, what's wrong? Yao sighed softly. Huayin covered her head and blinked. You should try to improve your strength first and break free from these contract constraints. Yao suppressed the urge to pinch his wife's cheek. If I breach the information in the contract, will I really be sanctioned? Han-in asked hesitantly. Yes, because you signed a contract in the Dragon Cave. You're under the control of the Six-Path Sage, Itachi said helplessly. What should I do now? Han-in said, on the verge of tears. If she had known, she would not have signed these contracts. White Snake Sage, you're truly a beast. What is your current strength? Itachi asked, concerned about his wife. I should be close to the semi-six paths level, Han-in replied. Her destructive power was approaching that of a regular six paths, capable of easily destroying the surface. However, her physical body remained fragile, and each battle required the use of magic void to withstand damage. Then she would switch places to engage in long-range containment. That's not enough. You must reach the realm of the six-paths sage to destroy this contract. After listening to his wife's account, Itachi was shocked but quickly regained his composure. He knew well that his strength was still shallow. At this moment, there was little Itachi could do for Han-in. For a time, Itachi fell in his self-blame. In fact, he couldn't be entirely blamed. After all, he was just a mortal, while Han-in was a transcendent being who could continuously grow stronger by completing tasks. What should I do now? Kagun helplessly looked at Itachi. Itachi was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. This book will be completed this month, and there will be continuous updates with side stories. Please support with love. The new book will be released on the 13th. Please show your support. Chapter 246, Itachi-kun, you idiot. Sighing, he said, now, do you have any way to improve your strength? Itachi looked at his wife with a face full of helplessness and replied, I really don't know. Hannah's eyes were filled with confusion, wanting to cry but unable to shed tears. You gently extended your index finger and tapped her forehead, speaking earnestly. You need to be more cautious when you're out and about. But don't worry too much. There shouldn't be any changes in the Dragon's Cave in the short term. Just take care. Huayin covered her slightly swollen forehead, responding with tearful eyes. Suddenly, Kagun seemed to have thought of something, shook her head, and the pupils in her eyes began to change. That's right, Itachi-kun. I'll first pass on the sage arts of the Dragon Cave to you. 1 Magatama, 2 Magatama, 3 Magatama. The Magatama intertwined and eventually formed the shape of cherry blossoms. Kagani stared straight at Itachi. Itachi and his wife shared a deep gaze, quickly falling into the illusion, but he did not actively try to break free. Is this what sage techniques are? After receiving all the memories, Itachi's pupils suddenly contracted as he exclaimed, I've already given you everything. Kagun blinked, and her crimson pupils instantly returned to normal. Weasel sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes tightly, and began to attempt to learn sage techniques. Han-in then brought over a small stool and quietly sat beside, waiting. Time passed quietly, and finally, Itachi opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, his gaze becoming clearer than ever before. How is it, Itachi-kun? The effect of the magical technique in the Dragon Cave is quite good, right? Kagani looked at Itachi in front of her, asking with a face full of joy. You're really outstanding. Itachi stood up and responded gently. Soon, a surge of natural energy flowed from his body, and a pair of dragon horns grew from his forehead, radiating a faint green glow of celestial energy. You mastered it so quickly. Kagome looked at Itachi in shock, hardly believing her eyes. Well, I tried a little and found it quite easy. Itachi shook his head slightly, looking at his somewhat dazed wife, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The next moment, Han-in realized she had already fallen into Itachi's arms. Itachi extended his finger and gently tapped Han-in's forehead, and it seemed to have a really good effect. Itachi-kun. Kagun looked up shyly at Itachi, but did not struggle. All right, let's go for a walk. Itachi gently patted his wife's head and then walked out the door. Kanon ran along, closely following Itachi's side. The door creaked open as Itachi gently pushed it. The sunlight from high above bathed the young boy and girl. Itachi instinctively raised his palm to shield his eyes, which had already turned a light green. After absorbing too much natural energy, his pupils had unknowingly also changed to a light green, faintly emitting a green glow. After a brief adjustment, Itachi quietly walked forward. Kagane looked at him with a worried expression. How are you feeling now? She curiously examined Itachi from head to toe. Not bad, Itachi replied lightly, a gentle smile on his lips. He raised his finger, and small stones by the roadside began to rise irregularly. With a wave of his finger, the stones seemed to be endowed with gravity, thudding against the distant tree. Crack, crack. The surface of the tree cracked like a spider web and finally fell to the ground with a thud. Wow, that's amazing. Hanyo stared blankly at the scene, then stretched out her delicate hand and began to clap. Huh, there's something even more amazing? Itachi looked at his wife, raising an eyebrow. With a wave of his finger, Hanyo's skirt unexpectedly began to rise irregularly. With a loud slap, Itachi-kun, you idiot! Hanyon pressed down on her skirt and, feeling embarrassed and angry, slapped Itachi. Itachi covered his flushed face and looked at his wife with a helpless expression. He had only made a joke earlier. He didn't expect Hanayon's reaction to be so intense. It seems he really needs to pay more attention to these matters in the future. You idiot! Pervert! Big lecher! Kagami blushed and kept scolding Itachi, but she looked even cuter. Itachi sighed helplessly, lowered his head, and apologized. I'm sorry. Is that enough? So what did I go wrong? The flower sound asked persistently. What did I do wrong? The corner of the weasel's eye twitched slightly as he looked at his proud, little lowly wife in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Are you laughing at me? Kagami stared at the slightly trembling body of Itachi in front of her, her brows furrowing gently, with a flicker of doubt in her eyes. No, you're really overthinking it. Itachi slowly shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. All right then. Kagami smiled gently, her smile resembling a flower blooming in spring, looking quite radiant. What are you laughing at? Weasel leaned forward curiously. I just suddenly thought of something interesting. Kanon tried hard to suppress her laughter, her cheeks flushed with a hint of red from holding it in. Itachi, with your ability, can you make the book Kakashi is holding suddenly fly away when he's watching Paradise of Affection at night? She teased Itachi, her eyes sparkling with mischief. This idea of yours. Itachi looked at his wife helplessly, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Then he reached out and gently tapped her on the head. Where did you learn these strange ideas? I didn't. It just came to me in a flash of inspiration. Kanon blinked innocently and said, time flew by quickly. That night, the moon was dark and the wind was high, with dark clouds obscuring the stars. Kakashi lay in bed, his thoughts drifting, not knowing what he was thinking about, when he suddenly leaned down and pulled out a book from under the bed. Tonight would be the last time. He must quit for good tomorrow. Kakashi silently made a resolution, took a deep breath, and was about to open the novel. Suddenly, the book he was tightly gripping began to rise strangely, defying logic. Huh? Kakashi was momentarily stunned, unsure of what to do. He quickly reached out, rubbed his blurry eyes, and was filled with confusion. Wait, what is going on? The book is inexplicably floating in the air. Could it be that I'm hallucinating? Kakashi blinked his confused eyes again and extended a trembling hand, trying to touch the book high above. However, the book seemed to be playing hide and seek, rising just out of reach every time he was about to touch it, maintaining an insurmountable distance. Kakashi furrowed his brows, a deep frown appearing on his forehead. Just then, a clear and pleasant laughter came from outside the window. Kakashi's face darkened as he suddenly pushed open the window. He saw a girl laughing so hard that she was rolling on the ground, holding her stomach, while beside her, Itachi also looked speechless. The two exchanged glances, reading deep helplessness in each other's eyes. Forget it. Let us just go along with her. The two of them looked at the silly laughing girl, their gazes softening. Please power up for love. Lotus leaves can't afford meals anymore. Chapter 247. Sleep a little longer? Why are you all looking at me like that? Kanon extended her finger and gently wiped away the glistening tears on her cheek. Her face, tinged with a blush from earlier laughter, resembled a freshly blossomed peach flower. It's nothing, just such a boring thing. Is it really your doing? Kakashi sighed helplessly, then turned his head, his gaze landing on Uchiha Itachi. Itachi paused slightly, as if he had something to say, but only let out a soft sigh. Perhaps it's some not-so-smart fool who encouraged me to do this. I see, that makes sense. Kakashi stroked his chin, falling into deep thought. Hana listened to the conversation between the two, feeling a bit confused for a moment. Hey, what are you guys talking about? It's nothing. We're just discussing a certain little fool, Kakashi said with a playful glance at the girl, his eyes filled with teasing. It's really strange. Kanon felt a strange emotion rise within her as she sensed the slightly mocking gazes of the two. Although it was hard to articulate, it made her feel quite uncomfortable. A moment later, her cheeks flushed even more. Enough, Kakashi, Itachi, you don't really think I didn't understand your implications, do you? Kanon stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at the two with a look of displeasure, her eyes flickering with anger. Oh, so you understood? Kakashi's words carried a hint of surprise, but then he abruptly stopped. At this moment, Huayin only feels a sense of powerlessness rising in her heart, as if a punch has hit soft cotton. As night falls and the cold wind rises, the moon in the sky has unknowingly been replaced by the rising sun, casting down warm light. Ding-ling-ling. Kanon furrowed her brows slightly as she crawled out of bed and reached out to turn off the noisy alarm clock. Then she yawned, her eyes still carrying a hint of sleepiness and haze. She glanced at the weasel lying beside her, still fast asleep, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. Sigh, this silly guy is still sleeping. Kagani stretched out her slender fingers and gently patted Itachi's head. Itachi slowly opened his eyes and saw his wife smiling as she lay beside him, gazing at him. It's rare to see you up this early today, Itachi said with a hint of surprise. What? Don't I usually get up early? Kagani blinked in confusion. I remember the day before yesterday. The alarm rang for a long time, and you were still lying in bed. In the end, it was me who woke you up, Itachi teased. His eyes filled with playful banter as he looked at his wife. Kanon was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, it seemed to be true. Soon, she lowered her head, her cheeks reddening like ripe apples, making one unable to resist the urge to take a bite. So, you don't plan to go to work today? Yao asked curiously. I can't be bothered to go. I'll ask for leave in a bit, she replied. Kagani shook her head, looking as cute as a rattledrum. Then let's sleep a little longer. Itachi tightly held his wife, slowly closing his eyes. Idiot. Huayin murmured softly, yet did not struggle, simply allowing Itachi to hold her. When she opened her eyes again, the sunlight outside streamed through the window, gently illuminating her cheeks. She realized that what she was holding was a pillow, while Itachi was busily cooking in the kitchen. She had woken up, and it was already noon. Itachi gently pushed open the door to the room, his eyes filled with tenderness as he looked at Huayin. Okay. Kagani slowly crawled out of bed, her hair slightly messy, which added a touch of cuteness. Yasuhiko, where did you put those things I used to comb my hair? Kagani walked into the bathroom, and after washing up, she opened the door and looked at the weasel who was cleaning. Curiously, she asked, why don't you go look in your cabinet? The weasel chuckled lightly, his tone full of affection. Oh, okay. Huayin nodded obediently, then walked into the room and opened the cabinet. Sure enough, she found the hair combing tools. After a careful grooming, Huayin came to the living room. At this time, the dishes in the living room were already neatly arranged. By the way, Itachi, how is your cultivation of that celestial technique going? Kagome tasted the food, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she looked at Itachi. She should have almost finished her training. Now, she just lacks practical experience. Itachi nodded, his voice low and firm. I see. Kagome rested her chin on her hand, her expression contemplative, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Itachi, how about you spar with me later? In Konoha's eyes, there was a glimmer of expectation as she curiously looked at Itachi. Are you sure? Maybe it's better to forget it. I'm worried I might hurt you. Itachi looked at his wife's innocent expression, filled with deep affection, and found it hard to go through with it. How about you practice with Kakashi-senpai for a bit? Kanon continued to ask. That's a good idea, but we should first check if he has time. Itachi nodded, and just as he finished speaking, there was a click, and the doorknob turned. Kakashi sleepily walked out of his room. Oh, you two are showing off your love again early in the morning? Yeah, what can you do? It's not like you have a partner, Kakashi-senpai. Hanyo giggled mischievously, her tone laced with a hint of teasing. Kakashi's eye twitched slightly as he shook his head helplessly. Kakashi-senpai, can we spar after we finish eating? Itachi looked at Kakashi with anticipation in his voice. Of course, I do like to see how strong you are now, Kakashi shrugged, then sat down in his seat and took a big bite of a bun. Ah, that bun was clearly mine. Hanyo looked at Kakashi with a hint of resentment. Hee, but I've already eaten it. What do you do about it? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. As he watched the two banter, Itachi felt a bead of cold sweat on his forehead and helplessly said, There's still some in the kitchen. If it's not enough, I can cook some more. All right, please prepare a bit more. Kakashi responded vaguely. Itachi nodded. Please support for love. If possible, I hope everyone tries not to skip chapters. The new book will be released on the 13th. Still haven't decided on the title. Chapter 248, Kakashi vs. Itachi. At this moment, in the quiet back mountain of the Uchiha clan, Kakashi focused intently on Itachi, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Do you need me to go easy on you? No need. Itachi gently shook his head, his gaze firm. Kakashi-senpai, next. I will spar with you using the sage techniques I've just learned. Itachi's words carried a hint of determination, and he quickly added, Sage techniques? When did you master those? Kakashi looked astonished, scrutinizing Itachi once more. Just today. Itachi's tone was calm, but revealed something extraordinary. You just learned them and you want to challenge me? Are you really sure you don't need me to hold back? Kakashi hesitated, pondering in his heart. After all, Itachi had just learned the sage techniques, and they probably weren't proficient yet. Perhaps he should hold back a bit and give him some opportunities. Kakashi examined Itachi again, noticing he had his eyes closed and was silent. He thought to himself that maybe using 8/10 of his strength would be enough to avoid accidentally hitting Itachi too hard. Can you start now? At that moment, a slightly resentful voice came from the side. Kakashi turned to look and saw Hanayo, dressed in a cheerleader outfit, holding pom-poms with an unwilling expression. Why are you dressed like that? Kakashi asked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, somewhat confused. Of course, it's to cheer for Itachi-kun. Kain shot Kakashi a glance, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. You don't think I'm here to cheer you on, do you? Seriously, Kakashi-senpai, you're way too self-absorbed. What a joke. Kakashi's fists clenched slightly. For some reason, he felt an urge to hit Kain. All right, we can start now. Itachi slowly stood up from the ground, a surge of powerful sage chakra instantly emanating from him. Damn, Kakashi couldn't help but curse at the overwhelming aura coming from Itachi. Doesn't he look like someone who just started training yesterday and is still inexperienced? Kakashi's expression turned cautious as he quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and Itachi. At that moment, the surrounding stones began to rise irregularly, as if pulled by some unseen force. Itachi waved his fingers lightly, and the stones, as if commanded, rushed toward Kakashi. Raikiri. Kakashi rapidly formed hand seals, and a bolt of lightning surged from his hands, shattering the incoming stones one by one. Crack! Crack! The stones broke apart, scattering on the ground. Is this all you've got, Itachi? Kakashi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and teased. But before his words could fully escape, a fist suddenly came rushing at him. Kakashi froze. What the hell? So fast. He had no time to react and instinctively crossed his arms over his chest. With a loud bang, Kakashi was sent flying like a leaf in a storm, crashing hard into a tree in the distance. His body gradually slid down, disappearing in a puff of smoke. So, it was a shadow clone technique. Itachi observed this scene, his eyes scanning the surroundings sharply. At this moment, the bamboo around him seemed to retreat continuously in his sight. Found you. Itachi's gaze locked onto Kakashi hiding in the grass, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. At that moment, branches that had fallen to the ground began to rise irregularly into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was sliced by these branches, emitting sharp sounds. These ordinary branches, once everywhere, transformed into green light enveloped by Itachi's natural energy, resembling sharp arrows, all rushing towards Kakashi. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly activated his Sharingan, barely managing to evade the torrential attack thanks to the power of the eye technique. However, the crisis was not yet over. Itachi's figure flickered like a ghost, instantly appearing before Kakashi. Kakashi was caught off guard, his pupils constricting in shock. He saw Itachi's fist, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, rushing towards him at lightning speed. Kakashi reacted quickly, barely managing to fend off Itachi's fierce assault, forming hand seals rapidly in an attempt to find a counterattack opportunity. But Itachi didn't give Kakashi any chance to breathe. His figure flashed again, appearing at Kakashi's flank. He lifted his leg in a sweeping motion, creating a whirlwind that pressed towards Kakashi's vital points. Kakashi sidestepped just in time to narrowly avoid the strike, and with the insight from his Sharingan, he caught a glimpse of a flaw in Itachi's movements. Bang, bang, bang. As the two engaged, a fierce gust of wind swept the area, raising clouds of dust. However, anyone with keen eyes could see that Itachi clearly held the upper hand. He had mastered the sage techniques of the Dragon Cave, allowing him to manipulate the surrounding environment at will. In contrast, Kakashi was merely a flesh-and-blood mortal, relying solely on the power of the Sharingan to barely hold on. This power truly deserved its reputation as the top tier of the Sharingan techniques. It was indeed formidable. Kanon stood at a distance, watching the intense confrontation between the two. Earth style, earth flow wall. Kakashi quickly formed hand signs with both hands and then slammed them onto the ground. In an instant, the ground shook violently, and a dirt wall engraved with a dog head emblem rose up from the earth. However, this dirt wall was fleeting, shattering into pieces and vanishing in an instant. Itachi held a wooden stick, his gaze piercing, coldly watching the trembling Kakashi in the distance. "Hey, Itachi, how about we just call it quits?" "I'll concede," Kakashi said, his expression frantic and his voice trembling. At this moment, the fight between the two oddly resembled a parent wielding a stick to discipline a disobedient child. "Kakashi, you're being too cowardly. Where did that earlier momentum go?" Hana immediately shot a dissatisfied glance at Kakashi. "Don't cause trouble here." Kakashi glared back at Hana with displeasure, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. Hana didn't show any weakness, glaring back with wide eyes, looking both stubborn and cute. "Well, fine then, let's not fight anymore. Mine can't last much longer." Itachi sighed softly, and a layer of light green natural energy around him began to slowly dissipate, gradually returning to calm. Itachi regained his usual appearance, gently looking at the two. "Kakashi-senpai, you're really useless. You're such a weakling. You couldn't hold on for just a few rounds." Hanin walked over with a teasing expression. Kakashi looked at Hanayan's mischievous appearance, frowning tightly. Then he reached out and gently rubbed Hanayan's cheek. "Forget it. What kind of adult would argue with a child?" Kakashi chuckled softly, his brow slightly raised, and a hint of fondness showed in his eyes. Kagami was a bit displeased by Kakashi's actions and shot him a glare. At this moment, her face was slightly flushed, adding a touch of shyness. "You too." Itachi, watching the two bicker, let out a familiar sigh, and then his gaze softened further, as if he were watching a warm family comedy. Please power up for love. Chapter 249. Kakashi's online dating partner is Jiraiya. "Itachi-kun, give your judgment." Kanon had a look of dissatisfaction on her face, her gaze fixed firmly on Kakashi. "You really shouldn't be messing around here." Itachi's eyes were filled with affection as he gently reached out and stroked his wife's hair. "All right then." Kagome shyly turned her head away, a blush rising on her face. "Your relationship is still like this." Kakashi looked at the two of them, who were so close, and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his forehead. "Kakashi-senpai, why haven't you thought about finding a partner yet?" Kanon suddenly turned around, curiously gazing at Kakashi. "Let's talk about this later." Kakashi hesitated, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. "You're already in your 30s. If this continues, you might really end up lonely for the rest of your life." Huayin furrowed her brows, her tone filled with worry. Kakashi fell silent. "All right, Huayin." Itachi sighed helplessly, his gaze tenderly fixed on his wife. He knew well that Huayin had a serious personality, something he had long since gotten used to. At that moment, the evening glow in the high sky was as splendid as brocade, stretching the shadows of the three of them longer and longer. Sigh. Kagami let out a light sigh for some unknown reason, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. "Why are you sighing?" Why curiously turned his head to look at his wife beside him. "I don't know why either. I just feel inexplicably tired in my heart." Henio shook her head, her eyes filled with confusion. Upon hearing this, Itachi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his forehead, looking at his wife with a sense of helplessness. Behind them, Kakashi followed closely, but his gaze was directed towards the riverbank in the distance. The evening glow reflected on the river's surface, shimmering beautifully. At that moment, a gust of evening wind blew by, tousling Henio's hair. "Sigh, tonight's wind is a bit noisy." Kanon reached out to tuck her hair behind her ear and sighed again. Itachi and Kakashi exchanged a glance, both showing a look of helplessness. Then, Itachi turned to Kanon and asked with concern, "Are you still planning to take a leave tomorrow?" "Yes, I really want to take a leave. I don't want to work in the security department anymore." Kagami looked exhausted, but her appearance seemed even more adorable. "You actually don't need to work in the future," Yao said joyfully and softly. "Why do you say that?" Huayin curiously raised her head to look at Itachi. "Because I can support you, you silly." Itachi affectionately patted Huayin's head, his eyes filled with tenderness. "You say that, and I feel a bit embarrassed." Kanon shyly lowered her head, a blush appearing on her face, but she pretended to be unwilling. Right behind the two of them, Kakashi wore a face of helplessness mixed with frustration. Hey, can you two at least acknowledge my existence a little?" Kakashi shouted helplessly. "Oh, I almost forgot that Kakashi-senpai is still behind us." Kakashi let out a light laugh, his brows slightly raised. Upon hearing this, he fell into silence, feeling a mix of emotions. No way. He had to find a partner somehow. Otherwise, this girl would mercilessly mock him again. Kakashi thought angrily to himself. However, who should he turn to in search of a partner? He was already over 30 and had no interest in the young and youthful. Women in their 30s were probably hard to come by in this village. Kakashi stared at the shimmering lake in the distance, lost in deep thought. The bright moon was gradually being obscured by clouds, while in the distance, a red sun was slowly rising. Has it really gotten bright so soon? Kagani slowly opened her sleepy eyes, gently rubbed them, and then turned her gaze to the side, where Itachi was still soundly asleep in dreamland. A warm feeling surged in her heart. Oh, that's right. It seems I don't have to go to work today. Itachi already asked for leave for me last night. A flash of memory crossed Huayin's mind, and suddenly she realized a sweet smile curved at the corners of her mouth. Then let's indulge in this warm bed for a little while longer. Kagani gently shifted her body, slowly sliding deeper into the bed, inching closer to the warm source, Itachi. Her movements were soft and cautious, afraid to disturb this tranquility. Are you awake? Itachi's voice was somewhat hazy, and as she slowly lifted her eyelids, she was greeted by the gentle embrace of the girl. I want to sleep a little longer. Don't bother me. Kagani buried her head deep in Itachi's chest, her voice tinged with a hint of arrogance. Itachi looked at this warm scene, feeling an endless tenderness surging in his heart, but he simply smiled indulgently, gently patting the girl's hair without saying much more. All right, Kagani, it's time to get up. I still need to prepare breakfast. Itachi tried to gently pull away, but found Kagani tightly snuggling against his chest. No, let me sleep a little longer. Kagani puffed up her cheeks and shot a dissatisfied glance at Itachi, looking somewhat cute. Itachi shook his head helplessly, a fond yet slightly resigned smile on his face, and gently asked, Why do you have to hold me to fall asleep? Because holding you makes me feel especially secure. It's the only way I can fall asleep. Han Yin's cheeks flushed lightly, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. All right, then I'll sleep a little longer. You smiled as you lay down, allowing the girl to wrap herself tightly around your neck like a little sloth. Meanwhile, on Short Book Street, Kakashi walked into a shop. He had dressed up intentionally, looking particularly handsome. Sigh, I really feel so foolish. Why did I believe in online romance? Kakashi muttered in his heart while sipping the coffee in his hand. Last night, he logged into QQ and added a friend. They chatted for a bit and found they had mutual interests. What surprised him even more was that the girl also liked Intimate Paradise, and her online name seemed to be something like Hero. Kakashi couldn't remember clearly. They had agreed to meet at this shop this morning. Last night, Kakashi even transferred some money to her. I hope the person who comes won't disappoint me. Kakashi rested his chin on one hand, lazily gazing out the window. Soon, the door creaked open. Kakashi froze and abruptly turned his head, only to see Jiraiya standing in front of him with a mischievous grin. Sigh, I don't know how to write anymore. Please help me for love. Chapter 250, Dinner Tonight. So, you're bored and actually used online romance to mess with me? Kakashi looked at Jiraiya, helplessly. Don't say that. Here is something for you. Jiraiya looked around to confirm no one was watching before quietly pulling a book out from his pocket. Kakashi's eyes lit up as he glanced at the cover, then cautiously looked around before leaning closer to Jiraiya. Is this the latest edition? Hey. How could I lie to you? Consider it a return on your investment in online romance. Jiraiya chuckled and handed the book to Kakashi. Kakashi tucked the book into his embrace, nodding in satisfaction. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kane groggily opened her eyes and slowly sat up from the bed. Strange. I can't believe I slept for so long. Hannah shook her head, her hair swaying like a rattle. Then, she got out of bed and walked to the bedside, glancing at the time on the alarm clock, hesitating to speak. With a creak, the cabinet was gently opened by Hannah. The girl changed into a piece of clothing and carefully tidied herself up before walking into the living room. The dining table was already set with food, and a small note was thoughtfully placed on it. The note read in elegant handwriting, "The food has cooled down, please heat it up first." Seeing the scene, a blush rose on Hannah's face, and a warm current surged in her heart. She didn't expect Itachi to be so considerate. Huayin placed the meal into the rice cooker and carefully heated it. After eating her fill, she quietly lay on the sofa, lost in thought. First, she felt confused, not knowing what to do next. Secondly, the issue of the curse mark weighed heavily on her mind. The girl raised her fair, delicate arm and gazed at the obvious deep blue curse mark, her elegant brows furrowing tightly. How should she deal with this? Huayin's gaze became complicated. Once, everyone could see this curse mark. However, now, only Huayin could see it. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks suddenly sounded. It's here. Please wait a moment. Kagani stood up in a fluster and hurriedly walked to the living room, pulling open the front door. Huh, Sasuke? Why is it you? A hint of surprise flashed in Huayin's eyes as she stared at the boy in front of her. What? Could it be me? Sasuke's brow furrowed, and a slight look of displeasure appeared on his face. Oh no, that's not it. Have you eaten lunch yet? Kanen's forehead was slightly beaded with sweat, feeling somewhat at a loss while communicating with Sasuke. Not yet. What delicious food should we have for lunch? Sister-in-law? Sasuke yawned, looking utterly exhausted. Did you stay up all night playing games again last night? Hana stared at Sasuke, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, as if she had thought of something. When Jiraiya and Sasuke were talking, he suddenly felt a strong killing intent and quickly stopped speaking. So, you went to the internet CAF with Jiraiya all night last night and didn't come home? In Huayin's mind, various plots quickly came to life as she pretended to glare at Sasuke sternly. Ahem, Huayin's sister, don't misunderstand. I was just training with Master Jiraiya. Sasuke swallowed hard, sounding a bit stammering. Really? Huayin squinted her eyes, looking at Sasuke with suspicion. Really, why would I lie to you? Sasuke waved his hands in a flustered manner, appearing quite uneasy. All right, let's not talk about that. It seems the food has gotten cold, so I'll go heat it up for you. Kagome gently glanced at Sasuke and turned to walk quickly toward the kitchen. Thank you. Sasuke shyly smiled and nodded. The sound of cooking came from the kitchen, and Sasuke's mood gradually calmed down. He looked out the window. The sun was shining brightly, and the clouds in the sky seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible hand. A ray of warm sunlight fell on the girl's face, adding a touch of enchanting glow to her features. Before long, Kagun came out holding a steaming plate of dishes and gently placed it on the table. Come on, try my recent cooking skills. I tell you, I put in a lot of effort to learn. Kanen was beaming with joy as she looked at Sasuke. Oh, really? Sasuke, holding chopsticks, stared at the delicious dishes in front of him but hesitated to take a bite. What do you mean by that, Sasuke? Kanen put her hands on her hips and glared at him, puffing up in annoyance. It's nothing, Sasuke stammered, then picked up a piece of food and put it in his mouth. At first, he frowned, but soon his expression relaxed, revealing a satisfied smile. How does it taste? Henio looked at Sasuke with. To be honest, the taste is really quite good. It has improved a lot compared to a few months ago. Sasuke closed his eyes tightly, savoring the food in his mouth, and then gave a fair evaluation. It's so good. I've been learning for a long time. Kanen cheered excitedly, her face glowing with a happy smile. Seeing Kanen's adorable appearance, Sasuke couldn't help but chuckle softly, his eyes filled with warmth. What sister? You're clearly even more immature than I am. Time quietly passed, and before long, it was evening. Everyone began to finish work and head home. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. Kanen doesn't need to think to know that Itachi is back, because Itachi always likes to ring the doorbell, while Sasuke and Naruto prefer to knock directly. With a click, the door slowly opens. Itachi-kun, why are you coming home so late? Hana took the folder from Itachi's hands and asked with concern, Isn't it already very late? You don't usually stay out this late. Itachi responded with gentle eyes. While reaching out to gently pat Hana's head, Kanen lowered her head shyly, wondering what to do. Sasuke is still here, oh. Itachi smiled and turned to look at Sasuke, but the intense killing intent in his eyes was hard to conceal. Sasuke suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but shiver. Ahem, you guys continue. I didn't see anything. Sasuke wolfed down his food, quickly clearing his bowl, gulped down some water, and hurriedly left the living room, striding towards the second floor. All right, I was just joking. Have you eaten enough? Itachi couldn't help but chuckle, the corners of his mouth lifting gently, his gaze full of tenderness as he watched his younger brother. At this moment, Sasuke slowly turned his head, his face slightly flushed. I already saw through your joke. All right, in a bit, Obito and Minato will be coming over, so we need to prepare a sumptuous dinner tonight, Itachi said as he walked into the kitchen and carefully washed his hands, then replied with a light laugh. Is that so? What special occasion is it today to make it so grand? Kagani looked curious, her eyes sparkling as she asked. Tomorrow is Christmas, and everyone in Konoha village has a day off. Don't you know? Itachi looked at his wife with curiosity, a slight smile on his face. I don't have a job right now, so how would I know about these holidays? Huayin whispered softly, her cheeks flushed with a shy blush. Sitting on the chair, Sasuke watched the sweet interaction between the two and couldn't help but shiver, secretly muttering to himself that he really couldn't stand it. By the way, Shursui will be back too, Itachi suddenly said while chopping vegetables. Is Shursui coming back as well? That's great. I haven't seen him in a long time. In Hanyin's eyes, joy sparkled. Chapter 251. The Drunken Girl. In the kitchen, the two were busy preparing dinner. The warm atmosphere was even more pronounced under the gentle caress of the evening breeze. "Hand me the knife. I'll chop the vegetables, but you have to be careful," Yao said softly, his gaze filled with affection for his wife. Kagani blushed and shyly handed the kitchen knife to Itachi. Now she is very strong, and even if the knife accidentally cuts her finger, she can quickly recover with her reversal technique. But at this moment, under her husband's care, she still feels a lot of warmth in her heart. "Itachi-kun," Hannah murmured softly, her cheeks flushing with a hint of redness. Yao focused on chopping vegetables, slightly turned his head upon hearing his wife's call, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "What is it this time?" Huayin frowned slightly, secretly murmuring to herself, "Why is there an extra again added?" She pretended to glare at you, tentatively asking, "Are you dissatisfied with me?" Upon hearing this, you looked at his wife with an innocent expression. "I haven't been dissatisfied with you at all. What makes you think I am?" Kain pretended to be displeased and turned her head away, no longer looking at Itachi, murmuring softly, "You just added an again in there. You must be a bit impatient with me." Itachi helplessly scratched his cheek, pondering how to explain. He stopped what he was doing, looked at Kain seriously, and said, "I was just chopping vegetables, needed to stay focused, so I might have been a bit careless with my tone." Hannah's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Although she still had doubts in her heart, she slowly walked closer to Itachi. Suddenly, she felt a bit of moisture on her forehead. When she looked up, she saw Itachi smiling at her. "Can you forgive me this time?" Itachi asked with a smile, his eyes filled with tenderness. Huayin pretended to be calm and said, "I'll forgive you for now, you idiot. I'm going back to the living room." However, the blush on her face betrayed her inner feelings, and her heart was pounding like a drum. As she walked out of the kitchen, Hannah shook her little head, looking as cute as a rattle drum. She thought to herself, No, I can't let this go. It was clear that Itachi was a bit impatient with me just now. I need to regain my ground. How about this? Tonight, I won't let that guy Itachi fall asleep easily. Once he falls asleep, I'll intentionally make some noise to wake him up, and then I'll pretend to sleep as if nothing happened. That way, he won't dare to say anything about me again. Genius. Out of the hospital. Kagami excitedly tapped her forehead and immediately decided to implement the plan. Her heart was filled with anticipation and joy, as if she could already see the interesting scene that would unfold in the evening. However, Huayin never expected that on a quiet night. Her actions towards the man who was sleeping would lead to unpredictable consequences. Perhaps she would suffer a ruthless beating. However, that big fool Itachi can't beat me. Ding dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell echoed in the night sky. Kagami walked lightly to the door, gently pushed it open, and what met her eyes was Rin with her hands behind her back, followed closely by a tense-looking Obito. "Oh, you two are finally back? Kagami, this guy Obito has been bullying me." As soon as Rin saw the girl in front of her, she couldn't wait to complain, her face full of grievance. "What? Obito, who gave you the guts to do this?" Huayin immediately protected Lin behind her, her eyes flashing with angry sparks, and her Sharingan wide open, staring intently at Obito. Obito felt that sharp gaze and couldn't help but shiver, his hands flailing in a panic. "Huayin, it was my negligence. I accidentally angered Lin. What exactly happened?" Kagun looked at Rin curiously, her eyes sparkling with a quest for knowledge. After Rin's detailed narration, Kagami finally understood the ins and outs of the situation. It turned out that while they were shopping, Dato's straightforward remarks inadvertently touched on Lin's past, leading to this commotion. Lin walked ahead with an unhappy expression, while Dato followed closely behind, looking nervous and anxious. Kanon murmured to herself, in comparison, Itachi-kun is more reliable. Then, she shook her head helplessly, her gaze once again falling on the two of them. As night fell, familiar faces began to arrive at her home. "Oh, Jiraiya-sensei, you have come too?" Hannah saw Jiraiya's figure and showed a hint of dissatisfaction on her face. "Ahaha, Hannah, it's been a long time," Jiraiya said, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, awkwardly smiling as he reached out his hand to greet her. "I don't feel good about it all. Tell me, what exactly are you doing every night with Sasuke?" Huayin frowned slightly, her tone carrying a hint of questioning. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya took a nervous step back, momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, Ji Shuei, who had just walked into the living room, witnessed the scene and couldn't help but smile gently. "You two's personalities really haven't changed at all from a few years ago," Ji Shuei said, his eyes filled with affection as he looked at Huayin, before slowly shifting his gaze away. Outside, the sky gradually began to snow lightly. At this moment, the family sat around the dining table, the atmosphere extraordinarily lively. In a few days, it will be the new year, Minato said softly, playing with a bottle of white liquor, his gaze tender. He then stood up and poured a full glass of white liquor for Jiraiya. Obito, what about you? Minato turned to ask Obito curiously. I want some too. Obito nodded with a silly smile, just about to get up, but was shot a fierce glare by Rin beside him and had to obediently sit back down. Kushina watched this scene and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. It seems Obito is really under strict management by his wife. Hearing Kushina's teasing, Huayin couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, thinking to herself, it seems you're the one who manages the strictest here. Of course. She dared not say this out loud. Next, everyone laughed and talked, enjoying the food and drink. Along the way, Huayin expressed her desire to taste the liquor. So, under the watchful eyes of everyone, she downed a bottle of white liquor in one go. What a good drinker. Jiraiya clapped in praise, just about to pour more for her. With a thud, Kagamine's head crashed directly onto the table, clearly having gotten drunk after just one drink. Seeing this, everyone broke out in a cold sweat, and their eyes twitched slightly. I can still drink another cup. Kagani suddenly raised her head again, a red mark appearing on her forehead, but she still looked cute. She mumbled indistinctly, her face turning bright red, and the surroundings began to spin in her eyes. Maybe I should just give up, Itachi thought worriedly as he wanted to support her, but Kagani pushed him away. Don't stop me, Itachi-kun. I want to drink to my heart's content tonight. Kagani insisted stubbornly. Itachi shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, with your drinking capacity, can you really handle it? Chapter 252, supporting you. Time passed slowly, bit by bit, silently. The atmosphere at the dining table gradually became desolate, as family members left one by one, returning to their own homes. All right, you've had too much to drink, don't drink anymore, Itachi said with a worried face, supporting his slightly drunken wife. Hana was drunkenly giggling. Itachi, why do you keep swaying in front of me? What nonsense are you talking about? Itachi looked at his wife helplessly, then gently picked her up in a princess carry. Kagani's cheeks were flushed, nestled in Itachi's arms, looking particularly petite. All right, stop messing around. Let me help you to bed. Itachi sighed softly, carefully carrying his wife up to the second-floor room. With a creak, the door was gently pushed open, and Itachi placed Kagani softly on the bed. Itachi-kun, don't go. Just as Itachi was about to turn and leave, unexpectedly, his collar was tightly grasped by Kagani. What's wrong? Itachi paused, looking at his wife in confusion. However, as he lowered his head, Kagani playfully grabbed his neck. It's nothing, he. Huayin giggled foolishly, exuding a strong smell of alcohol. You also looked at Huayin helplessly. Okay, you should let go of me now. I still need to wash up. Can't go, I want to wash up too. Kain giggled and let out a burp, looking both cute and comical. When Itachi saw this scene, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. If he could, he really wanted to take out his phone to capture this amusing moment, but unfortunately, the ninja world had not yet developed such a device. Sigh, then I'll help you. So be careful, Itachi said helplessly, shaking his head, and then helped Kain get off the bed. Kagani swayed as she walked in front, while Itachi followed behind her with a worried expression, silently supporting her. Soon, after watching Kagani wash up and then lie down on the bed to fall asleep, Itachi finally let out a sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his arm, quickly washed up himself, changed into his pajamas, and lay down on the bed. As for Kagani, Itachi looked at her silly expression, filled with helplessness and affection. Time passed quickly, and soon the originally pitch-black room began to show a hint of light. Although it was still dim, he could barely see clearly. Hearing the sound of roosters crowing at the village entrance, Itachi opened his drowsy eyes. He glanced at his wife, who was still sleeping in his arms, and felt a warmth and satisfaction in his heart. It seemed she had slept quite peacefully last night. Itachi looked at his wife with a doting expression, then reached out to gently tousle her messy long hair. Before long, Kagani's eyes began to struggle open. Huh? Why did I wake up? Itachi looked at his wife with some affection and asked, what happened last night? Kagani rubbed her eyes and curiously examined Itachi. You were drunk last night, and I had to push you onto the bed, Itachi explained helplessly. Did that really happen? Kagani asked shyly, her face turning red. Of course it did. Itachi thought to himself, but seeing his wife's natural daftness, he couldn't help but smile. Nothing happened. Itachi stood up and lifted the bed covers. The moment he lifted the covers, Kagani quickly curled up and shivered. Idiot, it's really cold. She glared at Itachi with dissatisfaction. You sweated a lot. Hurry up and change your clothes. Itachi ignored Kagani's displeasure and pulled out a few cute pajamas from the wardrobe and handed them to her. Oh, okay. Then you go outside for a moment. Kain murmured softly, her cheeks flushed with a deep red. Itachi shook his head helplessly, opening and then closing the door. With a click, the door was locked from the inside, and he stood quietly outside, waiting. He didn't know how long it had been, but the faint light in the living room gradually turned into a hint of brightness. It was as if a white brush had been dipped into an ink painting, and the room soon became clear and visible. Morning had arrived. Itachi heard a click from the door, followed by its slowly opening. Kagun's head hung by the door, shyly whispering, "All right, you can come in. I can't sleep. You go ahead and sleep. I still have to prepare breakfast." Wai looked at his naturally oblivious wife with a helpless smile and said, "Okay." Kagun shyly nodded, a blush appearing on her face. Hearing the crisp sound of a kitchen knife chopping vegetables coming from the kitchen, the drowsiness in Huayin's heart quietly dissipated. She slowly got up from the bed, her long hair casually tied up, and walked lazily toward the bathroom to meticulously brush her teeth and wash her face. Outside the window, the sky was overcast, and fine rain fell like threads, drizzling endlessly. Most of the people in the house had already gone out to work, leaving only one person who either stayed up all night or had not slept at all. Huayin walked lightly into the living room, her gaze gently directed towards the busy figure in the kitchen. With a soft click, the kitchen door was gently pushed open, and you steadily placed a steaming dish on the dining table with both hands. "What's wrong?" You turned to look at Huayin, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. "It's nothing. I was just quietly waiting for you to finish cooking." Huayin gently shook her head, a soft smile curling at the corners of her mouth. You smiled tenderly, with eyes full of affection. "Come, let's eat first." You turned and took out 2 delicate bowls from the kitchen, filled them with rice, placed them on the dining table, and softly asked, after we finish eating, "Would you like to go for a walk and enjoy the misty rain scenery?" Kagami gently stirred the chopsticks in her hand, her gaze sweeping past the rain curtain outside the window, and she hesitantly said, "But it's still drizzling outside." Itachi smiled slightly, his eyes warm and resolute. "It's just a light rain. Why not take this opportunity to stroll together in this hazy mist?" "All right, then let's go." Kain finally nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. After finishing their meal, the two quickly opened the door and happily went out for a walk. Itachi gently held the umbrella, while Kain silently followed by his side, her steps light. The raindrops continuously hit the umbrella, creating a crisp and pleasant pitter-patter sound, like a cheerful and moving symphony. Their mood was particularly joyful, chatting and laughing along the way, the atmosphere warm. "By the way, do you still clearly remember those wonderful things from before?" Itachi suddenly recalled something and then gently gazed at Kain, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Was it when they first met? Kain felt a bit confused, tilting her head and looking at Uchiha Itachi with her bright eyes, her face full of puzzlement. "Yes, it was the scene when we met at the back mountain of the Uchiha clan." Itachi smiled and nodded, a deep sense of nostalgia reflected in his eyes. "I had almost forgotten about it." Hanyo slightly furrowed her brows, then raised her head, looking at Itachi with her curious eyes. "You suddenly brought this up. Is there a special intention behind it? Or do you just feel bored and want to talk about the past?" Itachi shrugged helplessly, but there was a hint of a smile in his eyes as he looked at Hanyo gently. "I really can't write anymore. Please support for love. I'm begging you. Please try not to skip chapters. I want to maintain perfect attendance." Chapter 253. Have you thought about what to name a child? This is really inexplicable. Kagun helplessly glared at Itachi, her eyes filled with confusion. Upon hearing this, Itachi steadily held the umbrella with one hand, while the other hand unconsciously scratched his cheek, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his face. "Ahem, how about we talk about your past instead?" Itachi tried to find a new topic to break the somewhat awkward atmosphere. "My past? What's there to talk about?" Hannah glanced at Itachi, her delicate brows slightly furrowing, revealing a hint of displeasure in her tone. In fact, it wasn't that she couldn't mention the past. It was just that in her previous life, she was all alone, like a wandering orphan, busy with the 996 life day after day. And now, having crossed into this world, she was facing the night of her clan's destruction. Those days were filled with hardship and difficulty. However, in order to survive, she had once seemed so naive. Despite Itachi already having feelings for her, she still remained vigilant, unwilling to easily open her heart. Well then, Itachi let out a soft sigh, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, as if he wanted to say something but held back. "By the way, Itachi-kun," Kagami suddenly thought of something and interrupted Itachi's thoughts, her voice carrying a hint of urgency. What's wrong?" Itachi turned to look at Kagami, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. "What were you thinking when you first met me?" Hannah held Itachi's hand. her eyes sparkling with curiosity and her tone filled with anticipation. As for my thoughts at that moment, Itachi covered his chin, looked up at the sky, and began to ponder. After a moment, he slowly spoke. "Oh, I remember now. You were crying at that time, tears streaming down your cheeks, looking somewhat pitiful." Upon hearing this, Huayin couldn't help but break into a light sweat on her forehead. She smiled awkwardly, then, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, stood on her tiptoes and gently patted Itachi's head. "Yes, I was crying back then, but why do you remember it so clearly?" Her tone carried a hint of reproach. Of course, this patting action could barely reach the top of Itachi's head. Itachi stood at a height of 1.8 meters, while she was only 1.6 meters tall, making the height difference quite evident when they stood together. Time flew by quickly, like a hemp rope being casually woven by a skilled craftsman, with the bittersweet experiences intertwining to create complex patterns. In the blink of an eye, a month had quietly passed. Itachi officially took on the position of clan leader of the Uchiha clan, while Mikoto retreated behind the scenes, enjoying a leisurely home life. Kanon doesn't need to take on heavy work. She just needs to accompany Mikoto and immerse herself in the joy of knitting. Oh no, that's not right. It should be done this way. Mikoto keenly catches the flaw in Kanon's movements and immediately offers correction. "Oh, okay, I'll change it right away." Hana paused slightly, and then, under Mikoto's careful guidance, she immersed herself back in knitting the sweater. "That's great. You're really learning quickly," Mikoto praised Hana's progress, then suddenly shifted the topic to a somewhat abrupt question. "Hana, when do you and Itachi plan to have children?" "I've been looking forward to holding my grandchildren for a long time now." Mikoto leaned closer to Hana, her face showing a hint of longing and anticipation. "Ahem, well, it's still a bit too early for that," Hana replied. Kagani was caught off guard by this question and took a while to regain her composure. "Time waits for no one. Just look at the next door's Tiewa, who has already settled down and has a complete family with children." Mikoto gently shook her head, a trace of resentment appearing on her face. "Uncle Tiewa? He actually managed to find a partner?" Kagani suddenly took a sip of water and almost choked when she heard the news. "Isn't it so?" Mikoto glanced at Kagani with some confusion in her eyes. "No, it's nothing. I'm just a bit surprised." Kagani hesitated, her gaze flickering with a hint of complexity. "All right, let's not talk about that for now." Mikoto gently waved her hand, looking at her busy daughter-in-law with affectionate eyes. "Come on, let's continue knitting the sweater." She looked at Kagani, feeling increasingly satisfied. This girl not only looks beautiful, but is also so considerate. Her initial judgment was truly not wrong. By the way, as Mikoto knitted, she curiously asked, "Have you guys thought about what to name your future child?" "Mom, why are you asking this question again?" Huayin smiled helplessly, a hint of awkwardness in her eyes. "I'm just curious. If we have a child, what should we name a boy and what should we name a girl?" Meichin said with a smile, her eyes filled with anticipation. "I haven't thought about these questions yet, Mom." Kagun shyly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Indeed, she had never seriously thought about these questions. At that moment, fine rain suddenly began to fall outside the window, as if the dark clouds in the sky were gently parted, dropping down little by little. "Oh no, it's raining," Mikoto exclaimed, slapping her forehead, and anxiously stood up. "I need to hurry and bring in the clothes. You rest here for a while." After saying that, she hurriedly walked towards the balcony. Kanon sat quietly in place, watching Mikoto's figure gradually fade away. The question she had just heard echoed in her mind, stirring a ripple in her heart. Yes, she and Itachi had been together for so long, yet she had never had any thoughts in that regard. If only. Kagamine's cheeks suddenly turned hot, like a ripe apple, making one unable to resist the urge to take a bite. Her thoughts surged in her mind, filled with a hint of anticipation, yet also a lot of embarrassment. Is anyone still there? I really can't write anymore, just casually chatting here. The new book will be released on the 13th. It's the same theme. Hope someone can support it. Also, asking for a love declaration. Thank you all. Chapter 254. I plan to use Amaterasu to boil water. Ding dong. The doorbell was gently pressed, and Kagami hurriedly put down the towel in her hand and rushed to the door, slowly opening it. Itachi-kun, you finally returned. Kagani looked at Itachi in surprise and delight, her eyes sparkling. Well, the affairs of the clan aren't too busy, so I hurried back after handling everything. Itachi smiled at his wife, then gracefully took off his gentleman's hat from his head and gently placed it on the counter by the entrance. Let me handle this. Henio reached out to take the collar that Itachi handed over, carefully folding it and placing it on the counter. By the way, where's Mom? Itachi asked curiously while changing his shoes. Oh, she's in the living room, focused on knitting a towel. Kagani nodded, and a teasing remark from Mikoto flashed through her mind, causing her cheeks to instantly flush. Why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? Itachi looked at his wife with concern, his brow slightly furrowed. I'm Yufine. Kagani quickly shook her head, but her face grew even redder. The weather has turned cooler recently. You should wear more clothes. Noticing this, Itachi didn't press further, but enveloped Kagani with a gentle gaze. I'll pay attention, Kagani replied softly, feeling a warm current surge within her. Soon, the two of them walked hand in hand into the living room, where they saw Makoto sitting on the sofa, leisurely watching TV while skillfully knitting a towel. Itachi, you're back? Makoto paused her work and looked tenderly at her son, her eyes filled with love. Yes, Mom. What are you knitting? We already have enough clothes at home. Itachi said with a hint of confusion. I'm knitting for my future granddaughter. Makoto interrupted Itachi with a smile, her face beaming with happiness. Mom, can you? Kanen's eyes widened as she shyly looked at Makoto, her cheeks burning like fire. All right, I understand, Makoto sighed gently, her gaze shifting between Itachi and Kanen. You two are not that young anymore. When you plan to have children? Makoto urged with a hint of dissatisfaction. Mom, it's still too early for that. Kagani hurriedly ran forward, gently covering Makoto's mouth, her face filled with embarrassment. All right, I won't say anything, Makoto sighed again, but her eyes revealed a hint of expectation. Itachi witnessed this scene, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He knew all too well that the elderly neighbors had already embraced their grandchildren. Only he and Kagani had yet to make a decision, and facing the elders' pressure to have children, he couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Time passed quickly. The rain outside gradually stopped, and a faint fragrance lingered in the air. A cool breeze rustled the curtains, producing a soft sound. Kanen couldn't help but shiver. Seeing this, Makoto quickly stepped forward and gently closed the window. Is it still cold, Kanen? Makoto looked at her daughter-in-law with concern in her voice. It's fine. Just a little cold recently, Kanen replied. Kanen shook her head, then pulled out a few tissues from the dining table and gently wiped her nose. A little cold? That won't do. We need to hurry to the hospital to have a look. Makoto stood up, anxiously helping Kanen. Mom, really you don't have to. Huayin paused for a moment and helplessly spoke. How can you say we don't need to go? Let's go. Mei-chin glanced at Huayin with dissatisfaction, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. Fine then. Kagani let out a light sigh, but a warm current flowed through her heart. One cannot help but say that the technological development in the ninja world is indeed a bit lagging. Although they already have modern devices like televisions and computers, there is yet to be any sign of cars. While walking on the road, one can only rely on their feet to move step by step, or imitate the nobles of certain villages by sitting in a horse-drawn carriage pulled by two fine horses, moving slowly. Of course, this is impossible, as doing so would attract too much attention in Konoha. Soon after, Makoto brought Kagani to the hospital. After a simple checkup confirmed there was no major issue, she bought some fever-reducing medicine. How much is this fever medicine? Kagani helplessly looked at Makoto and asked softly. Oh, compared to your health, what does this little money matter? Makoto shot Kagani a glare, then took out a few thick towels from her pocket and gently draped them over the girl's fair neck. By the way, Mom, why didn't Itachi come back with us? Kagani suddenly remembered something, exhaling a breath of warm air, and curiously asked. He has gone to deal with the trivial matters of the clan again. He will probably be extremely busy during this time. Makoto sighed softly, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. I see. Kanen nodded thoughtfully, her expression revealing a hint of understanding. The two walked side by side, and soon they returned to the Uchiha clan's residence. At this time, the sky gradually darkened, and a light rain continued to fall incessantly on the ground. Occasionally, a series of booming sounds echoed in the sky, and a light flashed brightly for a moment under the lightning, only to quickly return to darkness. Why is the weather so cold? Makoto couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly locked the front door tightly. Kanen, you should take a shower tonight. I've already heated the water for you. Just then, Itachi came down from the second-floor room, tiredly rubbing his forehead, his voice carrying a hint of apology. Okay. Kagani nodded obediently, revealing a sweet smile on her face. Itachi, what about my hot water? Makoto looked curiously at her son, a hint of expectation flashing in her eyes. Mom, I'm sorry, I almost forgot about you. I'll help you boil it slowly in a bit, you don't mind, right? Itachi suddenly remembered Makoto and awkwardly coughed a few times, a bead of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Ah, having a wife makes you forget your mother. It's really sad, isn't it, Itachi? Makoto looked at Itachi with a hint of dissatisfaction, her tone revealing a bit of teasing. Mom, why don't you wash up first? With my constitution, I won't have any problems for a while. Kagomine patted her chest, and the messy strands of hair on her head stood up, looking very cute. HM. Still my daughter-in-law cares about me. Mikoto looked at Kagomine, her eyes filled with satisfaction and comfort. She nodded, then turned to look at her son Itachi. A hint of helplessness and reproach flashing in her eyes. Itachi's eyes twitched slightly, feeling secretly frustrated. Oh no, this matter was indeed his oversight. It seems that in the future, he not only needs to care for Kagomine, but also pay more attention to the feelings of others. I really don't know how to write anymore, due to some special reasons. The new book will be released in a few days. I hope everyone can understand. Please support for love. Chapter 255. What name should the little baby have? Itachi sighed helplessly and had to use Amaterasu to start boiling water. He stared at the surface of the water until it gradually boiled before slowly retracting the power of Amaterasu. All right, Mom, the water is ready. Itachi's voice was slightly weary, with a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his eye as he looked helplessly at his mother. Mikoto's heart tightened, and the reproachful words were swallowed back down, only letting out a gentle sigh. You silly child, I was just joking. Why did you take it seriously? At this moment, Kagani hurried over with an anxious look, her concern evident. Itachi, don't move. Let me help you with your treatment. She stood on her tiptoes and gently placed her hands over the corner of Itachi's eye. A warm energy instantly flowing in. Soon, golden light flickered, and the blood at the corner of Itachi's eye gradually stopped, restoring its former clarity. Kanon let out a sigh of relief, gently blowing on Itachi's eyes, and then pretended to be angry as she glared at him. All right, Itachi-kun, don't do such silly things again next time. Itachi looked at his mother and Kanon with affection, nodding with a smile. Yeah, I got it, Mom, Kanon. Kanon suddenly changed the topic and joked. But speaking of which, isn't it a bit extravagant to use Amaterasu to boil water? Mikoto couldn't help but laugh and shook her head helplessly. It really is a bit. Her gaze fell on the bathtub, which was already filled with steaming hot water. Let's cool it down a bit, Kagani said as she turned on the shower, and the cool water flowed happily into the bathtub. Once the water temperature was just right, Kagani gently called out to Mikoto. After finishing the bath, Henio slowly lay down on the soft bed, and the words that Mikoto had said to her earlier involuntarily surfaced in her mind. If she really had a baby with Itachi, what should they name this little one? Kagani has always felt that she has no talent for naming and can't come up with any pleasant and unique names. And that guy Itachi probably isn't much better in that regard. With a soft creak, the door to the room was gently pushed open. Itachi, dressed in a comfortable pajamas, with slightly damp hair, looked even more handsome under the light, his gentle gaze fixed on Kagani lying on the bed. Why aren't you asleep yet? Itachi said as he took out a towel and gently dried his hair, then picked up a hairdryer, carefully drying each strand. Of course I'm waiting for you, silly. Kagun murmured softly, a sweet smile on her face. Oh, so that's how it is. Hearing this, Itachi chuckled lightly, seeing that his hair was almost dry. He gently lifted a corner of the blanket and quietly slipped in. All right, then I'll go to sleep now. Huayin yawned, then stretched out her slender fingers and gently patted Itachi's shoulder. Turn off the light. I'm so sleepy. All right, Itachi replied, and then reached out to gently turn off the bedside lamp hanging by the head of the bed. The entire room instantly fell into darkness. Time passed quickly, and when Huayin slowly opened her eyes, the distant mountain tops had already begun to glow with golden sunlight. The sky was clearly bright. The girl gently turned her head, her gaze sweeping to the side, but it was empty beside her, with not a single person in sight. Did that guy Itachi really go to work just like that? Kain let out a helpless sigh, then slowly sat up from the bed, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Just then, a sudden sharp pain shot through her arm, and she gritted her silver teeth, sweat dripping down her face like a light rain. After a while, Hannah finally snapped back to reality, breathing heavily. It was really strange. Why was it hurting again? She stared at the strange curse mark on her arm, her brows tightly furrowed, a wave of inexplicable unease rising in her heart. It felt as if a few Otsutsuki would come to invade the ninja world again today, and she would have to face this battle alone. Cough! I must be overthinking it, right? As soon as Huayin's voice fell, her pupils suddenly constricted sharply, because within her soul perception, a very strange chakra had descended within a range of 300 kilometers in the distance. At this time, Huayin was at the peak of his 6 paths. Damn, I really have a mouth like a crow. Kagun suddenly slapped her forehead, quickly put on her clothes, then opened the window of the room and jumped out without hesitation. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The figure of Huayin disappeared in place, transforming into a streak of light rising into the sky, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air, which is astonishing. The border area between Konoha Village and the Hidden Cloud Village. Because of Huayin's arrival, triggering the butterfly effect, technology in the ninja world has developed rapidly. The once desolate village road has now been replaced by an endless highway. On both sides of the highway, the desert is vast, the sun hangs high, and cacti are sparsely dotted throughout, growing tenaciously. A gentle breeze occasionally sweeps by, carrying a bit of heat and dust, but the girl's gaze is exceptionally cautious. Who are you? Kain's gaze suddenly froze as a dark figure in the distance gradually enlarged and approached her. Soon after, a figure slowly stepped into her view. The person had skin as pale as snow, tightly gripping a fishing rod in their hand, with a disdainful cold smile on their face, coldly staring at Kain. Isn't this Otsutsuki Kinshiki? Kain felt a chill in her heart and secretly stayed on guard. Oof. How dare these mere humans show off in front of me? Pushur's words were filled with arrogance and disdain, but before he could finish speaking, a powerful impact suddenly struck. With a splat, Pushur felt a sweetness in his throat, and a stream of blood uncontrollably gushed out, staining his clothes. Seeing this, Huayin let out a cold laugh. She had no mood to waste words with this fisherman. With a sudden flash of movement, she swung a fist directly at Pushur's vital point. Bang! 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 The wind from her punch was like a dragon, and Pushur was sent reeling through the air like a kite with its string cut, stumbling back several steps before crashing heavily into a distant mountain peak in the desert. At that moment, dust flew up from the mountaintop, boulders rolled, and a massive, deep pit was formed in an instant. Smoke billowed into the air, completely enveloping Pushur's figure, making it impossible to see his condition. Huayin let out a low shout, gathering a dazzling small red light with one hand. The red light instantly pierced through the air, rushing towards the distant mountain where Otsutsuki was located at an astonishing speed. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed as the red light collided with the mountain, triggering a cataclysmic blast. He can't be dead, right? After watching the distant silence for a while, Huayin exclaimed in surprise. With such weak strength, how dare he invade the ninja world? What a disgrace. Please support my work. The new book is delayed for a few days. I've been too busy lately. Chapter 256, Strolling Along the Road. Unexpectedly encountering Sasuke. Ahem. Otsutsuki Pushur staggered to his feet, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. How dare a mere mortal injure me to this extent? Pushur glared angrily, staring at the distant Huayin as if there were raging flames burning in his eyes. If looks could kill, Huayin would have fallen countless times already. With such weak strength, how dare you invade the ninja world? The flower sound is light as a feather, slowly descending. And then it looks at Pushur with a teasing tone. Enough with the nonsense. Accept your fate. Huayin swiftly struck down, cleanly severing Pushur's head. With a thud, Pushur's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Huayin. Soon after, he felt a wave of intense dizziness and saw his headless body half kneeling on the ground. As he regained his senses, his gaze gradually lost focus. You won't die a good death. Pushur cursed through gritted teeth. So talkative. Huayin coldly replied, stepping down with a kick. Bang! Blood splattered, staining the ground red. Kagami looked at all of this with a blank expression, as if it had no effect on her. Huh, now that everything is settled, let's go home, enjoy breakfast, and then have a nice sleep. Hannah let out a yawn, and then her figure gradually dissipated in place. The sun hanging high in the sky cast warm rays of light, illuminating the girl's petite body and stretching her shadow longer and longer, like a beautiful painting slowly unfolding. With a creak, the door was gently pushed open by the girl. As soon as she stepped over the threshold, a tempting aroma of cooked food wafted towards her. On the dining table, there was a small note thoughtfully placed, with a few bold characters written in a flamboyant style. The meat is simmering in the pot, still hot. Yuri-chan is such a fool. Huayin looked at the note. A warm current surged in her heart. She remained silent and walked straight to the kitchen. The moment she lifted the lid of the pot, an intensely rich aroma of meat soup rushed towards her, making her mouth water. Just the smell alone indicated that it would taste great. Kagani swallowed hard, scooped a bowl of steaming rice, and carefully brought the meat soup to the dining table. Afterwards, the girl sat by the table and began to savor the delicious meal. The meal ended quickly, and Kagani decided to return to bed for a while. Such thoughtless behavior from Otsutsuki Pushi had affected her mood all day. The girl quietly returned to the bathroom, washed up briefly, and the cool droplets of water brushed against her cheeks, taking away a bit of fatigue. Then, she slowly lay down on the bed and sank into a dream. In her dream, Huayin seemed to be in a tranquil forest, with sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows. She strolled through it, feeling the tranquility and harmony of nature. However, this peace did not last long. A sudden sound of hurried footsteps shattered the dream, pulling Huayin back to reality. She suddenly opened her eyes and saw that it was already dark outside, and the light in the room appeared particularly soft. Damn, did I really sleep through to late afternoon? Hannah rubbed her sleepy eyes, sat up, and a wave of inexplicable restlessness surged in her heart. She felt an emptiness inside, a hint of loneliness. Huayin slowly sat up from the bed, gently changing out of her sweat-soaked clothes. She then turned on the room's lights, and the soft glow instantly filled the entire space. The living room was still empty and quiet. Mikoto and Kushina had gone out for a walk together and were not at home to keep her company. Am I really the only one left? Kagani couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, filled with a hint of helplessness, as she slowly pushed open the door. She decided to take a stroll alone to experience the tranquility of the night. The girl leisurely tucked her hands into her pockets, wandering through the streets of Konoha. As evening approached, a cold wind blew in, bringing a biting chill. Kagami couldn't help but shiver, her body slightly shrinking. This ghostly weather is really getting colder. She exhaled a warm breath and looked up at the distant street filled with lights, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. The street at night was bustling with activity. Thousands of lights shining brightly, and the surrounding crowd was lively and ever-moving. Various calls of vendors rose and fell, adults holding children's hands, laughter and joy filling the air, creating heartwarming and touching scenes. Henio quietly observed these scenes, a faint smile in her eyes. She thought to herself that the will of fire, which the third Hokage had always emphasized, must be embodied in these ordinary yet warm moments. Henio, what are you doing here? Sasuke strolled over with his hands casually in his pockets, a hint of surprise on his face. Sasuke, you're here too, and remember to call me sister. The sound of footsteps approached lightly, playfully tapping Sasuke on the head and then gently stroking his hair, her eyes filled with affection. Stop it. I'm not a child anymore, Sasuke said, blushing, taking a shy step back, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. Haha, in my eyes, you'll always be as cute as before. Kagani looked at the shy Sasuke in front of her, her eyes sparkling with affection. It can't be. I'm actually taller than you now. Sasuke pouted, pretending to be dissatisfied as he patted Kagani's head, trying to salvage some pride. Oh, is that so? Hanin frowned slightly, and a bright character appeared. Ahem, it's nothing, Hanin. Let's go. I'll treat you to a late-night snack as an apology. Seeing this, Sasuke quickly took a step back in embarrassment and changed the subject. All right, then I'll reluctantly forgive you, but you have to add sister at the end. Kagome pretended to be dissatisfied and shot Sasuke a glance. But the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up slightly. The cold wind of the night was still biting, and the siblings strolled aimlessly down the street, eventually arriving at a brightly lit stall. The owner, Huayin, softly called out, her voice carrying a hint of tenderness. Here they come, oh dear, two esteemed guests. What delicious food would you like? A simple and honest middle-aged boss hurried over upon hearing, rubbing his hands together and greeting them with a beaming smile. Let's stick with what we had before. Huayin skillfully reported the names of the dishes, then took out a neat stack of cash from her pocket and handed it to the boss. All right, I got it. You keep it safe. After the boss took the money, he quickly found the change and turned back to his busy work. It's really rare when going out, you can still remember to bring money. Sitting next to Huayin, Sasuke curiously observed the girl, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. What do you mean by that? Do you think I usually don't bring money? Hannah heard this and rolled her eyes at Sasuke in dissatisfaction, pretending to be angry as she turned her head away. Haha, just kidding, don't take it so seriously. Seeing this, Sasuke quickly waved his hands in a flustered manner, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. I don't know how to write. I'm just writing whatever comes to mind now. It's no different from random scribbling. Please support my love. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 257, Having a Baby, will be very painful. Itachi-kun? All right. Hannah let out a gentle sigh, her voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. Dear guests, your meals are ready. Please enjoy. The honest and simple middle-aged owner walked over with a smile, steadily placing the plates on the table. Imachem. Hannah nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. I must say, the barbecue from this stall in Konoha Village is indeed very delicious. Speaking of which, why don't we just go to a barbecue restaurant to eat? Sasuke mumbled, chewing on the tender skewers of meat. Because the prices there are too expensive. Kanon sighed gently again, then tenderly patted Sasuke's head. Hey, can you stop always patting my head? Sasuke said helplessly, his eyes revealing a hint of protest. Oh, sorry, then I won't do it anymore. Hana awkwardly retracted her hand and then focused intently on savoring the skewers in her hand. Where her hands became greasy, she took out a tissue and meticulously wiped them. How come you're not the same as when you were little? Sasuke had been paying attention to Hana and couldn't help but ask. What's different? Hana was momentarily stunned, her eyes flickering with confusion. You used to lick the grease off your hands directly, Sasuke said with a smile, mischief sparkling in his eyes. Did that really happen? I don't remember it all. Kanon's face instantly turned rosy, and she shyly lowered her head. Yeah, back then you always clung to my brother, Sasuke said, memories of the past flashing in his mind, unable to help but tease. Stop, don't bring that up again. Kagome felt deeply embarrassed and buried her head even lower. Ha ha, it's rare to see you so shy. Sasuke couldn't help but chuckle, wanting to say something but holding back. After that, the two chatted about mundane matters, and after finishing their meal, they returned together to the Uchiha clan's residence. With a creak, the door was suddenly pushed open by Kagome. Why are you back so late? Where have you two been? Itachi was busy cooking and curiously observing the two. It's nothing. We already had dinner outside. The flower sound replied softly. Oh, then I don't need to prepare meals for you. The weasel nodded, a hint of relief appearing on his face. By the way, I could take a good rest for the next few days and won't be busy with work. The weasel gently placed the food on the table, and a soft voice sounded. Why is that? Kagun tilted her head, her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Itachi. Isn't the new year just around the corner? Itachi sighed softly, casting a helpless glance at his wife. Oh, time passes so quickly, and it's already New Year again? Kain blinked in surprise for a moment. Yes. By then, our mom will probably urge us to have a child quickly. Itachi looked at Kin meaningfully, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Hana, upon hearing those words, unconsciously took a few steps back, her face flushed with embarrassment. She muttered to herself, what on earth is that supposed to mean? Isn't Sasuke still standing right there? Well, you two take your time. I won't disturb you. Sasuke, with a helpless expression, glanced at the two before turning and walking upstairs, back to his room. Itachi-kun, I'm actually not mentally prepared yet. Kagani bit her lower lip, looking somewhat pitiful. Seeing this, Itachi slowly walked to her side, gently stroking her head, and said softly, Don't worry, everything will be as you wish. Kagani looked at the boy in front of her, feeling a warm current surge in her heart, and gently nodded. Time flew by quickly, and before she knew it, night had fallen. After taking a shower, Hana sat lightly by the bed, her gaze passing through the window frame, staring at the bright, full moon, her thoughts seemingly drifting away with the moonlight. What are you thinking about? Itachi gently pushed open the door, his hair still carrying a hint of moisture, glistening slightly. As usual, Itachi picked up a soft towel and meticulously dried his damp hair, then took a hairdryer and dried it strand by strand. Once everything was ready, Itachi slowly sat down beside Hana, his gaze unconsciously falling on her. Huayin has a slender figure, with feet as white as jade, their curves smooth and beautiful, truly like jade feet. Are you not cold wearing so little? Yu looked at his wife with concern, his eyes full of worry. I won't be. Kagani gently turned to her side, snuggling in Itachi's arms. She softly pulled back the curtains and looked up at the round bright moon hanging in the night sky. The moonlight flowed like water, filling the entire room. Itachi, do you think having a baby will be very painful? The sound of Huayin's voice was mixed with a hint of complexity and unease. Perhaps it will be a bit painful. You tightly held Huayin's hand and gently comforted her. The entire process. Huayin bit her lower lip tightly, a hint of unease in her eyes as she gazed up into Itachi's eyes. The moonlight outside the window just happened to shine on Huayin's beautiful and adorable face, especially her rosy lips, which appeared particularly enticing under the moonlight, as if they could drip with water. Ahem, what are you thinking about in that little head of yours? Itachi awkwardly cleared his throat, then extended his fist and gently tapped Huayin's head. Oh, that hurts. Kain covered her head with both hands and cried out in pain. And indeed a small bump had formed on her head. Seeing his wife's cute and innocent appearance, Yao couldn't help but smile, a light laugh escaping his lips, filled with affection and tenderness. Don't always laugh at me. You're not much better yourself. Kain pouted in dissatisfaction and gently punched Itachi's head. Soon, a similar bump appeared on Itachi's head. The two exchanged smiles, their lips unconsciously curling up. Oh no, it seems like they both have bumps now. I made myself laugh. I really can't write anymore. Everyone, please support me for love. It's really hard to write right now. Chapter 258, New Year. All right, it's already quite late. Let's go to sleep. Itachi gently pulled Kain into his arms, then slowly pulled the soft blanket up, covering them gently. Silly. Huayin nestled against the weasel's chest, not struggling, but instead peacefully closing her eyes. The bright round moon in the sky was slowly rising. Time passed like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye, a month had quietly slipped away. Huayin, come help Mom for a moment. Mei-Chin was carefully sticking up festive couplets, her eyes filled with affection as she looked at Huayin. Mom, I'm coming. Kain had a sweet smile on her face, holding onto the couplets tightly as she walked over cheerfully. Hey, over there, right in the middle of the doorframe. Mei-Chin was holding a sturdy little stool, pointing to the most prominent spot on the doorframe. Okay, Mom. Huayin lightly stepped onto the small stool and carefully the couplet in the center of the doorframe. Phew, it's done. By the way, Mom, where did you go? Kagun lightly jumped down from the bench and asked curiously. He is currently shopping for groceries at the market and won't be back for a while. Mikoto's eyes were filled with affection as she smiled and replied. I see. Huayin nodded gently, lost in thought. What's wrong, Huayin? Mikoto looked at the girl in front of her with a doting expression, her eyes full of concern. It's nothing, Mom. After the new year, do I still need to give red envelopes to the little kids? Huayin placed her fist on her chest, her brows slightly furrowed, showing some concern. Of course, what's wrong? Don't you want to give them? It's fine. Mom has plenty of savings. As long as you and Itachi have a little baby, I'll transfer everything to you. Mei-Chin thought Huayin's savings were insufficient, and then said teasingly, Ahem, I have enough money. I mainly want to ask how much red envelope to give to the kids. Kagami awkwardly coughed and said a bit shyly. She didn't have much concept of how much money to give as red envelopes to children in this world. In previous years during the new year, she was the one receiving red envelopes from others, and now it was her turn to give them. It must be said that time really flies. It feels like just a blink of an eye. And now she is the one giving red envelopes to the little ones during the new year. It's truly a lot to reflect on. All right, Mom will give you a red envelope first. Mikoto took out a bulging red envelope from her pocket and handed it over with a look full of affection. Cough, cough. Mom, don't worry. I'm not short on money. Kagami felt a drop of cold sweat on her forehead and said helplessly, How can that work? You take it first. Mikoto pretended to be serious and glared at Kagami, her eyes full of determination. All right then. Kanon ultimately couldn't refuse Mikoto and had to accept the money. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the living room, the exquisite clock chimes were moving slowly and steadily. They should be back soon. I'll go to the kitchen to make dumplings first. Mikoto, with a gentle smile on her face, slowly entered the kitchen and said softly, Okay, Mom, I'll come help you. Kagami followed closely behind and stepped into the kitchen. You should just sit comfortably on that warm sofa. The weather is getting colder, and what if your delicate hands get frostbite? Mikoto's face was full of concern and tenderness. Her eyes filled with love as she closely watched her daughter-in-law. Mom, you spoil me too much. I can do these chores myself. Huayin murmured softly, a hint of embarrassment on her face. But that won't do. What if you get too tired and it affects our little baby? Mei-Chin gently shook her head and insisted, her tone filled with affection and concern. I haven't gotten pregnant yet. Hanyo shyly lowered her head, a blush appearing on her face. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. They should be home now. Go open the door. Mikoto looked at Hanyo with a loving gaze and softly instructed. Okay. Hanyo nodded, then jogged over with light steps. With a click, the door lock turned gently, and Hanyo slowly opened the big door. Itachi, Sasuke, you finally came back? Kain looked at the two returning people with surprise, her eyes sparkling with joy. What else could it be? We thought you would wait for us forever. Sasuke shrugged helplessly, a teasing smile on his face. How you talk to your sister-in-law? Itachi gently tapped Sasuke's head with his hand, showing a hint of reproach on his face, and then sighed softly. That hurts. Sasuke hugged his head with both hands, pretending to be wronged. All right, stop messing around. Is Naruto at home? Itachi gently patted Sasuke's head again, then turned to Kain, his eyes filled with affection and tenderness. It seems like he went out to play with Hinata. Kagun said softly. When did Naruto and Hinata's relationship become so good? After hearing this, Sasuke showed a look of disbelief on his face. Hey, you really should learn more from them and take a look at yourself. Kanon looked at Sasuke in front of her, her eyes filled with disappointment. I have no distractions in my heart, so I draw my sword naturally. Sasuke sighed lightly, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Where did you learn that? Kagome stood on tiptoe, playfully tugging at Sasuke's ear, her face beaming with a smile. All right, the dumplings are ready. Come and try them. Mikoto walked into the living room holding a steaming bowl of dumplings, gently placing it on the dining table. Itachi, is Fugaku still busy with work? Yes, he's still dealing with village affairs. Itachi sighed lightly, a hint of fatigue showing in his eyes. Sigh. Ever since he became Hokage, your dad rarely has time to come home. Mikoto shook her head, her tone filled with a bit of emotion. Soon, there was a knock at the door. This time, Sasuke went to open it, and with a soft click, the door slowly opened. I'm back, did you miss me? Fugaku looked at Sasuke with affection, then gently ruffled his hair. So you all are already here. Fugaku looked at the family gathered around the dining table, a warm smile creeping onto his lips. How long are you going to be busy with work every day before you can come home? Mikoto lightly placed Fugaku's coat at the entrance, her tone carrying a hint of complaint. I've gotten used to it. I'll leave the rest to Kakashi. Fugaku rubbed his forehead, his face filled with exhaustion and helplessness. You're always troubling others like this. It's not good. Mikoto shot Fugaku an unhappy glare, her tone laced with reproach. Ahem, all right, let's eat first. Fugaku coughed a few times, then spoke calmly. Honestly, I don't know how to write this. Please support with love. Chapter 259 Tsunade. This little guy is not simple. A meal was quickly finished off completely. Hanyo decided to go out for a walk. I'll accompany you. Itachi gently stood up, his eyes sparkling with kindness. All right then, Hanyo softly replied. The cold night wind cut through the air like a knife as the two young people walked side by side on the bustling commercial street of Konoha. Speaking of which, I really haven't seen Lady Tsunade much. Kagani suddenly seemed to remember something. Are you talking about the legendary Sannin, Lady Tsunade? Itachi asked curiously, his eyes sparkling with inquiry. Yes, I really want to meet her. She treated me last time, and I haven't found the opportunity to thank her yet. Kanon gently patted her chest, sighed deeply, and her face was filled with emotion. There are rumors that Lady Tsunade is fond of gambling. Perhaps she is currently at the Short Book Street in Konoha. Itachi said thoughtfully, his tone filled with warmth and understanding. Then let's go take a look. Huayin happily agreed, taking Itachi's hand, her face blooming with a sweet smile. Itachi gently nodded, his eyes filled with affection. Kagani happily led the way in front, filled with curiosity about everything around her. You looked at the girl with a doting gaze, as if wanting to take in every move she made. Konoha village was still quite large, and after wandering for an unknown amount of time, the two finally arrived at the bustling Short Book Street. Just as described in the original work, the streets were filled with gambling venues. The night streets were brightly lit, with a steady stream of passers-by, and the sounds of excitement rose and fell, creating a particularly lively atmosphere. Kagun suddenly heard a fierce fighting noise coming from a shop. Quick, catch her. She owes money and hasn't paid it back. Is it that legendary cash cow? Ah, she's in debt again. How many times is this already? Kanon curiously held Itachi's hand and walked over, looking at an uncle and asking, Uncle, may I ask what happened? The uncle laughed heartily, took a sip of his drink, and said, Little sister, that Tsunade gal lost again at gambling and is now on the run. Haha. I see. Itachi-kun, let's go follow her and take a look. Hana looked at Itachi, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Itachi nodded gently, a smile in his eyes. Soon, the two young people sprang into action, their figures quickly disappearing from sight in a dimly lit alley. Strange, where did the fat sheep go? A bald man chased into the alley and, upon finding the target missing, scratched his head in confusion. I don't know, it seems to be over there, let's go chase. One person in the crowd anxiously pointed at Tsunade in the distance. Got it. Soon, a large group of people dressed in suits, looking like gangsters, grabbed their weapons and rushed over. With a loud bang, the wall gradually crumbled. Huh, those idiots think they can catch up to me. What a pipe dream. Tsunade waved her fist, her eyes filled with disdain. Lady Tsunade, let's not continue gambling. In tears, Shizen said beside Tsunade. What are you afraid of? They can't do anything to us anyway. Tsunade patted Shizen's head, her tone tinged with affection. Hello. Just as the two were talking, a cute voice came from nearby. The two were instantly stunned, then turned to see the petite Hana. Are you the little brat from back then? Tsunade looked at Hana in surprise, her eyes filled with a hint of confusion. Lady Tsunade, she is Hana. Shizen whispered softly in Tsunade's ear. Oh, what's up? Did you come to find me for something? Tsunade crossed her arms, curiously sizing up Hana, then glanced at Itachi, hiding in the corner. Looks like you've been discovered, as expected of Lady Tsunade. Itachi sighed softly, then stepped out and politely gestured toward Tsunade. Following someone isn't a good habit, you know? Tsunade pouted, her expression surprisingly cute. Lady Tsunade, you saved me before, so I came to find you too. Hanin smiled sweetly, her face full of gratitude. Just as Tsunade was about to wave her hand to decline, her pupils suddenly widened. She saw the girl in front of her pulling out a large amount of cash from her bosom and respectfully handing it to Tsunade. "This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you can accept it, Lady Tsunade." The voice of Huayin was filled with sincerity and gratitude. It's fine. It's fine. I can completely accept it." Tsunade grabbed the cash and, after counting it, retracted her previous dismissive attitude toward the girl. "Lady Tsunade, what about your integrity?" Shizun's eyes twitched slightly. A bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead, and she was filled with helplessness and emotion. "Actually, I want to learn Lady Tsunade's sealing technique." Kanon winked at Tsunade. "If you want to learn, why not just go find the current Hokage Fugaku?" Tsunade said meaningfully. "It's different. Having Lady Tsunade tutor me one-on-one will be more effective." Huayin took out a large handful of cash from her bosom. Tsunade indeed received it with a grin, retracting her earlier disdain. "Ahem, I could teach you the sealing technique, but why do you want to learn this?" Tsunade coughed and looked at Huayin curiously. "Because I also want to maintain my appearance like Lady Tsunade." Kanon moved her hands awkwardly and then shyly glanced towards a corner. Itachi, who had been standing next to Kanon, twitched the corner of his eye slightly. He finally understood why Kanon had come to find Tsunade out of boredom. It was for this purpose. "Oh, I see. All right, I can teach you." But Tsunade rubbed her hands together, her gaze turning greedy. "No problem at all." Kanon nodded. Itachi sighed softly and took out a sealing scroll from his bosom. "There are 10 million inside, Lady Tsunade." Tsunade excitedly took the scroll, and her gaze towards Kanon became increasingly indulgent. "You all come with me." "Lady Tsunade, don't you doubt the two of them?" Shizun whispered close to Tsunade. "Doubt what? They've given me so much money. Besides, don't forget that Itachi's father is the current Hokage." Tsunade snorted coldly. She wasn't some naive fool. Fugaku could become Hokage, and it was probably thanks to this little guy in front of her. Tsunade looked at the girl in front of her, who was blinking at her with a silly expression, and her gaze became profound. "Sigh, old man. You can only blame yourself for digging your own grave. I'm so tired, finally finished writing. Can I ask for some love power motivation?" The release date for the new book is currently undecided. I plan to finish this book by the 30th. Chapter 260, Lord Slug. In a deep bamboo forest, the bright moonlight hanging high in the sky gently spilled onto the girl's face, making Kanon's skin appear exceptionally white and flawless-like. Tsunade slightly pursed her lips, her tone carrying a hint of undeniable authority. "All right, try to gather your chakra, and let me take a good look." No problem." Kagome lightly nodded, and soon her delicate, jade-like hands were quickly covered by a layer of faint blue chakra that was visible to the naked eye. "Just this amount of chakra is not enough. You should be able to climb trees, right?" Tsunade slightly nodded, then crossed her arms and carefully examined the girl in front of her from top to bottom. "Well, of course I can do that." Before she could finish speaking, Hanino's feet were covered with a layer of chakra, firmly adhering to the branches. The girl moved effortlessly between the trees, as if she were gliding on water. "Indeed, it seems your chakra control ability is quite strong." Tsunade crossed her arms and nodded again, a hint of approval flashing in her eyes. At this moment, Itachi was standing at the base of the tree, watching Hanino with a worried expression. Although he already knew in his heart that Hanino would be fine, he still couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and nothing happened. After a while, the girl slowly walked down, wearing a relaxed smile. "Lady Tsunade, can you hand over the sealing technique to me now?" Kanon looked at Tsunade in excitement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "You hold this scroll and sign your name on it." Tsunade nodded gently, then took out an ancient scroll from her bosom and tossed it over lightly. After Hanan caught it with one hand, she carefully opened it and saw that the scroll was densely filled with the names of the inheritors throughout the ages. In the last column, there were 4 shining characters, Senju Tsunade glowing brightly. "What is this?" Kanon looked up with surprise at Tsunade, her eyes full of curiosity. "This is the summoning scroll. If you sign your name on it, you will become the heir of the wet bone forest." Tsunade explained softly as she looked at the girl in front of her. "I see." Huayin murmured softly, slowly nodding her head, with a steadfast light flickering in her eyes. Then, the girl gently bit her thumb, and a drop of bright red blood immediately oozed out. Kanon solemnly wrote her name on the scroll with her own blood. "All right, next you will perform the hand seals. You should know how to do this, right?" Tsunade deliberately slowed down, slowly forming the hand seals as a demonstration for Kanon. I've got it noted down." Kanon nodded seriously, then quickly formed hand seals with both hands and slapped one hand on the scroll. With a loud bang, the girl instantly transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and disappeared from the spot, leaving only a faint fragrance behind. Very good. It seems she is a genius. Tsunade rested her chin on her hand, frowning deeply, her eyes sparkling with contemplation. Excuse me, Lady Tsunade, is there any danger in this? Itachi asked with a worried expression, full of concern in his eyes. That shouldn't be the case. Whether she encounters any inheritance in the wet bone forest depends on her own summoning. But did I forget something? Tsunade's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion on her face. Lady Tsunade, you forgot to teach her the seal to come back. Shizen quietly leaned closer to Tsunade, saying with a worried expression in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Tsunade was instantly stunned. Oh ha! That little one should be able to come back on her own, right? Tsunade patted the back of her head, awkwardly laughing, her face full of apology. It seemed to Itachi that the senior in front of him was a bit careless. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, secretly thinking to himself. The surroundings were a vast expanse of white, resembling a fairyland. Cannon rapidly fell from the high sky. Her heart tightened as she tried to activate the kaleidoscope Sharingan, but found that she couldn't use it at this moment. In other words, she could only keep falling helplessly, unable to resist. Tsunade really wasn't reliable. She hadn't explained how to obtain the inheritance after coming here at all. Kagani sighed helplessly, full of complaints in her heart. Fortunately, she could still use the power of Moxu Luo. Relying on Moxu Luo's strength, the girl landed steadily on the ground without a hint of bumpiness. By the way, where's this place? Huayin looked up at the sky, only to see a vast expanse of white, and her heart sank into deep thoughts. Unable to find peace for a long time, the girl wandered aimlessly forward, her steps filled with confusion and hesitation. Little one, how did you end up here? A gentle and delicate voice suddenly broke through Huayin's swirling thoughts. Wait, this voice. Isn't Lord Slug's voice? Kagani's heart suddenly trembled. Her pupils constricted instantly, and a joyful light blossomed on her face. Lord Slug, I specifically came here to seek the inheritance. Kain was both surprised and delighted as she shouted loudly around her, her voice filled with a hint of urgency and anticipation. Soon, a creature resembling a slug slowly emerged from the ground. Its body was as white as snow, looking like a snail without a shell. Well, a bit gross. Ah, what a cute little fellow. The voice of Lord Slug echoed again. Upon hearing Lord Slug's voice in Huayin's heart, it felt as if she was surrounded by a warm current, sweet and filled with happiness. I must say, the sound of the slug is truly pleasant to the ears. Huayin listened, entranced, and couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. Truly the voice of an island nation. Little one, what are you thinking? With a loud bang, a huge cloud of smoke suddenly surged up right in front of Huayin. Within the smoke, a gigantic figure of a slug slowly emerged, towering at least 100 or 200 meters high, standing like a majestic mountain before Huayin. The smoke had not yet completely dissipated, revealing only half of the slug's enormous body, but the gentle voice of the slug had already begun to reach her. What are you daydreaming about? That girl Tsunade surely didn't teach you the return seal, did she? Huayin nodded obediently, a hint of shyness on her face. Alas, that girl is really careless. But fortunately, you met me here. The slug sighed softly, its tone filled with a mix of affection and helplessness. Thinking carefully, it seems that the only relatively small place among the 3 sacred lands is the wet bone forest. The other 2 sacred lands are vast and boundless. And if you want to find a legacy here, it will probably take at least several months. In the original work, Jiraiya practiced in Myobokuzen for several years before finally learning sage arts. Let's go back first. Suddenly, a small slug-like creature split off from the massive body of Lord Slug and gracefully landed on Huayin's shoulder. With a loud bang, Huayin instantly transformed into a cloud of smoke, disappearing in an instant within the wet bone forest. When she opened her eyes again, Hanaeon saw Itachi in front of her, looking at her with a worried expression. Itachi, what's wrong? Kanon looked confused, a hint of bewilderment on her face. You're not hurt, are you? Itachi looked at the girl with concern, and only after the smoke gradually dissipated to reveal her whole body did he breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Kanon hadn't sustained any injuries, and Itachi couldn't help but feel grateful. Ahem, Uchiha kid, see? Your wife is fine after all, Tsunade said somewhat awkwardly, a hint of apology on her face. Tsunade, your personality is still just like when you were a child. A particularly soft voice suddenly came through. Tsunade was instantly stunned upon hearing it. Lord Snail? Tsunade focused her gaze and found a small snail resting on Kanen's shoulder. Please support with love. The new book has already reached 14,000 words, and it will be signed next month. The quality of the new book will be much improved compared to this one. Please support a lot. Chapter 261. Izumi, Sasuke-kun. What do you like to eat? Little Tsunade has really grown a lot. The snail's gentle and delicate voice came like a spring breeze. Well, after all, so many years have passed. Tsunade shyly lowered her head, gently nodded, her face flushed. So, this child is the legendary next heir of the Wetbone Forest? The snail's face was full of excitement, its gaze fixed tightly on the girl. It silently calculated the time and realized that nearly 20 years had passed. The Wetbone Forest still had not found a suitable heir, which was clearly much bleaker compared to the Dragon Cave and that toad. Yes, I plan to teach her the sealing technique. Tsunade nodded again. This ninjutsu? The difficulty is really not a small matter. The snail curiously observed the girl, excitement flickering in its eyes. Little one, what is your name? Kanen. The girl blinked her clear, watery eyes, revealing a hint of confusion. Don't worry, I will do my best to assist you in refining the sealing. So, do you have time now? The snail asked gently, its voice as pleasant as flowing water. Of course I do. Kagani nodded obediently, her face brimming with anticipation and joy. Then let's start right now, Tsunade said, and began to take action before her words had even finished. Tsunade responded and quickly got into the right mindset. Time flowed by like a rushing stream, and the bright moonlight hanging in the sky was gradually obscured by a layer of hazy mist. In no time, a faint blush of dawn appeared on the distant horizon, slowly rising. After a period of arduous training, Kagen's forehead finally showed a seal similar to that of Sakura in the original work, a pink diamond-shaped quadrilateral deeply imprinted on her forehead. Is this the legendary 100 Talents technique? Kanen looked at her hands, blinked her eyes, and a look of surprise and joy appeared on her face. That's right. Well, since everything is done, I will head back first. The slug gently nodded, revealing a hint of fatigue and relief in its words. I'm exhausted. I'm leaving now. Bye-bye. Tsunade yawned, stretched lazily, and also prepared to leave. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Thank you, Lord Slug. Kagani deeply bowed to the two of them. At this moment, the sun hanging high in the sky had already risen high, and the golden sunlight spilled onto the girl, casting a long shadow behind her. Following closely beside her was Uchiha Itachi. You actually trained for a whole night? Itachi said, his eyes clearly marked by dark circles, looking exhausted. Is that true? Kanen widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at Itachi, her face showing a look of surprise. You can tell just by looking at my dark circles, Itachi said, pointing to his eye sockets with a mournful expression. All right, thank you, Itachi-kun. Kagani revealed a sweet smile to the boy in front of her, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. The two walked side by side on the street, and soon returned to the Uchiha clan's residence. Ding dong. Huayin gently pressed the doorbell. Due to being in a hurry when they left, neither she nor Yao had brought their keys. There were hurried footsteps from inside the door. With a click, the door slowly opened. Sister Huayin? Uyokon, what are you doing here? The one who opened the door was Izumi, covering her mouth with one hand, looking at Huayin and Yao in disbelief. You didn't really. Izumi seemed to think of something, and her face suddenly turned rosy, with steam rising from her head. What are you thinking? A character popped up on Huayin's forehead. She reached out and gently tapped the little girl Quan on the head. It hurts. Quan held her head with both hands, looking at Huayin with a wronged expression, tears sparkling in her eyes. We encountered some unexpected situations last night, so it took some time. Yao sighed helplessly and explained to Quan. Oh, so that's what happened. I thought you guys went to a hotel last night and didn't come back. Quan wanted to say something else, but then she felt the pain on her head again. Huayin, why did you hit me again? Quan looked at the girl in front of her with tearful eyes, her voice filled with a sense of grievance and confusion. It's nothing, just my hand was a bit itchy, I couldn't help it. Kagami had a dark expression on her face as she said this, while secretly feeling relieved that she hadn't gone too hard. By the way, why are you at my house? Kanen put the miscellaneous items from her backpack into the entrance cabinet and suddenly asked with curiosity. Oh, I'm here to find Sasuke, Izumi replied somewhat shyly. What do you need to see that kid Sasuke for? Kagani raised an eyebrow and teasingly looked at the black-haired lowly in front of her. It's just to invite him to play together. We have a pretty good relationship. Izumi covered her face with both hands and shyly said, Izumi, you're really not being honest. Sasuke seems to be a few years younger than you, right? Kagami couldn't help but smile. That's fine, Izumi replied stubbornly. But soon she froze and shyly lowered her head. Haha, I didn't say anything, yet you confessed everything. Hanyo couldn't help but chuckle, but she still held back her laughter. Come on, that kid Sasuke has a bit low emotional intelligence. You need to. Hana stood up and patted Izumi's shoulder. Sister Hana, what is Sasuke like? Izumi asked curiously, nodding. He likes to eat tomatoes, but I don't know much else. Kagami frowned, trying hard to recall the plot from the original work. Seeking to generate power for love. This book will be completed by the end of the month. Chapter 262. It was snowing heavily in the sky. Kagani's brows gradually relaxed, revealing a faint smile. It seems that Sasuke doesn't have anything he particularly likes either. How about you try giving him some money? Huayin raised her eyebrows with a hint of teasing as she looked at Quan. Quan rolled her eyes at Huayin in exasperation, looking speechless. All right, let's not stray from the topic for now. Let's talk about how the two of you got together. Huayin blinked her lively eyes at the spring in front of her, full of curiosity. You really are a gossip lover, the spring said with a hint of resentment, a look of helplessness written all over its face. Oh, by the way, did you have lunch? Kanon looked at the cute little lowly in front of her, and a strange smile rose in her heart. She didn't know why, but she found it somewhat amusing. I haven't eaten yet, she said. Izumi gently shook her head. Then you wait for me here for a while. I'll go cook for you, and you can taste my cooking to see if I made any progress. Henio said, taking a pure white apron from the kitchen and putting it on, her eyes gently gazing at Izumi. Sister Henio, are you sure you want to cook by yourself? Izumi sat on a stool in the living room, staring at Henio with wide eyes, her face filled with surprise. Yeah, what's wrong? Kagami nodded, but she couldn't help but feel speechless when she saw the extremely disdainful look that Izumi shot at her. A hashtag suddenly appeared on Huayin's forehead, and her expression became a bit displeased. Quan, why don't you stay here and finish your meal before leaving? Huayin closed the kitchen door with a slightly fierce tone. Quan looked at the somewhat angry Huayin, the corners of her eyes twitching slightly, and thought to herself. She had tasted Huayin's cooking before, and how should she put it? It was just average. She didn't know how it would be now. Quan silently pondered as the sunlight outside spilled onto her fair face, as if it were coated with a layer of golden brilliance. As time passed, the sunlight gradually descended. Is it ready yet, Huayin? Quan urja impatiently. Watching the girl, still busy in the kitchen. With a click, the kitchen door was gently opened by the girl. It's done. I promise it will be delicious this time. Hanin carefully placed the steaming noodles on the dining table with both hands, a confident smile on her face. Why is it noodles? Quan asked curiously as he looked at the noodles in front of him. There's no rice in the kitchen. I'll go buy some later. This may do with it for now, she replied. Kagami shrugged helplessly, with a hint of apology on her face. Well, but without rice. It seems a bit strange to just eat noodles. In Japan, noodles are not a staple food, just a side dish. Izumi looked at the noodles in front of her, which looked pretty good, and swallowed, feeling a bit hesitant. But at least they look and smell pretty good. Izumi nodded, then picked up her chopsticks, ready to taste. Under the girl's gaze, as soon as Izumi took her first bite, she suddenly froze. A look of surprise appeared on her face. How is it, Izumi-chan? How does it taste? Kanon looked at Izumi with curiosity, her eyes shining with expectation as she waited for her answer. It tastes really good. Izumi nodded like a little chick pecking at rice, looking somewhat cute, making one unable to resist the urge to pinch her cheeks. Then, under Kanon's watchful gaze, Izumi gobbled up the noodles. Burp, your cooking skills have improved a lot this time, Kanon, Izumi said, holding her belly satisfied, with happiness written all over her face. Really? I've been practicing hard for several months. Huayin revealed a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling with pride. So, after practicing so hard for so long, who are you cooking for? Quan asked with a teasing expression, her face full of curiosity. Ahem, let's not talk about that for now. Come on, accompany me to the market to buy some groceries. Kagami shook her head, then held onto Izumi's small hands, cutely pleading, her eyes filled with anticipation. All right, I happen to have nothing to do right now. Izumi was pulled up by the girl, a hint of a helpless smile on her face. Soon, the two opened the door and walked into the warm sunlight. By the way, it's a bit cold outside. Do you want to add another towel? Kagami looked at Izumi, who was a head shorter than her, with concern in her eyes, filled with tenderness. It's fine, I'm already used to it. Izumi shrugged, wearing a relaxed smile on her face. Well then, that's fine. Henny nodded obediently, her face full of understanding. The sun hanging high in the sky, like a giant fireball, shone down on the earth, and the previously snow-covered landscape was gradually melting away, revealing green buds and tender yellow grass. However, in the alley, some frozen water droplets could still be seen, sparkling with a crystalline glow in the sunlight. Doesn't that person in front look a bit familiar? Tugged at Hanayan's sleeve. a hint of confusion on her face. Hmm? Isn't that Naruto and Hinata? Kagani squinted her eyes towards the distance, her pupils suddenly dilating, revealing a look of surprise on her face. Have they become this close? Izumi looked at the two people in the distance, chatting and laughing, and a wave of inexplicable emotion surged in her heart. Then she looked up at Kagani, her eyes filled with a hint of inquiry. How about we take a different path and not disturb them? Izumi suggested with a somewhat understanding smile. Then let's go with your idea. Huayin nodded and revealed a sweet smile, then was led away by the girl to another path. The two girls held hands, chatting and laughing. Along the way, their outstanding beauty attracted countless glances from passers-by, like a magnet. Sigh, being good-looking is indeed a kind of trouble. At first, Kagani felt a bit shy under the gaze of those watching her, always sporting a slight blush on her face. However, as time passed, she became completely accustomed to it. She thought it might be better to wear a mask when going out in the future. Izumi murmured softly, a faint flush appearing on her adorable face. Well, Izumi, you do make a valid point. Kain smiled and nodded. At that moment, a few pure, white snowflakes drifted down from the high sky, dancing lightly as if they were fairies twirling in the air. A hint of moisture suddenly flickered in the girl's eyes as she looked up at the sky, unable to suppress a gasp, her face filled with surprise and curiosity. Kain, look, it's snowing again, Quan exclaimed excitedly, clasping Kain's arm with both hands, pointing at the snowflakes in the sky like a child. All right, I've seen it. Henio smiled as she reached out and gently tapped Izumi's head, her tone laced with a mix of affection and helplessness. Once we finish buying groceries, we'll head back to the Uchiha clan's territory. Otherwise, if it snows heavily later and we don't have an umbrella, it will be a hassle. Ouch, why did you hit my head? Izumi said, hugging her head with both hands, looking at Henio with a pitiful expression, her sorrowful eyes seemingly able to drip water. Seeing Izumi's adorable appearance, Henio felt a sudden, inexplicable joy rise within her. She finally understood why Itachi always liked to tap her head. It turned out this feeling was so delightful. Hee hee hee. Kagani's eyes were filled with fondness and tenderness as she looked at Izumi, a sweet smile forming at the corners of her mouth. All right, stop messing around. Come with me quickly, Kagami said softly, with a hint of affection in her tone. If you get lost in the crowd, don't cry. Okay? What are you talking about? I'm not a child anymore, Izumi mumbled, her cheeks flushing with two bright red clouds. Please support me for love. One account can support 3 for love. Please, everyone. Chapter 263. The dish seems to be burnt. The market is still as crowded as ever. After Huayin quickly purchased the necessary ingredients, she hurriedly followed Quan and set off on the way home. The surrounding snowflakes fell lightly like fairies, each containing endless beauty and purity, pleasing to the eye. Quan followed closely behind Huayin, panting heavily, exhaling puffs of white mist. Sister Huayin, slow down. At this speed, it seems you still need to practice more. Huayin, who was walking ahead, slowly stopped, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. She had merely used the body flicker technique, gathering chakra at her toes, which made her steps much lighter. This technique was also used skillfully by Ji Shuei in the original work, and Huayin had made slight improvements on that basis, making her speed even faster. Not everyone is as strong as you. Quan, with her hands on her knees, was panting heavily, sweat trickling down her cheeks, looking quite exhausted. Is it really that exaggerated? Huayin looked at Quan, a hint of surprise flashing between her elegant brows. What else could it be? Quan looked at Huayin with a helpless expression, then slowly stood up and tucked her long hair behind her ear. Forget it, let's keep walking. We're not far from the clan's territory. Huayin held a heavy bag of vegetables with both hands, looking relaxed as if she bore no burden. In contrast, Quan was only carrying one bag but was already panting heavily, sticking out her tongue to catch her breath. In the sky, snowflakes continued to fall incessantly. From the initial scattered flurries to now a magnificent scene of swirling snow all around. How about we build a snowman to play with when we get home? Kain looked at the snowflakes dancing in the sky, the snow on the ground becoming thicker, and a sense of childlike wonder surged in her heart. You really haven't lost your childlike spirit, but it does sound quite interesting. Quan pretended to be disdainful and glanced at Kain, but then thought of the children they had seen along the way joyfully building snowmen and nodded. Building snowmen? I haven't done that in a long time. When I was a child, every time it snowed in my hometown, I was always confined indoors due to health reasons. Kagani gazed at the snowflakes falling from the sky, her thoughts drifting back to a distant past. It wasn't until 1 or 2 snowflakes gently touched her eyes bringing a hint of moisture and coolness, as she was awakened from her memories. All right, stop dawdling, hurry up, and catch up. Huayin helplessly glanced at the still procrastinating Quan and urged, "Oh, all right." Quan responded and quickly jogged to catch up. At this moment, the snow-covered ground was marked by two deep footprints, deeply imprinted in the snow like marks of time, but soon covered by the swirling snowflakes. The footprints led towards the remote Uchiha clan area. Although the current Hokage of Konoha was from the Uchiha clan, their position had not changed, as if Fugaku intended to place his clan members on the outskirts of Konoha. However, all of this held little significance for Huayin. After all, at her speed, she could easily reach Konoha in just a few minutes. Ding dong. The doorbell rang lightly as Quan gently pressed the button. The door then opened with a click, revealing Sasuke, rubbing his sleepy eyes at the doorway. Quan, Huayin, you two are finally back? Sasuke yawned, his eyes showing a mix of drowsiness and surprise. Yes, Sasuke-kun, long time no see. Quan shyly lowered her head, a blush rising on her face. Ah, Quan, long time no see. Sasuke scratched his head, looking a bit flustered. Ahem, you two shouldn't show off your affection in front of me. Kagun awkwardly cleared her throat, trying to break the slightly awkward atmosphere. When Izumi heard the term young couple, she buried her head even lower. Huayin saw this and curled her lips into a playful smile. Ahem, you two continue your conversation. I'll go prepare dinner first. When Itachi comes back, Sasuke, you go open the door, Kagami said, then turned and walked towards the kitchen. Did you hear that? Kagami stopped and turned back to look at Sasuke, who was still standing there dazed. She lightly tapped his head. Oh, I get it. Sasuke, a bit dissatisfied, rubbed his head and then nodded. The snow outside continued to fall gently, while the warmth filled the room. The television in the living room was still playing a program. Sasuke and Izumi sat on the sofa, focused on the TV. Huayin was busy in the kitchen, stir-frying dishes. Looking at the heavy snow outside the window, she gradually fell into deep thought. In her past life, she was frail and often fell ill as a child, confined to her home. It seemed she had never truly played in the snow, let alone built a snowman. After becoming an adult, she entered society and fought alone, working 996 every day. Unexpectedly, overnight, she found herself in this world, perhaps due to having died suddenly. Kagami let out a soft sigh. Fate is truly marvelous. In her past life, Kagami did not have a good life, yet now she is incredibly happy. She has a family that loves her, a husband who cares for her, and many close friends. Thinking of these familiar faces, Kagami's lips curled into a sweet smile. Oh no, the dish is about to burn. Huayin looked at the burnt rice cake, quickly stir-fried it a few times, and turned off the heat. It should still be edible, right? Looking at the rice cake, the corners of Huayin's eyes twitched slightly, and she sighed again as she brought the rice cake to the dining table. Is the food ready? Sasuke asked as he walked over. Look, it's burnt. If you're hungry, just eat this burnt one. I'll continue cooking. Hanyo chuckled lightly and walked back into the kitchen. All right then. Sasuke didn't complain, picked up his chopsticks, and started eating the sticky rice cake. The snow outside still hadn't stopped. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. With rice cake in his mouth, Sasuke opened the door. Oh, everyone is here? Sasuke was a bit surprised. Quite a few people had returned this time, including Jiraiya, Obito, and Sure-Sui. What's wrong? Don't you welcome us? Obito reached out and tapped Sasuke's forehead, his eyes filled with affection, just like an uncle teasing his nephew. Haha, is the food ready? Minato rubbed the back of his head. Not yet. Sister Hanyo is still cooking. Sasuke shook his head. Then I'll go help her and show off my cooking skills. Kushina waved her hand excitedly. Ahaha, dear, let me take care of the cooking, Minato said as he walked into the kitchen alone. Soon, everyone gradually entered the room, and the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. This month I will finish this book, but I haven't thought of the ending yet. Also, I'm asking for support for love. Thank you all. Chapter 264, Drunk. Thanks to Minato's help, Kagun's cooking speed has significantly increased, and a warm and efficient atmosphere fills the kitchen. Lord Summon's culinary skills are truly impressive. Kanon's voice carried a hint of unexpected surprise, and her eyes sparkled with admiration. Haha, it's nothing much. I just occasionally cook for Kushina and make her something tasty. Minato scratched his head lightly, a warm smile spreading across his face like sunshine. The two of them carried plates laden with delicious food, stepping lightly out of the kitchen and carefully placing them on the dining table. The spread looked quite tempting. Jiraiya picked up a glass of crystal-clear white wine, gently swirling it to admire the color of the liquid. Hey, Jiraiya, can you stop being so obsessed with drinking? Kushina said, her brows furrowed as she shot him a disapproving glance, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. Cough, I'm just having a little sip besides. I haven't been drinking much lately, Jiraiya replied, looking a bit embarrassed as he instinctively rubbed the back of his head, trying to ease the atmosphere. I've reminded you so many times, Uzumaki Kushina complained, her eyes wide and serious yet somewhat cute. Let's not talk about that for now, everyone come eat. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, trying to change the subject. Obito appeared indifferent, casually pouring himself a glass of white wine. Kakashi, do you want some too? He asked. Give me a little, Kakashi replied, handing over his cup with a curious look in his eyes. Obito held the wine bottle and slowly poured the liquid into Kakashi's glass, but accidentally spilled a bit. Kakashi was quick to react, extending his mouth to catch it, then drank it all in one go, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. This wine is really good, Jiraiya-sensei. Where did you get it? Kakashi asked, looking curiously at Jiraiya. Oh, this is wine I brew myself. How's the taste? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride in his tone. Very good, Kakashi exclaimed sincerely. Then I'll have a taste too. Minato raised his glass, just as he was about to take it, but caught sight of an angry Kushina nearby, and his heart tightened. Cough! Honey, I won't drink today. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Minato's forehead, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but chuckle, laughter echoing in the room. I didn't expect Lord Minato to be a wife-controlled man, Izumi mumbled, picking up a piece of food with her chopsticks. Her voice was soft, but it clearly reached Minato's ears. Minato! Idiot dad, Naruto said, rolling his eyes in exasperation, a teasing glint in his gaze. Let's continue eating, Minato laughed awkwardly, trying to diffuse the awkwardness. Itachi watched this scene at the dining table, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly, feeling mixed emotions. All right, today I'm going to show off my drinking capacity. Kagani raised the cup in her hand and said, slightly tipsy, didn't you just drink a whole cup? Itachi looked at his wife's appearance and shook his head helplessly, a bitter smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Shut up, Itachi-kun, I'm not drunk at all right now. Hanane's cheeks flushed slightly, making her look even cuter at this moment. Haha, disciple, come here, let master pour you a drink. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya stood up with a teasing expression, trying to pour another cup for Hanine. Jiraiya, don't corrupt the young girl here. Uzumaki Kushina stood up discontentedly, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. This. Kakashi saw this scene and hesitated to speak, secretly muttering to himself. Isn't Hanine the one who wants to drink? Why is it related to Jiraiya? Sister Kushina, I can still drink, Hanine said with a drunken expression, her body starting to sway uncontrollably. Are you really okay? Uzumaki Kushina looked at Hanine with a worried face, her eyes filled with concern. I'm fine. Kagani patted her chest, trying to prove her sobriety. Then let's have one last drink, but after this, you mustn't drink anymore, understood? Itachi stood up, patted Kagani's head, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness, but his eyes couldn't hide the affection. I understand, Itachi-kun. Kagami swayed slightly and nodded, her face radiating a satisfied smile. At this moment, a large number of snowflakes were falling from the sky, mixed with raindrops, causing the windows to make a whistling sound, adding a touch of romance to this warm night. The room was brightly lit, and everyone was gathered together, filled with laughter and joy. Soon, Huayin's body began to sway, appearing somewhat unsteady. You quickly supported Huayin, and everyone present smiled even more joyfully at this scene. The entire room was filled with a warm and cheerful atmosphere. Everything seemed so beautiful and harmonious. Of course, it would be best if this could last forever. It seems you've had a bit too much to drink again today, you said with a hint of helplessness, gently holding Huayin and then tenderly placing her on the bed. Kagani appeared quite uncomfortable, her face pale, feeling as if the whole world was spinning, dizzy and almost losing consciousness. Do you feel like vomiting? Come on, let me help you up. Itachi, filled with worry, held his wife tightly in his arms. Itachi-kun. Kagani's voice was weak and vague, and she emitted a strong scent of alcohol. Then, a silly smile crept on her lips. Sigh. Itachi helplessly sighed softly, his eyes filled with deep concern and affection. Outside the window, the snowflakes gradually grew larger, swirling and dancing like feathers in the sky. A thin layer of ice quietly formed on the window, crystal clear. Even just looking through the window at the world covered in silver made one feel a piercing chill, causing an involuntary shiver. Itachi carefully comforted Kagani, gently lifting her back onto the bed to make her comfortable. Only after confirming that Kagani had completely fallen into a deep sleep did a trace of relief appear on Itachi's face, and soon he too gradually fell asleep. Please power up for love. This is really important for the author. A little bit for love can add up. Thank you all very much. Chapter 265, Building a Snowman. As the day gradually brightened, a gentle light quietly seeped through the window, softly illuminating the room and bringing a sense of freshness and tranquility. It was the time of the new year, and Itachi rarely had a moment of leisure, enjoying the rare holiday time. Itachi-kun, let's go out and build a snowman. After finishing her wash, Huayin had a sweet smile on her face, gently linking her arms with Itachi's and coquettishly saying, "All right, I still have some trivial matters to handle within the clan." Itachi looked at Huayin with a helpless expression, holding a piece of white paper in his hand, his eyes full of indulgence. "When we be done with it?" Kagani curiously nestled close to Itachi, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "It's almost time," Itachi sighed softly, then gently patted his wife's head. Today, Kagamine's specially dressed up, wearing a delicate scarf on her head. The scarf is made of a special material and cleverly embroidered with fox ears. It looks particularly playful and cute, making people unable to resist taking a few more glances. The clock on the wall ticks softly, time flows by quietly like water, and every moment seems so precious. "Can you accompany me out now?" Kanon once again wrapped her arms around Itachi's, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and joy. It should be fine now." Itachi put down the white paper in his hand, stood up, stretched lazily, and a hint of a relaxed smile appeared on his face. "Then let's hurry up. Sasuke and Izumi are already outside, making snowmen. We have to catch up to their progress." Hanyo held Itachi's arm with both hands, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, looking even more adorable and charming, like a flower blooming in winter. "Aren't you cold, wearing so little?" Itachi asked, a hint of sweat on his forehead, looking at his wife with some concern. "Not at all." Hanyo glanced down at herself, then gently patted her skirt, which was thickened. The outfit she wore resembled the Miko attire of the Nanga Shrine, making her appear even more fresh and ethereal, like a fairy descended to earth. Simply put, she looked beautiful. "Let's go, time to head out." Itachi smiled as he walked forward, his steps light. Kagami followed closely behind him, her face beaming with a happy smile. With a creak, the door was gently pushed open, revealing a world wrapped in silver. It had snowed all night last night, and the scene before them seemed to have been redecorated. The ground was covered in thick white snow, resembling a fairy tale world. The young couple walked hand in hand on the ground, leaving deep footprints. It seemed that the snow had already stopped. Kain looked up at the sky, exhaling a breath of warm air, her face filled with joy. "So where are we going to build the snowman?" Itachi asked curiously, holding Kain's hand. "Let's go to Hokage Rock." Kagani tugged at Itachi's collar, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Why are we going there to make a snowman?" Itachi looked at his wife with curiosity, his eyes filled with tenderness and confusion. "Because that's the highest point in Konoha. Making a snowman there will definitely be fun, and we can see the whole view of Konoha." Hannah blinked her eyes, looking even more adorable. "All right, I'll listen to you. But we need to hurry, otherwise the sun will rise soon and the snow will melt." Itachi nodded, his expression becoming gentler. Let us go quickly." Kain held onto Weasel's hand and quickly ran ahead, her steps light and cheerful. Weasel closely followed the girl, his eyes filled with affection and care, as if the whole world was beautiful because of her. High above, snowflakes gradually fell, and the northern wind held around them. It had seemed to be melted by their love, becoming less cold. The ground they stepped on was deeply indented, leaving deep footprints, which were soon filled by the falling snow, as if time had frozen at that moment. The young boy and girl held hands tightly, gradually disappearing into the wind and snow. At this moment, in the forest, layers of tree obstacles were cleared away by their hands, dropping layers of accumulated snow, as if clearing the way for their journey. Huffing, after running for so long, they should be reaching the mountaintop soon. Ko stretched out her arm and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. "How about we take a break?" Itachi looked at his wife with a helpless expression. After running for such a long time, he was feeling a bit tired, not to mention Ko. "All right." Hanin let out a light sigh. After resting for a moment, she slowly stood up and continued walking towards the mountaintop, with Itachi closely following behind her. As they walked, some sights of the hidden leaf village gradually came into view. The streets and alleys were filled with a strong sense of human activity, with various vendors coming and going. On the rooftops, members of the Umbu quietly protected the peace of the civilians. This is probably the embodiment of the will of fire. As Hanan climbed higher, her view became increasingly expansive, and she couldn't help but murmur to herself, filled with emotion. The older generation protected the new generation, willingly paying the price of their lives. Which is why the Hidden Leaf Village is now prosperous and thriving. Canon has always believed that the will of fire is like this. What are you thinking about? Itachi's gentle voice echoed in her ear, interrupting the girl's thoughts. It's nothing. Kagani blushed and gently shook her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. Soon, the two of them reached the top of Hokage Rock. This was the very place where Naruto often came to cause trouble in the original story. At this moment, looking down, the entire view of Konoha Village was laid out before them. It was huge, really very huge. Huayin's nose bridge was slightly flushed as she quietly gazed into the distance. For some reason, her heart was filled with excitement at this moment. In her past life, she was bound by the 996 work schedule, busy from dawn till dusk. Yet in this life, she was living so comfortably. Huayin took a deep breath, and her eyes were slightly moist. Why are you crying? Itachi asked with a worried expression. It's nothing, I'm just too happy to have you by my side, Itachi-kun. Hanin reached out to wipe away her tears, and the young boy in front of her took out a stack of tissues from his pocket and handed them to Hanin. Kagani took the tissue, gently blew her nose, and said, All right, let's hurry and build a snowman, or the sun will come out soon. Be careful, said Yato, reaching out his hand and looking at the girl tenderly. Kagami extended her hand, feeling the warmth transmitted from Itachi's hand. Her heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. Please support for love. The author really can't afford to eat. It's been too cold these days. He has caught a cold again. Everyone must keep warm. Having a cold is really uncomfortable. My head is still fuzzy now. Chapter 266. Are you sick? Above the clouds in the high sky, a few rays of warm sunlight gradually broke through, yet the surrounding world remained shrouded in a cold atmosphere. Kain and Weasel were focused on building a snowman. The snowman they created wasn't very perfect. It was crooked and could barely be recognized as a snowman. But I guess it counts as building a snowman. Kagani looked at the not-so-well-formed snowman in front of her and sighed softly. Well, no matter what, the snowman is finally built. What do you plan to do next? Itachi asked curiously, looking at the girl beside him. The two snowmen were closely huddled together, resembling the intimate relationship between Itachi and Kagani. How about a snowball fight next? Kagani turned her gaze to the snowman, her delicate brows slightly furrowing. A snowball fight? But the snow is almost melting. When Itachi heard the suggestion, he raised an eyebrow slightly. It doesn't matter, let's go. Huayin let out a light laugh, then dug out a handful of snow from the ground, casually rubbing it between her hands. Before long, a snowball gradually took shape in her hands. However, before Huayin could throw the snowball, Weasel had already made the first move, swiftly tossing a snowball over. With a loud thud, the snowball hit Huayin's head hard, instantly melting into water. Although the damage wasn't severe, the humiliation was quite strong. Kanon stretched out her arms and wiped her face haphazardly, looking somewhat disheveled. You wait for me, Itachi. Kagani's eyes widened as she feigned a fierce look at Itachi, who was teasing her from a distance with a playful expression. Well, I'll just wait here then. Itachi chuckled lightly, his tone full of mockery. Is that so? How could Kono not endure this frustration? She decisively threw the snowball in her hand towards Itachi, but Itachi nimbly dodged it. With a bang, the snowball smashed against a tree, leaving a puddle of heavy water. Afterwards, the two began an intense snowball fight, but it was clear that Itachi had the upper hand. Huayin appeared particularly awkward due to her height disadvantage. I won't fight anymore. I won't fight anymore. Henio spat out the cold snow water, her face already wet, making her look even more rosy and enticing. All right, let's go home quickly. Be careful not to freeze, Itachi said, feeling a pang of heartache at the sight of his wife. He took off his coat and gently draped it over Henio's shoulders. You idiot, Itachi-kun. Why did you keep hiding? Henio glared at him in dissatisfaction. But you didn't say I shouldn't hide. Itachi hesitated to speak. And if I don't say it, don't you know to give in a little? Kain shivered, her teeth chattering as she looked at Itachi. All right, I was wrong. Itachi sighed helplessly. What did you do wrong? Kain pressed on. I was wrong in every way. Itachi sighed again. At that moment, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be parted by an invisible hand, revealing the sun, which poured down a lot of light, warm and bright like the rising sun, illuminating the snow-covered ground. The young couple held hands and began to slowly descend a mountain. Their footsteps left deep prints in the snow, and their shadows grew longer with the afterglow of the setting sun. In the Uchiha clan's territory, after Itachi opened the door, he began to busy himself with boiling water. Kain, the water is almost ready, Itachi shouted towards the room. Where are my clothes? Came the weak and shivering voice of the girl from inside the room. I've already put them in the bathroom, Itachi replied softly. With a click, the door was pushed open. Kagani was only wearing extremely thin clothing, shivering as she quickly rushed into the bathroom and locked the door behind her. Itachi helplessly shook his head and continued to boil water for Kagani. He gazed out at the swirling snow outside, lost in deep thought. The rising steam from the boiling water disrupted his thoughts. Sigh, this time I went too far. I shouldn't have thrown snowballs at my wife. I must be more careful next time. Itachi poured the boiled water into a cup, took a small sip to test the temperature, and pondered silently. After confirming the water was at a suitable temperature, he finally set the cup down with relief. The snow outside fell thicker and thicker, showing no signs of slowing down or stopping. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound came from the bathroom, followed by Huayin changed in her clothes and slowly stepped out of the space filled with hazy moisture. He was anxious, jogging toward his wife's room. He quickly took out the hairdryer and gently said, "I'll help you dry your hair, just don't catch a cold, okay?" Kain quietly stood beside Itachi, like a serene painting. At this moment, Itachi unhesitatingly took off his coat and gently draped it over Kain's shoulders. He held a hairdryer in his hand, blowing softly on the girl's long, wet hair, each strand exuding a faint fragrance, probably the scent of shampoo, which Itachi quite liked. He couldn't help but swallow hard. This scene, of course, did not escape Kain's eyes. She rolled her eyes lightly and muttered discontentedly, "What a pervert." Coughing lightly, she continued, "Okay, will it be cold next? Should I wear another piece of clothing?" Itachi awkwardly coughed, trying to shift the slightly embarrassing topic. Looking at the clearly flustered and somewhat shy expression of the boy in front of her, Hanyo couldn't help but chuckle softly, her smile blooming like flowers in spring. "What are you laughing at?" Itachi was filled with confusion, not understanding why. Upon seeing Hanyo's warm smile, a wave of inexplicable joy surged in his heart. "It's nothing. Hurry and help me to bed to rest." Hanyin glared at Itachi and pretended to be unhappy. Itachi sighed helplessly, carefully carrying his wife to the bedside and helping her sit down comfortably. "Wait here for a moment. I'll go get you a cup of hot water." After making sure his wife was settled, Itachi hurriedly left the room. In a little while, Itachi returned to the room with a steaming cup of hot water. The hot water was slowly poured into the cup, rising in delicate white steam. "All right, drink slowly. Be careful not to burn yourself." Itachi tightly held the thermos and cautiously handed it to Hanyin. "Okay, I know. I have hands too. You're such an idiot." Kain helplessly complained, but her heart felt as if it were wrapped in honey, and her heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. After a sip of warm water, the girl's originally weak and pale face gradually regained some color, like peach blossoms blooming in spring, captivating and beautiful. In fact, even when sick, it wouldn't have too much of an impact on Kain, whose strength had already reached the peak of the six paths. To put it simply, Huayin is deliberately pretending to be weak to make Itachi care about her. After all, in her previous life, she lived a very miserable existence and never experienced the feeling of being cared for. In this life, no matter what, Huayin will do her utmost to protect everything, even if it comes at a cost. Please support for love. He is sick and is now lying by the bedside, still feeling dizzy. One account can send 3 supports for love. The author really needs this now. Thank you all. Chapter 267. Thank you, Itachi. Time flies like a white horse passing through a gap. The faint light of dawn in the distance gradually fades away, quickly sinking into the pitch-black night. The bright moon hanging high in the night sky shines like a silver disk, casting a gentle glow through the half-open window, softly brushing over the girl's face, adding a touch of tranquility to her. "Do you feel better now?" Itachi quietly lies beside Huayin, holding her tightly in his arms, his tone filled with concern and worry. Much better, Itachi, I'm really hungry now." Kain weakly responded, but a smile bloomed on her face. "It's so late already, all right. I'll go make you some porridge." Wai sighed helplessly and gently lifted the corner of the blanket, preparing to get up. However, as soon as the blanket was lifted, a bone-chilling cold wind rushed in, causing Kain to shiver and quickly pull her feet back into the bed. "Phew, this weather is getting colder and colder. Am I being too much trouble for Waikoin?" Kagani looked up at Uchiha Itachi, who was about to leave the room, her eyes filled with complexity and guilt. After all, she wasn't actually sick. Or rather, even if she were truly ill, with her current six paths bloodline, she would recover quickly. "Forget it. Since I've already spoken up, when the day comes that Itachi is sick, I'll take care of him like this too." Hannah shook her head, looking exceptionally cute like a rattledrum. Friendship is mutual and requires effort from both sides. Love is even more so. Only by cherishing and caring for each other can it be sustained for a long time. Such reasoning Hannah naturally understood. Click. The sound of the doorknob gently turning broke Hannah's train of thought. All right, the porridge is ready. Yao pushed the door open and casually turned on the light. Suddenly, the dim room was filled with bright light. Huayin was suddenly blinded by a burst of light and closed her eyes, taking 2 or 3 seconds to slowly adjust. Come, try it and see how it tastes. Yao gently held the bowl in one hand and offered a spoon to Huayin's lips with the other. Huayin opened her small mouth and placed the spoon inside. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, resembling blooming peach blossoms. How does it taste? I've been learning to cook porridge these past few days. You smiled at your wife, your eyes filled with anticipation. It's a bit sweet, but I quite like it. Hannah nodded, looking as cute as a little chick pecking at rice. Her mouth was slightly open, as if she wanted to take another bite. You can eat by yourself. How old are you to still need someone to feed you? Yao teased as he handed the bowl to Hannah. Hannah suddenly froze, looking at Itachi with a blank expression. I'm going to sleep now. I have to work tomorrow. Itachi forced a bitter smile and gently flicked Hannah's forehead. Okay, I didn't actually ask you to feed me. You took it upon yourself to do that. Hannah's cheeks became even more flushed as she turned her head and said proudly. The corner of the blanket was lifted again, and a cold breeze rushed in from beneath. However, this cold breeze was quickly filled by Itachi. He lay on the bed, looking at Hannah, and said, What are you looking at? You eat your food. Who cares to look at you? Thinking too highly of yourself. Kagani let out a cold snort and turned her head away again. Seeing his wife's proud demeanor, Itachi helplessly shook his head, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Forget it. Better go to bed early. Hannah noticed that Itachi had already fallen asleep, so she gently pulled the corners of the blanket up. After finishing her porridge, she quietly lifted a corner of the blanket and tiptoed into the living room. She carefully washed all the bowls and chopsticks in the living room, then yawned, her eyes showing signs of tiredness. However, for some reason, she just didn't feel like sleeping. Perhaps it was because Itachi had been taking such good care of her, making her feel incredibly warm and touched. Or maybe it was because this feeling of being moved made her emotions run high. After all, in her past life, she had never experienced this sense of family. Perhaps that was the reason. As soon as Huayin thought of the scene where Itachi had taken care of her so thoughtfully, a blush appeared on her face. The snow outside the window had unknowingly stopped falling. She gazed at the snowy landscape outside, and even through the window, she could feel a piercing chill. Kanon couldn't help but shiver. Let's go back to bed and sleep for now. Nighttime, Huayin lay quietly by the bedside, gazing at the bright, full moon outside the window, her thoughts drifting back to the distant past. In her previous life, she had been frail and sickly since childhood, her body appearing particularly weak compared to her peers. Because of this, she often became a target of bullying by her contemporaries. Whenever she recalled these past events, Huayin couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger, but soon after, she let out a gentle sigh. Sigh. No matter how angry she was, what difference would it make? Time flies, and those who once bullied her have now become indistinct in her memory. If she continued to hold a grudge, wouldn't that just make her look foolish? Perhaps those who once hurt her have already settled down and started families. Well, I should really work on this habit of self-inflicted turmoil. Huayin was lost in thought, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. At this moment, the sleeping weasel instinctively reached out and gently pulled Huayin into his embrace. Silly you. Hanyo originally wanted to reach out her delicate hand and gently pat Itachi's head, but quickly withdrew it. The boy in front of her had his eyes tightly closed, and faint crow's feet were barely visible at the corners of his eyes. There were also light traces of tears on his cheeks, although this was not particularly obvious compared to the original work. Was it due to excessive labor? Looking at Itachi's exhausted appearance, Hanyo felt an indescribable pain in her heart. Silly, you must be living even harder than I am. Saying this, Huayin slowly stretched out her hands and gently hugged Itachi's head, her eyes slightly reddening. Filled with compassion, I really can't come up with anything else. If I can get through this month without missing work, I'll finish it in a flash. The new book is almost ready, and it's also on this theme. The protagonist will be called Huayin. Chapter 268. Jiraiya-sensei, why are you here? In the distance, a faint light of dawn quietly rose, and Huayin, in a daze, slowly opened her sleepy eyes. What came into view was the soft pillow she was tightly hugging. She confusedly raised her head, her eyes showing a hint of bewilderment. Strange, where did Itachi-kun go? Kagani felt a hint of doubt in her heart and gently lifted a corner of the quilt. She carefully got out of bed, as the weather was unusually cold. Hannah quickly wrapped herself in thick clothing, covering herself tightly. Outside the window, snowflakes continued to fall gently, and the whole world was dressed in a layer of silver. appearing so ordinary, yet possessing a unique charm. After finishing her grooming, Huayin stepped into the spacious and bright living room. The dining table was already set with steaming hot dishes, emitting an enticing aroma, and there was a warm little note beside it. Huayin gently opened the small note, and what came into view was Itachi's elegant and carefree handwriting. I went out to buy some vegetables this morning, and I'll be back in a little while. You can eat first. Honestly, it's snowing so heavily outside, and you're still running out. I really don't know what to say to you. Kagun murmured softly, then sat down on the chair, savoring the meal that Itachi had prepared for her. Itachi's cooking skills were indeed impressive. Each bite left a lasting impression. Huayin was eating when her eyes unexpectedly became moist. Strange, why am I suddenly crying? Kain gently wiped away the tears that had fallen from her right eye, a wave of inexplicable emotion surging within her. After all, in her past life, she never had the chance to enjoy these moments. The girl looked up at the sky outside the window, only to see that the sun had long disappeared and snowflakes were still drifting down in scattered patterns. The snowflakes danced gracefully, blanketing everything in pure white, as if nature had meticulously arranged this beautiful scene. It had been snowing for so long. Why had it not stopped yet? Hanako complained discontentedly, filled with anticipation for Itachi's return. Just then, the doorbell rang with a ding-dong, interrupting Hanako's thoughts. Coming. Please wait a moment. Huayin hurriedly ran back to her room, picked up a comb, and started to tidy up her slightly messy hair. She had been so focused on washing her face and brushing her teeth in the morning that she forgot to comb her hair, and at this moment, she looked a bit disheveled. It would be so embarrassing if she ran into someone she knew when she opened the door later. Kain quickly finished combing her hair and returned to the living room to open the door. Long time no see, she waved her hand naturally, a sweet smile on her face. However, when she saw the person outside the door, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Master Jiraiya, what brings you here? She had expected Itachi to be back, only to be greatly let down. What's wrong? Can't I come back to see you? Jiraiya was momentarily speechless, secretly wondering why this little girl had become so wary of people. I didn't say you couldn't. So, are you here to borrow money or what? Kanon frowned slightly, her expression appearing somewhat serious, but with her cute face, it was hard to take her seriously. Ahem, I'm just here to see you. Jiraiya scratched his head, feeling a bit speechless. This little girl, it's only been a few months since we last met. How did she become so unpredictable? All right, I won't tease you anymore. Have you eaten breakfast, Jiraiya-sensei? Kagami let out a light sigh, her brows gradually relaxing, and a faint smile reappeared on her face. Not yet. Did you make all of this? Jiraiya sat down, curiously examining the dishes on the table. Yeah, you should give it a try, Kain said with a thick face, but felt a bit uneasy in her heart. In fact, these dishes were not made by her at all. They were entirely made by Itachi. Kanon walked into the kitchen and handed a pair of brand new chopsticks to Jiraiya. Jiraiya took the chopsticks, picked up a bite of food, and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, completely captivated by the girl's culinary skills. How did it taste? Kanon looked at Jiraiya's intoxicated expression and felt an inexplicable smile rising in her heart. The taste is quite good. Your cooking skills have improved a lot. However, Jiraiya took out a white piece of paper from the bottom of the bowl. This white piece of paper was exactly what Itachi had left for Kanon. Oh no, I didn't expect to be discovered by teacher Jiraiya. Kanon suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, a blush rising on her face. You think you can trick your master? It's still a bit early for that. These dishes weren't made by you at all, right? Jiraiya smirked, looking somewhat amusing. Well, you guessed it right. Kagani's forehead suddenly popped out a character, and an inexplicable anger surged in her heart. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt that Jiraiya was a bit deserving of a beating. Ha ha ha, this girl, you're really starting to resemble Tsunade more and more. I came here specifically to ask you about the inheritance of the Wetbone Forest. Jiraiya first gave an awkward chuckle. Then his expression instantly became serious. Oh, you're talking about this matter, what's going on? Hanin showed a hint of confusion on her face. No, that's not what I meant. I heard before that you had signed some kind of contract with the Dragon Cave. Is that true? Jiraiya gently shook his head, his eyes revealing seriousness and concern as he stared intently at the girl in front of him. Yes. Kagani's heart suddenly tightened, and she couldn't help but swallow. She nodded slightly. Were you deceived by that white snake sage? Jiraiya took a deep breath, his eyes filled with worry and urgency as he stared closely at the girl. Yes, I was indeed deceived by that white snake sage. I'll show you that contract right now. Just wait a moment. The sound of Konoha's voice carried a hint of grievance, her eyes slightly red as she spoke, and hurriedly ran towards the room. She quickly took an ancient scroll from a drawer. Jiraiya took the scroll and carefully unfolded it. At a glance, his expression instantly darkened like water. Sigh. Why didn't you take a good look at the contents of these contracts back then? Jiraiya looked at the girl, his eyes filled with disappointment. I thought the White Snake Sage was a good person. Kanon's eyes glistened with tears as she gently nodded, looking particularly pitiful. So, what do you plan to do next? Jiraiya asked again, taking a deep breath and looking serious. I plan to work hard to improve my strength and see if I can find a way to break these contract agreements. Kagun gently shook her head, looking somewhat dejected. Did Itachi mention this to you as well? Jiraiya sighed helplessly, his tone carrying a hint of concern. Yes. Kagun nodded like a chick pecking at rice, her face full of affirmation. Well, did the Toad Sage have any instructions or comments? Jiraiya asked again. He didn't say anything. Kagani replied with a worried expression, filled with unease and anxiety. That probably means there's nothing serious, Jiraiya said, patting his chest, finally feeling relieved, and his tone became much lighter. Please work hard for love. He was fired from the factory due to being sick every day and hasn't received his wages. Everyone, be sure to pay attention to keeping warm. Chapter 269, something I specially made for you. Ding dong, the doorbell rang again, melodiously echoing like a gentle breeze, lightly brushing over the thoughts of the two and interrupting the conversation. Henning slowly stood up, lightly walking towards the door. She gently opened the door, and what came into view was Itachi Uchiha. He was holding heavy bags in both hands, his face radiating a gentle smile, which instantly dissolved the tension in Hanane's heart. After all, her recent conversation with Jiraiya had left her heartstrings taut and her nerves highly tense. However, seeing Itachi at this moment felt like a spring breeze brushing against her face, quickly easing her anxiety. What's wrong? Itachi keenly sensed the subtle change in his wife's emotions, a hint of concern evident in his eyes as he softly inquired. Kain quickly recounted the cause and process of the incident to Itachi. Itachi exchanged a glance with Jiraiya, both of their faces showing a hint of helplessness. I told you, you're already an adult, so when next time you encounter something like signing a contract, you should be more cautious. Itachi gently reached out and tapped Kain's head lightly, his tone filled with affection and helplessness. Huayin hugged her head with both hands, her eyes shimmering with a pitiful light. Stop, stop, don't hit me anymore, I know I was wrong. Kagun cried out pitifully, her voice carrying a hint of a pout. Ahem, since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Jiraiya awkwardly coughed, interrupting the sweet scene of the two enjoying each other's company. Teacher Jiraiya, take care on your way out. Hanaine watched Jiraiya's departing figure and waved her hand lightly, her tone teasing. Jiraiya stumbled a few steps, almost losing his balance. He turned back and glared at Hanaine, his eyes filled with reproach. This girl, she really becomes more troublesome as she grows up, especially after running off with that Itachi guy. She doesn't even call me master sweetly anymore. Jiraiya muttered to himself, shooting Itachi another glare. Itachi looked perplexed and shrugged, as if to say, I don't know either. In the end, under their gazes, Jiraiya walked further away until he disappeared into the vast snowstorm. By the way, aren't you going to see off Master Jiraiya? Itachi looked a bit awkwardly at his wife, his eyes filled with a hint of inquiry. It's too cold. I really don't want to see him off. Huayin shook her head, her voice carrying a hint of playful reproach. After all, he had taught you for such a long time. Yu Yao reached out to scratch his head, a look of helplessness on his face. Well then, what you said does make sense. Kagani nodded and then took a black umbrella from the room, walking lightly towards the outside. I'll go cook now, so remember to come back early. Itachi called out softly to the girl who was gradually walking away, his voice carrying a hint of tenderness and anticipation. Okay, I understand. Kanon turned her head and responded with a clear and melodious voice. Then, she quickened her pace and ran toward the distance. Snowflakes fell like fairies, swirling delicately down, and everything around her rapidly receded. Hey, stupid Jiraiya! Kagani saw the familiar figure in the distance and shouted loudly. At that moment, the middle-aged man with long white hair stopped in his tracks, turned his head, and looked at Kagani with a puzzled expression. Kagani, what's wrong? Are you going to miss me? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and teased the girl. I'm not. Idiot. Don't get ahead of yourself. It's snowing so heavily. And you didn't bring an umbrella? You really are an idiot, Kain said with a thunder tone, then took out a black umbrella from her bosom and handed it to Jiraiya. Thanks, Jiraiya replied with a gentle smile as he took the umbrella and held it over his head. Snowflakes were falling thickly from the sky, getting heavier by the moment. The tall and short figures walked side by side. Along the way, Jiraiya kept recalling bits and pieces from the past. By the way, Kain, what is that guy Orochimaru up to these days? Jiraiya suddenly asked curiously while walking. I'm not sure either. What's up? Do you want to go see him, Jiraiya-sensei? Kain asked in confusion. Jiraiya nodded helplessly. Sigh. Then I'll take you to find him another day. At least not today, oh. I still have to go back and eat the food that Itachi made. Kain frowned slightly and said, Oh, I understand. Jiraiya shrugged helplessly, his gaze calmly looking into the distance. In the far distance, a flurry of snowflakes was slowly falling. The footprints of the two on the ground quickly faded away, soon filled by the swirling wind and snow. All right, I'll take you this far. I'm leaving now, bye. Hannah gently gazed at the bustling commercial street of Konoha village and said softly. The surrounding crowd was bustling, like fireworks blooming, with the shouts of vendors rising and falling, creating an extraordinarily lively scene. Well, bye-bye. Jiraiya turned his head, his eyes full of affection, smiling as he waved goodbye to Hannah. The girl smiled back and waved in response, their figures gradually blending into the throng of people. The snowflakes drifting in the sky had quietly stopped falling at some point. The sound of Huayin lightly trembling as she reached out to ring the doorbell. The door opened with a soft click, and the person opening it was Sasuke. Sister Huayin, why are you coming back so late? Sasuke looked at Huayin with a face full of resentment, his eyes carrying a hint of reproach. Yeah, what's wrong? Hanyo smiled as she walked into the entrance hall. After changing her shoes, she stepped into the living room. At the dining table, Naruto and Hinata were sitting and chatting, while in the kitchen, Itachi Uchiha was busy cooking. By the way, Sasuke, where have Mom and Dad gone now? Hanyo curiously looked at Sasuke. They casually strolled around Konoha village. Sasuke shrugged, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. So that's how it is. You're back. The kitchen door was gently pushed open, and Itachi walked out holding a fragrant platter with both hands, on which were steaming, delicious-looking buns. I'm back. Hannah blinked her eyes, sparkling with surprise and anticipation. This is specially made for you. Go ahead and try it. Itachi smiled gently, his gaze filled with affection. Please power up for love. Please gifts. Please 5-star reviews. These are very important for the author. Chapter 270. Hinata. Oh no, I've been stolen. How does it taste? Itachi looked at his wife with a gentle expression. It's quite good. Kagani gently nodded, her cheeks puffing up slightly, which made her look especially cute. Hey Kagani, Hinata and I are going out to play. Naruto watched the warm scene between Itachi and Kagani, feeling a bit envious and involuntarily twitching at the corner of his eye. All right then, just be careful while you're out, and come back home early. Kagani nodded, a warm, motherly smile appearing in her eyes. She didn't expect that Naruto and Hinata's relationship had become so good. They were already holding hands. Even though she had triggered the butterfly effect, Naruto and Hinata still ended up together. This truly surprised her. It's still snowing outside. They shouldn't have any problems going out, right? Itachi said with concern. It's fine, Itachi-kun. They've already taken an umbrella and gone out. All right, let's stop discussing them. Kag stood on tiptoe, gently cradling Itachi's face with both hands, her tone filled with warmth. The sun hanging high in the sky was gradually setting in the west, and the surrounding snowflakes had quietly stopped falling without anyone noticing. After a while, the evening sun slowly descended, its afterglow spilling over the streets and alleys of Konoha village, making the entire village appear exceptionally cozy. All right, I'll take you to here, Naruto said as he accompanied Hinata to the Hyuga clan's grounds, waving his hand. Okay, see you later, Naruto-kun. Hinata jogged away, then shyly turned back to wave at Naruto with a flushed face. Just as she turned her head, she saw her father with a serious expression. Father, what's wrong? Hinata asked timidly, lowering her head. When did your relationship with that Naruto guy become so good? Hyuga Hayashi asked sternly, his face dark. It felt like raising a cabbage for many years, only to have it snatched away by a pig one day. As a father, the last thing he wanted to see was such a thing happening. But despite all the calculations, he still didn't foresee it. That guy Fugaka really acted quickly. Hyuga Hayashi's expression instantly became extremely grim. Let's go inside. It's cold outside. Be careful not to catch a cold, Hayashi said calmly, looking at his daughter. Yes, father, Hinata replied, lowering her head as she walked inside. Naruto, you quickly tell me, when exactly did you and Hinata become close? Kanon looked at Naruto with a curious, gossiping expression. Hey Naruto, we're just ordinary friends, don't misunderstand, Naruto said, blushing and stammering. Oh, really? I don't believe you. Kanon looked at Naruto with a gossiping gaze, a mischievous smile appearing on her face. All right, stop prying into other people's private matters. Itachi helplessly looked at his wife, then reached out and gently tapped her on the head. I got it, sorry. Kagani nodded while holding her head. Then I'll go take a shower first. Naruto's eye twitched slightly. It's so cold. Are you sure you want to take a shower? Don't catch a cold. Kagani looked at Naruto with concern. It's fine. I'm used to it. Just as Naruto was about to refuse and lock the door, Kagani walked over. I'll heat some water for you first. Taking a cold shower can easily make you catch a cold. All right then. Thank you, Naruto said reluctantly, and then turned to look out the window. The dusk outside had gradually faded away, and the lights of thousands of homes were bright, with everyone bustling in their rooms. The snow had unknowingly stopped and was gradually melting on the ground. The previous weather had a hint of brightness, but now that brightness had completely disappeared, replaced by the street lights and the lights from other families. All right, the hot water is ready. Naruto? Kanon waved her hand in front of the dazed Naruto, who quickly snapped out of his thoughts. Thanks. Looking at Naruto's indifferent demeanor, Kanon couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. After all, the Naruto from the original story was always so cheerful and sunny, just like Minato Namake's. Reflecting on her previous efforts to take care of Naruto, Kag never expected that Naruto's personality would change so drastically, becoming cold and profound like Sasuke in the original work. Kagome gently rested her chin in her hand. Her delicate brows slightly furrowed as she fell into deep thought. The reason Sasuke's personality is so cold is the flame of revenge burning in his heart. Then, what about Naruto? What could possibly lead him to become like this? It can't just be to quickly become stronger to protect someone who is not even related to him, right? Forget it. Hana decided not to get tangled up in these chaotic and complicated matters anymore, allowing her thoughts to return to calm. Shall we go for a walk? Wai gently turned his head and looked at his wife tenderly. Sure, let's go. Kagani was just about to reach for the umbrella when Itachi gently stopped her. The snow outside had already stopped, so taking the umbrella seemed a bit unnecessary. Itachi scratched his head in confusion and said, maybe it will start snowing again later. After all, the weather is always unpredictable. It's better to be cautious. Kain shook her head, her tone carrying a hint of determination. Then, she jogged over, taking Itachi's hand, and the two exchanged smiles. The couple gently pushed open the door and walked into the Uchiha clan's territory. Ever since Fugaku became Hokage, the Uchiha clan's territory had remained in its original secluded location. The journey from the Uchiha clan to Konoha was not short, but the clan members had long since grown accustomed to this lifestyle and did not complain much. Thus, the location of the clan had never changed. The moonlight in the sky was bright and clear, like scattered silver frost, illuminating the girl's figure. Her skin, under the moonlight, appeared especially fair and delicate like. The evening breeze gently brushed past, stirring the loose strands of hair on Kain's forehead, causing her to shiver slightly. It was indeed a bit cold. Kain gently rubbed her arms and said, you should wear the scarf. Yura looked at his wife helplessly, then took the scarf off his neck and handed it to her. Aren't you going to be cold? Kain blushed as she looked at Itachi, who was tying her scarf, and asked in confusion, really? I'm already used to it. Itachi shook his head, a gentle smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Unknowingly, the two had walked from the Uchiha clan's territory to Konoha village. The night in Konoha was bright with lights, and the streets were filled with the sounds of vendors calling out. The flow of passers-by was endless, and the two of them mixed into the crowd, gradually blending into the bustling scene. Is there anything you want to buy? Itachi asked curiously, holding Kain's hand. I haven't really thought about what I want to buy yet. Kagome shook her head, looking a bit confused. Shall we go take a look at the clothes? There might be styles you like, Itachi suggested. Sure, I'll listen to you. Huayin smiled and nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I'm working hard for love. This is my livelihood now. So tired and frustrated, can't figure it out. Chapter 271 Shopping. The gentleman's taste is truly exceptional. This piece of clothing is simply tailored for the lady. The salesperson gently caressed the garment in hand, wearing a flattering and ingratiating smile. What do you think? You turned your head, your gaze gently landing on Huayin. The sound of flowers nodding is like a chick pecking at rice. Waiter, please swipe the card. You slowly took out an exquisite bank card from your pocket. All right. The waiter hurriedly picked up the POS machine. I have to say, the technological development in the ninja world is indeed astonishing. It can only be described as bizarre. Clearly, they already have the convenience of television, movies, bank card for payments, and modern technology like POS machines, yet they are lacking in mobile phones and firearms. They are obviously in a setting filled with ancient backgrounds, yet they live a life that is indistinguishable from modern living. This contradiction and fusion is quite strange. Kagani gently shook her head. sweeping away the trivial thoughts in her mind like autumn leaves blown away by the wind. Then, the girls set off shopping with Itachi. They walked and stopped along the way, buying this and that. Of course, all the expenses were paid by Itachi. Upon reflection, it seems to be an unchanging rule that men spend on women, whether in ancient times or modern times. It was already quite late. Should they continue shopping? Itachi, with heavy bags in both hands, wore a face full of exhaustion and helplessness, yet his gaze remained tenderly fixed on his wife. Well, it feels like they didn't buy enough today, though. Hanyo let out a soft sigh, her tone filled with a sense of unfulfilled regret. Itachi, hearing his wife's response, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye slightly. He really wanted to complain. Is the small amount of shopping you mentioned really referring to these mountains of things? However, Itachi still forcibly suppressed this dissatisfaction. After all, Hanyo is his wife, and he must pamper her. With a faint sound, the door was slowly pushed open, and the living room immediately revealed a dim scene. Kagani quickly reached out to press the switch button at the entrance. Almost in an instant, the room was filled with bright light. Ikun, let's wash these newly bought clothes first. Kano turned her head while speaking, looking gently at Itachi, and reached out to take the clothes. It's really too cold tonight. Let's wait until tomorrow to wash them. Itachi watched his busy wife and said with concern, then let's do as you said. Kano smiled and nodded. The two quietly tidied up the clothes, carefully organizing them into the box. Are you going to do the laundry tomorrow, or should I? Kagani looked at Itachi curiously, a teasing smile on her face. Let me wash it instead. You have to be careful not to catch a cold. Last time he got sick, it really had me flustered for a while. Itachi gently sighed. Is that so? Then let me do the laundry. I recovered pretty quickly from that cold last time, didn't I? Hannah boldly said, with a hint of mischief in her eyes. In fact, she had not caught a cold last time. She had only pretended to do so on purpose. The reason for her act was probably just boredom, but she felt a bit guilty for making Itachi worry about her for so long. Well, since you insist so much, you can do the washing. Itachi chuckled softly with a hint of helplessness on his face, and then walked into the kitchen, looking slightly tired. Do you want to have some late-night snacks? I bought some fried skewers on the way. Itachi pulled out a bag from the kitchen, gently untied it, and then brought it to the living room. As soon as he opened the bag, a tempting aroma wafted out, filling the entire living room. Henio couldn't help but swallow, curious as she asked, when did you buy these fried skewers? I quietly went out to buy them while you were changing clothes in the fitting room. I wanted to surprise you when I came back, Itachi gently explained, a happy smile on his face. So that's how it is? Thank you, Itachi-kun. A warm current surged in Keio's heart, and then she gently kissed Itachi's cheek. Itachi was taken aback for a moment, feeling the damp sensation on his face. And seeing his wife blushing, his heart raced. This feeling was quite nice. What are you looking at? What's wrong? Am I not allowed to kiss you? Huayin turned her head away playfully, a hint of arrogance on her face. Of course I'm willing, just a little surprised, she said. Yao hesitated to speak, letting out a soft laugh. After simply finishing the fried skewers, Hannah went to the bathroom to take a shower, dried her hair with a hairdryer, and then lay down on the bed. Itachi brushed his teeth, washed his face, and gently pushed open the door. Looking at his wife, who was sound asleep, Itachi sighed helplessly and pulled the blanket up a bit. Then, he took out some tissue and gently wiped the drool that was flowing from Hannah's mouth. At this age, still acting like a child, Itachi looked at the drool on the tissue with disdain, but unconsciously stuck out his tongue to lick it. Not bad. Wait, am I being a bit perverted? Sweat trickled down Itachi's forehead, and he quickly threw the crumpled tissue into the trash can. The night passed without incident, and nothing strange happened. In the distance, the fish belly white gradually rose, and the dim room slowly brightened. Hearing the crowing of roosters at the village entrance, Itachi opened his eyes. It was time to get up and cook. Itachi looked tenderly at Hannah in his arms, reaching out to play with her hair. Seeing the drool flowing from the corner of the girl's mouth again, Itachi felt speechless. His own sleeve was a bit damp. The sleeping girl was exceptionally cute, but that drool, forget it. It looks pretty cute this way too. I really can't move the plot anymore. My mind is blank. When this book reached over 100 chapters, I just didn't know what to write anymore. I should have written an outline before starting this book. I'm just hoping this book can last through the end of the month. Please support it for love. Tapter kaks sataseit kaks kursesead. I can only ask Lady Tsunade for healing. In the early morning, when the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window into the room, everything was calm and nothing special had happened. Kagun still brushes her teeth and washes her face in an orderly manner, just like in the past. Afterwards, she happily enjoys a sumptuous breakfast. I assume that you, Weaselquin, are about to get off work soon, right? Kayan turned her head to gaze at the old clock on the wall, pondering silently within herself. She glanced out the window and noticed that the swirling snowflakes had already ceased at some unknown moment. The golden sun hung high in the sky, its warm rays illuminating the withered yellow grass in the cold winter, resembling the rising sun of hope. Although the weather was still bone-chillingly cold, it had improved significantly compared to before. Hanyo gently shook her head, slowly raising her arm to look at the blue wedge. Compared to before, it appeared particularly clear and conspicuous at this moment. The curse mark was now extremely obvious, and Hanyo felt a deep sense of panic in her heart. She was afraid that her fate would be the same as Boruto's, undergoing a sudden change of allegiance overnight and becoming a rogue ninja hunted by various countries. Should she ask Lady Tsunade? Kagani gazed at her graceful reflection in the mirror, murmuring to herself. The girl in the mirror had skin as white as snow, and her beauty was truly heavenly. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down her slender back. If she were in ancient times, she would surely be considered a beauty that could topple nations, one that could make the moon hide and the flowers feel ashamed. I didn't expect my transformation to be so significant. The girl gently caressed her increasingly thin face. Compared to a few years ago, her face now appeared even more slender, completely resembling that of a youthful girl. With a soft click, the door was gently pushed open by the girl. Huayin slowly sat down at the entrance, carefully changed her shoes, and then stepped out with a light and graceful stride. The sun hung high in the sky, its brilliant rays shining down on the young girl, stretching her slender shadow longer and longer, resembling a beautifully exquisite painting. Kayan walked cautiously through the winding alleys of the Uchiha clan, carefully confirming that no one was following her. Then, she activated her kaleidoscope, instantly disappearing from her spot. If she wasn't mistaken, Lady Tsunade should still be in Konoha village right now. Kayan soars high in the sky, awakening her keen soul perception ability. In her vision, a vast amount of chakra energy suddenly emerges in Konoha. Some are dense like ink, while others are faint like water. Strange, isn't it? Not in Konoha. Kagami frowned slightly, looking exceptionally cute and charming. Let's go to the Fire Nation and take a look. After making up her mind, the girl disappeared from the spot like a flash of lightning. The world of ninjas is still very vast. Kagun spent the entire afternoon before finally arriving in the Land of Fire. The sun hanging high in the sky gradually sank lower, unknowingly entering dusk. Big bets or small bets? Big, big, big. On a bustling street filled with lively voices, Kagani put on the previous fox mask to avoid drawing attention. Soon, she heard that familiar voice in her room. Immediately after, there was a series of excited shouts from a middle-aged man. You lost. Lady Tsunade is willing to admit defeat. That's right, Lady Tsunade, don't play dirty. Then there was a loud bang. In front of Hainan's eyes, a large door was suddenly kicked open by Tsunade with a fierce kick. Shizen, let's go. Wait for me, Lady Tsunade. Shizen tightly hugged Tun-Tun, looking like she was about to cry, and hurriedly followed the beautiful woman with flowing golden long hair. Kanan couldn't help but twitch her eyes at the scene. In a deep and narrow alley, she said, well, you little brat, what is it that you want from me this time? Tsunade, with hazy eyes, stared at Kanan in front of her. Lady Tsunade, the thing is. Kanan looked up at Tsunade in front of her and quickly and clearly explained the sequence of events. Raise your arm and let me see, Tsunade said with a serious expression. Okay, Kanan replied. Kanan raised her fair and delicate arm, revealing a blue curse mark on it. This is quite strange, Tsunade murmured to herself after observing it carefully. Lady Tsunade, what does this mean? Kanan looked at Tsunade with a puzzled expression. Logically speaking, this cursed seal shouldn't exist. It should have been parasitized on your arm by someone else, and sooner or later it would take over your body. However, Tsunade held her chin, her beautiful brows tightly furrowed. But what could it be? Kagani's heart suddenly tightened as she nervously looked at Tsunade. The curse seal was already quite mature, but the casters still hadn't taken over her body. Perhaps they were already dead? Tsunade raised her head to look at the girl in front of her. Haneon nodded upon hearing this, and a weight in her heart finally lifted. Lady Tsunade, will there be any issues for me moving forward? She asked cautiously. It's hard to say, Tsunade replied, rubbing her fingers and letting out a slight sigh. Kagami was at a loss for words and had no choice but to take out some cash from her pocket and hand it to Tsunade. Not bad. Tsunade looked at the girl with satisfaction. You stretch out your hand, and I'll add a few seals to this arm of yours. Okay. Hana obediently extended her arm in front of Tsunade. Soon, several sealing marks of the Uzumaki clan appeared on her arm. Lady Tsunade, do you also know the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan? Hana asked in surprise. Yes, my great-grandfather taught me before, Tsunade replied, gently patting the girl's head with a soft smile on her face. All right, you should be fine now, Tsunade said. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, Hana said gratefully and bowed. Standing beside them, Shizen watched the scene with a smile in her eyes and softly remarked, Lady Tsunade is really gentle. Hey, Shizen, I'm just doing my job for money, Tsunade said, her eyes twitching slightly, feeling a bit helpless. Well, I won't disturb you two any longer. I'll take my leave now, bye. Kanon waved goodbye to the two and instantly disappeared from the spot. Well, take care. Tsunade glanced at the direction the girl had left and turned around. Lady Tsunade, is she really okay? Shizen hurriedly followed, her face filled with worry. After all, she had been with Tsunade for so long that she could already guess Tsunade's character. It's hard to say about her situation. If the Otsutsuki clan doesn't appear in the ninja world anymore, then her seal shouldn't be affected. Tsunade hesitated, her gaze drifting into the distance. In the distance, a ray of morning sun was gradually setting, casting its afterglow over the entire alley. Please support me, for love. One account can send 3. I'm begging everyone. He really needs this. Chapter 273. When do you two plan to have children? Why does a vague sense of unease linger deep within? Kagami gently caressed her fluttering chest, the inexplicable anxiety shrouding her like a mist, making her feel restless without knowing the reason. Perhaps I'm just overthinking it. Huayin let out a faint sigh, her gaze directed towards the distant and brilliant sky of the rising sun. The firmament was so resplendent, especially after being touched by the evening glow, making it breathtakingly beautiful. The afterglow of the sunset flowed like golden satin, slowly elongating the silhouette of the girl until it merged with the earth. With a creak, the solemn gates of the Uchiha clan were gently pushed open by Huayin. Sigh. Huayin sighed softly, her footsteps heavy as she walked along the family path, her mood seemingly weighed down by a 1,000-pound stone. Huayin? A familiar and warm voice rang in her ears, like a spring breeze brushing against her face. Yow, did you just get off work? Kanon looked up, and what came into view was Itachi Uchiha's gentle smile, which stirred a hint of joy in her heart. Yes, that's right. Itachi smiled and nodded, his gaze filled with tenderness. That's wonderful, Itachi-kun, let me tell you. Kagami couldn't wait to share her experience of going out to look for Tsunade. Are you okay? Let me see your arm, Itachi said with a worried expression as he took his wife's arm and examined it closely. Several obvious sealing techniques came into view, but the blue curse mark did not appear. Itachi-kun. The sound of flowers lightly called out, and a shy blush appeared on her cheeks. Let's go. I'll take you to the hospital again. Itachi, with a worried expression, supported his wife, his tone filled with determination. No need, I'm fine now. Kanon gently stopped Itachi, her eyes filled with determination. Well then, Itachi silently nodded, but the worries in his heart did not dissipate. On the road ahead, the atmosphere became unusually serious, as if the air itself had solidified. The young man and woman walked side by side, their gazes fixed on the shimmering surface of a lake beneath the sloping grass, their thoughts undulating like the ripples on the water. Kanon, are you really okay with the curse mark on you? Itachi asked repeatedly, his tone full of concern. I'm fine. Itachi-kun. Huayin helplessly stood on tiptoe, gently patting Itachi's head with a hint of a helpless smile at the corner of her mouth. Really now, even though I'm fine, you're still so flustered. Your personality is just the same as before. Huayin tucked a strand of long hair behind her ear, and the distant lake shimmered, reflecting the figure of the young girl. Looking at Huayin's profile, Itachi's heart couldn't help but race, as if drawn by an invisible force. After all, his wife was truly beautiful. A cold breeze swept by, causing Huayin to shiver slightly, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. It's a bit cold, she said softly. You know, next time you go out, remember to wear more clothes. Itachi took off the scarf around his neck and carefully wrapped it around Huayin, his movements gentle and warm. Okay, I understand. And also, could you not be so? Hana blushed and murmured, her eyes filled with shyness. Her gaze fell on the members of the Uchiha clan on the road. Although they were at a distance, their eyes were full of envy and blessings. With so many people watching, Hana felt a bit embarrassed, but her heart was filled with sweetness and happiness. It's fine. I'll get used to it sooner or later. Let's go. Itachi chuckled softly, then ruffled the girl's hair, holding her hand as they walked towards home. The wind along the way had unknowingly become gentle as well. Kagami looked at the boy holding her hand and leading the way in front of her, a faint smile lingering at the corner of her lips. Her eyes filled with happiness. This is so nice. As long as those Otsutsuki clan members are dealt with, she wouldn't have to live in constant fear every day anymore. She might even be able to be with Itachi. Thinking of this, a wave of anticipation surged in Kagani's heart. However, what should they name the child when the time comes? Just as this thought crossed her mind, it was interrupted by the soft chime of the doorbell. She didn't realize when, but Kagani had already been led back home by Itachi. Had they arrived home so quickly? Kanon murmured in confusion. Our home is right in the center of the Uchiha clan. It only takes a 10-minute walk to get there. Itachi rubbed his wife's head, chuckling softly, his tone filled with affection. Oh, the sound of flowers nodded quickly like a chick pecking at rice. You're back? Makoto was busy preparing dinner, and her eyes were filled with gentle affection upon seeing the two return. Yes, Mom, what delicious food are we having tonight? Kagani curiously asked, her eyes sparkling with a joyful smile. Of course, it's to cook your favorite dishes, you child who plays outside all day, Makoto teased. Her gaze towards Kagani filled with affection and helplessness. Itachi watched the warm scene between the two and couldn't help but reach out to gently scratch his cheek. Oh no, am I being isolated? Itachi silently complained to himself. He could finally deeply understand Sasuke's feelings back then. Indeed. Mom, does love really disappear? Itachi, are you interested in becoming Hokage? Fugaku held the newspaper steadily with both hands, leisurely sipping the tea in his hand, curiously watching his son. Dad, why are you suddenly asking me this? Itachi turned his head curiously to look at Fugaku. It's nothing. I'm already old and no longer suitable to be Hokage. So I was thinking about who should take over the position. You've grown up now, so you should understand a bit, Fugaku said while savoring his tea, his words carrying some depth. Well, I'm really not interested in the position of Hokage. Why not give it to Uncle Minato? After a brief thought, Itachi shook his head, looking at his wife with affectionate eyes. All right, I'm old too. It's time for me to retire. Were you two planning to have kids? The dear who's been working with me is almost going to become a grandfather, Fugaku said with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Isn't it too early for that? Itachi smiled and declined. Okay, just pay attention to the timing yourself. I won't rush you, Fugaku said somewhat frustratedly, then lowered his head to continue focusing on the newspaper. Itachi's eyes twitched slightly, feeling speechless. Dad, your expression has already revealed that you are anxious. Finally finished writing 4,000 words. Sigh, I feel a sense of relief. Please support my passion. Everyone just needs to watch a 10-second ad. Chapter 274. Is the Otsutsuki clan coming again? Time flies like a fleeting horse, passing in an instant. After the meal, everyone washed up and went to sleep peacefully. After all, in this ninja world, there are very few entertainment options to pass the time. On the other side of the distant mountain, a red sun slowly rose, like a new hope, heralding the arrival of a brand new day. Huayin gently opened her hazy eyes, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and then stepped into the bathroom to start her daily routine. Speaking of which, what is Itachi doing at this moment? Kagani brushed her teeth while letting a large amount of foam spill out from the corners of her mouth. She gazed at her cold and beautiful face in the mirror and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. In 2 days, it would be her birthday. Remembering the scenes from her childhood birthday celebrations, it seemed that Itachi had once carefully chosen a cute doll for her. However, that was no longer appropriate. As she was now an adult, Kagani let out a light sigh and shook her head, her expression resembling a rattle drum, making her look particularly playful and cute. I hope this time Itachi can give me a special gift. I really don't want to be treated like a child anymore. Hana frowned slightly, muttering in dissatisfaction, looking even more lovable. Just then, a faint creaking sound came from the door on the second floor, and Sasuke, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, slowly walked down. Sasuke, why do you have such heavy dark circles? What time did you sleep last night? Kagome looked at Sasuke with dissatisfaction and asked with concern, Oh, did you not sleep last night? Were you up all night playing the game? Sasuke replied with a sound, revealing a hint of disappointment on his face. Why do you look so unhappy? Did you have a breakup? Kagani noticed Sasuke's low mood and couldn't help but tease him. Go away, go away. Sasuke waved his hand in dissatisfaction, then grabbed a steamed bun from the table and took a big bite. This bun was the breakfast Itachi had prepared for them before leaving home in the morning. Honestly, I'm just trying to show you I care. Kagome walked over and gently tapped Sasuke's head, her delicate brows furrowing. Oh, then I really have to thank you for caring about me. Sasuke helplessly shrugged his shoulders and, after finishing breakfast, returned to the second floor dejectedly. A character popped up on Kono's forehead as she glared at Sasuke's back with an unhappy expression. What kind of attitude is this? Kanon sighed helplessly and ultimately picked up the steamed bun, starting to enjoy her breakfast. Well, after all, Sasuke is already this big. According to the growth patterns of boys, he is probably going through a rebellious phase right now. Hannah bit into the steam bun, her cheeks puffed up, and she began to ponder. She recalled that she had also gone through a rebellious phase when she was younger. Ding dong. A crisp doorbell sound interrupted the girl's thoughts. Kagun slowly walked to the entrance and gently opened the door. Ji Shui, what brings you here? Kagani looked at the person in front of her, a hint of surprise appearing on her face. Well, you successfully dealt with that member of the Otsutsuki clan last time, right? Shui nodded, looking seriously at the girl. Yeah, what's up? Kanon tilted her head, looking at Shirzei with a puzzled expression, not understanding the meaning of his words. As another member of the Otsutsuki clan appeared, Shirzue's gaze became cautious. When Kane heard the words Otsutsuki, a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes. Where are they? At the border of the hidden leaf. Come. Give me your hand, Shirzue said with a serious expression. Kane unhesitatingly extended her palm, and Shirzue tightly grasped her hand, instantly activating the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh! The two figures immediately vanished from their original spot. The surrounding scene became a blur, as if they were in a surreal world. However, this blurred sensation only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds before gradually dissipating. When Kain opened her eyes again, she found herself at the border of the Hidden Leaf village. The area was desolate, overgrown with weeds, and in the distance stood a massive iron fence with serious-looking Umbu members guarding it. Lord Shirsui, have you returned? An Umbu member wearing a bird mask respectfully looked at Shirsui. Yes, quickly tell me what you have observed about the Otsutsuki clan. Let this young girl hear it. Shirsui said without any hesitation, speaking sternly. Understood. The Umbu member turned to Kain, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Unable to help but admire the girl's stunning beauty. Soon, he began to recount the details of the situation in full. Hanaeon heard the details of these events, her brows furrowing slightly, revealing a hint of confusion. To put it simply, the situation is as follows. A member of the Umbu, while patrolling at night, suddenly spotted a meteor falling from the sky. This meteor emitted a massive amount of chakra, which was unsettling. The Umbu member became worried, fearing that this might be a precursor to another attack from the Otsutsuki clan, and quickly reported the matter to Shirsui. After hearing the details, Shirsui's expression became cautious, and without any hesitation, he immediately returned to Konohagakure to find Hanaeon. Is that so? Quickly, take me see it. Huayin gently shook her head, revealing a thoughtful expression on her face. Soon, everyone took Huayin out of the borders of Konoha village. In the distance, Huayin spotted a massive meteorite lying silently there. I'll go take a look by myself. You all wait for me here. Huayin reminded everyone with a word, and then carefully walked towards the meteorite. The appearance of this meteorite looked no different from an ordinary stone, just a bit larger in size. However, when Huayin got closer, she found that the interior of the meteorite was indeed leaking a large amount of chakra. What the heck? Kain immediately activated her soul perception ability, wanting to investigate further. However, when she sensed the situation inside the meteorite, she suddenly froze. What was going on? Kanon was surprised to find a red fruit in the meteorite, rather than the Tsutsuki clan she was worried about. Isn't this the fruit of the god tree? Kain's pupils slightly contracted, and an incredulous expression appeared on her face. Then, she decisively shattered the meteorite and took out the bright red fruit from within. Looking at this fruit, which was exactly the same as the one in Boruto, Huayin unconsciously swallowed. A strong impulse surged in her heart, but she still endured and did not swallow it. Soon, Kagami returned to the border and reported the details of the incident to everyone. Will eating this fruit make one stronger? Shirsue wanted to say something, but hesitated, showing a mix of confusion and curiosity on his face. That's right, Shirsue. Henin cautiously nodded and said, take me to the Hokage's office first. Okay. Shirsue readily agreed, then placed his hand on the girl's shoulder. Soon, the two figures disappeared without a trace. Please support for love. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 275. Itachi swallows the god tree fruit. In the Hokage's office, Fugaku was stunned after hearing the entire cause and process of the incident. His face filled with astonishment. Henin, how do you plan to deal with this god tree fruit? Fugaku looked at Henin with confusion, his eyes filled with doubt. Well, maybe we could try eating it directly? Kano gently rested her chin on her hand and said softly. She had checked this divine tree fruit many times and could confirm that there was nothing unusual about it. However, her heart was filled with doubts, not understanding why this divine tree fruit had suddenly appeared in the ninja world. Was it a gift from heaven, or some unknown conspiracy. But in any case, this fruit did not significantly enhance her strength. Perhaps it would be a better choice to give it to Itachi? Are you sure there won't be any issues with that? If there are no problems, then you can give it a try, Fugaka said, cautiously examining the fruit on the table, his eyes filled with vigilance. The fruit was bright in color, seemingly radiating an enticing glow, constantly tempting people to taste it. I didn't experience any increase in strength after eating it, so we can consider giving it to someone else, Hannah shyly said, a blush appearing on her face. Sure, Sui, do you want to eat this? Fugaka looked at the girl with fondness, then turned to look at Sure Sui. Sure Sui, who was beside them, couldn't help but chuckle at Hannah's demeanor, then said, Uncle Fugaku, why not let Itachi eat this fruit? Are you sure? Sure Sui, don't you want to take this opportunity to enhance your strength? Fugaku hesitated, his eyes filled with complex emotions. This fruit was taken out by Hannah, and with her personality, she would definitely choose to give it to Itachi to boost his power. Sure Sui teased, his face full of smiles. I see, Fugaka suddenly realized as he looked at Hannah, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. The girl before him, with her shy demeanor and lowered head, looked particularly delicate and cute, making one unable to help but feel affection for her. At the Uchiha clan's residence, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. Minato, Obito, Kakashi, and all the other powerful figures in Konoha were gathered here, each face etched with seriousness. Are you sure you want to eat this fruit now? Itachi asked, looking at the brightly colored fruit in his hand, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Yes, Itachi-kun, hurry up and eat it. Henio looked at Uchiha Itachi with anticipation, her eyes filled with hope. Henio, why don't we wait a few more days to eat it? After all, things that quickly enhance one's strength often come with huge side effects. Jiraiya looked at Henio with a worried expression, his eyes full of concern. Don't worry, everything will be fine. I've checked it repeatedly, and this fruit definitely has no issues. Kanon patted her chest confidently, her tone firm and assured. All right, I'll eat it. Itachi trusted his wife and then, without hesitation, swallowed the fruit in his hand. Time passed second by second, and the air was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Everyone swallowed nervously, looking at Itachi with anxious and uneasy expressions. Soon, the boy in front of them began to feel extremely uncomfortable. His brows furrowed tightly. A look of pain appeared on his face, and he let out a heavy groan. Is it really okay? Mikoto looked at her son with concern, her eyes filled with anxiety and unease. However, as time went on, Itachi's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, their faces showing signs of relief. All right, it seems nothing serious has happened, Kakashi said after activating his Sharingan and scrutinizing Itachi, hesitating to speak. Itachi's current strength was too overwhelming. His massive chakra was overflowing and seemed somewhat uncontrollable. Let's seal this chakra for now, Jiraiya suggested, his face full of seriousness. Jiraiya-sensei, there's no need to seal it, Kanon spoke softly, interrupting Jiraiya's actions. Itachi-kun, try to suppress the aura around you. Itachi nodded dully and began to absorb natural energy. Soon, the surrounding weeds gradually stopped swaying, and everything seemed to return to calm. Itachi exhaled a breath of turbid air, his gaze becoming as calm as water, as if everything that had just happened had never occurred. Do you feel better? Jiraiya curiously observed Itachi, his eyes filled with concern and curiosity. Yes, quite good. I feel like my vision has become much clearer now. Itachi shook his head, and the kaleidoscope pattern in his pupils began to slowly rotate. Before long, the kaleidoscope transformed into the eternal kaleidoscope. However, this was not the end. It quickly turned into the Nine-Tomo Rinnegan. What the hell? Obito exclaimed upon seeing this, unable to hold back his exclamation, his face filled with astonishment. Minato was also stunned, his eyes wide with shock. Jiraiya looked even more bewildered, completely unable to understand what was happening. Eating this fruit actually unlocked the Rinnegan? Kanon's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Her gaze fixed tightly on the scene, her heart filled with shock. The god tree fruit of the Otsutsuki clan is actually this powerful? No wonder those aliens in the original work are all so strong. Itachi, hurry and see if you can harness the power of the Rinnegan. Kanon urged with a joyful expression. Let me give it a try. Itachi raised his hand, aimed at the branch on the ground, and his eyes widened suddenly. Soon, the branch floated up and flew into his palm. The effect seemed quite good. Itachi nodded, then switched his Sharingan back to the Manjiki form. Before long, a towering 200-meter-tall, crimson giant stood in the sky. Awesome! Jiraiya looked up in amazement. Wow, Susanoo is so cool. Obito exclaimed, his eyes filled with envy. He then turned and looked meaningfully at Kakashi. Kakashi sensed Obito's gaze and couldn't help but shiver. Obito, what do you want to do? Kakashi, shouldn't you return my eyes to me? Obito looked at Kakashi with dissatisfaction. Ahem, all right, Itachi-kun, come down now. We are still in Konoha, and making such a big commotion is too much. Hana gently reminded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Itachi closed his eyes and slowly descended from the air. So, you look so cool like this, Mikoto exclaimed. Sister Hana, can you let me eat that kind of fruit next time? Sasuke said with envy on his face. Of course, Hana replied with a smile. Finally finished the 4,000 words. I'm asking for support out of love. Thank you all. Chapter 276. Itachi's Strength Source? Itachi-kun, can you use your Rinnegan abilities again? Henin gazed at Itachi, who was busy in the kitchen, and quietly wrapped her arms around him from behind. All right, stop it, Henin. I still have to prepare our dinner. Itachi sighed gently, then softly untangled his wife's tightly embraced hands. Watching the food in the pot sizzling from the heat, Itachi's mood became particularly cheerful. After all, he had gained the power of the Rinnegan, which meant he could share some responsibilities with Henin from now on. At least, in battle, he was no longer a useless ornament, but someone who could play a significant role. Once the food is ready, can I use your ability again? Kain continued to ask persistently. Well, fine. Yao sighed helplessly, his eyes filled with affection for his wife. That's great. Henio revealed a sweet smile and then gently nodded. The two brought the cooked dishes to the dining table, while Henio went upstairs, planning to call Sasuke and Naruto down for dinner. Hey, Sasuke, Naruto, it's already noon. Hurry up and get up to eat. Kagani gently knocked on the door of the two, her tone filled with tenderness. Okay, came a weak response from Sasuke's room. In contrast, Naruto simply and decisively walked out. Naruto is truly much more obedient and sensible than Sasuke. Kagami stood on tiptoe and gently touched Naruto's head, a smile sparkling in her eyes. Sister, I'm already this old. You shouldn't always treat me like a child, Naruto said, blushing and feeling a bit shy. Oh, is that so? I'll keep that in mind from now on, Kagami chuckled lightly. With a creak, Sasuke's door swung open. What came into view was a disheveled Sasuke with a dazed expression. Huayin glanced at Sasuke and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh in her heart. Sigh. Another boy obsessed with the internet. Canon can finally understand why parents in their previous lives always hoped their children wouldn't be addicted to games. Just look at Sasuke. Staying up all night every day, it's really concerning. Hey, Sasuke, you promised me before that you wouldn't play games until dawn anymore. Canon pretended to be angry and said, Oh, I see. Sasuke completely ignored Kanon's reproach and went downstairs after washing up. Kagani watched this scene and couldn't help but fall into silence. AWOL character even popping up on her forehead. Forget it. It's better to calm down. Henin took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. At the dining table, everyone was enjoying their meal, while Itachi looked at Henin with concern, occasionally serving her some delicious dishes. After Naruto finished his meal, he slammed his chopsticks on the table and said, I'm full, I need to go out. Shouldn't you wear more clothes? It's a bit cold outside. Kanon looked at Naruto, who had walked to the entrance, and gently reminded him. No need. Naruto shook his head and left the house after changing his shoes. What's wrong with that kid? Itachi walked over, looking concerned. I don't know, he's been seeming down lately. Kagani slightly frowned, her delicate brows knitting together, her face filled with worry. Well, I'll head out first, Kagani's sister. Sasuke also walked to the entrance, changed his shoes, and was just about to open the door when Kagani suddenly grabbed his hand. Sasuke turned his head, looking at Kagani with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Don't you know to dress up a bit before going out? Honestly, Kanon took out a comb and grooming tool from the nearby cabinet, then carefully helped Sasuke style his hair and handed him a mirror. See, doesn't this look much cooler? Sasuke looked at himself in the mirror, his face like a jade crown, long hair cascading to his ears, and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. All right, now that they have both left, can you use your ability now, Itachi? Kagani gently wrapped her arms around Itachi's arm, swaying slightly and acting cute. Well then, let's set off. Itachi smiled faintly, his voice carrying a hint of cheerful amusement. Then the two walked out the door side by side. The weather today was unusually cold, as if the very air had frozen. Both Itachi and Kagani wrapped themselves in soft scarves, walking shoulder to shoulder in the cold wind, leaning against each other. It was clear that it wasn't snowing anymore, but why did it feel even colder than before? Kagani looked around at the silver-clad environment, murmuring to herself with a hint of confusion in her voice. That's true, but you're still carrying an umbrella when you go out. Itachi curiously looked at the umbrella tightly held by his wife, his eyes filled with. Kagun's long hair flows down like a waterfall, looking exceptionally cute. She tightly hugs the umbrella, appearing delicate and helpless, which makes one feel a surge of affection. What's wrong with me bringing an umbrella? Kagun pouted slightly, snorted coldly, and then turned her head away with a hint of arrogance. I didn't say it wasn't possible, Itachi wanted to say, but hesitated, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. There's a tree ahead, so I'll just use my abilities here, Itachi thought as he gazed at a tree in the distance, and then stopped in his tracks. All right, but you must be careful. Kanon ran over and stood in the distance, her face filled with worry as she constantly reminded Itachi. Yeah, I will. Itachi nodded firmly, then slowly raised his finger, focusing his gaze on the trees in the distance. Soon, the tomo in his eyes began to spin, gradually transforming into intricate patterns. These patterns quickly began to rotate, ultimately morphing into the Rinnegan. All of this happened in just a few seconds, leaving one breathless. A powerful repulsive force centered on Itachi rapidly propelled towards the distant trees. Bang! The trees seemed to be lifted by an invisible force, directly flying through the air, spinning a few times before gradually floating in midair. Floating? Kayan widened her eyes, looking at the scene in confusion, her face filled with disbelief. Yes, I modified this strike myself. Itachi smiled and nodded, his face full of confidence. Kagani took a closer look and was surprised to find that a pair of majestic dragon horns had grown on Itachi's forehead. She suddenly realized that Itachi had combined the techniques of the Dragon Cave with the powers of the Rinnegan. Could it be used this way too? Kagami's pupils slightly constricted as she looked at Itachi in surprise, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. The trees spun continuously in the air, spinning faster and faster. Like a giant top, as Itachi's finger gently descended, the trees crashed to the ground with a bang. The ground instantly cracked open like a spider web. However, just a few seconds later, these cracks gradually disappeared like shattered glass, and the ground began to restore itself. What principle is this? Hannah covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide open, looking extremely cute. Isn't the fairy magic in the Dragon Cave capable of controlling the natural environment? I want to restore the ground to its original state just as easily. Itachi smiled gently and explained, is it really possible to do that? Kanon tilted her head, looking at Itachi with a hint of surprise. Please power up for love. Chapter 277. The child's name. Let's call her Hanayuki? Itachi tested the power of his Rinnegan. After all, it had been a while. In the distance, the sun was slowly setting, casting its afterglow on the young boy and girl, stretching their shadows longer and longer. All right, it's getting late. Shall we head home? Itachi turned to his wife and said gently, just a little longer. I want to play a bit more. Huayin shook her head and wrapped her arms around Itachi's. All right, where shall we go to play? Itachi nodded and gently asked, how about we go to that beach we visited before? Huayin shook Itachi's arm, her tone carrying a hint of coquetry. It's so cold. What are we going to do there? Itachi looked at Huayin with a puzzled expression. We're not going to swim, just sitting there to look at the scenery. Hanyo pouted and said unhappily, looking very cute. All right. Itachi picked up Hanyo and a princess carry, and in an instant, the two of them vanished from their original spot. When Hanyo opened her eyes again, she found herself looking at an endless ocean in the distance. They were standing on the shore, watching the sunset shine on the sea, creating a particularly calm and warm atmosphere. Itachi, when did you make a flying thunder god mark here? Hanyo broke free from Itachi's embrace and asked curiously. I did a long time ago. I was afraid you would get lost, so I carved the flying thunder god marks all around. Itachi turned his head and chuckled lightly, then bent down to gently brush away the sand on the ground, revealing the flying thunder god mark. However, this mark was different from Minato's. It was engraved with Hanyo's name and had a heart added on the right side. I'm not a child anymore. Kain blushed at the scene, puffed up her cheeks, and gently punched Itachi's shoulder. Haha, can I even make a joke? Itachi stepped back a few paces, raised his hands in the air, and teased. All right, I won't mess with you anymore. Kain shook her head. Soon, the two found a tree stump, sat together, leaning against each other, and watched the sunset in the distance. Itachi-kun. Kain suddenly spoke, her tone carrying a hint of disappointment. What's wrong? Itachi instinctively tightened his grip on his wife's hand, looking down at her with concern. Kanon leaned against his shoulder, and the sweet scent of the girl made Itachi feel a little restless inside. What do you think we should name our baby if we have one in the future? Hanaeon leaned in the embrace of Itachi, turning to look at the distant sunset. I haven't thought about this yet. Itachi was taken aback by the question, unsure of how to respond. If it's a girl, what should we name her? Hanayan's voice carried a hint of melancholy. Hearing his wife's wistful tone, Itachi scratched his head and said helplessly, if it's a girl, how about we call her Hanayuki? Why do you say that? Hanayan was stunned, looking up at Itachi with curiosity. I really can't think of any names, but Hanayan, when we met, it just happened to be the season when the cherry blossoms were blooming, right? Itachi stammered a response, his face slightly flushed. That's such a cheesy explanation. Hanayan rolled her eyes. But the name Hanayuki doesn't sound too bad. The sound of laughter in Kaon's eyes. She gently shook her head. Right, I think so too. Itachi nodded, and then the two continued to snuggle together. The dusk gradually descended, until it completely vanished on the horizon, and the surrounding light dimmed as well. In an instant, the area was shrouded in deep darkness. Itachi carefully searched for a pile of wood, stacking it together with caution, and finally performed the fire release technique, successfully igniting a roaring bonfire. The wood crackled in the fire, and the bright flames illuminated wisps of rising smoke. Itachi rubbed his cold hands together, took a deep breath, and asked with concern, it's getting colder. Do you want to put on another piece of clothing? No, it's fine. Huayin shook her head gently, her tone carrying a hint of arrogance. She gazed at the flickering flames of the campfire, her eyes gradually becoming soft and profound. After silently calculating the time, she realized that she had been in this unfamiliar world for more than 10 years. From her initial anxiety and reticence to her current calm acceptance, she had experienced countless trials and tribulations along the way, truly having gone through many hardships. What are you thinking about? Your eyes look so gentle. The voice of the ferret suddenly broke Huayin's thoughts, waking her from her memories. It's nothing. Kagani shook her head gently again, her eyes carrying a hint of daze. Immediately after, Itachi slowly took out a delicate firework from his bosom. The moment the firework touched the bonfire, it suddenly burst into countless brilliant sparks. Like a myriad of stars, dazzling and beautiful. Itachi, where did you find this firework? Kanon looked at Itachi Uchiha with confusion, her eyes filled with curiosity. I just used the flying thunder god technique to bring this from home. I originally planned to set it off during the new year. Itachi chuckled lightly, then pulled out another firework from his pocket and handed it to Kanon. Huayin grabbed the firework, imitating Itachi, and touched it to the bonfire. In an instant, the firework burst into more sparks, and she excitedly held it, aiming it at the night sky. The firework suddenly exploded in the pitch-black sky, resembling blooming chrysanthemums. Colorful and dazzling, overwhelming the senses and bringing joy. Itachi, how much did you spend on this firework? Huayin frowned tightly, her eyes wide open, looking at you with a fierce expression. Not expensive, just 5,000 each. I specially had someone customize this. You shook his head with a smile, looking completely unconcerned. You call this not expensive? Huayin took a deep breath, trying to calm her excited heart. Well, it doesn't matter. After all, her family has a mind, and for someone like you, who comes from a wealthy family, this amount of money really doesn't count for much. The two of them looked up at the dazzling fireworks in the sky, while the dark night around them gradually filled with intermittent cicada chirps. Despite the cold weather, the cicada sounds brought a hint of summer. Should we go back now? Huayin gently tugged at Yu's collar. Let's go then. You nodded slightly. Please power up for love. If we have a baby, let's name a girl Huayin. I really don't know what name to choose. Chapter 278. Be careful, don't catch a cold. Hold my hand. You whispered softly. The boy took Huayin's hand and then used the flying thunder god technique. In a very short time, the two of them vanished from the beach like phantoms. In an instant, they returned home. The flying thunder god technique is really too convenient. It's just a pity that I can never learn it. Kagani gazed at Itachi in front of her, lightly sighing, revealing a hint of helplessness and envy on her face. It's okay. I'll come and pick you up in the future. Itachi smiled slightly, his tone filled with tenderness and affection. All right then. Kagome nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this answer, her face beaming with a happy smile. Itachi casually turned on the lights in the living room, and instantly, the originally dim room became bright and warm. What do you want to eat for dinner? Itachi asked curiously, his eyes filled with anticipation. I can eat anything. Huayin nodded obediently, her face filled with compliance and gentleness. How's the rib soup? Itachi said softly, his eyes full of anticipation and concern. No problem. Kagome's little chick pecked its head like it was pecking at grains, with excitement and anticipation radiating from its face. Listening to the sounds of the weasel busily cooking in the kitchen, Kayan sat quietly on the bench, but her mind was lost in deep thoughts. She gazed out at the night scene, where a bright full moon hung in the sky, pure and luminous, like a brilliant pearl. Occasionally, the sound of cicadas could be heard, adding a touch of vitality and energy to the tranquil night. Kane didn't know what she was thinking, her eyes slightly moist, as if tears were swirling around. But soon, she shook her head, bringing her thoughts back to reality, and then took a tissue from the table to gently wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "Why are you crying?" Itachi, who was carefully cooking in the kitchen, suddenly glanced at his wife and immediately became worried, his tone filled with concern. "It's nothing, I just suddenly felt very happy." Henio's head shook like a rattle drum, appearing exceptionally cute. Weasel looked at his wife in this state and fell into deep silence. He was unaware of the experiences Henio had gone through, but his heart was filled with deep sympathy and compassion. Perhaps she had endured endless pain and suffering. After all, she had lost her family at a young age, living in this world all alone. This kind of pain and loneliness was something Weasel couldn't imagine, nor dare to think about. "Henio, it's okay. At least from now on, I will always protect you." Weasel's voice came from the kitchen, warm and powerful, accompanied by the sound of chopping vegetables, gradually calming the anxious heart of the girl. "Thank you, Weasel-kun." Kagun looked up with moist eyes at Itachi, who was busy in the kitchen, feeling a surge of gratitude and emotion. Time passed slowly, and the clock on the wall quietly pointed to 8:30 p.m. Soon Itachi, wearing an apron, placed a steaming bowl of rib soup on the table with both hands. There was only this one dish, and Itachi sighed helplessly, showing a hint of self-reproach on his face. "It's okay." Henio shook her head and said softly, her face full of understanding. Itachi then stood up and served a bowl of rice for the girl, placing it on the dining table. Watching the girl eat the food in front of her, Itachi's gaze gradually became gentle and profound. It was as if he could see the innocence deep within Henio's heart, as well as the beauty of their future life together. "How does it taste?" Itachi asked with concern, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Another bowl." Kagun nodded in satisfaction, her face beaming with a smile of happiness and contentment. After that, she handed the bowl and chopsticks to Itachi. "All right." Itachi took the bowl of rice that the girl handed over, then filled it with a heaping serving from the rice cooker and placed it on the dining table. "By the way, Itachi, aren't you going to eat?" Huayin was eating her meal, looking at Itachi with a vague expression, her face filled with curiosity. "I'm not hungry right now," Itachi said, shaking his head with a smile in his eyes, gently gazing at Huayin. "I'm fine just watching you eat," Itachi continued after a pause. Outside the window, the stars twinkled, and the evening breeze gently stirred the curtains. The haze in the high sky seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible hand, revealing the bright and clear moonlight. The moonlight poured down like flowing water onto the girl's face, making her skin appear exceptionally fair and lovely. Itachi sat beside the girl, resting his chin on one hand, his gaze tenderly fixed on Huayin. "Ahem, could you stop looking at me like that all the time?" Huayin choked suddenly while drinking water and shot a discontented glare at Yao, her eyes flickering with a hint of anger. "Fine." Yao gently nodded, then turned his head, directing his gaze towards the enchanting scenery outside the window. "I didn't say you couldn't look at me, you idiot." Kain let out a gentle sigh, then stood up, extending her slender fingers to lightly tap Itachi's head with a hint of playful annoyance. A meal quickly came to an end amidst laughter and joy. Kain raised her arm and gently wiped the fine beads of sweat off her forehead with a soft scarf. "The weather has finally warmed up today, Itachi. I'm planning to take a bath tonight." Kagani murmured to herself. "All right, I'll go boil some hot water for you." As she spoke, Yao walked into the bathroom and started to get busy. It was unclear how much time had passed. Huayin sat quietly on the small stool by the window, resting her chin on her hands, her gaze fixed like a torch on the bright moon in the sky. The moonlight poured down like a waterfall, enveloping the earth in a silvery veil. With a soft click, the laundry room door was gently pushed open by Yao, making a faint sound. The water was already boiled, and your freshly washed clothes were placed inside. Yao stared at the girl sitting by the window, his heart involuntarily quickening. The girl's long hair cascaded down her chest like a waterfall, and at that moment, she turned her head, her confused yet enchanting eyes locking onto Yao, sparkling with curiosity, extremely cute. Who could understand why his wife was so adorable? If Yao had a camera in his hand at that moment, he would definitely capture this captivating image of his wife in the lens. "All right, thank you, Yao-kun." Kanon ran over with light steps, coming to Itachi's side, her face beaming with a sweet smile. Under Itachi's puzzled gaze, she stood on tiptoe and gently kissed his lips, like a dragonfly touching the water. Itachi touched his moist lips and glanced at the girl who was licking her lips, a faint blush rising on his cheeks. I'm going to take a shower first, and you better not peek. Kagani poked her head out the door, saying with a hint of pride and shyness, and then gently closed the door, locking it with a click. Be careful, don't catch a cold, Itachi said with concern. He wants to maintain perfect attendance, but doesn't dare to drive. Please work hard for love. Chapter 279. Don't sleep tonight. By the way, is my hair getting a bit long? Looks like I need to get it trimmed sometime soon. Kagani gazed at her reflection in the mirror, softly murmuring to herself. The hazy steam rising from her bath obscured the mirror's surface, allowing only a faint glimpse of the girl's delicate and charming face, while the lower half of her figure was completely hidden in the embrace of the mist. After finishing her bath, Kagani quietly put on the carefully prepared clothes, then took out a soft towel to dry her damp long hair. With a soft click, the door was cautiously pushed open by the girl, and at the same time, the mist from the bathroom quietly spilled out, intertwining with the outside world. Sitting on the balcony, Itachi, lost in thought, instinctively turned his head upon hearing the sound, and found himself in a deep gaze with his wife, whose cheeks were slightly flushed and whose eyes looked tender and dewy. Itachi quickly turned his head back, as if he had been electrocuted, a wave of inexplicable fluttering rising in his heart. Itachi-kun, I've finished my bath. Kanon ignored Itachi's actions and continued to wipe her long hair while walking gracefully towards him. Scented with a faint fragrance, Itachi unconsciously swallowed and felt his throat move slightly. Oh, all right, I'll go take a shower first. You hurry and lie down on the bed. Be careful not to catch a cold, Itachi stammered, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Okay, but why is your face so red, Itachi-kun? Kagani gently placed her hand on the boy's forehead, her eyes filled with confusion and concern. It's nothing. Itachi avoided the girl's intense gaze, then quickly grabbed a change of clothes from the room and hurriedly closed the bathroom door tightly. How strange. Huayin looked at Itachi's flustered expression, her delicate brows slightly furrowing, making her appear even more charming and adorable. Forget it. I don't want to think about it too much. Huayin gently shook her head. When her hair was almost dry, she stepped lightly into the room. The girl quietly lifted a corner of the blanket and slowly lay down in the bed, curling up tightly. Soon, the bone-chilling cold gradually disappeared without a trace. Sleepiness and fatigue surged over her like a tide, and Huayin's eyelids began to flutter uncontrollably. With a crisp sound, the door was gently pushed open again by Weasel. Hannah opened her eyes wide, trying hard to resist the drowsiness and not fall asleep. Then she slowly lifted a corner of the blanket, revealing her petite and delicate head. Why are you still awake so late? Itachi asked curiously while wiping his hair. Observing his wife, her head peeked out from under the covers, looking exceptionally cute, like a little rabbit cautiously peering at a big bad wolf, with a hint of nervousness and shyness. I was waiting for you. You're such a big idiot. Huayin murmured softly, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Looking at the boy in front of her, despite having seen him many times, she still felt a bit unaccustomed, and every time she saw him, she couldn't help but feel her face flush and her heart race. What are you doing? It's more important for you to go to bed early. Don't catch a cold again, or you'll just trouble me to take care of you. Itachi, putting on his pajamas, said with a feigned seriousness. But the amusement in his eyes was impossible to hide. Han-in and Itachi had been together for many years, so she could naturally tell when he was teasing her. All right, just don't sleep too deeply tonight, Itachi said meaningfully, then gently lifted a corner of the blanket. A gust of cold wind suddenly rushed in from under the bed, flooding the girl's feet, causing Han-in to shiver and blush as she asked, Why do you say that? Because you'll find out soon, Itachi said as he completely covered Han-in with the blanket and then held her tightly. Inhaling the faint, pleasant fragrance from Han-in, Itachi's mood became exceptionally cheerful. You idiot, don't hug me so tightly, it's too hot. Kain gently tapped Iwa's head with her small hand. A long night quietly passed. Nothing happened, and there was no dramatic island action movie scene. In the distance, the sound of roosters crowing came from the village, and then a streak of golden sunlight broke through the thick dark clouds on the eastern horizon, slanting into the room. The originally dim sky gradually took on a hint of elegant color, heralding the arrival of a brand new day. Hannah opened her eyes wearily, looking at Itachi with a hint of resentment in her gaze. Meanwhile, Itachi was sleeping soundly, resting quietly in her arms, his breathing steady and calm. Sigh, idiot. Sleeping like a pig, you hurt me so much last night. Huayin blushed and gently tapped Itachi's head. Of course, her movement was very gentle and not forceful, looking more like a playful gesture. She softly moved Itachi, who was lying on her, aside, and then Huayin jumped off the bed and walked slowly towards the bathroom. She simply washed her face, and the mirror reflected her charming and lovely features. Kagun shook her head, her movements playful and cute like a rattledrum. She tried hard to forget what happened last night. It was quite embarrassing. Sigh, never mind that. It seems I have to prepare breakfast today. Huayin slowly walked into the back kitchen and skillfully cracked a few eggs into the pan. She lit the gas stove and expertly stirred the egg roll in the pan, everything flowing smoothly. With a soft sizzling sound, an enticing aroma instantly transformed into wisps of smoke rising up. Huayin carefully sprinkled various seasonings on the ingredients. After some meticulous preparation, a delicious and visually appealing breakfast was soon ready. Kagani placed the golden omelet on the dining table, then raised her arm to gently wipe away the fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Phew, this weather's really getting more and more humid. Henin gently waved her palm to create a breeze, then stepped into her room, her gaze falling on the still sleeping weasel. Kain showed a helpless expression as she slowly walked to his side, gently tugging at his collar, her voice shy. Itachi, it's time to get up. Please work hard for love. Chapter 280. Kain is busy with things, nothing to do. What time is it now? Itachi groggily woke up and asked curiously. It's already 9 in the morning. Kain pulled up a corner of the quilt and looked at Itachi helplessly. Isn't it still early? Let me sleep a bit more. Itachi reclaimed the quilt and said drowsily. All right then. Hana nodded obediently, then brought over a small stool to sit down, quietly watching Itachi. Itachi's sleeping face was very beautiful, and Hana rested her chin on her hands, staring at him without blinking. Time passed little by little, and the clock on the wall ticked away. Kagami watched Itachi sleeping, feeling a bit drowsy herself, her little head nodding slightly, ready to fall asleep at any moment. All right, wake up, a familiar voice rang in her ear. Hana slowly opened her eyes in a daze and saw Itachi tapping her forehead. How long did I sleep? Hana stretched out her small hand to rub her eyes and asked sleepily. It's been about an hour, but can you really fall asleep while sitting? You look even sleepier than I do, Itachi teased, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt sleepy. Hana's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. All right, let's not talk about that for now. I have work to take care of today. Do you want to come with me? Itachi reached out and patted Hana's head. Sure, I'll go with you to take a look. Hanio nodded excitedly like a little chick pecking at rice. It had been a while since she had been out, and she couldn't hide her excitement. With a creak, the door was pushed open by the two of them. Itachi held the umbrella, and Hanio leaned closely against him. The sun in the high sky was very intense, shining on the top of the umbrella and casting long shadows of the two. Soon, Itachi walked into the Uchiha clan's security department. Along the way, many passers-by greeted Itachi, but he only nodded silently, appearing especially aloof. Kagani quietly followed behind him. After going up to the second floor of the security department, in a room at the corner, Itachi took out a key and opened the door. Itachi-kun, do you usually work here? Hanio curiously surveyed the scene in the room. The office environment was spacious and had greenery. Through the window, one could easily observe the current situation of the Uchiha clan's land. So what do you think? Do you want to come work here? Itachi teased, then placed the key on the table. But didn't I just resign? Kagami placed her hand on her mouth and said with a hint of melancholy, What status do I have? If you want to come in, you could do so anytime. Itachi sighed softly, looking at his wife with affection. Isn't this just going through the back door? Kagami looked at Itachi in surprise. What else could it be? Itachi shrugged helplessly and then sat down in his office chair. Oh, what kind of documents do you usually handle? Kagami asked, feeling a bit awkward and trying to change the subject. Just these trivial matters. Itachi took out a pile of confidential documents from a desk. Can I take a look? Kagami asked. Of course, Itachi nodded. Hana approached Itachi, lowering her head to look at the contents of the document. Itachi watched as the girl leaned against him, instinctively swallowing hard, caught off guard by the faint scent of her body. What? Why is it that same person who stole something before? The surprised voice of Hainin interrupted Itachi's thoughts. Are you talking about that drunk guy? Itachi also looked at the content of the note. To put it simply, there's a guy in Konoha village who gets drunk every day and steals things. Many residents are quite disgusted with him and have reported the case to the security department. What do you think should be done about it? Itachi chuckled lightly, turned to Hainin, and a glint of wisdom flashed in his eyes. Should we just catch him and give him a beating? Hainin knelt on the chair, tilting her head, looking very cute. Itachi's heart almost skipped a beat. Oh no, why is his wife so adorable? Coughing, Itachi said, Hanin, this thought of yours is a bit too radical. He shook his head, his eyes filled with curiosity. So how should we handle it? Hanin was instantly confused. Didn't the residents all complain about and dislike him? So Itachi simply voiced his thoughts. Huayin was surprised after hearing it, her eyes wide open. Is this really what capitalists are like? Why are their thoughts so evil? Kanon looked at Itachi with some surprise. Simply put, Itachi's plan was that since he liked to steal, they would let him steal more. And if he didn't meet the standard, the Umbu would kill him. Over time, this thief would either be beaten to death by the villagers or killed by the Umbu. At the same time, it would serve as a warning to others. Could this really succeed? Kagani tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry, staring intently at Itachi. Of course, no problem. Itachi gently closed his eyes, thought for a moment, and then slowly opened them again, displaying an expression of confidence and strategic planning. Listening to Itachi's plan, a strange feeling surged in Huayin's heart, although she couldn't quite articulate what it was. Well, the drunk guy really deserved to be punished. Giving him a little bit of a lesson wasn't too much to ask. So what was this? Huayin knelt on the chair, her feet lightly lifted, and her body spun around once, her gaze firmly locked on the contents of the document, her pupils instantly widening in shock. The weasel beside her also showed a hint of speechlessness. The document detailed how a wealthy woman had lost her beloved cat and was willing to spend a fortune to get it back. There was also a picture accompanying the text. In the picture, a slightly overweight woman tightly hugged a cat with a pained expression, smiling at the camera. Kagani looked at the content in the picture, and the corners of her eyes couldn't help but twitch slightly. She finally understood why this little cat in the original work always wanted to escape. It turned out that the issue wasn't with the shore itself. Let's not worry about that for now. Just organize it and deliver it to the Konoha Village Commission later. Itachi gently shook his head and then quickly grabbed the next task. Looking at the new task in his hands, Itachi's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. What task is it? Let me see it quickly. Kanon moved the chair and slowly came to Itachi's side. It's dangerous to sit like this. Don't do that. Itachi gently patted his wife's head and then handed the documents he was holding to Kanon. Kanon let out a sound, then focused intently on the information on the document. An entire afternoon quietly passed by. Because of Kanon's presence, Itachi's attention could never fully concentrate, and the time spent was several hours more than usual. Has the work been completed? Kagome tightly held onto the documents, her face showing a lingering expression. Well, it's all over, let's go. Itachi sighed wearily, his voice slightly hoarse. Seeing the joyful expression on Kagome's face, Itachi couldn't help but reach out and gently rub her soft cheek. Sure enough, just as I thought. It's so soft and nice to the touch. This was Itachi's most direct feeling, while Kagome's cheeks instantly turned bright red, her eyes shimmering with tears as she looked at Itachi with a wronged expression. All right, please generate love. Chapter 281. Can you need dough? In the evening, the streetlights cast their glow on the two of them. The transportation in the ninja world was not convenient, so Kagome and Itachi could only walk on the street. Huayin tightly held the document with both hands, her cheeks slightly flushed, looking very displeased at the moment. You stood beside her and teased, Ahem, Huayin. Look at how your cheeks are puffed up. Isn't it quite cute? Let me pinch one for you. Haneon felt a surge of anger at Itachi's teasing, as if fire was about to burst from her eyes. Itachi quickly said, Ahem, it's my fault. From now on, I'll entrust all my wealth to you. Is that all right? As he spoke, he gently tapped Haneon's forehead with his finger. All right, that's what you said. As soon as Haneon heard the word wealth, her eyes immediately brightened, making her look particularly adorable. Okay, up ahead is the Konoha Village's commission office. Remember to be serious later, Itachi said with a light chuckle, looking at Haneon with affection. Hana nodded. The mission office in Konoha Village, as described in the original work, is located beneath the Hokage building. Due to Hana's involvement, a butterfly effect has been triggered, and all the elders from the original work are now dead. Uncle Shikaku, the documents have all been processed and are placed here. Kagani placed the document on the table gently. All right, thank you for your hard work. Mississippi Riku looked gratefully at Kagani and put the document into a nearby box. He glanced at Itachi, who was standing behind Kagani, and his expression instantly became unnatural. Riku clearly remembered that after Fugaku became Hokage, he always assigned both heavy and light tasks to him, as if he were the Hokage himself. But now that the Hokage had changed to Lord Minato, he felt much more relaxed. However, seeing Fugaku's son Itachi still made Riku feel somewhat uneasy. Ahem, Itachi, how has Lord Fugaku been recently? Riku asked politely, his face slightly flustered. Well, my father's been doing quite well recently. To be honest, he intended to give Uncle Riku a raise, Itachi said with a helpless nod. Ah, there's no need for a raise. I'm just simply working for Lord Fugaku. It's only natural, Riku replied with a twitch at the corner of his eye, his expression full of frustration. The innocent Kagani did not notice the implications in Itachi's words, but as the host of a tailed beast, she sensed Riku's emotions. Uncle Riku, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? You look quite pale, Kagani asked worriedly, looking at Riku. Ahem, it's nothing. I just thought about getting a raise and feel a bit happy, Riku said, scratching the back of his head with an awkward smile. Uncle Riku, then I congratulate you in advance on your raise. I'll need to trouble you more with work matters in the future, Itachi said, bowing with both hands in a polite manner. Riku nodded helplessly. Those in high positions must have extraordinary qualities. The following conversation became profound. Kennen couldn't understand anything and could only stand by and watch. The two chatted for a long time until Rikuji politely declined Itachi's further invitation due to being busy with official duties. The streets of Konoha village. Kagun curiously looked at Itachi and asked, Itachi-kun, why did you talk to Uncle Fukaku for so long? Itachi's eyes sparkled with a smile as he explained, oh, I was just casually probing into those with ulterior motives in Konoha. Itachi's words were full of meaning. Kagani heard Itachi's answer and showed a look of confusion on her face, secretly wondering, what does this mean? Forget it. She decided not to get tangled up in these complicated issues, feeling that thinking further would only give her a headache. The two walked back and forth on the street, enjoying the scenery along the way, and soon returned to the Uchiha clan's territory. At this moment, the setting sun in the distance was rapidly descending, and the brilliant evening glow spread across the sky like a painting breathtakingly beautiful. The clouds in the sky seemed to be dyed with flames by the sunset, red and white, rolling endlessly. Kennen suddenly remembered something and curiously asked, Itachi, what about Naruto and Sasuke? Itachi smiled gently, shook his head lightly, and explained, I don't know. They might have gone to train again. As he spoke, he reached out his hand and gently brushed aside the stray hair from Kennen's forehead. Kagani's cheeks instantly flushed with red, her heart racing. Although she had already gotten used to Itachi's tenderness, she still felt shy every time. Itachi curiously asked, all right, what do you want to eat tonight? As he spoke, he gently pressed the light switch in the living room, and the entire room suddenly became bright. Kagome recalled the wontons from her previous life and unconsciously swallowed, saying, can we have wontons? Upon hearing this, Itachi showed a look of confusion on his face. The ingredients in the ninja world were not abundant. There were only a few types that were repeatedly used. Kagome can understand this, after all. This is a world that has been plagued by war for many years. Most people, except for eccentric individuals like Uncle Yile, are busy surviving and simply do not have the time to delve into these delicacies. Seeing this, Huayin hesitantly stretched out her hand to gesture, looking extremely cute. She struggled to explain, it's just making some flour dough. Then, after listening to his wife's description, Yu gradually understood and nodded, saying, oh, I see. So it's basically like making dumplings, right? Kagura nodded like a little chick pecking at rice, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes, that's it. Itachi checked the kitchen and found there was no flour at home. So he said softly, but there's no flour at home. Wait for me a moment. After saying that, he disappeared from the spot. Before long, Itachi returned to the back kitchen with a large bag of flour. Hana curiously walked into the kitchen, watching the busy figure of Itachi, and asked in confusion, Itachi-kun, can you really make dumplings? Itachi shook his head and smiled, saying, I'm not sure, but I'll give it a try. Itachi placed the kneaded dough on the wooden board, then took out a rolling pin and carefully began to roll it out. Kain stood quietly beside Itachi, watching the scene unfold. The evening breeze blew from afar, and a warm atmosphere filled the kitchen. Finally finished writing 4,000 words. Seeking motivation for love. I really feel like I can't write anymore right now. Aiming to finish this month. Thank you all for your support. Seeking motivation for love. Chapter 282. Oi, get up, little ghost. I've made this. Try how it tastes. Itachi gazed at the steaming bowl of wontons, then gently looked up. His eyes filled with affection as he gazed at his wife. Let me have a taste. Huayin smiled sweetly, gently nodded, and took a wonton into her mouth. How should I describe it? The taste is quite similar to the memories from my past life, but it always feels like it's missing a touch of unique charm. Kagome then carefully added some vinegar, and in an instant, her eyes sparkled with excitement. This time it was perfect. Hana's face was beaming with a happy smile, making her look extremely charming and cute. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Itachi's words carried a hint of hesitation, and then he picked up his chopsticks and put a wonton into his mouth. This taste is indeed quite good, especially the freshly made wontons. Paired with a bit of vinegar, they had a refreshing sourness and a hint of sweetness. Itachi lowered his head and looked at his wife's enchanting figure, his mind swirling with thoughts. He finally understood why his wife wanted him to make these wontons. Indeed, these wontons were delicious. The meal soon came to an end, and Hannah gently patted her round belly before softly leaning on the table. "I'm so full, Itachi-kun. If you like it, I'll make it for you again next time." Itachi sighed softly, looking at his wife with a mix of helplessness and affection. "Okay, thank you, Itachi-kun." Kain raised her head, wrapping her arms around Itachi's neck, and gently pressed a kiss on his cheek. "All right, we're both grown-ups, yet you're acting like a child," Itachi said with a smile in his eyes as he looked at his wife. At that moment, the evening breeze outside gently brushed by, bringing a touch of coolness and comfort. "By the way, do you have any plans recently?" Itachi suddenly asked, feeling a bit confused as he looked at the cuddling Kain. "It seems like I don't have any arrangements lately." "Why?" Kain replied, surprised as she looked at Itachi. "How about you come to the office with me?" Itachi gently rubbed Kain's cheek. "Anyway, you have nothing to do at home." "Of course, that's fine." Kagani nodded without hesitation. "Well, it's getting late. Let's rest for now." Yace held his wife tightly in his arms, in a princess carry, with a smile full of joy in his eyes. Under the cherry blossoms, Huayin subconsciously wrapped her arms around Itachi's neck. Listening to his meaningful tone, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She recalled the events of last night, and every time she thought back to those moments, Kagun always feels her cheeks burning, as if she has lost the ability to think, with her heart pounding like a drum. In short, that feeling is both shy and awkward. Although the two have been married for many years, they still need to slowly get used to that kind of thing between husband and wife. Itachi gently lifted a corner of the blanket and carefully placed Kagun on the bed. "Wait a minute, Itachi-kun, I think I should take a shower first." Hannah interrupted Itachi's next action and shyly said with a blushing face, whom Itachi let out a soft sigh, then reached out his finger and gently tapped Hannah's forehead. "You can't keep tapping my forehead like that. I've told you many times it hurts." Kagome looked at Itachi with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Itachi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. I'm sorry, I won't do that again next time." "Is it going to be a next time?" Hannah crossed her arms and sat on the bed, looking at Itachi with a sulky expression. "There won't be a next time." Itachi swallowed, suppressing his inner impulse, and nodded. Hearing Itachi's response, Hannah finally accepted it with satisfaction, and then, under Itachi's gaze, the girl walked into the bathroom. Itachi reached out his arm and gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Immediately after, he turned his head and looked up at the bright full moon in the sky. The moon was so pure and bright, as if untouched by anything, and the bright moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Itachi's face. It made the young man's features even more handsome. Time quietly passed, accompanied by the ticking sound of the clock on the wall. With a click, the door was slowly pushed open. Staring at the girl who walked into the room, Itachi was momentarily taken aback. Huayin had just changed into a delicate nightgown, her hair damp and her face still flushed with a rosy hue, looking charming and evoking a sense of affection. "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that?" Kagani swallowed hard and looked down at the ground. "It's nothing." Itachi stammered, then gently shook his head. Overnight, everything remained calm as usual, and nothing happened. There was no dramatic plot typical of an island story. Everything continued to maintain the tranquility and peace of the past. Kagani tightly hugged the soft pillow with both hands, and a glistening droplet of saliva inadvertently flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her slightly fluffy hair added a touch of cute charm. Itachi gently lifted the corner of the blanket and slowly descended from the bed to the floor. After putting on his pajamas, Itachi stepped into the bright and spacious kitchen, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. The dark circles under his eyes were evident, making him look particularly haggard. "Well, I'll make breakfast this morning." After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Itachi turned and walked into the well-lit back kitchen. He took out the wontons he had carefully wrapped the night before from the refrigerator, carefully placed them into the steaming pot, and casually cracked a few golden eggs, gently adding them in. With a sizzling sound, rich and tempting aromas wafted up from the pot, filling the entire kitchen as Itachi skillfully stir-fried the food. Time passed quietly, and with a soft click, the kitchen door was gently pushed open by Itachi. Wearing an apron, he had a gentle look in his eyes as he brought a plate of steaming wontons to the dining table. "Like I should still be sound asleep." Itachi quietly entered the room, his gaze softly fixed on the girl who was still tightly hugging the pillow, lost in slumber, his eyes filled with endless affection. "Wake up, sleepyhead." Itachi reached out his hand and gently rubbed Kagani's pert little nose. In no time, Hana's beautifully shaped eyebrows furrowed slightly as she sleepily looked at Itachi, her eyes carrying a hint of confusion and drowsiness. "What time is it now, Itachi-kun?" Hana rubbed her slightly drowsy eyes and looked at Itachi with a face full of sleepiness, her voice carrying a hint of softness. It was already noon, time to get up and eat, otherwise the food would get cold. Itachi's gaze fell on the girl's slightly disheveled clothes and her slightly flushed cheeks, and a wave of inexplicable tenderness surged in his heart. "You should tidy up your clothes first." "Oh, okay." Huayin lowered her head to look at the few loose buttons on her nightgown and hurriedly fumbled to fasten them one by one. She gently nodded, looking even cuter. "Please support for love. This book will be completed this month, and the new book will have the same theme. Expected to be released next month. Having learned from the lessons of this book, the next book will definitely be better." Chapter 283. Shall we work together? After simple breakfast, Kagani walked to the entrance and changed her shoes. Wai took out an exquisite umbrella and slowly walked over. "So this time you remembered to bring an umbrella?" Kagani glanced at Itachi with a hint of arrogance, her tone laced with teasing. "Well, after all, the sun is so bright outside." Itachi calmly stole a glance at his wife's alluring feet, which were currently wrapped in white stockings and encased in sneakers, making them exceptionally tempting. He instinctively swallowed, then suddenly froze, his pupils slightly constricting. Wait, what is going on? When did he awaken such a strange preference? No. He must control himself. Itachi fought against his inner impulse and stopped secretly admiring his wife's figure. "What's wrong, Itachi-kun? You seem a bit off today." Hanaeon looked at Itachi with concern, then gently stood on her tiptoes and cupped his face with both hands. "It's nothing. Let's go," Itachi said, shaking his head gently, his gaze deep as he looked into the distance. Hanaeon replied firmly. The young couple left the house hand in hand. Itachi thoughtfully opened the umbrella. Huayin was still tightly nestled in his embrace as their figures appeared particularly warm under the umbrella. The sun in the sky grew increasingly scorching, and time quietly passed, as if in the blink of an eye, transitioning from the harshness of winter to the heat of midsummer. Unknowingly, the weeds on the path had also gradually become lush. Time really flies. Huayin looked around at the changes and murmured softly, her tone carrying a hint of sentiment. "It really does go by quickly," Ino agreed, his eyes also reflecting a sense of nostalgia for the passage of time. "Ino-kun," Huayin suddenly called. What's wrong?" Ino curiously looked down at his wife, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Do you think one day we will also grow old?" Kagani asked with a complex tone, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. "This is natural. Life, aging, illness, and death are the norms of existence." Yao gently stroked Kagani's beautiful hair, comforting her. "I'm not talking about lifespan. I'm asking, if one day I grow old, will I become unattractive? What if by then?" Kayan lowered her head shyly, her voice becoming even softer. "Don't worry, I will grow old too, and I will always be with you then," Itachi said gently, his tone filled with determination. He could naturally guess the thoughts in his wife's mind. Perhaps she was overthinking again, adding unnecessary psychological pressure on herself. This bad habit wouldn't do. It needed to be changed. Itachi looked carefully at the girl in front of him once more. Kanan felt Itachi's gaze and curiously lifted her head. Seeing his wife's naive and adorable expression, Itachi's heart couldn't help but race. Why was his wife so cute? At that moment, Itachi really wanted to tightly embrace Kanan and cherish her, but he still forcibly restrained his inner impulses. They were outside the house. He had to maintain the aloof image of the clan leader and couldn't appear so childish. "Itachi-kun, are you thinking about something bad again?" Kagun looked at Itachi with a mournful gaze, as if she could see through his thoughts. This feeling was akin to a husband secretly finding a lover behind his wife's back, only to be discovered by her in the end. "Ahem, I'm only thinking about serious matters." Itachi awkwardly coughed, trying to conceal his inner turmoil. "I didn't ask you these things, yet you confess like this on your own, which is quite suspicious." Henio's gaze became more resentful, as if she wanted to see through Itachi. "All right, let's not discuss these things for now. Ahead is the Uchiha clan's guard department." Itachi gently rubbed Hanio's head, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Next, everything proceeded very smoothly. Without any of the pretentious face-slapping scenarios found in novels, everything seemed so natural. Just like yesterday, Kagani happily walked into the office around the corner of the hallway. "Can you be a bit more serious and stop playing with the chair?" Wai looked at his wife, sitting in the chair, with a helpless expression, his tone carrying a hint of affection and reproach. "I enjoy it. Anyway, there's no one here. Kagura playfully spun around in her chair, going around in circles, while the tuft of hair on her head bounced joyfully to the rhythm. Yao let out a helpless sigh, then looked at his wife with a mix of affection and slight exasperation. Well, who could blame her for being his wife? It was only right to indulge her. All right, what is today's task? Henio leaned closer to Itachi with curiosity, her face filled with a sense of inquiry. The chairs they sat on were tightly adjacent, as if there was no space between them, creating an atmosphere of intimacy with a faint warmth in the air. Just like yesterday, it should be familiar with the rules by now, right? Itachi gently spread out the documents, then casually pulled out a few intricate files, meticulously organizing them before securely placing them into the folder beside him. Such trivial tasks could simply be sent to the Konoha Village's commission office, and the rest would be handled by us. Once everything was properly managed, it could be handed over to the Jonin of the Iron Fire. Itachi patiently explained, his words filled with tenderness, and then he gently stroked Hanyo's soft hair, his eyes full of affection. Okay, I completely understand now. Kana nodded slightly, a knowing smile appearing on her face. When her gaze fell on the contents of the document, her elegant brows furrowed slightly, and her rosy lips pressed tightly together as she fell into deep thought. Itachi was browsing through the report in his hands while occasionally stealing glances at the girl beside him. Looking at his wife's tense and serious expression, Itachi couldn't help but feel an urge to laugh, but he managed to suppress it. What's wrong? Did she encounter a tricky problem? Itachi gently shook his head, then slowly leaned closer to his wife, his face filled with concern. It's not that difficult. It's just that I'm a bit confused. I didn't expect there to be disputes between the Hyuga clan and the villagers. Hana lightly sighed, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness and confusion. Well, that's quite normal. After all, we are all part of Konoha Village, and some disputes and conflicts are inevitable in daily life, Itachi gently explained. Finally finished 4,000 words. It wasn't easy. Sigh, seeking gifts. Chapter 284. What gift should I give Hana? Alright, tomorrow is that little girl's birthday. What should I give her? Kakashi wandered aimlessly down the bustling street, resting his chin on his hand, lost in deep thought. In his mind, Hana's slightly mischievous, sweet smile involuntarily appeared, making him shiver. Forget it. How about just giving her a kunai? Kakashi hesitated and quickly shook his head, decisively dismissing this inappropriate thought. No. Hana is after all a girl, so giving her such a cold weapon seems a bit inappropriate. What should I give her instead? Kakashi was pondering this when he suddenly spotted two familiar figures in the distance. Jiraiya-sensei, Shursui, you are also here? Kakashi quickly walked over and waved enthusiastically at the two. Tomorrow is that guy's birthday, and I was just thinking about what kind of gift to prepare. Shursui scratched the back of his head and smiled helplessly. Well, if it's Hana, how about giving her some books? Jiraiya frowned, noticing the unusual expressions on their faces, and quickly explained in a flustered manner. They're serious books. Don't think too much, you two. It's mainly because of what I usually see from Jiraiya-sensei. Shursui hesitated, seemingly finding it hard to speak. Hey, don't think of me like that, Jiraiya said angrily, sensing their gazes. Ahem, alright, enough of that. The urgent thing now is to think about what gift to prepare. Kakashi awkwardly coughed and quickly changed the subject. The three of them looked at each other, momentarily unable to come up with an answer. In the Uchiha clan's territory, Hanyo stretched lazily and yawned. Ah, Itachi, the mission is all done, right? Yes, everything is taken care of, Itachi replied, smiling and nodding, looking at his wife with a gaze full of affection. By the way, what are Jiraiya-sensei and Kakashi up to now? Kain rested her chin on one hand, lost in thought. We don't need to worry too much about that. By the way, can you tell me what you usually like? Itachi hurriedly interrupted Kain's speculation and asked curiously. I don't really know either. It seems like I don't have anything in particular that I really like. Kain shook her head bobbing like a rattle drum, looking extremely cute. Is that so? I understand. Itachi let out a slight sigh, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. By the way, Itachi-kun, what do you mean by asking me this all of a sudden? Kain looked up curiously at Itachi, her eyes sparkling with. It's nothing, you'll know soon, Itachi said with a faint smile, his words carrying a deeper meaning. How strange, Hanyo murmured to herself, her expression looking extremely cute, making one unable to resist the urge to pinch her little face. With a soft click, the door was gently pushed open by Hanyo. The couple strolled hand in hand along the quiet path of the Uchiha clan. Along the way, passers-by greeted Itachi and familiar faces also warmly called out to Hanyo. Kagun politely responded one by one, with a warm smile on her face. After calculating the time, she realized that she had been in this world for over 10 years, and everything around her had changed dramatically. Kain and Itachi wandered aimlessly through the bustling streets of Konoha, watching the crowds of people around them and feeling the lively yet warm atmosphere. The girl let out a light laugh, her appearance looking extremely sweet and cute, as if she could instantly melt away all the frost around her. "What are you laughing at?" Itachi gently patted Kain's head, asking with eyes full of tenderness. "It's nothing. I'm not telling you, you idiot." Hanyo pouted playfully, turning her head away in a huff. "Well, fine then," Itachi sighed helplessly, his eyes filled with fondness and resignation as he quietly gazed at his wife. Meanwhile, on the other side, anxiety filled the air. So what should he give her? Kakashi was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He really didn't know what kind of gift would be suitable for Hanyo. Sigh. It shouldn't be taken too seriously, right? Shursui gently patted Kakashi's shoulder, letting out a helpless sigh, a hint of consolation in his eyes. Then, as previously mentioned, "I'll write a signature myself and give it to Hanyo." Jiraiya laughed heartily, but before he could finish his words, he was met with unanimous opposition from Kakashi and Shursui. "Why not? I'm a great literary master. My signature is worth a fortune in the ninja world. Do you understand?" Jiraiya looked at Shursui and Kakashi with a displeased expression, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "The so-called little yellow books you wrote, and you want to use them as your representative work to give to a pure girl like Hanyo?" Shursui looked at Jiraiya with disdain, his tone full of sarcasm. "Go away, you don't understand. That's art." Jiraiya impatiently interrupted Shursui, his face showing his annoyance. At that moment, Kakashi's voice suddenly broke through their argument. "I have an idea." "What idea?" Shursui and Jiraiya exchanged glances, then turned to Kakashi in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation. "How about giving her a pet dog? Dogs are so cute, it would definitely be suitable for a girl." Kakashi scratched the back of his head, a silly grin on his face, looking somewhat clueless. "No way. Absolutely not." Shursui interrupted Kakashi's suggestion without hesitation, his tone firm. "Why do you say that?" Kakashi looked bewildered, completely unable to understand Shursui's strong opposition. "Itachi and Hanyo are about to get married. If you give them a dog, they'll be busy enough with their kids, and adding a dog to the mix." Shursui's mind conjured up a chaotic image. Kain clumsily took care of the baby, while a dog was barking loudly beside her. Itachi had a hard time getting home from work, having to take care of his wife and the baby. Where was the time and energy to take care of a dog? Shursui makes a good point. Jiraiya crossed his arms and nodded in agreement. "This won't work, and that won't work, so what exactly should we give?" Kakashi looked helplessly at Shursui and Jiraiya, his face filled with confusion and helplessness. The air was filled with silence, as if even time had paused at that moment. High above, a group of crows cawed, flapping their wings as they slowly flew across the sky. The three stared at each other, no one speaking. "How about this? Let's split up, and once we find a suitable gift, we'll meet at that internet CAF in Area B of Konoha," Kakashi said with his hands in his pockets, sounding a bit lazy. "All right, then I'll go ahead." Shursui agreed with Kakashi's suggestion, and before he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot. "Then I'll leave too." Jiraiya waved his hand and turned to leave. "Please support for love. This book will conclude this month, Sai. It's finally coming to an end after all this time. Let's name the child Huayin, Chapter 285 Strange. Why is everyone distancing themselves from me?" On the streets of Konoha, sunlight dappled the ground. Hana walked alone, tightly holding the documents in her arms, and slowly entered the Hokage building. Along the way, Itachi had briefly left her for some reason, so at this moment, Hana was solitary and continued forward. "Well, you've worked hard, Miss Hana." Shikaku took the documents from Hana's hands, carefully organized them, and placed them in a box. Then, he took out a stack of cash and gratefully handed it to Hana, his eyes filled with sincerity. "It's nothing, just a small effort." Kagun gently waved her hand, politely declining the stack of cash, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. "Is that so? By the way, why didn't Itachi come back with you?" Riku's words inadvertently revealed a hint of curiosity. "Oh, he had something to attend to, so he left early." Kagani sighed softly, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. "I see," she said. Rikuji nodded, but a wry smile inexplicably appeared on his face, as if hiding some helplessness. "Uncle Rikuji, what's wrong?" Kagani looked at the frowning uncle in front of her with concern, her tone filled with worry. "Ahem, let's talk later, but you mustn't tell Itachi," Riku joked. Then he glanced around to confirm that everyone was busy with their own tasks, and no one was paying attention to them. Kayan tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, eagerly anticipating the words that would follow from Rukyu. After a moment, having listened to Rukyu's story, Kayan's brows were tightly furrowed, her face filled with worry. This is really too much. How could they assign such heavy work to you? Kagani muttered indignantly, her tone full of dissatisfaction. Miss, I said the same thing. Sighing helplessly, Riku's dark circles under his eyes became more pronounced, seemingly telling of his recent hardships. He never expected that the Uchiha clan's young lady would be so approachable. He had only intended to tease her a bit. Don't worry, Uncle Riku. I will definitely tell Itachi-kun when I get back. Huayin slammed the table, her tone filled with a hint of determination and anger. Sighing, Lujia watched Huayin's disappearing figure, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This girl is way too naive. He was just joking around. At that moment, the sun hung high in the sky, radiating intense light, making Huayin's figure stand out clearly. Yao-kun, that's enough. How can you bully Uncle Lujia like this? Kagani slapped the table with one hand, looking at Itachi with eyes full of anger. Kagani, is it possible that Uncle Rucky is just teasing you? Itachi sighed helplessly, looking at his wife with eyes full of affection. Oh, is that so? Henio's face instantly turned bright red, as if it had been stained by the fiery clouds. Of course, why would I lie to you? Itachi gently stroked Henio's head, his gaze becoming even more tender. Ahem, actually, I'd already seen through it long ago. I just didn't say it out loud. Kayan turned her face away. Her cheeks flushed and said proudly, oh, so that's how it is. Itachi's eyes twitched slightly, and a bead of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Forget it. Now is not the time to talk about these things. He still needed to think carefully about what kind of gift to prepare for Kayan later. Kanan is now an adult, and we can no longer look at her with the eyes of a child. We need to give her something valuable as a gift. How about a pair of shoes? As soon as this thought flashed through Itachi's mind, he shook his head, dismissing the idea. What's wrong, Itachi-kun? What are you thinking about? Kagani looked up at Itachi, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. It's nothing. I was just thinking about some matters related to the clan, Itachi explained in a flustered manner, his gaze somewhat flickering. Really? You wouldn't be thinking about some woman, would you? Hana's eyes suddenly became filled with sorrow. Absolutely not. Itachi gently tapped his wife's forehead. All right, then I won't nag you anymore. I still need to go buy some groceries. Itachi shook his head helplessly and let out a light sigh. Then I'll go with you. Kagani jogged to catch up with Itachi's pace, her face beaming with a smile. No need, you should go home first. I still have to buy some groceries and do some other things, Itachi said helplessly, his eyes filled with regret. All right then. Huayin could only stand still, quietly watching the figure of the weasel gradually fade away, a sense of inexplicable loss rising in her heart. What is going on? Why does it feel like everyone is distancing themselves from me today? Kagamine's mood suddenly became a bit unhappy. Did I do something bad in the past few days that made them angry? Hana murmured to herself, her face turning a bit pale, looking pitiful and evoking a sense of sympathy. On another street in Konoha, Itachi was walking when he happened to run into Shursui. Hey Shursui, long time no see. Itachi greeted with a smile. Oh, it's Itachi. Hana didn't come with you, right? Shursui looked around and patted his chest, relieved. She didn't follow. Are you also worried about what gift to give? Itachi asked. Yeah, I just don't know what would be right. What time is it now? Shursui showed. It's already 12 noon, Itachi replied softly, glancing at the clock. Then come with me, Shursui said. Soon, Itachi followed Shursui to an internet CAF, where they saw Kakashi and Jiraiya. You brat, what are you doing here? As soon as Jiraiya saw Itachi, his expression turned sour. It's been so long. Why are you still holding a grudge? Kakashi patted Jiraiya's shoulder. Back when Hana was with Itachi, Jiraiya nearly broke down. Now 5 or 6 years later, he still hadn't recovered from it, and seeing Itachi always left him with a bad mood. Lord Jiraiya, have you prepared your gifts? Itachi interrupted Jiraiya helplessly. Not yet, why? Jiraiya asked curiously. Sigh, so you three are all worried about this matter? Itachi sighed lightly. Itachi, what do you plan to give? Shursui hesitated to speak. I plan to give shoes. Itachi scratched his cheek, imagining Hana sitting in a chair while he knelt on the ground, putting the shoes on the girl's ankles. Kanan was wearing white stockings, her toes rounded, and Itachi couldn't help but swallow. Itachi, that's a good idea. Kakashi patted Itachi's shoulder, showing a knowing look that men understand. From now on, Kanan will be under your care. So make sure to take good care of her. Otherwise, Jiraiya also stood up, looking at Itachi with a serious expression. Don't worry, Lord Jiraiya. I will take good care of Kanan. Itachi nodded. Now the new book has reached 14,000 words, and I'm wondering whether to submit it to the male or female section. Chapter 286. What kind of gift should I prepare? Strange. Where do they all go? Kayan sat quietly on the bench, propping her chin up with one hand, her delicate brows slightly furrowed as if she were pondering something. I hope nothing is wrong with Itachi, she murmured softly, a hint of unease rising in her heart. Huayin didn't know what she was thinking. Her pupils suddenly contracted, and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. No, I still have to go see him in person. She stood up, walked to the entrance, carefully changed her shoes, and stepped out of the house. The weather outside was beautiful, with bright sunshine spreading across the land. Kagun walked quietly down the street, holding an oil paper umbrella. Sigh, could it be that I went too far last night? Kagani was walking down the road, and memories of last night involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Recalling the time spent with Itachi, she remembered how unreasonable she always seemed, constantly making various demands of him. Now, Kagun just wants to find Itachi as soon as possible to apologize to him in person. The Uchiha clan's territory still retains its former appearance, with not a trace of change. Kain walked in the back mountain of the Uchiha clan, but found it still empty, quiet, as if even the wind had stilled. Strange. Isn't Yukinu not here in the back mountain? Huayin murmured softly and quickly made a gesture with her hands. Soon, the figures of two black and white wolves appeared beside her. Could you please help me find Weasel-kun? Thank you. Huayin crouched down and gently stroked the heads of the two wolves, her eyes filled with anticipation. The two wolves sniffed the air and then dashed down the mountain at an astonishing speed. Kain closely followed behind the two wolves, her figure darting through the woods like a light breeze. The trio, one person and two wolves, moved swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, they had rushed from the Uchiha clan to the commercial center of Konoha. Is it right there? Kagani looked at a clothing store in the distance, curiously stroking the white wolf's head, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The two wolves nodded, then transformed into a cloud of smoke, dissipating into the air. Upon seeing this, Hanan felt a sense of relief wash over her, and her mind began to devise how to apologize to Itachi once she saw him. The girl quickly walked into the store and immediately spotted Itachi, who was selecting clothes while Kakashi was standing beside him, shaking his head in refusal. Itachi-kun, Kakashi. What are you doing here? Huayin murmured to herself, her eyes filled with confusion. Huayin, why are you here? The two seemed a bit flustered upon seeing the girl, as if they didn't know how to react. What's wrong? Why can't I come? Huayin looked puzzled, with a hint of bewilderment in her gaze. It's nothing, Itachi chuckled lightly, then shook his head, seemingly unwilling to say more. By the way, are you two shopping for clothes? Hena leaned closer to the two of them, looking at the clothes they were picking out, which were obviously women's styles. Her eyes suddenly took on a resentful look. So you two are hiding this from me just to buy clothes? Or are they for a girl? Kakashi awkwardly cleared his throat, tried to explain, cough, Hena, don't misunderstand, we're buying this for Aunt Mikoto. Itachi hurriedly nodded beside him, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. Really? Itachi-kun, you wouldn't be lying to me, would you? Kain glared at Itachi with a displeased expression, her eyes filled with suspicion. How could I possibly deceive you? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Itachi's forehead, revealing his nervousness. You idiot, this outfit was originally bought for you. I just haven't figured out what birthday gift to prepare for you yet. Itachi looked at Kain's expression, and his gaze softened instantly. Well, now I understand. You two can continue with your work. I'll head back first. Kagani let out a light sigh, her eyes carrying a hint of subtle sadness and disappointment. Okay, be careful on your way home, Itachi gently reminded his wife, his gaze filled with concern. I know. Kagani turned her head and glared at Itachi, then disappeared from the spot. She had chased all the way from the Uchiha clan to here just to confirm Itachi's safety. Now that she knew Itachi was safe and sound, she felt a slight sense of relief in her heart. However, she was still troubled by the fact that Itachi and Kakashi had bought clothes without her knowledge. When she got home, she would definitely have to punish this idiot. She didn't believe for a second that the clothes were bought for Mikoto. They must have been for a mistress or prepared for Kakashi. Wait, could it be? Is there some kind of relationship between Kakashi and Itachi? As this thought just appeared in Kagani's mind, she quickly shook her head, her movements resembling a rattle drum, carrying a hint of childishness and cuteness. No, I must be overthinking it. Kanon sighed lightly, the sigh carrying a hint of helplessness. She then turned around and slowly walked back to the Uchiha clan's territory. Huh, Brother Shursui, are you standing at my doorstep for some reason? Huayin looked at the beautifully decorated gift box in his arms, standing at the door with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Ah, it's Huayin. The voice of Shui carried a touch of panic as he hurriedly tucked the gift behind him a little deeper, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. That gift in your hand. Who are you planning to give it to? Kagani looked curious. She felt that everyone seemed strange today, as if everyone was hiding something from her, filling her with doubt. Oh, you mean this? This is a gift I got for Sasuke. Shui awkwardly smiled while touching the back of his head, using his other hand to tightly hide the gift box behind him. But the wrapping of that gift is obviously a girl style. Kagani's words carried a hint of hesitation. She seemed to doubt Shimizu's words. Shimizu immediately fell into silence, a look of annoyance appearing on his face. Oh no, if I had known. I should have made the gift wrapping simpler to avoid such a misunderstanding. Ahem. Actually, this was a local specialty that Sasuke entrusted me to buy for him, and I specially brought it back from outside the village. Shimizu awkwardly cleared his throat, trying to clarify. Oh, I see. Then you should come in quickly. Itachi and the others should be back soon. Why not stay and have lunch together? Kagani nodded obediently, then opened the door and warmly invited Shizumi inside. Ah, no need. I have some things to take care of. I'll be leaving now. Sorry, Kagani. Shizumi declined and quickly left the spot. Is it really necessary? Kagun watched as Shirsue's figure disappeared, her eyes twitching slightly at the corners. If you're going, then go ahead, but didn't you forget to give your gift to Sasuke? She thought to herself, forget it. I'll find Shirsue in person another day and talk to him about it. What's so important about today? Why does it feel like everyone is hiding something from me? Kagun muttered to herself in confusion, then let out a light sigh, changed her shoes, and walked into the living room. Huayin paced back and forth in the living room, filled with confusion. I must be overthinking things. This book will be finished on the 30th of this month. I hope everyone can stick around until the end. He knows this is a bit watered down. Thank you all for getting this far. There will be additional content later, focusing on parenting. Please support it for the love of it. Chapter 287. Huayin feels a bit lonely. She shouldn't have discovered it, right? Jiraiya looked at Shirsue with a face full of disappointment. It hasn't been exposed. Huayin still doesn't know. Shirsue awkwardly chuckled, unconsciously scratching the back of his head. Originally, today was Huayin's birthday, and everyone planned to give her a big surprise in the evening. However, Shirsue almost leaked the secret when he stood at the door this afternoon. It's good that it wasn't exposed. Huayin usually can't remember her own birthday. Itachi chuckled softly, his eyes filled with tenderness. By the way, what gifts did you all prepare? Sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead. I prepared a pair of shoes, Itachi gently said. I prepared a set of clothes, Jiraiya said, extending his hand and a bit shyly scratching his cheek. I prepared a dress. It should be different from clothes, right? Kakashi hesitated, looking a bit uncertain. Well, I'm not sure about that either. Jiraiya helplessly shook his head. What about you, Shirsue? Everyone turned their gaze towards Shirsue. As for me, I prepared a delicate crow model. Shirsue slowly opened the box, revealing a finely crafted, lifelike crow inside. How did you come up with this gift? That girl definitely won't like it, Jiraiya scoffed, showing a hint of disdain. Ahaha, really? Shirsue's eyes flickered slightly, appearing a bit disheartened. It's okay, Shirsue. Just your thoughtfulness is already great. Huayin definitely won't mind. Itachi patted Shirsue's shoulder, smiling in comfort. By the way, do we really have to wait until the evening to give that girl her gift? Kakashi, hands in his pockets and with slightly tired, lifeless eyes, curiously asked. Of course. The birthday party in the evening will have a better atmosphere, Jiraiya said, giving Kakashi's shoulder a hearty pat that seemed a bit too strong. Kakashi sighed helplessly, appearing a bit resigned. By the way, how are Naruto and Sasuke's gifts coming along? While patting Kakashi's shoulder, Jiraiya turned to Itachi. I'm not sure, but they probably just started. Itachi shook his head, a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Meanwhile, in Area A of Konoha Village, Naruto and Sasuke wandered aimlessly down the street, looking a bit lost. Idiot Naruto, no matter how you look at it. Huayin is a girl. Are you serious about giving her dumbbells? Sasuke looked at Naruto with a foolish expression, his tone carrying some reproach. Ah, Sasuke, you seem to have a point. Naruto suddenly looked dejected, swaying as if he were a piece of paper. He usually works out and thought Huayin would like dumbbells too, but after Sasuke's reminder, he suddenly realized, hey, you shouldn't be this down, right? Sasuke's eye twitched slightly, looking at Naruto in disbelief. By the way, what gift did you prepare, Sasuke? Naruto snapped back to attention, looking at Sasuke curiously. Me? Just a game console. Sasuke's face turned a bit red, seemingly a bit embarrassed. You seem even more foolish than me. It's Huayin's birthday, and you give her this? Naruto was instantly speechless, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. At least I'm better than you giving her dumbbells. The bottom of the class. Sasuke retorted angrily at Naruto, his tone filled with disdain. You're the bottom of the class. Idiot Sasuke. Naruto rolled his eyes, angrily saying, All right, stop arguing. It's rare for you two to go out together. Minato walked over, smiling gently as he patted both of their shoulders, his tone carrying a bit of persuasion. The two of them glared at each other, then shook hands to make peace. By the way, Dad, what gift are you planning to give? Naruto looked at Minato curiously. I prepare to watch as a gift. I think giving gifts isn't particularly important, as long as there is thought behind it. That's enough. Minato gently patted Naruto's head, his eyes filled with warmth. Did you hear that? Idiot. Sasuke shot a glare at Naruto, pretending to be angry. Shouldn't that line be mine? Idiot. Naruto rolled his eyes at Sasuke. You two are at it again. Minato laughed awkwardly. Then, his gaze towards Naruto gradually became tender. Kanon, thank you for protecting Naruto. You three idiots. Have you picked out your gifts? Kushina Uzumaki looked at the three of them with a helpless expression while holding a bunch of various pink gift boxes. Yes, our gifts are all ready, Minato said, looking affectionately yet helplessly at his wife. You three big men really don't understand girls' feelings. Sending gifts like these for a birthday? You guys are so clueless. Kushina rolled her eyes at the three of them, complaining in frustration. Hearing this, the three exchanged glances, all understanding each other's thoughts. Sigh. Do girls really have to make their birthdays so complicated? It's nothing like us guys, we just need to have a casual gathering and maybe play some games. Uchiha clan's territory. Huayin dragged her feet, glancing at the clock on the wall from time to time, feeling anxious. Why do I always have this ominous premonition? Always feeling like someone is constantly murmuring about me? Huayin's eyes twitched slightly. She glanced around the room, which was empty, and for some reason, a faint sadness surged within her. Perhaps it was because she had been with everyone for so long that the sudden loneliness made her feel a bit unaccustomed. Forget it. Let's go for a walk outside. Huayin put the broom in the corner, washed her hands, and then stepped out the door. The distant evening glow was dazzlingly beautiful, and the white clouds in the sky looked as if they had been burned by fire, breathtakingly lovely. Kain strolled along the bustling path, feeling the warmth of human life around her. The corners of the girl's mouth lifted slightly, and the gentle breeze tousled the ends of her hair. Kagani gently tucked her long hair behind her ear with her white, jade-like hand, looking very beautiful. Surrounding her were members of the Uchiha clan, some of whom were close acquaintances that greeted Kagani. Good evening, Uncle Tetsuhan. Hanin smiled in response. Sure. Uncle Taiho responded with a kind smile. For the love of power generation, Chapter 288. The moonlight is beautiful. Hanyin, good be, al-Utsutsuki. Host, there's still one last Otsutsuki left to deal with. What do you plan to do? Just as Hanin was strolling down the street, the system's prompt suddenly rang out. Kagun was suddenly taken aback, retreating a step like a startled rabbit. What? System, are you saying there are still Tsutsuki? That's right, they are currently on the moon. So you suddenly issued a mission for me to go stop them? The words carry a hint of hesitation. Brave girl, hurry up and create miracles. Personally deal with all the Otsutsuki. So, system, aren't you going to give me some rewards? How can I go to the moon alone? That place is so far away. Kanon glared at the virtual dialogue box in front of her. You can go ask Orochimaru for help. Kagun nodded and then summoned the Jade Dog. Quickly flying to a cave 20 kilometers away from Konoha, where he found Orochimaru. Orochimaru, do you have a way to get me to the moon? Kagani curiously watched Orochimaru, who was fiddling with something. To the moon? Orochimaru turned his head and licked his tongue, looking at Kagani with curiosity. Yes, to the moon. Kagani gestured with both hands, looking very cute. Well, come with me first, although I don't know what you want to go to the moon for. Orochimaru said in a deep, hoarse voice. His eyes filled with curiosity, then turned his head, flickering the candlelight, and walked deeper into the cave. Kagani closely followed Orochimaru, observing various test tube solutions along the way. They arrived. Orochimaru stopped in front. Hanaeon momentarily lost her composure and accidentally bumped into Orochimaru's back, stepping back while covering her head with her hands. Are you okay, Hanaeon-chan? Orochimaru licked his tongue. I'm fine, it's nothing. Kagome waved her hand, signaling that she was fine, then looked up into the distance, stunned by the technology in front of her. A spacecraft-like technology was quietly lying in the cave. What the hell? Is this still the shinobi world? What have they done to her? Kain was stunned. What are you still dazed for? Come up quickly. Orochimaru pressed a button, and the spaceship's door opened. Orochimaru, When did you make these? Kain turned her head, looking at Orochimaru in confusion. Well, I made them on a whim. If you want to know the time, I digested the physics knowledge you gave me last time and then created these. Orochimaru licked his face with his tongue, looking quite disgusting, and said in a low, hoarse voice, "Then I'll go in first, bye." As Huayin just stepped into the spaceship, the door slowly closed. Then, Orochimaru began to fiddle with some strange things again. Huayin felt the ground tremble slightly. When she looked up, she saw that the top of the cave had somehow shrunk open, leaving a huge space, and the spaceship slowly ascended. Then, with a swoosh, it disappeared. In short, it was very sci-fi. Even Liu Cixin would have to give it 6. I hope you can succeed, Huayin-chan. Orochimaru watched the girl leave the ninja world, his expression complex. Mizuki, Orochimaru called softly towards the dim distance. Soon, a little boy wearing a Konoha headband came out. What's the matter? Mizuki tilted his head, looking at Orochimaru in confusion. You need to protect Sakura well in the future. Sakura? Yes, but she hasn't been born yet. Orochimaru nodded. Above the starry sky, the spaceship sped away, quickly breaking free from the constraints of Earth's atmosphere. Kagun looked bewildered. Is the technology in the ninja world this advanced now? Host, don't underestimate Orochimaru's inventiveness. The last time you rewarded him with knowledge of physics, he has already used it to create nuclear weapons. All right then. Hana swallowed and nodded. By the way, do you know the specific locations of those Otsutsuki systems? Kagani suddenly thought of something and curiously asked. I don't know, but host, don't you have the ability of soul perception? It seems so. Huayin shook her head, closed her eyes tightly, and activated her soul perception ability. Sure enough, as soon as she activated it, she sensed an enormous chakra on the other side of the moon. Kagami simply pressed a button on the spaceship, and it immediately stopped and opened a door. Speaking of which, if I go out directly, there shouldn't be any oxygen, right? Huayin looked confusedly at the floating debris outside. Don't worry, host, you're now at the peak of the 6 paths, and those Otsutsuki may not even be able to defeat you. You naturally don't need mere oxygen. Huayin decisively activated her sage mode. At that moment, a pair of dragon horns appeared on her forehead, and her perception significantly increased. Kagani had no time for nonsense, and quickly dashed towards the distance, where the moon was still several kilometers away. By the way, host, isn't this battle power collapsing? Don't worry about it. I can't compete with those Otsutsuki. Just remember to give me some cheats. Kagani's body cut straight through the surrounding rubble, which was shattered by the shock waves she generated. Bang, bang, bang. What the hell? Why are there so many stones in the air? Huayin shook her head, her cute face covered by some dust. Don't you think outer space is like this? She said. All right. Huayin continued to push forward with more force. Soon, she saw the vast and boundless moon. The area around the moon was pitch black, endless, appearing lonely and mysterious. In the universe, stars twinkled like a magnificent painting. However, under Huayin's perceptive ability, several planets in the distance were clearly visible. Bang! The floral sound directly fell above the moon, stirring up a large amount of smoke. Soon, several members of the Otsutsuki clan intercepted in front of the floral sound. Who are the newcomers? Strange. Are they those ninjas from the ninja world? 2 Otsutsuki, one tall and one thin, looked at the floral sound, exchanging a puzzled glance. Hello, may I ask where the Otsutsuki god is? After coughing a few times, Hanyo stood up, brushed off the dust from her skirt, and politely asked. Akamoto's setting is really absurd. The Otsutsuki clan actually lives on the moon. And that Otsutsuki god, Hanyo, can't even remember the name clearly. Are you talking about Lord Shibu? The small-statured Otsutsuki asked in confusion. Yes, I want to kill him. Hanyo nodded like a chick pecking at rice. What did you say? I said I want to kill him. He is the enemy. Haruka, hurry and inform Lord Shera. The small-looking Otsutsuki shouted anxiously. You're wasting my time. Hana directly smashed the slender Otsutsuki with her bare hands, then turned around and glared at the fleeing Yao. After a round of questioning with the Sharingan, Hana quickly learned the location of Shizuku. Along the way, countless Otsutsuki attempted to block her. However, Hana took down one after another, with none escaping. As the number of Otsutsuki continued to increase, Hana's expression grew darker. Kishimoto and Ikemoto are truly impressive. Boruto's story can't progress, so they can only keep sending out Otsutsuki to drag out the plot. It's a bit amusing. If Boruto can defeat those Otsutsuki, that would be strange. Even the overpowered Hana might not necessarily be a match for them. System Dad, please grant me power. Huayin resisted the massive damage from a distance, anxiously shouting. Here they come, host. Blow them up. Soon, Huayin felt a powerful force surge into her body. She easily crushed Shirun with one hand. The Otsutsuki along the way had even uglier expressions, their faces filled with terror. Who exactly are you? The one here to take your lives. A glimmer of red light flashed in Huayin's eyes, and her figure instantly vanished from the spot. Chapter 289. Happy Birthday, Huayin. The end. Let the flowers rain. A massive scene of devastation suddenly surged above the moon. Countless corpses were knocked down to the ground by Huayin. Kain rushed into the interior of the moon and soon saw a magnificent hall. Wow, is it this luxurious here? Kagani's pupils contracted in surprise as she looked at the scene in the hall. All right, host, quickly deal with the final boss, and then this book will be concluded. It's finally coming to an end. Kagami let out a soft sigh and slowly walked in. Along the way, Kain's expression was complicated, even though she herself didn't know why. After dealing with the Otsutsuki clan, she should have nothing to do next, right? In the distance, at a corner, Kain pushed open the door. With a creak, the door opened. Inside, there was a large amount of nutrient solution, fed through a tube into the body of the sleeping person below. Looking at the sleeping Otsutsuki Shurji, Kain sighed again. Let everything in here. Kain slowly formed hand seals, and soon, a blazing fireball erupted from her mouth, quickly igniting everything below. Bang! The sound of intense sparks and explosions rang out. Huayin turned around and walked towards the corner. As for the explosion, a real woman never looks back at an explosion. A flurry of sparks and strong winds tousled the girl's hair. Huayin walked out of the hall with her hands in her pockets. Returning to the surface of the moon, Huayin glanced around, her eyes slightly moist. System. All tasks have been completed, you. Huayin shook her head, wanting to say something but hesitating. Okay, then I'm leaving. Unbinding the host now. Unbinding successful. This time I will never come back, bye-bye. Hearing the system's teasing, a warm current surged in Huayin's heart. Great, finally no longer under the system's control. Kagani was excited, her long hair flowing wildly behind her as she jumped forward. Due to the lack of oxygen on the lunar surface, her jumps were astonishingly high. The flower sound slowly landed. Looking at the earth, her expression becoming complex again. After returning to the village, she must apologize to Itachi-kun. She shouldn't have treated him that way last night. The flower sound quickly dived back along the original path. Entering the spaceship made by Orochimaru, she pressed the return button. The spaceship shook violently and soon flew towards Earth. Wow, I didn't expect Orochimaru to be so considerate. The flower sound patted her chest. The girl sat on the chair, looking at the scenery outside through the window. In the distance, stars twinkled, shining beautifully. As time passed, the flower sound gradually saw the full view of the Earth. The spaceship broke through the atmosphere and quickly turned into scrap metal. Flames flickered, and before long, it was glowing all over, burning fiercely. Damn, Orochimaru's technology is unreliable. Kagami exclaimed in surprise and quickly broke open the spaceship's door. You scare me to death. Huayin decisively activated her kaleidoscope ability and dove down. She didn't know how long she had been falling, but she spotted the Hokage rock in the distance, her heart lifting with joy. Then, she controlled the wings on her back, gliding down like a feather, gently landing on the ground. At this moment, the night was deep. If she didn't return home soon, Itachi and the others would surely be worried. She had expected that a little fight would take so long. Kagani sighed softly, her gaze turning to the surroundings of the Hidden Leaf Village. It was quiet all around, with no one in sight. The once lively shops had all turned off their lights, and everything seemed so lonely and desolate. Hana smiled faintly, and then walked towards the Uchiha clan. The sound of cicadas gradually began to rise, and the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be gently pushed apart by an invisible hand, revealing the bright and clear moonlight that spilled across the earth. Kagun put her hands in her pockets and let out a warm breath of white mist. System, are you still there? After a long time, the surroundings remained quiet, with no response. Kagani's bright eyes instantly dimmed, and this feeling was like taking a short nap in the afternoon, only to wake up and find the sky has turned gloomy and dark. This feeling is very lonely. It seems that this broken system has really left me. Kagura let out a light sigh. Well, at least I no longer have to be bound by anything. Sigh. Now that I've dealt with all the Otsutsuki, what should I do next? It feels like the days ahead might be a bit boring. The sound of flowers and thoughts surged like tides, and before I knew it, I had returned to the Uchiha clan's territory. In the distance, the mansion was brightly lit, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Strange, isn't it? Isn't it late at night? Why are they still awake? Huayin was filled with confusion. With a creak, the door was pushed open by Huayin. Bang, bang, bang. Happy birthday. As soon as Huayin stepped over the threshold, she was startled and took a step back like a scared deer. But she quickly regained her composure, gazing at the fireworks falling above her head and the joyful faces of the crowd. Are you all still waiting for me this late? Hannah was surprised, then reached out to fiddle with the remnants of the fireworks on the tips of her hair. Well, speaking of which, where have you been so late? Itachi nodded and gently tapped Hannah's head. Oh, I want to fight the Otsutsuki, Hannah sighed lightly. Are you all right? Rin looked at Hannah with a worried expression. I'm Fine. This blood isn't mine. Did you take care of the Otsutsuki? Shursui also looked at Hannah with concern. Yes, all taken care of. So you guys spent the whole day with your backs to me preparing for this? Kain looked at everyone with moist eyes, her voice choked. Yes, today is your birthday. Kain Kushina said with a face full of affection. Come on, sit down. The cake is already prepared. Makoto opened the gift box on the dining table. Blow out the candles, Sister Kain. Sasuke placed the candles on the cake and lit the flames. Minato gently turned off the lights. Looking at the flickering flames on the cake and the affectionate gazes of everyone, the whole scene was filled with a lively and warm atmosphere. Kakashi held a camera, constantly taking pictures of Kain. All of Kain's familiar friends gathered here to celebrate her birthday together. All right, I'm coming now. Hanin reached out to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes, and then, surrounded by the crowd, walked toward the dining table filled with laughter and joy. But my wish, you can't just say your wish when you make it. Jiraiya interrupted Hanin. Others can make their wishes however they like. What does it have to do with you? Tsunade twisted Jiraiya's ear, causing him to grimace in pain. Lady Tsunade makes a good point. Kanon shook her head, then pressed her hands together in front of her chest, closed her eyes tightly, and made a wish in her heart. I hope that everyone who sees this sentence can live happily. May all kind people receive the treatment they deserve. All right, my wish is complete. Hanin opened her moist eyes, looking pitiful. Don't cry. I rarely see you like this, Itachi said, pulling out a tissue and handing it to Hanin with a look of indulgence in his eyes. I thought you all hated me, Hanin choked out. Hanin, you're just overthinking it, Izumi said hesitantly. Haha, come eat some cake, Minato said with a smile, skillfully cutting the cake and placing it on a white plate before handing it to Hanin. Thank you, Hanin said, holding the fork with a sweet feeling in her heart. We're all family. No need to be so polite. Minato shook his head and stood up to turn on the living room lights. By the way, Hanin, your gifts are all ready. Do you want to take a look now? Fujisaki chuckled, a stark contrast to his usual serious demeanor. Okay, Hanin nodded obediently. Looking at the pile of gifts in the living room, a warm current surged in Hanane's heart. So nice. Everyone cares so much about me. I really didn't know what to give, so I just got some clothes, Obito said, scratching the back of his head, looking a bit awkward. You're such a typical straight man. Haruko glanced at Obito and teased. Hey, why wasn't I invited to your birthday? Orochimaru licked his tongue and popped out from the crowd. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Sasuke looked confused. Why can't I come? Naruto asked curiously. No one said you couldn't, Orochimaru replied. Where did you pop out from? Jiraiya rolled his eyes in annoyance. Oh, I popped out from your heart. Orochimaru teased Jiraiya with a deep, hoarse tone. Don't say it so creepily, idiot, Jiraiya retorted weakly. Huayin looked at the two people arguing, covering her mouth and chuckling lightly, appearing particularly adorable. The end. Let us celebrate. Thank you for your companionship. 2024, 12. 29, 1926. Upload time, 1932. Thank you very much to everyone who has followed along to here. Thank you. Additionally, there will be a 4,000-word extra tomorrow. Please support with love. Chapter 290 Extra. Huayin is so cute. Time is like a meticulously twisted hemp rope, intertwined with endless heartaches and joys. Spring has passed, and summer has arrived, the sunlight growing more intense. In a Japanese-style garden, the distant sound of cicadas rises and falls, as if playing the melody of summer. Mom, where's Dad? Why hasn't he come home from work yet? A little girl, looking as cute as a porcelain doll, with delicate features, kept shaking her young hands, which were tender and soft. Dad is still working hard. He need a little more time. The girl looked slightly flustered, then forced herself to calm down. Is that so? Huayin pouted her rosy little lips and said unhappily, looking incredibly cute and adorable. Huayin gently nodded her head, then extended her fair, jade-like arm to lightly wipe the fine sweat from her forehead. Her long black hair cascaded down her slender waist like a waterfall, and Huayin gathered her hair in front of her chest again. Still so slow. Huayin said softly and somewhat unclearly, let's wait a little longer. Kagani gently held her daughter in her arms, her eyes filled with endless affection. Ding dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell rang out. Ah, it must be Daddy coming home. Huayin tightly hugged her mother's neck with both hands, her eyes blinking cutely, looking extremely adorable, like twinkling stars. Upon closer inspection, one can also find that the girl's brows are very similar to Huayin's, as if they were carved from the same mold. Kagani carefully placed the child down and then gently opened the door. Dad, why are you only back now? When Hanami saw Itachi, she couldn't wait to speak. Her voice clear and pleasant. Well, I dealt with some complicated issues, but everything is sorted out now. Itachi crouched down and gently patted his daughter's head, his eyes filled with deep affection. Itachi-kun, Huayin murmured softly, looking at Itachi with a hint of playful annoyance, her eyes revealing a touch of jealousy. Itachi steadily held his daughter in both arms and then kissed Huayin's fair forehead, asking, Why are you still the same as before? She replied, It's nothing. I just worry that after having a child, you'll only care about the child and not about me. Hanin lightly pursed her rosy lips, her complexion slightly flushed. By the way, how is Boruto doing now? Hanin suddenly thought of something and looked at Itachi curiously. Boruto? Recently, his relationship with Naruto hasn't been very good. Sigh. Itachi let out a soft sigh, then took out a chilled bottle of mineral water from the fridge, opened it, and took a big gulp. Kanon gently took out a wet tissue and carefully wiped the sweat off Itachi's cheek. Sakura is really more understanding. That guy Naruto always complains to me about how Boruto is. Itachi gently set his daughter down from his arms, then squatted down and affectionately patted Sakura's head. Sakura really looks like her mother, Itachi said tenderly, his eyes full of love. Does she really look that much like me? I haven't really noticed. Henio stood to the side, looking at her daughter with the same doting eyes. This bond of blood and flesh felt quite inexplicable. She had never understood what kind of deeply affectionate gaze Kushina had when she looked at Naruto back then. Now, Henio finally understood. It's a feeling that's hard to describe, but it's wonderful and intoxicating. Shall we go for a walk? Itachi once again picked up his daughter with a loving expression, then reached out to gently poke the girl's delicate nose, causing Hanami to giggle. It's so sunny. I don't want to go out. Otherwise, my skin will get darker. Huayin sighed lightly, her brows slightly furrowed. Mom, can I go out to play? Huayin said softly and sweetly, with skin as white as snow, a pair of bright pupils, and a delicate and cute face. She looked very lovable. Well then, for Huaying's sake, I guess I'll rare go out for a walk with you, you fool. Kanon took a delicate umbrella out of the cabinet. Watching the girl gracefully walk over from the entrance, Itachi's eyes became incredibly affectionate. He felt especially happy now, with a beautiful and charming wife, and a lovely and well-behaved daughter. After many long years, Konoha Village had undergone several major economic reforms. The current level of technology had already reached a level comparable to that in Boruto. Kagome tightly held her daughter's hand, while Weasel looked at the mother and daughter with a face full of affection. After that, the three of them handed over their tickets and slowly boarded the Thunder Car. In the past, Konoha Village didn't have this kind of technology. Now everyone can just take a car to get to their destination, which is really convenient. Huayin gazed out the window intently, murmuring to herself, looking just as cute as before, completely unlike someone who has already given birth. Her skin remained smooth and delicate, and her figure was still light and graceful. Mom, Dad, how did you two meet? Huayin curiously looked out at the rapidly passing beautiful scenery and suddenly asked with interest. Why do you say that? Itachi looked at his daughter with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. Hana shook her head vigorously, her head bobbing like a joyful rattledrum, looking incredibly cute and playful. You looked at his daughter's adorable appearance and was momentarily stunned. In that instant, the cute appearance of Hanan when she was little perfectly overlaps with her daughter's innocent look just now. Dad, what's wrong? Hanayuki gently tugged at Itachi's collar. It's nothing. Hanayuki really looks a lot like your mom, Itachi said, affectionately stroking his daughter's head. Do I really look that much like her, Itachi-kun? Hanan's slightly melancholic voice drifted from the side. Really, you two mother and daughter are like they were carved from the same perfect template, Itachi teased. But his gaze was incredibly gentle, filled with love. There were also other passengers around, all of whom were looking at this happy family of three with envious eyes, carefully observing them. If nothing unexpected happens, that adorable girl should be the little princess of the Uchiha clan. How wonderful! To reach the peak of life at just 5 years old. She won't need to buy a house or a car in the future. In the crowd, a young boy dressed in black with golden pupils quietly gazed at Hanayuki in the distance. He was Shuriwe, an artificial human carefully created by Orochimaru. He looked just like Boruto. Hanayuki was the bright and beautiful moon, while Baruto was the hot and dazzling sun. Shuriwa turned to watch the train speeding ahead, with all the beautiful scenery rapidly retreating behind. A gentle breeze blew through the window, softly brushing against the young boy's face. In the distance, the last figure on Hokage Rock was engraved with the name Naruto Uzumaki. The sunlight in the high sky was still bright and clear. The hood Shuriwa wore was gently lifted by the wind, revealing his handsome, fair face, which seemed to be perfectly sculpted. Feeling like this is too awkward. The new book will be released on January 3rd. It's also in this genre, but the plot has no relation to this book. Please support. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 291 Extra. Baruto, why are you skipping class again? In the commercial street of Konoha Village, the family of three leisurely strolled along the road. Itachi-kun, is that person in front, Baruto? Kanon gently embraced her daughter, then leaned close to Itachi's ear and whispered softly. It's unlikely, isn't it? At this time, aren't the students at those schools still in class? Itachi's pupils slightly constricted, a hint of in his gaze. Then Itachi followed Kanon's gaze into the distance, where the figure revealed in a few winding alleys was none other than Baruto. Has Baruto skipped class again? Kanon hesitated to speak, her expression showing a hint of helplessness. She had at least seen Baruto in her previous life. However, due to her strong intervention, all the Otsutsuki were quickly eliminated by her. Therefore, Baruto wouldn't have to live such a hard and painful life in the future, nor would he become the most tragic character in the shinobi world. But if there were no Otsutsuki, wouldn't Baruto have to rebel for a long time? Wouldn't that mean Naruto? Huayin shook her head vigorously, looking as cute as a joyful rattledrum. Forget it, I won't think about this anymore. Itachi, please take care of the child for a moment while I go check on that guy. Huayin carefully handed her daughter to you. You held Huayin gently in her arms with an expression of immense affection. Mom, be careful on the road. Huayin waved her small, delicate hand, her tender and cute face melting people's hearts. I will be back soon. Henin smiled sweetly, her smile like a flower blooming in spring, and then her figure instantly disappeared from the spot. In a distant narrow alley, Baruto and Shota were huddled together, looking like a couple of rebellious delinquents. By the way, Baruto, aren't you afraid of your mom scolding you harshly for skipping class so recklessly? Shota, with his hands on his head, looked at the nonchalant Baruto with a helpless expression. You mean my mom? She could be quite fierce, but I'm not afraid, Baruto sighed carelessly, his face filled with indifference. What about your dad? He's a highly respected Hokage. Don't embarrass him. Your mom specifically warned me about this. Shota helplessly patted Baruto's head, looking somewhat anxious. Hey Shota, why do you care about my dad? That guy's just a big idiot. Baruto rolled his eyes, expressing his dissatisfaction with a tone full of resentment. Just as Baruto was about to ramble on, he suddenly noticed his good friend Shota coming to a halt. What's wrong? As Baruto looked up, he saw a sweet and charming girl at the corner. Henin, what are you doing here? Baruto's pupils dilated sharply, and he hurriedly greeted her, his voice trembling slightly. Is it not okay for me to be here? You're not studying properly and just skipping class. If your mom finds out, she will be very sad, you know? Kanon crossed her arms and looked down at Baruto with a somewhat fierce tone, her eyes showing seriousness. Ahem, is it not okay for me to admit that I was wrong? Baruto pleaded desperately with both hands, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, looking flustered and helpless. Baruto, no way. Kanon looked at the flustered Baruto in front of her and found it somewhat amusing, unable to suppress a slight smile. I have to say, teasing little kids is quite interesting. All right, I won't tease you anymore. This time I can keep your secret, but... Hanin shook her head, suddenly changing the subject, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. Baruto swallowed hard, looking at the girl with a face full of tension, his heart racing. Next time might not be the same. Also, don't let me catch you skipping class again. Your dad is the Hokage, and he's busy every day. Kanon lightly tapped Baruto's head with her fist, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. Ouch, I got it, Sister Kanon, Baruto said, covering his head with both hands, looking pitiful with tears in his eyes. A few red swollen bumps instantly appeared on his head, making him look very cute. And you, Kuda, why did you skip class with Baruto? Are you trying to learn bad things instead of good ones? Kagani shot a fierce glare at the smirking Rueitai beside her. Rueitai was instantly taken aback, equally flustered and at a loss for words. Ahem, I just wanted to take Baruto back to the ninja school, Rueitai stammered, his voice trembling. All right, no need to explain so much. Your fate will be the same as Baruto's. Kanon stood with her hands on her hips, looking like a stern older sister from a neighbor's house, firmly lecturing her two mischievous younger brothers. Soon, both of them had identical red envelopes on their heads, emitting wisps of steam. So, Boruto, how did you end up skipping class? Itachi gently held his daughter, looking at Boruto with an incredibly tender gaze. Boruto resembled Naruto very much, especially with those sapphire-like eyes. I really don't want to stay at the ninja school. It's just so boring. By the way, Itachi, can I become your apprentice? Boruto looked at Itachi with excitement, his eyes full of hopeful light. Why do you say that? Itachi raised an eyebrow, curiously sizing up Boruto. I heard from canon that you had quite an experience when you were younger. I heard you were on the battlefield at the age of 5. Is that really true? Boruto's eyes were filled with excitement, staring intently at Itachi. Hana Sakura tilted her small head, tightly hugging Itachi's neck, curiously looking him up and down. The battlefield is not a fun place. You are in a peaceful era now, much happier than we were back then. Itachi extended his long finger and gently tapped Boruto's forehead, his expression gentle as water. Hana was standing closely beside Itachi, her eyes filled with a sweet smile as she watched the scene. How wonderful it is. There will no longer be cruel wars and no more children on the battlefield. Watching the two still engaged in a heated debate, the girl couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly. A gentle breeze blew from afar, tousling her silky hair. Itachi gently brushed his wife's hair with his hand, then continued to argue with Boruto about a meaningless topic. Henin was momentarily stunned, then felt a sweetness in her heart. The sun shone on the four of them, casting longer and longer shadows. Konoha village was thriving, with villagers chatting and laughing, no longer wearing the frowns they once had. All the great nations had abandoned their mutual hatred and reconciled. Synopsis: Henin has traveled to the Uchiha clan 50 years in Konoha, with 9 years left until the night of the massacre. What now? But I have a system. Wait, why is it a cross-dressing system? Henin looked disdainfully at the dresses in the wardrobe, but soon she was stunned. Buff effect: 40 to training results when dressed in women's clothing. Ahem. Cross-dressing isn't that bad, right? Thus, Henin put on women's clothing and began her repetitive practice of swinging her weapon.